Chapter 37 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Marcinkiewicz. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 37. The Conspiracy. On the morning following the great division, Phineas was with his friend, Lord Cantrip, by 11 o'clock, and Lord Cantrip, when he had read the 2 letters in which were comprised the whole correspondence, made to our unhappy hero the following little speech. "I do not think that you can do anything. Indeed, I am sure that Mr. Monk is quite right. I don't quite see what it is that you wish to do. Privately, between our 2 selves, I do not hesitate to say that Mr. Bonteen has intended to be ill-natured. I fancy that he is an ill-natured, or at any rate a jealous, man, and that he would be willing to run down a competitor in the race who had made his running after a fashion different from his own. Bonteen has been a useful man, a very useful man, and the more so perhaps because he has not entertained any high political theory of his own. You have chosen to do so, and undoubtedly when you and Monk left us, to our very great regret, you did scuttle the ship. We had no intention of that kind. Do not suppose that I blame you. That which was odious to the eyes of Mr. Bonteen was to my thinking high and honourable conduct. I have known the same thing done by members of a government perhaps half a dozen times, and the men by whom it has been done have been the best and noblest of our modern statesmen. There has generally been a hard contest in the man's breast between loyalty to his party and strong personal convictions, the result of which has been an inability on the part of the struggler to give even a silent support to a measure which he has disapproved. That inability is no doubt troublesome at the time to the colleagues of the seceder, and constitutes an offence hardly to be pardoned by such gentlemen as Mr. Bonteen. For Mr. Bonteen personally I care nothing. But, of course, you must endure the ill effects of his influence, be they what they may. When you seceded from our government, you looked for certain adverse consequences. If you did not, where was your self-sacrifice? That such men as Mr. Bonteen should feel that you had scuttled the ship, and be unable to forgive you for doing so, that is exactly the evil which you knew you must face. You have to face it now, and surely you can do so without showing your teeth. Hereafter, when men more thoughtful than Mr. Bonteen shall have come to acknowledge the high principle by which your conduct has been governed, you will receive your reward. I suppose Mr. Daubeny must resign now." "Everybody says so." "I am by no means sure that he will. Any other minister since Lord North's time would have done so, with such a majority against him on a vital measure. But he is a man who delights in striking out some wonderful course for himself." "A Prime Minister so beaten surely can't go on." "Not for long, one would think. And yet how are you to turn him out? It depends very much on a man's power of endurance." "His colleagues will resign, I should think." "Probably, and then he must go. I should say that that will be the way in which the matter will settle itself. Good morning, Finn, and take my word for it, you had better not answer Mr. Bonteen's letter." Not a word had fallen from Lord Cantrip's friendly lips as to the probability of Phineas being invited to join the future government. An attempt had been made to console him with the hazy promise of some future reward, which, however, was to consist rather of the good opinion of good men than of anything tangible and useful. But even this would never come to him. What would good men know of him and of his self-sacrifice, when he should have been driven out of the world by poverty, and forced probably to go to some New Zealand or back Canadian settlement to look for his bread? How easy, thought Phineas, must be the sacrifices of rich men, who can stay their time, and wait in perfect security for their rewards. But for such a one as he, truth to a principle was political annihilation. 2 or 3 years ago he had done what he knew to be a noble thing, and now, because he had done that noble thing, he was to be regarded as unfit for that very employment for which he was peculiarly fitted. But Bonteen and Co. had not been his only enemies. His luck had been against him throughout. Mr. Quintus Slide, with his People's Banner, and the story of that wretched affair in Judd Street, had been as strong against him probably as Mr. Bonteen's ill word. Then he thought of Lady Laura, and her love for him. His gratitude to Lady Laura was boundless. There was nothing he would not do for Lady Laura, were it in his power to do anything. But no circumstance in his career had been so unfortunate for him as this affection. A wretched charge had been made against him, which, though wholly untrue, was, as it were, so strangely connected with the truth, that slanderers might not improbably be able almost to substantiate their calumnies. She would be in London soon, and he must devote himself to her service. But every act of friendship that he might do for her would be used as proof of the accusation that had been made against him. As he thought of all this, he was walking towards Park Lane, in order that he might call upon Madame Goesler, according to his promise. As he went up to the drawing-room, he met old Mr. Maule coming down, and the two bowed to each other on the stairs. In the drawing-room, sitting with Madame Goesler, he found Mrs. Bonteen. Now Mrs. Bonteen was almost as odious to him as was her husband. "Did you ever know anything more shameful, Mr. Finn," said Mrs. Bonteen, "than the attack made upon Mr. Bonteen the night before last?" Phineas could see a smile on Madame Goesler's face as the question was asked, for she knew, and he knew that she knew, how great was the antipathy between him and the Bonteens. "The attack was upon Mr. Gresham, I thought," said Phineas. "Oh yes, nominally, but of course everybody knows what was meant. Upon my word, there is twice more jealousy among men than among women. Is there not, Madame Goesler?" "I don't think any man could be more jealous than I am myself," said Madame Goesler. "Then you're fit to be a member of a government, that's all. I don't suppose that there is a man in England has worked harder for his party than Mr. Bonteen." "I don't think there is," said Phineas. "Or made himself more useful in Parliament. As for work, only that his constitution is so strong, he would have killed himself." "He should take Thorley's mixture twice a day," said Madame Goesler. "Take! He never has time to take anything. He breakfasts in his dressing-room, carries his lunch in his pocket, and dines with the division bell ringing him up between his fish and his mutton chop. Now he has got their decimal coinage in hand, and has not a moment to himself, even on Sundays." "He'll be sure to go to heaven for it, that's one comfort." "And because they are absolutely obliged to make him Chancellor of the Exchequer, just as if he had not earned it, everybody is so jealous that they are ready to tear him to pieces." "Who is everybody?" asked Phineas. "Oh, I know. It wasn't only Sir Orlando Drought. Who told Sir Orlando? Never mind, Mr. Finn." "I don't in the least, Mrs. Bonteen." "I should have thought you would have been so triumphant," said Madame Goesler. "Not in the least, Madame Goesler. Why should I be triumphant? Of course the position is very high indeed, but it's no more than what I have always expected. If a man give up his life to a pursuit, he ought to succeed. As for ambition, I have less of it than any woman, only I do hate jealousy, Mr. Finn." Then Mrs. Bonteen took her leave, kissing her dear friend Madame Goesler, and simply bowing to Phineas. "What a detestable woman," said Phineas. "I know of old that you don't love her." "I don't believe that you love her a bit better than I do, and yet you kiss her." "Hardly that, Mr. Finn. There has come up a fashion for ladies to pretend to be very loving, and so they put their faces together. 200 years ago ladies and gentlemen did the same thing, with just as little regard for each other. Fashions change, you know." "That was a change for the worse, certainly, Madame Goesler." "It wasn't of my doing. So you've had a great victory." "Yes, greater than we expected." "According to Mrs. Bonteen, the chief result to the country will be that the taxes will be so very safe in her husband's hands. I am sure she believes that all Parliament has been at work in order that he might be made a cabinet minister. I rather like her for it." "I don't like her or her husband." "I do like a woman that can thoroughly enjoy her husband's success. When she is talking of his carrying about his food in his pocket, she is completely happy. I don't think Lady Glencora ever cared in the least about her husband being Chancellor of the Exchequer." "Because it added nothing to her own standing." "That's very ill-natured, Mr. Finn, and I find that you are becoming generally ill-natured. You used to be the best-humoured of men." "I hadn't so much to try my temper as I have now, And then you must remember, Madam Goesler, that I regard these people as being especially my enemies." "Lady Glencora was never your enemy." "Nor my friend, especially." "Then you wrong her. If I tell you something, you must be discreet." "Am I not always discreet?" "She does not love Mr. Bonteen. She has had too much of him at Matching. And as for his wife, she is quite as unwilling to be kissed by her as you can be. Her Grace is determined to fight your battle for you." "I want her to do nothing of the kind, Madam Goesler." "You will know nothing about it. We have put our heads to work, and Mr. Palliser, that is, the new Duke, is to be made to tell Mr. Gresham that you are to have a place. It is no good you being angry, for the thing is done. If you have enemies behind your back, you must have friends behind your back also. Lady Cantrip is to do the same thing." "For heaven's sake, not!" "It's all arranged. You'll be called the lady's pet, but you mustn't mind that. Lady Laura will be here before it's arranged, and she will get hold of Mr. Earl." "You are laughing at me, I know." "Let them laugh that win. We thought of besieging Lord Fawn through Lady Chiltern, but we are not sure that anybody cares for Lord Fawn. The man we specially want now is the other Duke. We're afraid of attacking him through the Duchess because we think that he is inhumanly indifferent to anything that his wife says to him." "If that kind of thing is done, I shall not accept place even if it is offered me." "Why not? Are you going to let a man like Mr. Bonteen bowl you over? Did you ever know Lady Glen fail in anything that she attempted? She is preparing a secret with the express object of making Mr. Rattler her confidant. Lord Mount Thistle is her slave. But then I fear Lord Mount Thistle is not of much use. She'll do anything and everything, except flatter Mr. Bonteen." "Heaven forbid that anybody should do that for my sake." "The truth is that he made himself so disagreeable at Matching that Lady Glen is broken-hearted at finding that he is to seem to owe his promotion to her husband's favour. Now you know all about it." "You have been very wrong to tell me." "Perhaps I have, Mr. Finn, but I thought it better that you should know that you have friends at work for you. We believe, or rather the Duchess believes, that falsehoods have been used which are as disparaging to Lady Laura Kennedy as they are injurious to you, and she is determined to put it right. Someone has told Mr. Gresham that you have been the means of breaking the hearts both of Lord Brentford and Mr. Kennedy, 2 members of the late Cabinet, and he must be made to understand that this is untrue. If only for Lady Laura's sake you must submit." "Lord Brentford and I are the best friends in the world." "And Mr. Kennedy is a madman, absolutely in custody of his friends, as everybody knows, and yet the story has been made to work." "And you do not feel that all this is derogatory to me?" Madam Goesler was silent for a moment, and then she answered boldly, "Not a whit. Why should it be derogatory? It is not done with the object of obtaining an improper appointment on behalf of an unimportant man. When falsehoods of that kind are told, you can't meet them in a straightforward way. I suppose I know with fair accuracy the sort of connection there has been between you and Lady Laura." Phineas very much doubted whether she had any such knowledge, but he said nothing, though the lady paused a few moments for reply. "You can't go and tell Mr. Gresham all that, nor can any friend do so on your behalf. It would be absurd." "Most absurd. And yet it is essential to your interests that he should know it. When your enemies are undermining you, you must countermine or you'll be blown up." "I'd rather fight above ground." "That's all very well, but your enemies won't stay above ground. Is that newspaper man above ground? And for a little job of clever mining, believe me, that there is not a better engineer going than Lady Glen. Not but what I've known her to be very nearly hoist with her own petard," added Madam Goesler, as she remembered a certain circumstance in their joint lives. All that Madam Goesler said was true. A conspiracy had been formed, in the first place at the instance of Madam Goesler, but altogether by the influence of the young Duchess, for forcing upon the future Premier the necessity of admitting Phineas Finn into his government. On the Wednesday following the conclusion of the debate, the day on the morning of which the division was to take place, there was no House. On the Thursday, the last day on which the House was to sit before the Easter holidays, Mr. Daubeny announced his intention of postponing the declaration of his intentions till after the adjournment. The House would meet, he said, on that day week, and then he would make his official statement. This communication he made very curtly, and in a manner that was thought by some to be almost insolent to the House. It was known that he had been grievously disappointed by the result of the debate, not probably having expected a majority, since his adversary's strategy had been declared, but always hoping that the deserters from his own standard would be very few. The deserters had been very many, and Mr. Daubeny was majestic in his wrath. Nothing, however, could be done till after Easter. The rattlers of the Liberal party were very angry at the delay, declaring that it would have been much to the advantage of the country at large that the vacation week should have been used for constructing a Liberal cabinet. This work of construction always takes time, and delays the business of the country. No one can have known better than did Mr. Daubeny how great was the injury of delay, and how advantageously the short holiday might have been used. With a majority of 72 against him, there could be no reason why he should not have at once resigned, and advised the Queen to send for Mr. Gresham. Nothing could be worse than his conduct. So said the Liberals, thirsting for office. Mr. Gresham himself did not open his mouth when the announcement was made, nor did any man, marked for future office, rise to denounce the beaten statesman. But one or two independent members expressed their great regret at the unnecessary delay which was to take place before they were informed who was to be the minister of the Crown. But Mr. Daubeny, as soon as he had made his statement, stalked out of the House, and no reply whatever was made to the independent members. Some few sublime and hot-headed gentlemen muttered the word impeachment. Others, who were more practical and less dignified, suggested that the Prime Minister ought to have his head punched. It thus happened that all the world went out of town that week, so that the Duchess of Omnium was down at Matching when Phineas called at the Duke's house in Carlton Terrace on Friday. With what object he had called he hardly knew himself, but he thought that he intended to assure the Duchess that he was not a candidate for office, and that he must deprecate her interference. Luckily, or unluckily, he did not see her, and he felt that it would be impossible to convey his wishes in a letter. The whole subject was one which would have defied him to find words sufficiently discreet for his object. The Duke and Duchess of St. Bungay were at Matching for the Easter, as also was Barrington Erle, and also that dreadful Mr. Bonteen, from whose presence the poor Duchess of Omnium could in these days never altogether deliver herself. "Duke," she said, "you know Mr. Finn?" "Certainly. It was not very long ago that I was talking to him." "He used to be in office, you remember?" "Oh, yes, and a very good beginner he was. Is he a friend of your Grace's?" "A great friend. I'll tell you what I want you to do. You must have some place found for him." "My dear Duchess, I never interfere." "Why, Duke, you've made more cabinets than any man living." "I fear indeed that I have been at the construction of more governments than most men. It's 40 years ago since Lord Melbourne first did me the honour of consulting me. When asked for advice, my dear, I have very often given it. It has occasionally been my duty to say that I could not myself give my slender assistance to a ministry unless I were supported by the presence of this or that political friend, but never in my life have I asked for an appointment as a personal favour, and I am sure you won't be angry with me if I say that I cannot begin to do so now." "But Mr. Finn ought to be there. He did so well before." "If so, let us presume that he will be there. I can only say, from what little I know of him, that I shall be happy to see him in any office to which the future Prime Minister may consider it to be his duty to appoint him." "To think," said the Duchess of Omnium afterwards to her friend Madame Goesler, "to think that I should have had that stupid old woman a week in the house, and all for nothing." "Upon my word, Duchess," said Barrington Erle, "I don't know why it is, but Gresham seems to have taken a dislike to him." "It's Bonteen's doing." "Very probably." "Surely you can get the better of that." "I look upon Phineas Finn, Duchess, almost as a child of my own. He has come back to Parliament altogether at my instigation." "Then you ought to help him." "And so I would if I could." Remember, I am not the man I used to be when dear old Mr. Mildmay reigned. The truth is, I never interfere now unless I'm asked." "I believe that every one of you is afraid of Mr. Gresham." "Perhaps we are." "I'll tell you what, if he's passed over I'll make such a row that some of you shall hear it." "How fond all you women are of Phineas Finn." "I don't care that for him," said the Duchess, snapping her fingers. "More than I do, that is, for any other mere acquaintance. The man is very well, as most men are." "Not all." "No, not all. Some are as little and jealous as a girl in her 10th season. He is a decently good fellow, and he is to be thrown over because—" "Because of what?" "I don't choose to name any one. You ought to know all about it, and I do not doubt but you do. Lady Laura Kennedy is your own cousin." "There is not a spark of truth in all that." "Of course there is not, and yet he is to be punished. I know very well, Mr. Earl, that if you choose to put your shoulder to the wheel you can manage it, and I shall expect to have it managed." "Plantagenet," she said the next day to her husband, "I want you to do something for me." "To do something? What am I to do? It's very seldom you want anything in my line." "This isn't in your line at all, and yet I want you to do it." 10 to 1 it's beyond my means." "No, it isn't. I know you can if you like. I suppose you are all sure to be in office within 10 days or a fortnight?" "I can't say, my dear. I have promised Mr. Gresham to be of use to him if I can." "Everybody knows all that. You're going to be Privy Seal, and to work just the same as ever at those horrible 2 farthings. "And what is it you want, Glencora?" "I want you to say that you won't take any office unless you are allowed to bring in 1 or 2 friends with you." "Why should I do that? I shall not doubt any cabinet chosen by Mr. Gresham." "I am not speaking of the cabinet. I allude to men in lower offices, lords and under-secretaries and vice-people. You know what I mean." "I never interfere." "But you must. Other men do continually. It's quite a common thing for a man to insist that 1 or 2 others should come in with him." "Yes, if a man feels that he cannot sustain his own position without support, he declines to join the government without it. But that isn't my case. The friends who are necessary to me in the cabinet are the very men who will certainly be there. I would join no government without the Duke, but—" "Oh, the Duke, the Duke! I hate dukes and duchesses too. I'm not talking about a duke. I want you to oblige me by making a point with Mr. Gresham that Mr. Finn shall have an office." "Mr. Finn?" "Yes, Mr. Finn. I'll explain it all if you wish it." "My dear Glencora, I never interfere." "Who does interfere? Everybody says the same. Somebody interferes, I suppose. Mr. Gresham can't know everybody so well as to be able to fit all the pegs into all the holes without saying a word to anybody." "He would probably speak to Mr. Bonteen." "Then he would speak to a very disagreeable man, and one I'm as sick of as I ever was of any man I ever knew. If you can't manage this for me, Plantagenet, I shall take it very ill. It's a little thing, and I'm sure you could have it done. I don't very often trouble you by asking for anything." The Duke, in his quiet way, was an affectionate man, and an indulgent husband. On the following morning he was closeted with Mr. Bonteen, 2 private secretaries, and a leading clerk from the Treasury for 4 hours, during which they were endeavouring to ascertain whether the commercial world of Great Britain would be ruined or enriched if 12 pennies were declared to contain 50 farthings. The discussion had been grievously burdensome to the minds of the Duke's assistants in it, but he himself had remembered his wife through it all. "By the way," he said, whispering into Mr. Bonteen's private ear as he led that gentleman away to lunch, "if we do come in—" "Oh, we must come in." "If we do, I suppose something will be done for that Mr. Finn. He spoke well the other night." Mr. Bonteen's face became very long. "He helped to upset the coach when he was with us before." "I don't think that is much against him." "Is he a personal friend of your Grace's?" "No, not particularly. I never care about such things for myself. But Lady Glencora—" "I think the Duchess can hardly know what has been his conduct to poor Kennedy. There was a most disreputable row at a public house in London, and I am told that he behaved very badly." "I never heard a word about it," said the Duke. "I'll tell you just the truth," said Mr. Bonteen. "I've been asked about him, and I've been obliged to say that he would weaken any government that would give him office." "Oh, indeed." That evening the Duke told the Duchess nearly all that he had heard, and the Duchess swore that she wasn't going to be beaten by Mr. Bonteen. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 38. Once again in Portman Square. On the Wednesday in Easter week, Lord Brentford and Lady Laura Kennedy reached Portman Square from Dresden, and Phineas, who had remained in town, was summoned thither by a note written at Dover. "We arrived here today and shall be in town tomorrow afternoon between 4 and 5. Papa wants to see you especially. Can you manage to be with us in the square at about 8? I know it will be inconvenient, but you will put up with inconvenience. I don't like to keep Papa up late, and if he is tired he won't speak to you as he would if you came early. L.K." Phineas was engaged to dine with Lord Cantrip, but he wrote to excuse himself, telling the simple truth. He had been asked to see Lord Brentford on business, and must obey the summons. He was shown into a sitting-room on the ground floor, which he had always known as the Earl's own room, and there he found Lord Brentford alone. The last time he had been there he had come to plead with the Earl on behalf of Lord Chiltern, and the Earl had then been a stern, self-willed man, vigorous from a sense of power, and very able to maintain and to express his own feelings. Now he was a broken-down old man, whose mind had been, as it were, unbooted and put into moral slippers for the remainder of its term of existence upon earth. He half shuffled up out of his chair as Phineas came up to him, and spoke as though every calamity in the world were oppressing him. "Such a passage! Oh, very bad indeed! I thought it would have been the death of me. Laura thought it better to come on." The fact, however, had been that the Earl had so many objections to staying at Calais that his daughter had felt herself obliged to yield to him. "You must be glad at any rate to have got home," said Phineas. "Home? I don't know what you call home. I don't suppose I shall ever feel any place to be home again." "You'll go to Salisbury, will you not?" "How can I tell? If Chiltern would have kept a house up, of course I should have gone there. But he never would do anything like anybody else. Violet wants me to go to that place they've got there, but I shan't do that." "It's a comfortable house." "I hate horses and dogs, and I won't go." There was nothing more to be said on that point. "I hope Lady Laura is well?" "No, she's not. How should she be well? She's anything but well. She'll be in directly, but she thought I ought to see you first. I suppose this wretched man is really mad?" "I am told so." "He was never anything else since I knew him. What are we to do now? Forster says it won't look well to ask for a separation only because he's insane. He tried to shoot you?" "And very nearly succeeded." "Forster says that if we do anything, all that must come out." "There need not be the slightest hesitation as far as I am concerned, Lord Brentford." "You know he keeps all her money." "At present I suppose he couldn't give it up." "Why not? Why shouldn't he give it up? God bless my soul! £40,000 and all for nothing. When he married he declared he didn't care about it. Money was nothing to him. So she lent it to Chiltern." "I remember." "But they hadn't been together a year before he asked for it. Now, there it is, and if she were to die tomorrow it would be lost to the family. Something must be done, you know. I can't let her money go in that way." "You'll do what Mr. Forster suggests, no doubt." But he won't suggest anything. They never do. He doesn't care what becomes of the money. It ought never to have been given up as it was." "It was settled, I suppose." "Yes, if there were children, and it will come back to her if he dies first. But mad people never do die. That's a well-known fact. They've nothing to trouble them, and they live for ever. It'll all go to some cousin of his that nobody ever saw." "Not as long as Lady Laura lives." "But she does not get a penny of the income, not a penny. There never was anything so cruel. He has published all manner of accusations against her." "Nobody believes a word of that, my lord." "And then, when she is dragged forward by the necessity of vindicating her character, he goes mad and keeps all her money. There never was anything so cruel since the world began." This continued for half an hour, and then Lady Laura came in. Nothing had come, or could have come, from the consultation with the Earl. Had it gone on for another hour, he would simply have continued to grumble, and have persevered in insisting upon the hardships he had endured. Lady Laura was in black, and looked sad and old and careworn, but she did not seem to be ill. Phineas could not but think at the moment how entirely her youth had passed away from her. She came and sat close by him, and began at once to speak of the late debate. "Of course they'll go out," she said. "I presume they will." "And our party will come in." "Oh yes, Mr. Gresham and the two dukes and Lord Cantrip, with Legge Wilson, Sir Harry Coldfoot, and the rest of them." "And you?" Phineas smiled, and tried to smile pleasantly as he answered, "I don't know that they'll put themselves out by doing very much for me." "They'll do something." "I fancy not. Indeed, Lady Laura, to tell the truth at once, I know they don't mean to offer me anything." "After making you give up your place in Ireland?" "They didn't make me give it up. I should never dream of using such an argument to any one. Of course I had to judge for myself. There is nothing to be said about it, only it is so." As he told her this, he strove to look light-hearted, and so to speak that she should not see the depth of his disappointment. But he failed altogether. She knew him too well not to read his whole heart in the matter. "Who has said it?" she asked. "Nobody says things of that kind, and yet one knows." "And why is it?" "How can I say? There are various reasons, and perhaps very good reasons. What I did before makes men think that they can't depend on me. At any rate, it is so." "Shall you not speak to Mr. Gresham?" "Certainly not." "What do you say, papa?" "How can I understand it, my dear? There used to be a kind of honour in these things, but that's all old-fashioned now. Ministers used to think of their political friends, but in these days they only regard their political enemies. If you can make a minister afraid of you, then it becomes worth his while to buy you up. Most of the young men rise now by making themselves thoroughly disagreeable. Abuse a minister every night for half a session, and you may be sure to be in office the other half, if you care about it." "May I speak to Barrington Erle?" asked Lady Laura. "I had rather you did not. Of course I must take it as it comes." "But, my dear Mr. Finn, people do make efforts in such cases. I don't doubt but that at this moment there are half a dozen men moving heaven and earth to secure something. No one has more friends than you have." Had not her father been present, he would have told her what his friends were doing for him, and how unhappy such interferences made him, but he could not explain all this before the Earl. "I would so much rather hear about yourself," he said again, smiling. "There is but little to say about us. I suppose papa has told you?" But the Earl had told him nothing, and indeed there was nothing to tell. The lawyer had advised that Mr. Kennedy's friends should be informed that Lady Laura now intended to live in England, and that they should be invited to make to her some statement as to Mr. Kennedy's condition. If necessary, he, on her behalf, would justify her departure from her husband's roof by reference to the outrageous conduct of which Mr. Kennedy had since been guilty. In regard to Lady Laura's fortune, Mr. Forster said she could no doubt apply for alimony, and that if the application were pressed at law she would probably obtain it. but he could not recommend such a step at the present moment. As to the accusation which had been made against her character, and which had become public through the malice of the editor of the People's Banner, Mr. Forster thought that the best refutation would be found in her return to England. At any rate, he would advise no further step at the present moment. Should any further libel appear in the columns of the newspaper, then the question might again be considered. Mr. Forster had already been in Portman Square, and this had been the result of the conference. "There is not much comfort in it all, is there?" said Lady Laura. "There is no comfort in anything," said the Earl. When Phineas took his leave, Lady Laura followed him out into the hall, and they went together into the large, gloomy dining room, gloomy and silent now, but which in former days he had known to be brilliant with many lights, and cheerful with eager voices. "I must have one word with you," she said, standing close to him against the table, and putting her hand upon his arm. "Amidst all my sorrow, I have been so thankful that he did not kill you." "I almost wish he had." "Oh, Phineas, how can you say words so wicked? Would you have had him a murderer?" "A madman is responsible for nothing." "Where should I have been? What should I have done? But of course you do not mean it. You have everything in life before you. Say some word to me more comfortable than that. You cannot think how I have looked forward to meeting you again. It has robbed the last month of half its sadness." He put his arm around her waist and pressed her to his side, but he said nothing. "It was so good of you to go to him as you did. How is he looking?" 20 years older than when you saw him last. "But how in health?" "He was thin and haggard." "Was he pale?" "No, flushed and red. He had not shaved himself for days, nor, as I believe, had he been out of his room since he came up to London. I fancy that he will not live long." "Poor fellow, unhappy man! I was very wrong to marry him, Phineas." "I have never said so, nor indeed thought so." "But I have thought so, and I say it also to you. I owe him any reparation that I can make him, but I could not have lived with him. I had no idea before that the nature of two human beings could be so unlike. I so often remember what you told me of him, here, in this house, when I first brought you together. Alas, how sad it has been!" "Sad indeed." "But can this be true that you tell me of yourself?" "It is quite true. I could not say so before your father, but it is Mr. Bonteen's doing. There is no remedy. I am sure of that. I am only afraid that people are interfering for me in a manner that will be as disagreeable to me as it will be useless." "What friends?" she asked. He was still standing with his arm around her waist, and he did not like to mention the name of Madame Goesler. "The Duchess of Omnium, whom you remember as Lady Glencora Palliser." "Is she a friend of yours?" "No, not particularly. But she is an indiscreet woman, and hates Bonteen, and has taken it into her stupid head to interest herself in my concerns. It is no doing of mine, and yet I cannot help it." "She will succeed." "I don't want assistance from such a quarter, and I feel sure that she will not succeed." "What will you do, Phineas?" "What shall I do? Carry on the battle as long as I can without getting into debt, and then vanish." "You vanished once before, did you not? With a wife?" "And now I shall vanish alone. My poor little wife! It seems all like a dream. She was so good, so pure, so pretty, so loving." "Loving! A man's love is so easily transferred, as easily as a woman's hand. Is it not, Phineas? Say the word, for it is what you are thinking." "I was thinking of no such thing." "You must think it. You need not be afraid to reproach me. I could bear it from you. What could I not bear from you? Oh, Phineas, if I had only known myself then as I do now." "It is too late for regrets," he said. There was something in the words which grated on her feelings, and induced her at length to withdraw herself from his arm. Too late for regrets! She had never told herself that it was not too late. She was the wife of another man, and therefore surely it was too late. But still the word coming from his mouth was painful to her. It seemed to signify that for him at least the game was all over. "Yes, indeed," she said, "if our regrets and remorse were at our disposal. You might as well say that it is too late for unhappiness, too late for weariness, too late for all the misery that comes from a life's disappointments." "I should have said that indulgence in regrets is vain." That is a scrap of philosophy which I have heard so often before. But we will not quarrel, will we, on the first day of my return? I hope not. And I may speak to Barrington? No, certainly not. But I shall. How can I help it? He will be here tomorrow, and will be full of the coming changes. How should I not mention your name? He knows, not all that has passed, but too much not to be aware of my anxiety. Of course your name will come up. What I request, what I demand is that you ask no favour for me. Your father will miss you, will he not? I had better go now. Good night, Phineas. Good night, dear friend. Dearest, dearest friend, she said. Then he left her, and without assistance let himself out into the square. In her intercourse with him there was a passion the expression of which caused him sorrow and almost dismay. He did not say so even to himself, but he felt that a time might come in which he would resent the coldness of demeanour which it would be imperative upon him to adopt in his intercourse with her. He knew now how imprudent he had been to stand there with his arm around her waist. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39, Cagliostro. It had been settled that Parliament should meet on the Thursday in Easter week, and it was known to the world at large that Cabinet Councils were held on the Friday previous, on the Monday, and on the Tuesday, but nobody knew what took place at those meetings. Cabinet Councils are, of course, very secret. What kind of oath the members take not to divulge any tittle of the proceedings at these awful conferences the general public does not know. But it is presumed that the oaths taken are very solemn, and it is known that they are very binding. Nevertheless, it is not an uncommon thing to hear openly at the clubs an account of what has been settled. And as we all know, not a council is held as to which the editor of the People's Banner does not inform its readers the next day exactly what took place. But as to these 3 Cabinet Councils, there was an increased mystery abroad. Statements indeed were made, very definite and circumstantial, but then they were various and directly opposed to one another. According to the People's Banner, Mr. Daubeny had resolved, with that enduring courage which was his peculiar characteristic, that he would not be overcome by faction, but would continue to exercise all the functions of Prime Minister until he had had an opportunity of learning whether his great measure had been opposed by the sense of the country, or only by the tactics of an angry and greedy party. Other journals declared that the Ministry as a whole had decided on resigning, but the clubs were in a state of agonizing doubt. At the great stronghold of Conservative policy in Pall Mall, men were silent, embarrassed, and unhappy. The party was at heart divorced from its leaders, and a party without leaders is powerless. To these gentlemen there could be no triumph whether Mr. Daubeny went out or remained in office. They had been betrayed, but as a body were unable even to accuse the traitor. As regarded most of them, they had accepted the treachery and bowed their heads beneath it by means of their votes. and as to the few who had been staunch, they also were cowed by a feeling that they had been instrumental in destroying their own power by endeavouring to protect a doomed institution. Many a thriving county member in those days expressed a wish among his friends that he had never meddled with the affairs of public life, and hinted at the Chiltern Hundreds. On the other side, there was undoubtedly something of a rabid desire for immediate triumph, which almost deserved that epithet of greedy which was then commonly used by Conservatives in speaking of their opponents. With the Liberal leaders, such men as Mr. Gresham and the two Dukes, the anxiety displayed was, no doubt, on behalf of the country. It is right, according to our Constitution, that the government should be entrusted to the hands of those whom the constituencies of the country have most trusted. And, on behalf of the country, it behooves the men in whom the country has placed its trust to do battle in season and out of season, to carry on war internecine, till the demands of the country are obeyed. A sound political instinct had induced Mr. Gresham on this occasion to attack his opponent simply on the ground of his being the leader only of a minority in the House of Commons. But from among Mr. Gresham's friends there had arisen a noise which sounded very like a clamour for place, and this noise of course became aggravated in the ears of those who were to be displaced. Now, during Easter week, the clamour became very loud. Could it be possible that the arch-fiend of a minister would dare to remain in office till the end of a hurried session, and then again dissolve Parliament? Men talked of rows in London, even of revolution, and there were meetings in open places, both by day and night. Petitions would be prepared, and the country was to be made to express itself. When, however, Thursday afternoon came, Mr. Daubeny threw up the sponge. Up to the last moment, the course which he intended to pursue was not known to the country at large. He entered the House very slowly, almost with a languid air, as though indifferent to its performances, and took his seat at about 4:30. Every man there felt that there was insolence in his demeanour, and yet there was nothing on which it was possible to fasten in the way of an expressed complaint. There was a faint attempt at a cheer, for good soldiers acknowledged the importance of supporting even an unpopular general. But Mr. Daubeny's soldiers on this occasion were not very good. When he had been seated about 5 minutes, he rose, still very languidly, and began his statement. He and his colleagues, he said, in their attempt to legislate for the good of their country, had been beaten in regard to a very great measure by a large majority, and in compliance with what he acknowledged to be the expressed opinion of the House, he had considered it to be his duty, as his colleagues had considered it to be theirs, to place their joint resignations in the hands of Her Majesty. This statement was received with considerable surprise, as it was not generally known that Mr. Daubeny had as yet even seen the Queen. But the feeling most predominant in the House was one almost of dismay at the man's quiescence. He and his colleagues had resigned, and he had recommended Her Majesty to send for Mr. Gresham. He spoke in so low a voice as to be hardly audible to the House at large, and then paused, ceasing to speak as though his work were done. He even made some gesture, as though stepping back to his seat, deceived by which Mr. Gresham, at the other side of the table, rose to his legs. "Perhaps," said Mr. Daubeny, "perhaps the right honourable gentleman would pardon him, and the House would pardon him, if still, for a moment, he interposed between the House and the right honourable gentleman." He could well understand the impatience of the right honourable gentleman, who no doubt was anxious to reassume that authority among them, the temporary loss of which he had not perhaps borne with all the equanimity which might have been expected from him. He would promise the House and the right honourable gentleman that he would not detain them long. Mr. Gresham threw himself back into his seat, evidently not without annoyance, and his enemy stood for a moment looking at him. Unless they were angels, these two men must at that moment have hated each other, and it is supposed that they were no more than human. It was afterwards said that the little ruse of pretending to resume his seat had been deliberately planned by Mr. Daubeny with the view of seducing Mr. Gresham into an act of seeming impatience, and that these words about his opponent's failing equanimity had been carefully prepared. Mr. Daubeny stood for a minute silent, and then began to pour forth that which really was his speech on the occasion. Those flaccid, half-pronounced syllables in which he had declared that he had resigned had been studiously careless, purposely flaccid. It was his duty to let the House know the fact, and he did his duty. But now he had a word to say in which he himself could take some little interest. Mr. Daubeny could be fiery or flaccid as it suited himself, and now it suited him to be fiery. He had a prophecy to make, and prophets have ever been energetic men. Mr. Daubeny conceived it to be his duty to inform the House, and through the House the country, that now, at last, had the day of ruin come upon the British Empire, because it had bowed itself to the dominion of an unscrupulous and greedy faction. It cannot be said that the language which he used was unmeasured, because no word that he uttered would have warranted the Speaker in calling him to order. But within the very wide bounds of parliamentary etiquette, there was no limit to the reproach and reprobation which he heaped on the House of Commons for its late vote. And his audacity equalled his insolence. In announcing his resignation, he had condescended to speak of himself and his colleagues, but now he dropped his colleagues as though they were unworthy of his notice, and spoke only of his own doings, of his own efforts to save the country, which was indeed willing to be saved, but unable to select fitting instruments of salvation. He had been twitted, he said, with inconsistency to his principles by men who were simply unable to understand the meaning of the word conservatism. These gentlemen seemed to think that any man who did not set himself up as an apostle of constant change must therefore be bound always to stand still and see his country perish from stagnation. It might be that there were gentlemen in that House whose timid nature could not face the dangers of any movement, but for himself he would say that no word had ever fallen from his lips which justified either his friends or his adversaries in classing him among the number. If a man be anxious to keep his fire alight, does he refuse to touch the sacred coals, as in the course of nature they are consumed? Or does he move them with the salutary poker, and add fresh fuel from the basket? They all knew that enemy to the comfort of the domestic hearth, who could not keep his hands for a moment from the fire-irons. Perhaps he might be justified if he said that they had been very much troubled of late in that house by gentlemen who could not keep their fingers from poker and tongs. But there had now fallen upon them a trouble of a nature much more serious in its effects than any that had come or could come from would-be reformers. A spirit of personal ambition, a wretched thirst for office, a hankering after the power and privileges of ruling, had not only actuated men, as alas had been the case since first the need for men to govern others had arisen in the world, but had been openly avowed and put forward as an adequate and sufficient reason for opposing a measure in disapprobation of which no single argument had been used. The right honourable gentleman's proposition to the House had been simply this: I shall oppose this measure, be it good or bad, because I desire, myself, to be Prime Minister, and I call upon those whom I lead in politics to assist me in doing so, in order that they may share the good things on which we may thus be enabled to lay our hands. Then there arose a great row in the House, and there seemed to be a doubt whether the still existing minister of the day would be allowed to continue his statement. Mr. Gresham rose to his feet, but sat down again instantly, without having spoken a word that was audible. 2 or 3 voices were heard calling upon the Speaker for protection. It was, however, asserted afterwards that nothing had been said which demanded the Speaker's interference. But all moderate voices were soon lost in the enraged clamour of members on each side. The insolence showered upon those who generally supported Mr. Daubeny had equalled that with which he had exasperated those opposed to him, and as the words had fallen from his lips, there had been no purpose of cheering him from the Conservative benches. But noise creates noise, and shouting is a ready and easy mode of contest. For a while it seemed as though the right side of the Speaker's chair was only beaten by the majority of lungs on the left side, and in the midst of it all Mr. Daubeny still stood firm on his feet till gentlemen had shouted themselves silent, and then he resumed his speech. The remainder of what he said was profound, prophetic, and unintelligible. The gist of it, so far as it could be understood when the bran was bolted from it, consisted in an assurance that the country had now reached that period of its life in which rapid decay was inevitable, and that as the mortal disease had already shown itself in its worst form, national decrepitude was imminent, and natural death could not long be postponed. They who attempted to read the prophecy with accuracy were of the opinion that the prophet had intimated that had the nation, even in this its crisis, consented to take him, the prophet, as its sole physician, and to obey his prescription with childlike docility, health might not only have been re-established, but a new juvenescence absolutely created. The nature of the medicine that should have been taken was even supposed to have been indicated in some very vague terms. Had he been allowed to operate, he would have cut the taproots of the national cancer, have introduced fresh blood into the national veins, and resuscitated the national digestion, and he seemed to think that the nation, as a nation, was willing enough to undergo the operation, and be treated as he should choose to treat it, but that the incubus of Mr. Gresham, backed by an unworthy House of Commons, had prevented and was preventing the nation from having its way. Therefore the nation must be destroyed. Mr. Daubeny, as soon as he had completed his speech, took up his hat and stalked out of the House. It was supposed at the time that the retiring Prime Minister had intended, when he rose to his legs, not only to denounce his opponents, but also to separate himself from his own unworthy associates. Men said that he had become disgusted with politics, disappointed and altogether demoralized by defeat, and great curiosity existed as to the steps which might be taken at the time by the party of which he had hitherto been the leader. On that evening, at any rate, nothing was done. When Mr. Daubeny was gone, Mr. Gresham rose and said that in the present temper of the House he thought it best to postpone any statement from himself. He had received Her Majesty's commands only as he had entered the House, and in obedience to those commands he should wait upon Her Majesty early tomorrow. He hoped to be able to inform the House at the afternoon sitting what was the nature of the commands with which Her Majesty might honour him. "What do you think of that?" Phineas asked Mr. Monk as they left the House together. "I think our Chatham of to-day is but a very poor copy of him who misbehaved a century ago." "Does not the whole thing distress you?" "Not particularly. I have always felt that there has been a mistake about Mr. Daubeny. By many he has been accounted as a statesman, whereas to me he has always been a political Cagliostro. Now a conjurer, I think, is a very pleasant fellow to have among us, if we know that he is a conjurer. But a conjurer who is believed to do his tricks without sleight of hand is a dangerous man. It is essential that such a one should be found out and known to be a conjurer, and I hope that such knowledge may have been communicated to some men this afternoon." "He was very great," said Ratler to Bonteen. "Did you not think so?" "Yes, I did. Very powerful indeed. But the party is broken up to atoms." "Atoms soon come together again in politics," said Ratler. "They can't do without him. They haven't got anybody else. I wonder what he did when he got home." "Had some gruel and went to bed," said Bonteen. "They say these scenes in the House never disturb him at home." from which conversations it may be inferred that Mr. Monk and Messrs. Ratler and Bonteen did not agree in their ideas respecting political conjurers. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. The Prime Minister is hard pressed. It can never be a very easy thing to form a ministry. The one chosen chief is readily selected. Circumstances, indeed, have probably left no choice in the matter. Every man in the country who has at all turned his thoughts that way knows very well who will be the next Prime Minister when it comes to pass that a change is imminent. In these days the occupant of the throne can have no difficulty. Mr. Gresham recommends Her Majesty to send for Mr. Daubeny, or Mr. Daubeny for Mr. Gresham, as some 10 or a dozen years since Mr. Mildmay told her to send for Lord de Terrier, or Lord de Terrier for Mr. Mildmay. The Prime Minister is elected by the nation, but the nation, except in rare cases, cannot go below that in arranging details, and the man for whom the Queen sends is burdened with the necessity of selecting his colleagues. It may be, probably must always be the case, that this, that, and the other colleagues are clearly indicated to his mind, but then each of these colleagues may want his own inferior coadjutors, and so the difficulty begins, increases, and at length culminates. On the present occasion it was known at the end of a week that Mr. Gresham had not filled all his offices, and that there were difficulties. It was announced that the Duke of St. Bungay could not quite agree on certain points with Mr. Gresham, and that the Duke of Omnium would do nothing without the other Duke. The Duke of St. Bungay was very powerful, as there were 3 or 4 of the old adherents of Mr. Mildmay who would join no government unless he was with them. Sir Harry Coldfoot and Lord Plinlimmon would not accept office without the Duke. The Duke was essential, and now, though the Duke's character was essentially that of a practical man who never raised unnecessary trouble, men said that the Duke was at the bottom of it all. The Duke did not approve of Mr. Bonteen. Mr. Gresham, so it was said, insisted on Mr. Bonteen, appealing to the other Duke. But that other Duke, our own special Duke, Planty Pal that was, instead of standing up for Mr. Bonteen, was cold and unsympathetic. He could not join the ministry without his friend, the Duke of St. Bungay, and as to Mr. Bonteen, he thought that perhaps a better selection might be made. Such were the club rumours which took place as to the difficulties of the day, and, as is generally the case, they were not far from the truth. Neither of the dukes had absolutely put a veto on poor Mr. Bonteen's elevation, but they had expressed themselves dissatisfied with the appointment, and the younger duke had found himself called upon to explain that although he had been thrown into much communication with Mr. Bonteen, he had never himself suggested that that gentleman should follow him at the Exchequer. This was one of the many difficulties which beset the Prime Minister-elect in the performance of his arduous duty. Lady Glencora, as people would still persist in calling her, was at the bottom of it all. She had sworn an oath inimical to Mr. Bonteen, and did not leave a stone unturned in her endeavours to accomplish it. If Phineas Finn might find acceptance, then Mr. Bonteen might be allowed to enter Elysium. A second Juno, she would allow the Romulus she hated to sit in the seats of the blessed, to be fed with nectar, and to have his name printed in the lists of unruffled cabinet meetings, but only on conditions. Phineas Finn must be allowed a seat also, and a little nectar, though it were at the second table of the gods. For this she struggled, speaking her mind boldly to this and that member of her husband's party, but she struggled in vain. She could obtain no assurance on behalf of Phineas Finn. The Duke of St. Bungay would do nothing for her. Barrington Erle had declared himself powerless. Her husband had condescended to speak to Mr. Bonteen himself, and Mr. Bonteen's insolent answer had been reported to her. Then she went sedulously to work, and before a couple of days were over, she did make her husband believe that Mr. Bonteen was not fit to be Chancellor of the Exchequer. This took place before Mr. Daubeny's statement, while the Duke and Duchess of St. Bungay were still at Matching, while Mr. Bonteen, unconscious of what was being done, was still in the house. Before the 2 days were over, the Duke of St. Bungay had a very low opinion of Mr. Bonteen, but was quite ignorant of any connection between that low opinion and the fortunes of Phineas Finn. Plantagenet, of all your men that are coming up, your Mr. Bonteen is the worst. I often think that you are going downhill, both in character and intellect, but if you go as low as that, I shall prefer to cross the water and live in America. This she said in the presence of the two dukes. What has Mr. Bonteen done? Asked the elder, laughing. He was boasting this morning openly of whom he intended to bring with him into the cabinet. Truth demands that the chronicler should say that this was a positive fib. Mr. Bonteen, no doubt, had talked largely and with indiscretion, but had made no such boast as that of which the Duchess accused him. Mr. Gresham will get astray if he doesn't allow someone to tell him the truth. She did not press the matter any further then, but what she had said was not thrown away. Your wife is almost right about that man, the elder Duke said to the younger. It's Mr. Gresham's doing, not mine, said the younger. She's right about Gresham, too, said the elder. With all his immense intellect and capacity for business, no man wants more looking after. That evening Mr. Bonteen was singled out by the Duchess for her special attention, and in the presence of all who were there assembled, he made himself an ass. He could not save himself from talking about himself when he was encouraged. On this occasion he offended all those feelings of official discretion and personal reticence which had been endeared to the old Duke by the lessons which he had learned from former statesmen, and by the experience of his own life. To be quiet, unassuming, almost affectedly modest in any mention of himself, low-voiced, reflecting always more than he resolved, and resolving always more than he said, had been his aim. Conscious of his high rank, and thinking, no doubt, much of the advantages in public life which his birth and position had given him, still he would never have ventured to speak of his own services as necessary to any government. That he had really been indispensable to many he must have known, but not to his closest friend would he have said so in plain language. To such a man the arrogance of Mr. Bonteen was intolerable. There is probably more of the flavour of political aristocracy to be found still remaining among our liberal leading statesmen than among their opponents. A Conservative cabinet is doubtless never deficient in dukes and lords, and the sons of such, but Conservative dukes and lords are recruited here and there, and, as recruits, are new to the business, whereas among the old Whigs a halo of statecraft has for ages past so strongly pervaded and enveloped certain great families that the power in the world of politics thus produced still remains, and is even yet efficacious in creating a feeling of exclusiveness. They say that misfortune makes men acquainted with strange bedfellows. The old hereditary Whig cabinet ministers must, no doubt, by this time have learned to feel themselves at home with strange neighbours at their elbows, but still with them something of the feeling of high blood, of rank, of living in a park with deer about it remains. They still entertain a pride in their cabinets, and have, at any rate, not as yet submitted themselves to a conjurer. The Charles James Fox element of liberality still holds its own, and the fragrance of Cavendish is essential. With no man was this feeling stronger than with the Duke of St. Bungay, though he well knew how to keep it in abeyance, even to the extent of self-sacrifice. Bonteens must creep into the holy places. The faces which he loved to see, born chiefly of other faces he had loved when young, could not cluster around the sacred table without others which were much less welcome to him. He was wise enough to know that exclusiveness did not suit the nation, though human enough to feel that it must have been pleasant to himself. There must be Bonteens, but when any Bonteen came up who loomed before his eyes especially disagreeable, it seemed to him to be a duty to close the door against such a one, if it could be closed without violence. A constant, gentle pressure against the door would tend to keep down the number of the Bonteens. "I am not sure that you are not going a little too quick in regard to Mr. Bonteen," said the elder Duke to Mr. Gresham, before he had finally assented to a proposition originated by himself, that he should sit in the Cabinet without a portfolio. "Palliser wishes it," said Mr. Gresham shortly. "He and I think there has been some mistake about that. You suggested the appointment to him, and he felt unwilling to raise an objection without giving the matter very mature consideration. You can understand that." "Upon my word, I thought that the selection would be peculiarly agreeable to him." Then the Duke made a suggestion. "Could not some special office at the Treasury be constructed for Mr. Bonteen's acceptance, having special reference to the question of decimal coinage?" "But how about the salary?" asked Mr. Gresham. "I couldn't propose a new office with a salary above £2,000. "Couldn't we make it permanent?" suggested the Duke, "with permission to hold a seat if he can get one?" "I fear not," said Mr. Gresham. "He got into a very unpleasant scrape when he was financial secretary," said the Duke. "But whither wouldst thou muse? Unmeet for jock and lyre are themes like these. Shalt thou the talk of gods repeat, debasing by thy strains of feet such lofty mysteries?" The absolute words of a conversation so lofty shall no longer be attempted, but it may be said that Mr. Gresham was too wise to treat as of no account the objections of such a one as the Duke of St. Bungay. He saw Mr. Bonteen, and he saw the other Duke, and difficulties arose. Mr. Bonteen made himself very disagreeable indeed. As Mr. Bonteen had never absolutely been as yet more than a demigod, our Muse, light as she is, may venture to report that he told Mr. Rattler that he'd be if he'd stand it. If he were to be thrown over now, he'd make such a row, and would take such care that the fat should be in the fire, that his enemies, whoever they were, should wish that they had kept his fingers off him. He knew who was doing it. If he did not know, his guess was right. In his heart he accused the young Duchess, though he mentioned her name to no one. And it was the young Duchess. Then there was made an insidious proposition to Mr. Gresham, which reached him at last through Barrington Erle, that matters would go quieter if Phineas Finn were placed in his old office at the Colonies, instead of Lord Fawn, whose name had been suggested, and for whom, as Barrington Erle declared, no one cared a brass farthing. Mr. Gresham, when he heard this, thought that he began to smell a rat, and was determined to be on his guard. Why should the appointment of Mr. Phineas Finn make things go easier in regard to Mr. Bonteen? There must be some woman's fingers in the pie. Now Mr. Gresham was firmly resolved that no woman's fingers should have anything to do with his pie. How the thing went from bad to worse it would be bootless here to tell. Neither of the two dukes absolutely refused to join the ministry, but they were persistent in their objection to Mr. Bonteen, and were joined in it by Lord Plinlimmon and Sir Harry Coldfoot. It was in vain that Mr. Gresham urged that he had no other man ready and fit to be Chancellor of the Exchequer. That excuse could not be accepted. There was Legge Wilson, who 12 years since had been at the Treasury and would do very well. Now Mr. Gresham had always personally hated Legge Wilson, and had therefore offered him the Board of Trade. Legge Wilson had disgusted him by accepting it, and the name had already been published in connection with the office. But in the lists which had appeared towards the end of the week, no name was connected with the office of Chancellor of the Exchequer, and no office was connected with the name of Mr. Bonteen. The editor of the People's Banner, however, expressed the gratification of that journal that even Mr. Gresham had not dared propose Mr. Phineas Finn for any place under the Crown. At last Mr. Bonteen was absolutely told that he could not be Chancellor of the Exchequer. If he would consent to give his very valuable services to the country with the view of carrying through Parliament the great measure of decimal coinage, he should be President of the Board of Trade, but without a seat in the Cabinet. He would thus become the Right Honourable Bonteen, which no doubt would be a great thing for him, and, not busy in the Cabinet, must be able to devote his time exclusively to the great measure above named. What was to become of trade generally was not specially explained, but, as we all know, there would be a vice-president to attend to details. The proposition very nearly broke the man's heart. With a voice stopped by agitation, with anger flashing from his eyes, almost in a convulsion of mixed feelings, he reminded his chief of what had been said about his appointment in the House. Mr. Gresham had already absolutely defended it. After that, did Mr. Gresham mean to withdraw a promise that had so formally been made? But Mr. Gresham was not to be caught in that way. He had made no promise, had not even stated to the House that such appointment was to be made. A very improper question had been asked as to a rumour, in answering which he had been forced to justify himself by explaining that discussions respecting the office had been necessary. "Mr. Bonteen," said Mr. Gresham, "no one knows better than you the difficulties of a minister. If you can act with us, I shall be very grateful to you. If you cannot, I shall regret the loss of your services." Mr. Bonteen took 24 hours to consider, and was then appointed President of the Board of Trade, without a seat in the Cabinet. Mr. Legge Wilson became Chancellor of the Exchequer. When the lists were completed, no office whatever was assigned to Phineas Finn. "I haven't done with Mr. Bonteen yet," said the young Duchess to her friend Madame Goesler. The secrets of the world are very marvellous, but they are not themselves half so wonderful as the way in which they become known to the world. There could be no doubt that Mr. Bonteen's high ambition had foundered, and that he had been degraded through the secret enmity of the Duchess of Omnium. It was equally certain that his secret enmity to Phineas Finn had brought this punishment on his head. But before the ministry had been a week in office, almost everybody knew that it was so. The rumours were full of falsehood, but yet they contained the truth. The Duchess had done it. The Duchess was the bosom friend of Lady Laura Kennedy, who was in love with Phineas Finn. She had gone on her knees to Mr. Gresham to get a place for her friend's favourite, and Mr. Gresham had refused. Consequently, at her bidding, half a dozen embryo ministers, her husband among the number, had refused to be amenable to Mr. Gresham. Mr. Gresham had at last consented to sacrifice Mr. Bonteen, who had originally instigated him to reject the claims of Phineas Finn. That the degradation of the one man had been caused by the exclusion of the other, all the world knew. "It shuts the door to me for ever and ever," said Phineas to Madame Goesler. "I don't see that." "Of course it does. Such an affair places a mark against a man's name which will never be forgotten." "Is your heart set upon holding some trifling appointment under a minister?" "To tell you the truth, it is, or rather it was. The prospect of office to me was more than perhaps to any other expectant. Even this man Bonteen has some fortune of his own, and can live if he be excluded. I have given up everything for the chance of something in this line." "Other lines are open." "Not to me, Madame Goesler. I do not mean to defend myself. I have been very foolish, very sanguine, and am now very unhappy." "What shall I say to you?" "The truth." "In truth, then, I do not sympathize with you. The thing lost is too small, too mean, to justify unhappiness." "But, Madame Goesler, you are a rich woman." "Well? If you were to lose it all, would you not be unhappy? It has been my ambition to live here in London as one of a special set which dominates all other sets in our English world. To do so a man should have means of his own. I have none, and yet I have tried it. thinking that I could earn my bread at it as men do at other professions. I acknowledge that I should not have thought so. No man should attempt what I have attempted without means, at any rate to live on, if he fail. But I am not the less unhappy because I have been silly. What will you do? Ah, what? Another friend asked me that the other day, and I told her I should vanish. Who is that friend? Lady Laura. She is in London again now? Yes, she and her father are in Portman Square. She has been an injurious friend to you. No, by heaven, exclaimed Phineas. But for her I should never have been here at all, never have had a seat in Parliament, never have been in office, never have known you. And might have been the better off without any of these things. No man ever had a better friend than Lady Laura has been to me. Malice, wicked and false as the devil, has lately joined our names together to the incredible injury of both of us, but it has not been her fault. You are energetic in defending her. And so would she be in defending me. Circumstances threw us together and made us friends. Her father and her brother were my friends. I happened to be of service to her husband. We belonged to the same party, and therefore, because she has been unfortunate in her marriage, people tell lies of her. It is a pity he should not die and leave her, said Madame Goesler slowly. Why so? Because then you might justify yourself in defending her by making her your wife. She paused, but he made no answer to this. You are in love with her, she said. It is untrue. Mr. Finn. Well, what would you have? I am not in love with her. To me she is no more than my sister. Were she as free as air, I should not ask her to be my wife. Can a man and woman feel no friendship without being in love with each other? I hope they may, said Madame Goesler. Had he been lynx-eyed, he might have seen that she blushed, but it required quick eyes to discover a blush on Madame Goesler's face. You and I are friends. Indeed we are, he said, grasping her hand as he took his leave. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 41. I Hope I'm Not Distrusted. Gerard Maule, as the reader has been informed, wrote 3 lines to his dearest Adelaide to inform her that her father would not assent to the suggestion respecting Maule Abbey which had been made by Lady Chiltern, and then took no further steps in the matter. In the fortnight next after the receipt of his letter, nothing was heard of him at Harrington Hall, and Adelaide, though she made no complaint, was unhappy. Then came the letter from Mr. Spooner, with all its rich offers, and Adelaide's mind was for a while occupied with wrath against her second suitor. But as the egregious folly of Mr. Spooner, for to her thinking the aspirations of Mr. Spooner were egregiously foolish, died out of her mind, her thoughts reverted to her engagement. Why did not the man come to her, or why did he not write? She had received from Lady Chiltern an invitation to remain with them, the Chilterns, till her marriage. But, dear Lady Chiltern, who knows when it will be? Adelaide had said. Lady Chiltern had good-naturedly replied that the longer it was put off, the better for herself. But you'll be going to London or abroad before that day comes. Lady Chiltern declared that she looked forward to no festivities which could under any circumstances remove her 24 hours' travelling distance from the kennels. Probably she might go up to London for a couple of months as soon as the hunting was over, and the hounds had been drafted, and the horses had been coddled, and every covert had been visited. From the month of May till the middle of July she might perhaps be allowed to be in town, as communications by telegram could now be made day and night. After that, preparations for cub hunting would be imminent, and as a matter of course it would be necessary that she should be at Harrington Hall at so important a period of the year. During those couple of months she would be very happy to have the companionship of her friend, and she hinted that Gerard Maule would certainly be in town. "I begin to think it would have been better that I should never have seen Gerard Maule," said Adelaide Palliser. This happened about the middle of March, while hunting was still in force. Gerard's horses were standing in the neighbourhood, but Gerard himself was not there. Mr. Spooner, since that short disheartening note had been sent to him by Lord Chiltern, had not been seen at Harrington. There was a Harrington lawn meet on one occasion, but he had not appeared till the hounds were at the neighbouring covert side. Nevertheless, he had declared that he did not intend to give up the pursuit, and had even muttered something of the sort to Lord Chiltern. "I am one of those fellows who stick to a thing, you know," he said. "I am afraid you had better give up sticking to her, because she's going to marry somebody else." "I've heard all about that, my lord. He's a very nice sort of young man, but I'm told he hasn't got his house ready yet for a family." All of which Lord Chiltern repeated to his wife. Neither of them spoke to Adelaide again about Mr. Spooner, but this did cause a feeling in Lady Chiltern's mind that perhaps this engagement with young Maule was a foolish thing, and that, if so, she was in a great measure responsible for the folly. "Don't you think you'd better write to him?" she said one morning. "Why does he not write to me?" "But he did, when he wrote you that his father would not consent to give up the house. You did not answer him then." "It was 2 lines, without a date. I don't even know where he lives." "You know his club." "Yes, I know his club. I do feel, Lady Chiltern, that I have become engaged to marry a man as to whom I am altogether in the dark. I don't like writing to him at his club." "You have seen more of him here and in Italy than most girls see of their future husbands." "So I have, but I have seen no one belonging to him. Don't you understand what I mean? I feel all at sea about him. I'm sure he does not mean any harm." "Certainly he does not." "But then he hardly means any good." "I never saw a man more earnestly in love," said Lady Chiltern. "Oh yes, he's quite enough in love, but—" "But what?" "He'll just remain up in London thinking about it, and never tell himself that there's anything to be done. And then down here, what is my best hope? Not that he'll come to see me, but that he'll come to see his horse, and that so, perhaps, I may get a word with him." Then Lady Chiltern suggested with a laugh that perhaps it might have been better that she should have accepted Mr. Spooner. There would have been no doubt as to Mr. Spooner's energy and purpose. "Only that if there was not another man in the world I wouldn't marry him, and that I never saw any other man except Gerard Maule whom I even fancied I could marry." About a fortnight after this, when the hunting was all over, in the beginning of April, she did write to him as follows, and did direct her letter to his club. In the meantime Lord Chiltern had intimated to his wife that if Gerard Maule behaved badly, he should consider himself to be standing in the place of Adelaide's father or brother. His wife pointed out to him that were he her father or her brother, he could do nothing, that in these days, let a man behave ever so badly, no means of punishing was within reach of the lady's friends. But Lord Chiltern would not assent to this. He muttered something about a horsewhip, and seemed to suggest that one man could, if he were so minded, always have it out with another, if not in this way, then in that. Lady Chiltern protested, and declared that horsewhips could not under any circumstances be efficacious. "He had better mind what he is about," said Lord Chiltern. It was after this that Adelaide wrote her letter. Harrington Hall, 5th April. Dear Gerard, I have been thinking that I should hear from you, and have been surprised, I may say unhappy, because I have not done so. Perhaps you thought I ought to have answered the 3 words which you wrote to me about your father. If so, I will apologize, only they did not seem to give me anything to say. I was very sorry that your father should have cut up rough, as you call it, but you must remember that we both expected that he would refuse, and that we are only therefore where we thought we should be. I suppose we shall have to wait till Providence does something for us, only, if so, it would be pleasanter to me to hear your opinion about it. The Chilterns are surprised that you shouldn't have come back and seen the end of the season. There were some very good runs just at the last, particularly one last Monday. But on Wednesday Trumpeton Wood was again blank, and there was some row about wires. I can't explain it all, but you must come, and Lord Chiltern will tell you. I have gone down to see the horses ever so often, but I don't care to go now, as you never write to me. They are all three quite well, and Fan looks as silken and as soft as any lady need do. Lady Chiltern has been kinder than I can tell you. I go up to town with her in May, and shall remain with her while she is there. So far I have decided. After that, my future home must, sir, depend on the resolution and determination, or perhaps on the vagaries and caprices of him who is to be my future master. Joking apart, I must know to what I am to look forward before I can make up my mind whether I will or will not go back to Italy towards the end of the summer. If I do, I fear I must do so just in the hottest time of the year, but I shall not like to come down here again after leaving London, unless something by that time has been settled. I shall send this to your club, and I hope that it will reach you. I suppose that you are in London. Good-bye, dearest Gerard. Yours, most affectionately, Adelaide. If there is anything that troubles you, pray tell me. I ask you because I think it would be better for you that I should know. I sometimes think that you would have written if there had not been some misfortune. God bless you. Gerard was in London and sent the following note by return of post. Blank Club, Tuesday. Dearest Adelaide, all right. If Chiltern can take me for a couple of nights, I'll come down next week and settle about the horses, and will arrange everything. Ever your own, with all my heart, G.M. He will settle about his horses and arrange everything, said Adelaide, as she showed the letter to Lady Chiltern. The horses first, and everything afterwards. The everything, of course, includes all my future happiness, the day of my marriage, whether tomorrow or in 10 years' time, and the place where we shall live. At any rate, he's coming. Yes, but when? He says next week, but he does not name any day. Did you ever hear or see anything so unsatisfactory? I thought you would be glad to see him. So I should be, if there was any sense in him. I shall be glad, and shall kiss him. I dare say you will. And let him put his arm around my waist and be happy. He will be happy because he will think of nothing beyond. But what is to be the end of it? He says he will settle everything. But he will have thought of nothing. What must I settle? That is the question. When he was told to go to his father, he went to his father. When he failed there, the work was done, and the trouble was off his mind. I know him so well. If you think so ill of him, why did you consent to get into his boat? Said Lady Chiltern seriously. I don't think ill of him. Why do you say that I think ill of him? I think better of him than of anybody else in the world. But I know his fault, and as it happens, it is a fault so very prejudicial to my happiness. You ask me why I got into his boat. Why does any girl get into a man's boat? Why did you get into Lord Chiltern's? I promised to marry him when I was 7 years old, so he says. But you wouldn't have done it if you hadn't had a sort of feeling that you were born to be his wife. I haven't got into this man's boat yet, but I can never be happy unless I do, simply because— You love him. Yes, just that. I have a feeling that I should like to be in his boat, and I shouldn't like to be anywhere else. After you have come to feel like that about a man, I don't suppose it makes any difference whether you think him perfect or imperfect. He's just my own, at least I hope so, the one thing that I've got. If I wear a stuff frock, I'm not going to despise it because it's not silk. Mr. Spooner would be the stuff frock. No, Mr. Spooner is shoddy, and very bad shoddy too. On the Saturday in the following week, Gerard Maule did arrive at Harrington Hall, and was welcomed as only accepted lovers are welcomed. Not a word of reproach was uttered as to his delinquencies. No doubt he got the kiss with which Adelaide had herself suggested that his coming would be rewarded. He was allowed to stand on the rug before the fire with his arm round her waist. Lady Chiltern smiled on him. His horses had been specially visited that morning, and a lively report as to their condition was made to him. Not a word was said on that occasion which could distress him. Even Lord Chiltern, when he came in, was gracious to him. "Well, old fellow," he said, "you've missed your hunting." "Yes, indeed, things kept me in town." "We had some uncommonly good runs." "Have the horses stood pretty well?" asked Gerard. "I felt uncommonly tempted to borrow yours, and should have done so once or twice if I hadn't known that I should have been betrayed." "I wish you had, with all my heart," said Gerard. And then they went to dress for dinner. In the evening, when the ladies had gone to bed, Lord Chiltern took his friend off to the smoking-room. At Harrington Hall it was not unusual for the ladies and gentlemen to descend together into the very comfortable pandemonium which was so called when, as was the case at present, the terms of intimacy between them were sufficient to warrant such a proceeding. But on this occasion Lady Chiltern went very discreetly upstairs, and Adelaide, with equal discretion, followed her. It had been arranged beforehand that Lord Chiltern should say a salutary word or two to the young man. Maule began about the hunting, asking questions about this and that, but his host stopped him at once. Lord Chiltern, when he had a task on hand, was always inclined to get through it at once, perhaps with an energy that was too sudden in its effects. "Maule," he said, "you ought to make up your mind what you mean to do about that girl." "Do about her? How?" "You and she are engaged, I suppose?" "Of course we are. There isn't any doubt about it." "Just so. But when things come to be like that, all delays are good fun to the man, but they're the very devil to the girl." "I thought it was always the other way up, and that girls wanted delay." "That's only a theoretical delicacy which never means much. When a girl is engaged, she likes to have the day fixed. When there's a long interval, the man can do pretty much as he pleases, while the girl can do nothing except think about him. Then it sometimes turns out that when he's wanted, he's not there." "I hope I'm not distrusted," said Gerard, with an air that showed that he was almost disposed to be offended. "Not in the least. The women here think you the finest paladin in the world, and Miss Palliser would fly at my throat if she thought that I said a word against you. But she's in my house, you see, and I'm bound to do exactly as I should if she were my sister." "And if she were your sister?" "I should tell you that I couldn't approve of the engagement unless you were prepared to fix the time of your marriage, and I should ask you where you intended to live." "Wherever she pleases. I can't go to Maule Abbey while my father lives, without his sanction." "And he may live for the next 20 years. Or 30. Then you are bound to decide upon something else. It's no use saying that you leave it to her. You can't leave it to her. What I mean is this, that now you are here, I think you are bound to settle something with her. Good night, old fellow." End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Marcinkiewicz. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 42. Boulogne. Gerard Maule, as he sat upstairs half undressed in his bedroom that night, didn't like it. He hardly knew what it was that he did not like, but he felt that there was something wrong. He thought that Lord Chiltern had not been warranted in speaking to him with a tone of authority, and in talking of a brother's position, and the rest of it. He had lacked the presence of mind for saying anything at the moment, but he must say something sooner or later. He wasn't going to be driven by Lord Chiltern. When he looked back at his own conduct, he thought that it had been more than noble, almost romantic. He had fallen in love with Miss Palliser, and spoken his love out freely, without any reference to money. He didn't know what more any fellow could have done. As to his marrying out of hand, the day after his engagement, as a man of fortune can do, everybody must have known that that was out of the question. Adelaide, of course, had known it. It had been suggested to him that he should consult his father as to living at Maule Abbey. Now, if there was one thing he hated more than another, it was consulting his father, and yet he had done it. He had asked for a loan of the old house in perfect faith, and it was not his fault that it had been refused. He could not make a house to live in, nor could he coin a fortune. He had £800 a year of his own, but of course he owed a little money. Men with such incomes always do owe a little money. It was almost impossible that he should marry quite at once. It was not his fault that Adelaide had no fortune of her own. When he fell in love with her, he had been a great deal too generous to think of fortune, and that ought to be remembered now to his credit. Such was the sum of his thoughts, and his anger spread itself from Lord Chiltern even unto Adelaide herself. Chiltern would hardly have spoken in that way unless she had complained. She, no doubt, had been speaking to Lady Chiltern, and Lady Chiltern had passed it on to her husband. He would have it out with Adelaide on the next morning, quite decidedly, and he would make Lord Chiltern understand that he would not endure interference. He was quite ready to leave Harrington Hall at a moment's notice if he were ill-treated. This was the humour in which Gerard Maule put himself to bed that night. On the following morning he was very late at breakfast, so late that Lord Chiltern had gone over to the kennels. As he was dressing, he had resolved that it would be fitting that he should speak again to his host before he said anything to Adelaide that might appear to impute blame to her. He would ask Chiltern whether anything was meant by what had been said overnight. But, as it happened, Adelaide had been left alone to pour out his tea for him, and, as the reader will understand to have been certain on such an occasion, they were left together for an hour in the breakfast parlour. It was impossible that such an hour should be passed without some reference to the grievance which was lying heavy on his heart. "Late, I should think you are," said Adelaide, laughing. "It is nearly 11. Lord Chiltern has been out an hour. I suppose you never get up early except for hunting." "People always think it is so wonderfully virtuous to get up. What's the use of it?" "Your breakfast is so cold." "I don't care about that. I suppose they can boil me an egg. I was very seedy when I went to bed." "You smoked too many cigars, sir." "No, I didn't. But Chiltern was saying things that I didn't like." Adelaide's face at once became very serious. "Yes, a good deal of sugar, please. I don't care about toast, and anything does for me. He has gone to the kennels, has he?" "He said he should. What was he saying last night?" "Nothing particular. He has a way of blowing up, you know, and he looks at one just as if he expected that everybody was to do just what he chooses." "You didn't quarrel?" "Not at all. I went off to bed without saying a word. I hate jaws. I shall just put it right this morning, that's all." "Was it about me, Gerard?" "It doesn't signify the least." "But it does signify. If you and he were to quarrel, would it not signify to me very much? How could I stay here with them, or go up to London with them, if you and he had really quarrelled? You must tell me. I know that it was about me." Then she came and sat close to him. "Gerard," she continued, "I don't think you understand how much everything is to me that concerns you." When he began to reflect, he could not quite recollect what it was that Lord Chiltern had said to him. He did remember that something had been suggested about a brother and sister which had implied that Adelaide might want protection, but there was nothing unnatural or other than kind in the position which Lord Chiltern had declared that he would assume. "He seemed to think that I wasn't treating you well," said he, turning round from the breakfast table to the fire, "and that is a sort of thing I can't stand." "I have never said so, Gerard." "I don't know what it is that he expects, or why he should interfere at all. I can't bear to be interfered with. What does he know about it? He has had somebody to pay everything for him 6 times, but I have to look out for myself." "What does all this mean?" "You would ask me, you know. I am bothered out of my life by ever so many things, and now he comes and adds his botheration." "What bothers you, Gerard? If anything bothers you, surely you will tell me. If there has been anything to trouble you since you saw your father, why have you not written and told me? Is your trouble about me?" "Well, of course it is, in a sort of way." "I will not be a trouble to you." "Now you are going to misunderstand me. Of course you are not a trouble to me. You know that I love you better than anything in the world." "I hope so. Of course I do." Then he put his arm round her waist and pressed her to his bosom. "But what can a man do? When Lady Chiltern recommended that I should go to my father and tell him, I did it. I knew that no good could come of it. He wouldn't lift his hand to do anything for me." "How horrid that is!" "He thinks it a shame that I should have my uncle's money, though he never had any more right to it than that man out there. He is always saying that I am better off than he is." "I suppose you are." "I am very badly off. I know that. People seem to think that £800 is ever so much, but I find it to be very little." "And it will be much less if you are married," said Adelaide gravely. "Of course, everything must be changed. I must sell my horses, and we must cut and run, and go and live at Boulogne, I suppose. But a man can't do that kind of thing all in a moment. Then Chiltern comes and talks as though he were virtue personified. What business is it of his?" Then Adelaide became still more grave. She had now removed herself from his embrace, and was standing a little apart from him on the rug. She did not answer him at first, and when she did so, she spoke very slowly. "We have been rash, I fear, and have done what we have done without sufficient thought." "I don't say that at all." "But I do. It does seem now that we have been imprudent." Then she smiled as she completed her speech. "There had better be no engagement between us." "Why do you say that?" "Because it is quite clear that it has been a trouble to you, rather than a happiness." "I wouldn't give it up for all the world." "But it will be better. I had not thought about it as I should have done. I did not understand that the prospect of marrying would make you so very poor. I see it now. You had better tell Lord Chiltern that it is done with, and I will tell her the same. It will be better, and I will go back to Italy at once." "Certainly not. It is not done with, and it shall not be done with." "Do you think I will marry the man I love when he tells me that by marrying me he will be banished to Boulogne? You had better see Lord Chiltern. Indeed you had." And then she walked out of the room. Then came upon him at once a feeling that he had behaved badly. And yet he had been so generous, so full of intentions to be devoted and true. He had never for a moment thought of breaking off the match, and would not think of it now. He loved her better than ever, and would live only with the intention of making her his wife. But he certainly should not have talked to her of his poverty, nor should he have mentioned Boulogne. And yet what should he have done? She would cross-question him about Lord Chiltern, and it was so essentially necessary that he should make her understand his real condition. It had all come from that man's unjustifiable interference, as he would at once go and tell him. Of course he would marry Adelaide, but the marriage must be delayed. Everybody waits 12 months before they are married, and why should she not wait? He was miserable because he knew that he had made her unhappy, but the fault had been with Lord Chiltern. He would speak his mind frankly to Chiltern, and then would explain with loving tenderness to his Adelaide that they would still be all in all to each other, but that a short year must elapse before he could put his house in order for her. After that he would sell his horses. That resolve was in itself so great that he did not think it necessary at the present moment to invent any more plans for the future. So he went out into the hall, took his hat, and marched off to the kennels. At the kennels he found Lord Chiltern surrounded by the denizens of the hunt. His huntsman, with the kennelman and feeder, and 2 whips, and old Doggett were all there, and the master of the hounds was in the middle of his business. The dogs were divided by ages, as well as by sex, and were being brought out and examined. Old Doggett was giving advice, differing almost always from Cox, the huntsman, as to the propriety of keeping this hound or of cashiering that. Nose, pace, strength, and docility were all questioned with an eagerness hardly known in any other business. And on each question Lord Chiltern listened to everybody, and then decided with a single word. When he had once resolved, nothing further urged by any man then could avail anything. Jove never was so autocratic, and certainly never so much in earnest. From the look of Lord Chiltern's brow, it almost seemed as though this weight of empire must be too much for any mere man. Very little notice was taken of Gerard Maule when he joined the conclave, though it was felt in reference to him that he was sufficiently staunch a friend to the hunt to be trusted with the secrets of the kennel. Lord Chiltern merely muttered some words of greeting, and Cox lifted the old hunting cap which he wore. For another hour the conference was held. Those who have attended such meetings know well that a morning on the flags is apt to be a long affair. Old Doggett, who had privileges, smoked a pipe, and Gerard Maule lit one cigar after another. But Lord Chiltern had become too thorough a man of business to smoke when so employed. At last the last order was given. Doggett snarled his last snarl, and Cox uttered his last "My lord." Then Gerard Maule and the master left the hounds, and walked home together. The affair had been so long that Gerard had almost forgotten his grievance. But now, as they got out together upon the park, he remembered the tone of Adelaide's voice as she left him, and remembered also that, as matters stood at present, it was essentially necessary that something should be said. "I suppose I shall have to go and see that woman," said Lord Chiltern. "Do you mean Adelaide?" asked Maule, in a tone of infinite surprise. "I mean this new Duchess, who I'm told is to manage everything herself. That man Fothergill is going on with just the old game at Trumpeton." "Is he indeed? I was thinking of something else just at that moment. You remember what you were saying about Miss Palliser last night?" "Yes." "Well, I don't think, you had a right to speak as you did." Lord Chiltern almost flew at his companion as he replied, "I said nothing. I do say that when a man becomes engaged to a girl he should let her hear from him, so that they may know what each other is about." "You hinted something about being her brother." "Of course I did. If you mean well by her, as I hope you do, it can't fret you to think that she has got somebody to look after her till you come in and take possession. It is the commonest thing in the world when a girl is left all alone as she is." "You seem to make out that I wasn't treating her well." "I said nothing of the kind, Maule, but if you ask me—" "I don't ask you anything." "Yes, you do. You come and find fault with me for speaking last night in the most good-natured way in the world, and therefore I tell you now that you will be behaving very badly indeed, unless you make some arrangement at once as to what you mean to do." "That's your opinion," said Gerard Maule. "Yes, it is, and you'll find it to be the opinion of any man or woman that you may ask who knows anything about such things. And I'll tell you what, Master Maule, if you think you're going to face me down, you'll find yourself mistaken. Stop a moment and just listen to me. You haven't a much better friend than I am, and I'm sure she hasn't a better friend than my wife. All this has taken place under our roof, and I mean to speak my mind plainly. What do you propose to do about your marriage?" "I don't propose to tell you what I mean to do." "Will you tell Miss Palliser, or my wife?" "That is just as I may think fit." "Then I must tell you that you cannot meet her at my house." "I'll leave it to-day." "You needn't do that either. You sleep on it, and then make up your mind. You can't suppose that I have any curiosity about it. The girl is fond of you, and I suppose that you are fond of her. Don't quarrel for nothing. If I have offended you, speak to Lady Chiltern about it." "Very well, I will speak to Lady Chiltern." When they reached the house, it was clear that something was wrong. Miss Palliser was not seen again before dinner, and Lady Chiltern was grave and very cold in her manner to Gerard Maule. He was left alone all the afternoon, which he passed with his horses and groom, smoking more cigars, but thinking all the time of Adelaide Palliser's last words, of Lord Chiltern's frown, and of Lady Chiltern's manner to him. When he came into the drawing-room before dinner, Lady Chiltern and Adelaide were both there, and Adelaide immediately began to ask questions about the kennel and the huntsman. But she studiously kept at a distance from him, and he himself felt that it would be impossible to resume at present the footing on which he stood with them both on the previous evening. Presently Lord Chiltern came in, and another man and his wife who had come to stay at Harrington. Nothing could be more dull than the whole evening. At least, so Gerard found it. He did take Adelaide in to dinner, but he did not sit next to her at table, for which, however, there was an excuse, as, had he done so, the newcomer must have been placed by his wife. He was cross, and would not make an attempt to speak to his neighbour, and, though he tried once or twice to talk to Lady Chiltern, than whom, as a rule, no woman was ever more easy in conversation, he failed altogether. Now and again he strove to catch Adelaide's eye, but even in that he could not succeed. When the ladies left the room, Chiltern and the newcomer, who was not a sporting man, and therefore did not understand the question, became lost in the mazes of Trumpeton Wood. But Gerard Maule did not put in a word, nor was a word addressed to him by Lord Chiltern. As he sat there sipping his wine, he made up his mind that he would leave Harrington Hall the next morning. When he was again in the drawing-room, things were conducted in just the same way. He spoke to Adelaide, and she answered him, but there was no word of encouragement, not a tone of comfort in her voice. He found himself driven to attempt conversation with the strange lady, and at last was made to play whist with Lady Chiltern and the two newcomers. Later on in the evening, when Adelaide had gone to her own chamber, he was invited by Lady Chiltern into her own sitting-room upstairs, and there the whole thing was explained to him. Miss Palliser had declared that the match should be broken off. "Do you mean altogether, Lady Chiltern?" "Certainly I do. Such a resolve cannot be a half-and-half arrangement." "But why?" "I think you must know why, Mr. Maule." "I don't in the least. I won't have it broken off. I have as much right to have a voice in the matter as she has, and I don't in the least believe it's her doing." "Mr. Maule!" "I do not care. I must speak out. Why does she not tell me so herself?" "She did tell you so." "No, she didn't. She said something, but not that. I don't suppose a man was ever so used before. And it's all Lord Chiltern. Just because I told him that he had no right to interfere with me. And he has no right." "You and Oswald were away together when she told me that she had made up her mind. Oswald has hardly spoken to her since you have been in the house. He certainly has not spoken to her about you since you came to us." "What is the meaning of it, then?" "You told her that your engagement had overwhelmed you with troubles." "Of course, there must be troubles." "And that you would have to be banished to Boulogne when you were married." "I didn't mean her to take that literally." "It wasn't a nice way, Mr. Maule, to speak of your future life to the girl to whom you were engaged. Of course it was her hope to make your life happier, not less happy, and when you made her understand, as you did very plainly, that your married prospects filled you with dismay, of course she had no other alternative but to retreat from her engagement." "I wasn't dismayed." "It is not my doing, Mr. Maule." "I suppose she'll see me?" "If you insist upon it, she will, but she would rather not." Gerard, however, did insist, and Adelaide was brought to him there into that room before he went to bed. She was very gentle with him, and spoke to him in a tone very different from that which Lady Chiltern had used. But he found himself utterly powerless to change her. That unfortunate allusion to a miserable exile at Boulogne had completed the work which the former plaints had commenced, and had driven her to a resolution to separate herself from him altogether. "Mr. Maule," she said, "when I perceived that our proposed marriage was looked upon by you as a misfortune, I could do nothing but put an end to our engagement." "But I didn't think it a misfortune." You made me think that it would be unfortunate for you, and that is quite as strong a reason. I hope we shall part as friends." "I won't part at all," he said, standing his ground with his back to the fire. "I don't understand it. By heaven I don't. Because I said some stupid thing about Boulogne, all in joke." "It was not in joke when you said that troubles had come heavy on you since you were engaged." "A man may be allowed to know, himself, whether he was in joke or not. I suppose the truth is you don't care about me." "I hope, Mr. Maule, that in time it may come, not quite to that." "I think that you are using me very badly. I think that you are behaving falsely to me. I think that I am very shamefully treated among you. Of course I shall go. Of course I shall not stay in this house. A man can't make a girl keep her promise. No, I won't shake hands. I won't even say good-bye to you. Of course I shall go." So saying, he slammed the door behind him. "If he cares for you, he'll come back to you," Lady Chiltern said to Adelaide that night, who at the moment was lying on her bed in a sad condition, frantic with headache. "I don't want him to come back. I will never make him go to Boulogne." "Don't think of it, dear." "Not think of it? How can I help thinking of it? I shall always think of it. But I never want to see him again. Never! How can I want to marry a man who tells me that I shall be a trouble to him? He shall never, never have to go to Boulogne for me." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Marcinkiewicz. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 43. The Second Thunderbolt. The quarrel between Phineas Finn and Mr. Bonteen had now become the talk of the town, and had taken many various phases. The political phase, though it was perhaps the best understood, was not the most engrossing. There was the personal phase, which had reference to the direct altercation that had taken place between the two gentlemen, and to the correspondence between them which had followed, as to which phase it may be said that, though there were many rumours abroad, very little was known. It was reported in some circles that the two aspirants for office had been within an ace of striking each other. In some, again, that a blow had passed, and in others, further removed probably from the House of Commons and the Universe Club, that the Irishman had struck the Englishman, and that the Englishman had given the Irishman a thrashing. This was a phase that was very disagreeable to Phineas Finn. And there was a third, which may perhaps be called the general social phase, and which unfortunately dealt with the name of Lady Laura Kennedy. They all, of course, worked into each other, and were enlivened and made interesting with the names of a great many big persons. Mr. Gresham, the Prime Minister, was supposed to be very much concerned in this matter. He, it was said, had found himself compelled to exclude Phineas Finn from the government, because of the unfortunate alliance between him and the wife of one of his late colleagues, and had also thought it expedient to dismiss Mr. Bonteen from his cabinet, for it had amounted almost to dismissal, because Mr. Bonteen had made indiscreet official allusion to that alliance. In consequence of this working in of the first and third phase, Mr. Gresham encountered hard usage from some friends and from many enemies. Then, of course, the scene at Macpherson's Hotel was commented on very generally. An idea prevailed that Mr. Kennedy, driven to madness by his wife's infidelity, which had become known to him through the quarrel between Phineas and Mr. Bonteen, had endeavoured to murder his wife's lover, who had with the utmost effrontery invaded the injured husband's presence with a view of deterring him by threats from a publication of his wrongs. This murder had been nearly accomplished in the centre of the metropolis, by daylight, as if that made it worse, on a Sunday, which added infinitely to the delightful horror of the catastrophe. And yet no public notice had been taken of it. The would-be murderer had been a cabinet minister, and the lover who was so nearly murdered had been an Under-Secretary of State, and was even now a member of Parliament. And then it was positively known that the lady's father, who had always been held in the highest respect as a nobleman, favoured his daughter's lover, and not his daughter's husband. All which things together filled the public with dismay, and caused a delightful excitement, giving quite a feature of its own to the season. No doubt general opinion was adverse to poor Phineas Finn, but he was not without his party in the matter. To oblige a friend by inflicting an injury on his enemy is often more easy than to confer a benefit on the friend himself. We have already seen how the young Duchess failed in her attempt to obtain an appointment for Phineas, and also how she succeeded in destroying the high hopes of Mr. Bonteen. Having done so much, of course she clung heartily to the side which she had adopted, and equally of course Madame Goesler did the same. Between these two ladies there was a slight difference of opinion as to the nature of the alliance between Lady Laura and their hero. The Duchess was of opinion that young men are upon the whole averse to innocent alliances, and that, as Lady Laura and her husband certainly had long been separated, there was probably something in it. "Lord bless you, my dear," the Duchess said, "they were known to be lovers when they were at Loughlinter together before she married Mr. Kennedy. It has been the most romantic affair. She made her father give him a seat for his borough." "He saved Mr. Kennedy's life," said Madame Goesler. "That was one of the most singular things that ever happened. Lawrence Fitzgibbon says that it was all planned, that the garroters were hired, but unfortunately 2 policemen turned up at the moment, so the men were taken. I believe there is no doubt they were pardoned by Sir Henry Coldfoot, who was at the Home Office, and was Lord Brentford's great friend. I don't quite believe it all. It would be too delicious. But a great many do." Madame Goesler, however, was strong in her opinion that the report in reference to Lady Laura was scandalous. She did not believe a word of it, and was almost angry with the Duchess for her credulity. It is probable that very many ladies shared the opinion of the Duchess, but not the less on that account did they take part with Phineas Finn. They could not understand why he should be shut out of office because a lady had been in love with him, and by no means seemed to approve the stern virtue of the Prime Minister. It was an interference with things which did not belong to him, and many asserted that Mr. Gresham was much given to such interference. Lady Cantrip, though her husband was Mr. Gresham's most intimate friend, was altogether of this party, as was also the Duchess of St. Bungay, who understood nothing at all about it, but who had once fancied herself to be rudely treated by Mrs. Bonteen. The young Duchess was a woman very strong in getting up a party, and the old Duchess, with many other matrons of high rank, was made to believe that it was incumbent on her to be a Phineas Finnite. One result of this was that though Phineas was excluded from the Liberal government, all Liberal drawing-rooms were open to him, and that he was a lion. Additional zest was given to all this by the very indiscreet conduct of Mr. Bonteen. He did accept the inferior office of President of the Board of Trade, an office inferior at least to that for which he had been designated, and agreed to fill it without a seat in the cabinet. But having done so, he could not bring himself to bear his disappointment quietly. He could not work and wait and make himself agreeable to those around him, holding his vexation within his own bosom. He was dark and sullen to his chief, and almost insolent to the Duke of Omnium. Our old friend Plantagenet Palliser was a man who hardly knew insolence when he met it. There was such an absence about him of all self-consciousness, he was so little given to think of his own personal demeanour and outward trappings, that he never brought himself to question the manners of others to him. Contradiction he would take for simple argument. Strong difference of opinion, even on the part of subordinates, recommended itself to him. He could put up with apparent rudeness without seeing it, and always gave men credit for good intentions. And with it all he had an assurance in his own position, a knowledge of the strength derived from his intellect, his industry, his rank, and his wealth, which made him altogether fearless of others. When the little dog snarls, the big dog does not connect the snarl with himself, simply fancying that the little dog must be uncomfortable. Mr. Bonteen snarled a good deal, and the new Lord Privy Seal thought that the new President of the Board of Trade was not comfortable within himself. But at last the little dog took the big dog by the ear, and then the big dog put out his paw and knocked the little dog over. Mr. Bonteen was told that he had forgotten himself, and there arose new rumours. It was soon reported that the Lord Privy Seal had refused to work out decimal coinage under the management, in the House of Commons, of the President of the Board of Trade. Mr. Bonteen, in his troubled spirit, certainly did misbehave himself. Among his closer friends he declared very loudly that he didn't mean to stand it. He had not chosen to throw Mr. Gresham over at once, or to make difficulties at the moment, but he would not continue to hold his present position or to support the government without a seat in the cabinet. Palliser had become quite useless, so Mr. Bonteen said, since his accession to the dukedom, and was quite unfit to deal with decimal coinage. It was a burden to kill any man, and he was not going to kill himself, at any rate without the reward for which he had been working all his life, and to which he was fully entitled, namely, a seat in the cabinet. Now there were Bonteenites in those days as well as Phineas Finnites. The latter tribe was for the most part feminine, but the former consisted of some half-dozen members of Parliament, who thought they saw their way in encouraging the forlorn hope of the unhappy financier. A leader of a party is nothing without an organ, and an organ came forward to support Mr. Bonteen, not very creditable to him as a Liberal, being a Conservative organ, but not the less gratifying to his spirit, inasmuch as the organ not only supported him, but exerted its very loudest pipes in abusing the man whom of all men he hated the most. The People's Banner was the organ, and Mr. Quintus Slide was, of course, the organist. The following was one of the tunes he played, and was supposed by himself to be a Second Thunderbolt, and probably a conclusively crushing missile. This thunderbolt fell on Monday, the 3rd of May. Early in last March we found it to be our duty to bring under public notice the conduct of the member for Tankerville in reference to a transaction which took place at a small hotel in Judd Street, and as to which we then ventured to call for the interference of the police. An attempt to murder the member for Tankerville had been made by a gentleman once well known in the political world, who, as it is supposed, had been driven to madness by wrongs inflicted on him in his dearest and nearest family relations. That the unfortunate gentleman is now insane, we believe we may state as a fact. It had become our special duty to refer to this most discreditable transaction from the fact that a paper, still in our hands, had been confided to us for publication by the wretched husband before his senses had become impaired, which, however, we were debarred from giving to the public by an injunction served upon us in sudden haste by the Vice-Chancellor. We are far from imputing evil motives, or even indiscretion, to that functionary, but we are of opinion that the moral feeling of the country would have been served by the publication, and we are sure that undue steps were taken by the member for Tankerville to procure that injunction. No inquiries whatever were made by the police in reference to that attempt at murder, and we do expect that some member will ask a question on the subject in the House. Would such culpable quiescence have been allowed, had not the unfortunate lady whose name we are unwilling to mention been the daughter of one of the colleagues of our present Prime Minister, the gentleman who fired the pistol another of them, and the presumed lover who was fired at also another? We think that we need hardly answer that question. One piece of advice which we ventured to give Mr. Gresham in our former article he has been wise enough to follow. We took upon ourselves to tell him that if, after what has occurred, he ventured to place the member for Tankerville again in office, the country would not stand it, and he has abstained. The jaunty footsteps of Mr. Phineas Finn are not heard ascending the stairs of any office at about 2 in the afternoon, as used to be the case in one of those blessed Downing Street abodes about 3 years since. That scandal is, we think, over, and forever. The good-looking Irish member of Parliament, who had been put in possession of a handsome salary by feminine influences, will not, we think, after what we have already said, again become a burden on the public purse. But we cannot say that we are as yet satisfied in this matter, or that we believe that the public has got to the bottom of it, as it has a right to do in reference to all matters affecting the public service. We have never yet learned why it is that Mr. Bonteen, after having been nominated Chancellor of the Exchequer, for the appointment to that office was declared in the House of Commons by the head of his party, was afterwards excluded from the Cabinet, and placed in an office made peculiarly subordinate by the fact of that exclusion. We have never yet been told why this was done, but we believe that we are justified in saying that it was managed through the influence of the member for Tankerville, and we are quite sure that the public service of the country has thereby been subjected to grievous injury. It is hardly our duty to praise any of that very awkward team of horses which Mr. Gresham drives with an audacity which may atone for his incapacity, if no fearful accident should be the consequence. But if there be one among them whom we could trust for steady work uphill, it is Mr. Bonteen. We were astounded at Mr. Gresham's indiscretion in announcing the appointment of his new Chancellor of the Exchequer some weeks before he had succeeded in driving Mr. Daubeny from office. But we were not the less glad to find that the finances of the country were to be entrusted to the hands of the most competent gentleman whom Mr. Gresham has induced to follow his fortunes. But Mr. Phineas Finn, with his female forces, has again interfered, and Mr. Bonteen has been relegated to the Board of Trade, without a seat in the Cabinet. We should not be at all surprised if, as the result of this disgraceful manoeuvring, Mr. Bonteen found himself at the head of the Liberal party before the session be over. If so, evil would have worked to good. But, be that as it may, we cannot but feel that it is a disgrace to the government, a disgrace to Parliament, and a disgrace to the country that such results should come from the private scandals of 2 or 3 people among us by no means of the best class. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 44, The Browborough Trial. There was another matter of public interest going on at this time which created a great excitement, and this too added to the importance of Phineas Finn, though Phineas was not the hero of the piece. Mr. Browborough, the late member for Tankerville, was tried for bribery. It will be remembered that when Phineas contested the borough in the autumn, this gentleman was returned. He was afterwards unseated, as the result of a petition before the judge, and Phineas was declared to be the true member. The judge who had so decided had reported to the Speaker that further inquiry before a commission into the practices of the late and former elections at Tankerville would be expedient, and such commission had sat in the months of January and February. Half the voters in Tankerville had been examined, and many who were not voters. The commissioners swept very clean, being new brooms, and in their report recommended that Mr. Browborough, whom they had themselves declined to examine, should be prosecuted. That report was made about the end of March, when Mr. Daubeny's great bill was impending. Then there arose a double feeling about Mr. Browborough, who had been regarded by many as a model member of Parliament, a man who never spoke, constant in his attendance, who wanted nothing, who had plenty of money, who gave dinners, to whom a seat in Parliament was the be-all and the end-all of life. It could not be the wish of any gentleman who had been accustomed to his slow step in the lobbies, and his burly form always quiescent on one of the upper seats just below the gangway on the Conservative side of the House, that such a man should really be punished. When the new laws regarding bribery came to take that shape, the hearts of members revolted from the cruelty, the hearts even of members on the other side of the House. As long as a seat was in question, the battle should of course be fought to the nail. Every kind of accusation might then be lavished without restraint, and every evil practice imputed. It had been known to all the world, known as a thing that was a matter of course, that at every election Mr. Browborough had bought his seat. How should a Browborough get a seat without buying it? A man who could not say 10 words, of no family, with no natural following in any constituency, distinguished by no zeal in politics, entertaining no special convictions of his own.
How should such a one recommend himself to any borough unless he went there with money in hand? Of course he had gone to Tankerville with money in his hand, with plenty of money, and had spent it, like a gentleman. Collectively the House of Commons had determined to put down bribery with a very strong hand. Nobody had spoken against bribery with more fervour than Sir Gregory Grogram, who had himself, as Attorney-General, forged the chains for fettering future bribers. He was now again Attorney-General, much to his disgust, as Mr. Gresham had at the last moment found it wise to restore Lord Weaseling to the woolsack, and to his hands was to be entrusted the prosecution of Mr. Browborough. But it was observed by many that the job was not much to his taste. The House had been very hot against bribery, and certain members of the existing government, when the late bill had been passed, had expressed themselves with almost burning indignation against the crime. But through it all there had been a slight undercurrent of ridicule attaching itself to the question, of which only they who were behind the scenes were conscious. The House was bound to let the outside world know that all corrupt practices at elections were held to be abominable by the House, but members of the House as individuals knew very well what had taken place at their own elections, and were aware of the checks which they had drawn. Public houses had been kept open as a matter of course, and nowhere perhaps had more beer been drunk than at Clovelly, the borough for which Gregory Grogram sat. When it came to be a matter of individual prosecution against one whom they had all known, and who as a member had been inconspicuous and therefore inoffensive, against a heavy, rich, useful man who had been in nobody's way, many thought that it would amount to persecution. The idea of putting old Browborough into prison for conduct which habit had made second nature to a large proportion of the House was distressing to members of Parliament generally. The recommendation for this prosecution was made to the House when Mr. Daubeny was in the first agonies of his great bill, and he at once resolved to ignore the matter altogether, at any rate for the present. If he was to be driven out of power, there could be no reason why his Attorney-General should prosecute his own ally and follower, a poor faithful creature, who had never in his life voted against his party, and who had always been willing to accept as his natural leader any one whom his party might select. But there were many who had felt that as Mr. Browborough must certainly now be prosecuted sooner or later, for there could be no final neglecting of the Commissioner's report, it would be better that he should be dealt with by natural friends than by natural enemies. The newspapers, therefore, had endeavoured to hurry the matter on, and it had been decided that the trial should take place at the Durham Spring Assizes in the first week of May. Sir Gregory Grogram became Attorney-General in the middle of April, and he undertook the task upon compulsion. Mr. Browborough's own friends, and Mr. Browborough himself, declared very loudly that there would be the greatest possible cruelty in postponing the trial. His lawyers thought that his best chance lay in bustling the thing on, and were therefore able to show that the cruelty of delay would be extreme, nay, that any postponement in such a matter would be unconstitutional, if not illegal. It would, of course, have been just as easy to show that hurry on the part of the prosecutor was cruel, and illegal, and unconstitutional, had it been considered that the best chance of acquittal lay in postponement. And so the trial was forced forward, and Sir Gregory himself was to appear on behalf of the prosecuting House of Commons. There could be no doubt that the sympathies of the public generally were with Mr. Browborough, though there was little doubt that he was guilty. When the evidence taken by the Commissioners had just appeared in the newspapers, when first the facts of this and other elections at Tankerville were made public, and the world was shown how common it had been for Mr. Browborough to buy votes, how clearly the knowledge of the corruption had been brought home to itself. There had for a short week or so been a feeling against him. 2 or 3 London papers had printed leading articles giving in detail the salient points of the old sinner's criminality, and expressing a conviction that now, at least, would the real criminal be punished. But this had died away, and the anger against Mr. Browborough, even on the part of the most virtuous of the public press, had become no more than lukewarm. Some papers boldly defended him, ridiculed the Commissioners, and declared that the trial was altogether an absurdity. The People's Banner, setting at defiance with an admirable audacity all the facts as given in the Commissioner's report, declared that there was not one tittle of evidence against Mr. Browborough, and hinted that the trial had been got up by the malign influence of that doer of all evil, Phineas Finn. But men who knew better what was going on in the world than did Mr. Quintus Slide were well aware that such assertions as these were both unavailing and unnecessary. Mr. Browborough was believed to be quite safe, but his safety lay in the indifference of his prosecutors, certainly not in his innocence. Mr. Browborough had stolen his horse, and had repeated the theft over and over again. The evidence of it all was forthcoming, had indeed been already sifted. But Sir Gregory Grogram, who was prominent in affairs, knew that the theft might be condoned. Nevertheless, the case came on at the Durham Assizes. Within the last 2 months Browborough had become quite a hero at Tankerville. The Church party had forgotten his broken pledges, and the Radicals remembered only his generosity. Could he have stood for the seat again on the day on which the judges entered Durham, he might have been returned without bribery. Throughout the whole county the prosecution was unpopular. During no portion of his parliamentary career had Mr. Browborough's name been treated with so much respect in the grandly ecclesiastical city as now. He dined with the Dean on the day before the trial, and on the Sunday was shown by the head verger into the stall next to the Chancellor of the diocese, with a reverence which seemed to imply that he was almost as graceful as a martyr. When he took his seat in the court next to his attorney, everybody shook hands with him. When Sir Gregory got up to open his case, not one of the listeners then supposed that Mr. Browborough was about to suffer any punishment. He was arraigned before Mr. Baron Boltby, who had himself sat for a borough in his younger days, and who knew well how things were done. We are all aware how impassionately grand are the minds of judges when men accused of crimes are brought before them for trial. But judges, after all, are men, and Mr. Baron Boltby, as he looked at Mr. Browborough, could not but have thought of the old days. It was nevertheless necessary that the prosecution should be conducted in a properly formal manner, and that all the evidence should be given. There was a cloud of witnesses over from Tankerville, miners, colliers, and the like, having a very good turn of it at the expense of the poor borough. All these men must be examined, and their evidence would no doubt be the same now as when it was given with so damnable an effect before those clean-sweeping commissioners. Sir Gregory's opening speech was quite worthy of Sir Gregory. It was essentially necessary, he said, that the atmosphere of our boroughs should be cleansed and purified from the taint of corruption. The voice of the country had spoken very plainly on the subject, and a verdict had gone forth that there should be no more bribery at elections. At the last election in Tankerville, and, as he feared, at some former elections, there had been manifest bribery. It would be for the jury to decide whether Mr. Browborough himself had been so connected with the acts of his agents as to be himself within the reach of the law. If it were found that he had brought himself within the reach of the law, the jury would no doubt say so, and in such case would do great service to the cause of purity. But if Mr. Browborough had not been personally cognizant of what his agents had done, then the jury would be bound to acquit him. A man was not necessarily guilty of bribery in the eye of the law because bribery had been committed, even though the bribery so committed had been sufficiently proved to deprive him of the seat which he would otherwise have enjoyed. Nothing could be clearer than the manner in which Sir Gregory explained it all to the jury, nothing more eloquent than his denunciations against bribery in general, nothing more mild than his allegations against Mr. Browborough individually. In regard to the evidence, Sir Gregory, with his 2 assistants, went through his work manfully. The evidence was given, not to the same length as at Tankerville before the commissioners, but really to the same effect. But yet the record of the evidence as given in the newspapers seemed to be altogether different. At Tankerville there had been an indignant and sometimes an indiscreet zeal which had communicated itself to the whole proceedings. The general flavour of the trial at Durham was one of good-natured raillery. Mr. Browborough's counsel, in cross-examining the witnesses for the prosecution, displayed none of that righteous wrath righteous on behalf of injured innocence, which is so common with gentlemen employed in the defence of criminals, but bowed and simpered and nodded at Sir Gregory in a manner that was quite pleasant to behold. Nobody scolded anybody. There was no roaring of barristers, no clenching of fists and kicking up of dust, no threats, no allusions to witnesses' oaths. A considerable amount of gentle fun was poked at the witnesses by the defending counsel, but not in a manner to give any pain. Gentlemen who acknowledged to have received 17 shillings and sixpence for their votes at the last election were asked how they had invested their money. Allusions were made to their wives, and a large amount of good-humoured sparring was allowed, in which the witnesses thought that they had the best of it. The men of Tankerville long remembered this trial, and hoped anxiously that there might soon be another. The only man treated with severity was poor Phineas Finn, and luckily for himself he was not present. His qualifications as Member of Parliament for Tankerville were somewhat roughly treated. Each witness there, when he was asked what candidate would probably be returned for Tankerville at the next election, readily answered that Mr. Browborough would certainly carry the seat. Mr. Browborough sat in the court throughout it all, and was the hero of the day. The judge's summing up was very short, and seemed to have been given almost with indolence. The one point on which he insisted was the difference between such evidence of bribery as would deprive a man of his seat, and that which would make him subject to the criminal law. By the criminal law a man could not be punished for the acts of another. Punishment must follow a man's own act. If a man were to instigate another to murder, he would be punished, not for the murder, but for the instigation. They were now administering the criminal law, and they were bound to give their verdict for an acquittal, unless they were convinced that the man on his trial had himself, wilfully and wittingly, been guilty of the crime imputed. He went through the evidence, which was in itself clear against the old sinner, and which had been in no instance validly contradicted, and then left the matter to the jury. The men in the box put their heads together, and returned a verdict of acquittal without one moment's delay. Sir Gregory Grogram and his assistants collected their papers together. The judge addressed 3 or 4 words almost of compliment to Mr. Browborough, and the affair was over, to the manifest contentment of everyone there present. Sir Gregory Grogram was by no means disappointed, and everybody, on his own side in Parliament and on the other, thought that he had done his duty very well. The clean-sweeping commissioners, who had been animated with wonderful zeal by the nature and novelty of their work, probably felt that they had been betrayed, but it may be doubted whether anyone else was disconcerted by the result of the trial, unless it might be some poor innocents here and there about the country who had been induced to believe that bribery and corruption were in truth to be banished from the purlieus of Westminster. Mr. Roby and Mr. Rattler, who filled the same office each for his own party, in and out, were both acquainted with each other, and apt to discuss parliamentary questions in the library and smoking-room of the House, where such discussions could be held on most matters. "I was very glad that the case went as it did at Durham," said Mr. Rattler. "And so am I," said Mr. Roby. "Browborough was always a good fellow." "Not a doubt about it, and no good could have come from a conviction. I suppose there has been a little money spent at Tankerville." "And at other places one could mention," said Mr. Roby. "Of course there has, and money will be spent again. Nobody dislikes bribery more than I do. The House, of course, dislikes it. But if a man loses his seat, surely that is punishment enough. It's better to have to draw a cheque sometimes than to be out in the cold." "Nevertheless, members would prefer that their seats should not cost them so much," continued Mr. Rattler. "But the thing can't be done all at once. That idea of pouncing upon one man and making a victim of him is very disagreeable to me. I should have been very sorry to have seen a verdict against Browborough. You must acknowledge that there was no bitterness in the way in which Grogram did it." "We all feel that," said Mr. Roby, who was perhaps by nature a little more candid than his rival. "And when the time comes, no doubt, we shall return the compliment." The matter was discussed in quite a different spirit between 2 other politicians. "So Sir Gregory has failed at Durham," said Lord Cantrip to his friend Mr. Gresham. "I was sure he would." "And why?" Why? How am I to answer such a question? Did you think that Mr. Browborough would be convicted of bribery by a jury?" "No, indeed," answered Lord Cantrip. "And can you tell me why?" "Because there was no earnestness in the matter, either with the Attorney General or with anyone else." "And yet," said Mr. Gresham, "Grogram is a very earnest man when he believes in his case. No member of Parliament will ever be punished for bribery as for a crime, till members of Parliament generally look upon bribery as a crime. We are very far from that as yet. I should have thought a conviction to be a great misfortune." "Why so?" "Because it would have created ill blood, and our own hands in this matter are not a bit cleaner than those of our adversaries. We can't afford to pull their houses to pieces before we have put our own in order. The thing will be done, but it must, I fear, be done slowly, as is the case with all reforms from within." Phineas Finn, who was very sore and unhappy at this time, and who consequently was much in love with purity and anxious for severity, felt himself personally aggrieved by the acquittal. It was almost tantamount to a verdict against himself. And then he knew so well that bribery had been committed, and was so confident that such a one as Mr. Browborough could have been returned to Parliament by none other than corrupt means. In his present mood he would have been almost glad to see Mr. Browborough at the treadmill, and would have thought 6 months' solitary confinement quite inadequate to the offence. "I never read anything in my life that disgusted me so much," he said to his friend Mr. Monk. "I can't go along with you there. If any man ever was guilty of bribery, he was guilty." "I don't doubt it for a moment." "And yet Grogram did not try to get a verdict." "Had he tried ever so much, he would have failed. In a matter such as that, political and not social in its nature, a jury is sure to be guided by what it has, perhaps unconsciously, learned to be the feeling of the country. No disgrace is attached to their verdict, and yet everybody knows that Mr. Browborough had bribed, and all those who have looked into it know, too, that the evidence was conclusive." "Then are the jury all perjured?" said Phineas. "I have nothing to say to that. No stain of perjury clings to them. They are better received in Durham today than they would have been had they found Mr. Browborough guilty. In business, as in private life, they will be held to be as trustworthy as before, and they will be, for aught that we know, quite trustworthy. There are still circumstances in which a man, though on his oath, may be untrue with no more stain of falsehood than falls upon him when he denies himself at his front door, though he happen to be at home. What must we think of such a condition of things, Mr. Monk? That it's capable of improvement. I do not know that we can think anything else. As for Sir Gregory Grogram and Baron Boltby and the jury, it would be a waste of power to execrate them. In political matters it is very hard for a man in office to be purer than his neighbours, and when he is so, he becomes troublesome. I have found that out before today. With Lady Laura Kennedy, Phineas did find some sympathy, but then she would have sympathized with him on any subject under the sun. If he would only come to her and sit with her, she would fool him to the top of his bent. He had resolved that he would go to Portman Square as little as possible, and had been confirmed in that resolution by the scandal which had now spread everywhere about the town in reference to himself and herself. But still he went. He never left her till some promise of returning at some stated time had been extracted from him. He had even told her of his own scruples and of her danger, and they had discussed together that last thunderbolt which had fallen from the Jove of the People's Banner. But she had laughed his caution to scorn. Did she not know herself and her own innocence? Was she not living in her father's house, and with her father? Should she quail beneath the stings and venom of such a reptile as Quintus Slide? "Oh, Phineas," she said, "let us be braver than that." He would much prefer to have stayed away, but still he went to her. He was conscious of her dangerous love for him. He knew well that it was not returned. He was aware that it would be best for both that he should be apart. But yet he could not bring himself to wound her by his absence. "I do not see why you should feel it so much," she said, speaking of the trial at Durham. "We were both on our trial, he and I. Everybody knows that he bribed and that you did not." "Yes, and everybody despises me and pats him on the back. I am sick of the whole thing. There is no honesty in the life we lead." "You got your seat at any rate." "I wish with all my heart that I had never seen the dirty, wretched place," said he. "Oh, Phineas, do not say that." "But I do say it. Of what use is the seat to me? If I could only feel that any one knew—" "Knew what, Phineas?" "It doesn't matter." "I understand. I know that you have meant to be honest, while this man has always meant to be dishonest. I know that you have intended to serve your country, and have wished to work for it. But you cannot expect that it should all be roses." "Roses? The nosegays which are worn down at Westminster are made of garlic and dandelions." End of chapter 44. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Chapter 45 of Phineas Redux. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 45, Some Passages in the Life of Mr. Emilius. The writer of this chronicle is not allowed to imagine that any of his readers have read the wonderful and vexatious adventures of Lady Eustace, a lady of good birth, of high rank, and of large fortune, who but a year or two since became almost a martyr to a diamond necklace which was stolen from her. With her history the present reader has but small concern, but it may be necessary that he should know that the lady in question, who had been a widow with many suitors, at last gave her hand and her fortune to a clergyman whose name was Joseph Emilius. Mr. Emilius, though not an Englishman by birth, and, as was supposed, a Bohemian Jew in the earlier days of his career, had obtained some reputation as a preacher in London, and had moved, if not in fashionable circles, at any rate in circles so near to fashion as to be brought within the reach of Lady Eustace's charms. They were married, and for some months Mr. Emilius enjoyed a halcyon existence, the delights of which were, perhaps, not materially marred by the necessity which he felt of subjecting his young wife to marital authority. "My dear," he would say, "you will know me better soon, and then things will be smooth." In the meantime he drew more largely upon her money than was pleasing to her and to her friends, and appeared to have requirements for cash which were both secret and unlimited. At the end of 12 months Lady Eustace had run away from him, and Mr. Emilius had made overtures by accepting which his wife would be enabled to purchase his absence at the cost of half her income. The arrangement was not regarded as being in every respect satisfactory, but Lady Eustace declared passionately that any possible sacrifice would be preferable to the company of Mr. Emilius. There had, however, been a rumour before her marriage that there was still living in his old country a Mrs. Emilius when he married Lady Eustace, and though it had been supposed by those who were the most nearly concerned with Lady Eustace that this report had been unfounded and malicious, nevertheless, when the man's claims became so exorbitant, reference was again made to the charge of bigamy. If it could be proved that Mr. Emilius had a wife living in Bohemia, a cheaper mode of escape would be found for the persecuted lady than that which he himself had suggested. It had happened that since her marriage with Mr. Emilius, Lady Eustace had become intimate with our Mr. Bonteen and his wife. She had been at one time engaged to marry Lord Fawn, one of Mr. Bonteen's colleagues, and during the various circumstances which had led to the disruption of that engagement, this friendship had been formed. It must be understood that Lady Eustace had a most desirable residence of her own in the country, Portray Castle in Scotland, and that it was thought expedient by many to cultivate her acquaintance. She was rich, beautiful, and clever, and though her marriage with Mr. Emilius had never been looked upon as a success, still, in the estimation of some people, it added an interest to her career. The Bonteens had taken her up, and now both Mr. and Mrs. Bonteen were hot in pursuit of evidence which might prove Mr. Emilius to be a bigamist. When the disruption of conjugal relations was commenced, Lady Eustace succeeded in obtaining refuge at Portray Castle without the presence of her husband. She fled from London during a visit he made to Brighton with the object of preaching to a congregation by which his eloquence was held in great esteem. He left London in one direction by the 5 p.m. express train on Saturday, and she in the other by the limited mail at 8:45. A telegram informing him of what had taken place reached him the next morning at Brighton while he was at breakfast. He preached his sermon, charming the congregation by the graces of his extempore eloquence, moving every woman there to tears, and then was after his wife before the ladies had taken their first glass of sherry at luncheon. But her ladyship had 24 hours' start of him, although he did his best, and when he reached Portray Castle, the door was shut in his face. He endeavoured to obtain the aid of blacksmiths to open, as he said, his own hall door, to obtain the aid of constables to compel the blacksmiths, of magistrates to compel the constables, and even of a judge to compel the magistrates, but he was met on every side by a statement that the lady of the castle declared that she was not his wife, and that therefore he had no right whatever to demand that the door should be opened. Some other woman, so he was informed that the lady said, out in a strange country was really his wife. It was her intention to prove him to be a bigamist and to have him locked up. In the meantime, she chose to lock herself up in her own mansion. Such was the nature of the message that was delivered to him through the bars of the lady's castle. How poor Lady Eustace was protected, and at the same time made miserable by the energy and unrestrained language of one of her own servants, Andrew Gowran by name, it hardly concerns us now to inquire. Mr. Emilius did not succeed in effecting an entrance, but he remained for some time in the neighbourhood, and had notices served on the tenants in regard to the rents, which puzzled the poor folk round Portray Castle very much. After a while, Lady Eustace, finding that her peace and comfort imperatively demanded that she should prove the allegations which she had made, fled again from Portray Castle to London, and threw herself into the hands of the Bonteens. This took place just as Mr. Bonteen's hopes in regard to the Chancellorship of the Exchequer were beginning to soar high, and when his hands were very full of business. But with that energy for which he was so conspicuous, Mr. Bonteen had made a visit to Bohemia during his short Christmas holidays, and had there set people to work. When at Prague he had, he thought, very nearly unravelled the secret himself. He had found the woman whom he believed to be Mrs. Emilius, who was now living somewhat merrily in Prague under another name. She acknowledged that in old days, when they were both young, she had been acquainted with a certain Joseph Emilius, at a time in which he had been in the employment of a Jewish money-lender in the city, but, as she declared, she had never been married to him. Mr. Bonteen learned also that the gentleman now known as Mr. Joseph Emilius of the London Chapel had been known in his own country as Joseph Emilius, the name which had been borne by the very respectable Jew who was his father. Then Mr. Bonteen had returned home, and, as we all know, had become engaged in matters of deeper import than ever in the deliverance of Lady Eustace from her thraldom. Mr. Emilius made no attempt to obtain the person of his wife while she was under Mr. Bonteen's custody, but he did renew his offer to compromise. If the estate could not afford to give him the 2,000 a year which he had first demanded, he would take 1,500. He explained this all personally to Mr. Bonteen, who condescended to see him. He was very eager to make Mr. Bonteen understand how bad even then would be his condition. Mr. Bonteen was of course aware that he would have to pay very heavily for insuring his wife's life. He was piteous, argumentative, and at first gentle, but when Mr. Bonteen somewhat rashly told him that the evidence of a former marriage and of the present existence of the former wife would certainly be forthcoming, he defied Mr. Bonteen and his evidence, and swore that if his claims were not satisfied, he would make use of the power which the English law gave him for the recovery of his wife's person. And as to her property, it was his, not hers. From this time forward, if she wanted to separate herself from him, she must ask him for an allowance. Now, it certainly was the case that Lady Eustace had married the man without any sufficient precaution as to keeping her money in her own hands, and Mr. Emilius had insisted that the rents of the property, which was hers for her life, should be paid to him and on his receipt only. The poor tenants had been noticed this way and noticed that, till they had begun to doubt whether their safest course would not be to keep their rents in their own hands. But lately the lawyers of the Eustace family, who were not, indeed, very fond of Lady Eustace personally, came forward for the sake of the property, and guaranteed the tenants against all proceedings until the question of the legality of the marriage should be settled. So Mr. Emilius, or the Reverend Emilius, as everyone now called him, went to law, and Lady Eustace went to law, and the Eustace family went to law, but still, as yet, no evidence was forthcoming sufficient to enable Mr. Bonteen, as the lady's friend, to put the gentleman into prison. It was said for a while that Emilius had absconded. After his interview with Mr. Bonteen, he certainly did leave England and made a journey to Prague. It was thought that he would not return, and that Lady Eustace would be obliged to carry on the trial which was to liberate her and her property in his absence. She was told that the very fact of his absence would go far with the jury, and she was glad to be freed from his presence in England. But he did return, declaring aloud that he would have his rights. His wife should be made to put herself into his hands, and he would obtain possession of the income which was his own. People then began to doubt. It was known that a very clever lawyer's clerk had been sent to Prague to complete the work there which Mr. Bonteen had commenced. But the clerk did not come back as soon as was expected, and news arrived that he had been taken ill. There was a rumour that he had been poisoned at his hotel, but as the man was not said to be dead, people hardly believed the rumour. It became necessary, however, to send another lawyer's clerk, and the matter was gradually progressing to a very interesting complication. Mr. Bonteen, to tell the truth, was becoming sick of it. When Emilius, or Emilius, was supposed to have absconded, Lady Eustace left Mr. Bonteen's house, and located herself at one of the large London hotels. But when the man came back, bolder than ever, she again betook herself to the shelter of Mr. Bonteen's roof. She expressed the most lavish affection for Mrs. Bonteen, and professed to regard Mr. Bonteen as almost a political god, declaring her conviction that he, and he alone, as Prime Minister, could save the country, and became very loud in her wrath when he was robbed of his seat in the Cabinet. Lizzie Eustace, as her ladyship had always been called, was a clever, pretty, coaxing little woman, who knew how to make the most of her advantages. She had not been very wise in her life, having lost the friends who would have been truest to her, and confided in persons who had greatly injured her. She was neither true of heart or tongue, nor affectionate, nor even honest, but she was engaging. She could flatter, and could assume a reverential admiration which was very foreign to her real character. In these days she almost worshipped Mr. Bonteen, and could never be happy except in the presence of her dearest darling friend, Mrs. Bonteen. Mr. Bonteen was tired of her, and Mrs. Bonteen was becoming almost sick of the constant kisses with which she was greeted. But Lizzie Eustace had got hold of them, and they could not turn her off. "You saw the People's Banner, Mrs. Bonteen, on Monday?" Lady Eustace had been reading the paper in her friend's drawing-room. "They seem to think that Mr. Bonteen must be Prime Minister before long." "I don't think he expects that, my dear." "Why not? Everybody says the People's Banner is the cleverest paper we have now. I always hated the very name of that Phineas Finn." "Did you know him?" "Not exactly. He was gone before my time, but poor Lord Fawn used to talk of him. He was one of those conceited Irish upstarts that are never good for anything." "Very handsome, you know," said Mrs. Bonteen. "Was he? I have heard it said that a good many ladies admired him." "It was quite absurd. With Lady Laura Kennedy it was worse than absurd. And there was Lady Glencora, and Violet Effingham, who married Lady Laura's brother, and that Madame Goesler, whom I hate, and ever so many others." "And is it true that it was he who got Mr. Bonteen so shamefully used?" "It was his faction." "I do so hate that kind of thing," said Lady Eustace with righteous indignation. "I used to hear a great deal about the government and all that, when the affair was on between me and poor Lord Fawn, and that kind of dishonesty always disgusted me. I don't know that I think so much of Mr. Gresham after all." "He is a very weak man." "His conduct to Mr. Bonteen has been outrageous, and if he has done it just because the Duchess of Omnium has told him, I really do think that he is not fit to rule the nation. As for Mr. Phineas Finn, it is dreadful to think that a creature like that should be able to interfere with such a man as Mr. Bonteen." This was on Wednesday afternoon, the day on which members of Parliament dine out, and at that moment Mr. Bonteen entered the drawing-room, having left the house for his half-holiday at 6 o'clock. Lady Eustace got up and gave him her hand, and smiled upon him as though he were indeed her god. "You look so tired and worried, Mr. Bonteen." "Worried? I should think so." "Is there anything fresh?" asked his wife. "That fellow Finn is spreading all manner of lies about me." "What lies, Mr. Bonteen?" asked Lady Eustace. "Not new lies, I hope." "It all comes from Carlton Terrace." The reader may perhaps remember that the young Duchess of Omnium lived in Carlton Terrace. "I can trace it all there. I won't stand it if it goes on like this. A clique of stupid women to take up the cudgels for a coal-heaving sort of fellow like that, and sting one like a lot of hornets. Would you believe it? The Duke almost refused to speak to me just now, a man for whom I have been working like a slave for the last 12 months. "I would not stand it," said Lady Eustace. "By the by, Lady Eustace, we have had news from Prague." "What news?" said she, clasping her hands. "That fellow Pratt we sent out is dead." "No." "Not a doubt but what he was poisoned, but they seem to think that nothing can be proved. Coulson is on his way out, and I shouldn't wonder if they served him the same." "And it might have been you," said Lady Eustace, taking hold of her friend's arm with almost frantic affection. Yes, indeed, it might have been the lot of Mr. Bonteen to have died at Prague, to have been poisoned by the machinations of the former Mrs. Emilius, if such really had been the fortune of the unfortunate Mr. Pratt. For he had been quite as busy at Prague as his successor in this work. He had found out much, though not everything. It certainly had been believed that Joseph Emilius was a married man, but he had brought the woman with him to Prague, and had certainly not married her in the city. She was believed to have come from Cracow, and Mr. Bonteen's zeal on behalf of his friend had not been sufficient to carry him so far east. But he had learned from various sources that the man and woman had been supposed to be married, that she had borne the man's name, and that he had taken upon himself authority as her husband. There had been written communications with Cracow, and information was received that a man of the name of Joseph Emilius had been married to a Jewess in that town. But this had been 20 years ago, and Mr. Emilius professed himself to be only 35 years old, and had in his possession a document from his synagogue professing to give a record of his birth, proving such to be his age. It was also ascertained that Emilius was a name common at Cracow, and that there were very many of the family in Galicia. Altogether the case was full of difficulty, but it was thought that Mr. Bonteen's evidence would be sufficient to save the property from the hands of the cormorant, at any rate till such time as better evidence of the first marriage could be obtained. It had been hoped that when the man went away he would not return, but he had returned, and it was now resolved that no terms should be kept with him, and no payment offered to him. The house at Portray was kept barred, and the servants were ordered not to admit him. No money was to be paid to him, and he was to be left to take any proceedings at law which he might please, while his adversaries were proceeding against him with all the weapons at their disposal. In the meantime his chapel, of course, was deserted, and the unfortunate man was left penniless in the world. Various opinions prevailed as to Mr. Bonteen's conduct in the matter. Some people remembered that during the last autumn he and his wife had stayed 3 months at Portray Castle, and declared that the friendship between them and Lady Eustace had been very useful. Of these malicious people it seemed to be, moreover, the opinion that the connection might become even more useful if Mr. Emilius could be discharged. It was true that Mrs. Bonteen had borrowed a little money from Lady Eustace, but of this her husband knew nothing till the Jew in his wrath made the thing public. After all, it had only been a poor £25, and the money had been repaid before Mr. Bonteen took his journey to Prague. Mr. Bonteen was, however, unable to deny that the cost of that journey was defrayed by Lady Eustace, and it was thought mean in a man aspiring to be Chancellor of the Exchequer to have his travelling expenses paid for him by a lady. Many, however, were of the opinion that Mr. Bonteen had been almost romantic in his friendship, and that the bright eyes of Lady Eustace had produced upon this dragon of business the wonderful effect that was noticed. Be that as it may, now, in the terrible distress of his mind at the political aspect of the times, he had become almost sick of Lady Eustace, and would gladly have sent her away from his house had he known how to do so without incurring censure. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 46. The Quarrel. On that Wednesday evening, Phineas Finn was at the Universe. He dined at the house of Madame Goesler, and went from thence to the club in better spirits than he had known for some weeks past. The Duke and Duchess had been at Madame Goesler's, and Lord and Lady Chiltern, who were now up in town, with Barrington Erle, and, as it happened, old Mr. Maule. The dinner had been very pleasant, and 2 or 3 words had been spoken which had tended to raise the heart of our hero. In the first place, Barrington Erle had expressed regret that Phineas was not at his old post at the Colonies, and the young Duke had re-echoed it. Phineas thought that the manner of his old friend Erle was more cordial to him than it had been lately, and even that comforted him. Then it was a delight to him to meet the Chilterns, who were always gracious to him. But perhaps his greatest pleasure came from the reception which was accorded by his hostess to Mr. Maule, which was of a nature not easy to describe. It had become evident to Phineas that Mr. Maule was constant in his attentions to Madame Goesler, and though he had no purpose of his own in reference to the lady, though he was aware that former circumstances of that previous life to which he was accustomed to look back as to another existence, made it impossible that he should have any such purpose, still he viewed Mr. Maule with dislike. He had once ventured to ask her whether she really liked that old padded dandy. She had answered that she did like the old dandy. Old dandies, she thought, were preferable to old men who did not care how they looked. And as for the padding, that was his affair, not hers. She did not know why a man should not have a pad in his coat, as well as a woman one at the back of her head. But Phineas had known that this was her gentle raillery, and now he was delighted to find that she continued it, after a still more gentle fashion, before the man's face. Mr. Maule's manner was certainly peculiar. He was more than ordinarily polite, and was afterwards declared by the Duchess to have made love like an old gander. But Madame Goesler, who knew exactly how to receive such attentions, turned a glance now and then upon Phineas Finn, which he could now read with absolute precision. You see how I can dispose of a padded old dandy directly he goes an inch too far. No words could have said that to him more plainly than did these 1 or 2 glances, and, as he had learned to dislike Mr. Maule, he was gratified. Of course they all talked about Lady Eustace and Mr. Emilius. Do you remember how intensely interested the dear old Duke used to be when we none of us knew what had become of the diamonds? Said the Duchess. And how you took her part, said Madame Goesler. So did you, just as much as I, and why not? She was a most interesting young woman, and I sincerely hope we have not got to the end of her yet. The worst of it is that she has got into such very bad hands. The Bonteens have taken her up altogether. Do you know her, Mr. Finn? No, Duchess, and am hardly likely to make her acquaintance while she remains where she is now. The Duchess laughed and nodded her head. All the world knew by this time that she had declared herself to be the sworn enemy of the Bonteens. And there had been some conversation on that terribly difficult question respecting the foxes in Trumpeton Wood. The fact is, Lord Chiltern, said the Duke, I am as ignorant as a child. I would do right if I knew how. What ought I to do? Shall I import some foxes? I don't suppose, Duke, that in all England there is a spot in which foxes are more prone to breed. Indeed, I am very glad of that. But something goes wrong afterwards, I fear. The nurseries are not well managed, perhaps, said the Duchess. Gypsy kidnappers are allowed about the place, said Madame Goesler. Gypsies! Exclaimed the Duke. Poachers, said Lord Chiltern. But it isn't that we mind. We could deal with that ourselves if the woods were properly managed. A head of game and foxes can be reared together very well if— I don't care a straw for a head of game, Lord Chiltern. As far as my own tastes go, I would wish that there was neither a pheasant nor a partridge nor a hare on any property that I own. I think that sheep and barn-door fowls do better for everybody in the long run, and that men who cannot live without shooting should go beyond thickly populated regions to find it. And indeed, for myself, I must say the same about foxes. They do not interest me, and I fancy that they will be gradually exterminated. God forbid! Exclaimed Lord Chiltern. "But I do not find myself called upon to exterminate them myself," continued the Duke. "The number of men who amuse themselves by riding after one fox is too great for me to wish to interfere with them, and I know that my neighbours in the country conceive it to be my duty to have foxes for them. I will oblige them, Lord Chiltern, as far as I can without detriment to other duties." "You leave it to me," said the Duchess to her neighbour, Lord Chiltern. "I'll speak to Mr. Fothergill myself and have it put right." It unfortunately happened, however, that Lord Chiltern got a letter the very next morning from old Doggett, telling him that a litter of young cubs had been destroyed that week in Trumpeton Wood. Barrington Erle and Phineas went off to the Universe together, and as they went the old terms of intimacy seemed to be re-established between them. "Nobody can be so sorry as I am," said Barrington, "and the manner in which things have gone. When I wrote to you, of course, I thought it certain that if we came in, you would come with us." "Do not let that fret you." "But it does fret me very much. There are so many slips that of course no one can answer for anything." "Of course not. I know who has been my friend." "The joke of it is that he himself is at present so utterly friendless. The Duke will hardly speak to him. I know that as a fact. And Gresham has begun to find something is wrong. We all hoped that he would refuse to come in without a seat in the Cabinet, but that was too good to be true. They say he talks of resigning. I shall believe it when I see it. He'd better not play any tricks, for if he did resign, it would be accepted at once." Phineas, when he heard this, could not help thinking how glorious it would be if Mr. Bonteen were to resign, and if the place so vacated, or some vacancy so occasioned, were to be filled by him. They reached the club together, and as they went up the stairs they heard the hum of many voices in the room. "All the world and his wife are here to-night," said Phineas. They overtook a couple of men at the door, so that there was something of the bustle of a crowd as they entered. There was a difficulty in finding places in which to put their coats and hats, for the accommodation of the Universe is not great. There was a knot of men talking not far from them, and among the voices Phineas could clearly hear that of Mr. Bonteen. Rattlers he had heard before, and also Fitzgibbons, though he had not distinguished any words from them. But those spoken by Mr. Bonteen he did distinguish very plainly. "Mr. Phineas Finn, or some such fellow as that, would be after her at once," said Mr. Bonteen. Then Phineas walked immediately among the knot of men and showed himself. As soon as he heard his name mentioned, he doubted for a moment what he would do. Mr. Bonteen, when speaking, had not known of his presence, and it might be his duty not to seem to have listened. But the speech had been made aloud, in the open room, so that those who chose might listen, and Phineas could not but have heard it. In that moment he resolved that he was bound to take notice of what he had heard. "What is it, Mr. Bonteen, that Phineas Finn will do?" he asked. Mr. Bonteen had been dining. He was not a man by any means habitually intemperate, and now any one saying that he was tipsy would have maligned him. But he was flushed with much wine, and he was a man whose arrogance in that condition was apt to become extreme. In vino veritas, the sober devil can hide his cloven hoof, but when the devil drinks he loses his cunning and grows honest. Mr. Bonteen looked Phineas full in the face a second or two before he answered, and then said, quite aloud, "You have crept upon us unawares, sir." "What do you mean by that, sir?" said Phineas. "I have come in as any other man comes." Listeners, at any rate, never hear any good of themselves. Then there were present among those assembled clear indications of disapproval of Bonteen's conduct. In these days, when no palpable and immediate punishment is at hand for personal insolence from man to man, personal insolence to one man in a company seems almost to constitute an insult to every one present. When men could fight readily, an arrogant word or two between two known to be hostile to each other was only an invitation to a duel, and the angry man was doing that for which it was known that he could be made to pay. There was, or it was often thought that there was, a real spirit in the angry man's conduct, and they who were his friends before became perhaps more his friends when he had thus shown that he had an enemy. But a different feeling prevails at present, a feeling so different that we may almost say that a man in general society cannot speak even roughly to any but his intimate comrades without giving offence to all around him. Men have learned to hate the nuisance of a row, and to feel that their comfort is endangered if a man prone to rows gets among them. Of all candidates at a club, a known quarreller is more sure of blackballs now than even in the times when such a one provoked duels. Of all bores he is the worst, and there is always an unexpressed feeling that such a one exacts more from his company than his share of attention. This is so strong that too often the man quarrelled with, though he be as innocent as was Phineas on the present occasion, is made subject to the general aversion which is felt for men who misbehave themselves. "I wish to hear no good of myself from you," said Phineas, following him to his seat. "Who is it that you said I should be after?" The room was full, and every one there, even they who had come in with Phineas, knew that Lady Eustace was the woman. Everybody at present was talking about Lady Eustace. "Never mind," said Barrington Erle, taking him by the arm. "What's the use of a row?" "No use at all, but if you heard your name mentioned in such a manner, you would find it impossible to pass it over. There is Mr. Monk. Ask him." Mr. Monk was sitting very quietly in a corner of the room with another gentleman of his own age by him, one devoted to literary pursuits and a constant attendant at the Universe. As he said afterwards, he had never known any unpleasantness of that sort in the club before. There were many men of note in the room. There was a foreign minister, a member of the cabinet, 2 ex-members of the cabinet, a great poet, an exceedingly able editor, 2 earls, 2 members of the Royal Academy, the president of a learned society, a celebrated professor, and it was expected that royalty might come in at any minute, speak a few benign words, and blow a few clouds of smoke. It was abominable that the harmony of such a meeting should be interrupted by the vinous insolence of Mr. Bonteen and the useless wrath of Phineas Finn. "Really, Mr. Finn, if I were you, I would let it drop," said the gentleman devoted to literary pursuits. Phineas did not much affect the literary gentleman, but in such a matter would prefer the advice of Mr. Monk to that of any man living. He again appealed to his friend. "You heard what was said?" "I heard Mr. Bonteen remark that you or somebody like you would in certain circumstances be after a certain lady. I thought it to be an ill-judged speech, and as your particular friend I heard it with great regret." "What a row about nothing," said Mr. Bonteen, rising from his seat. "We were speaking of a very pretty woman, and I was saying that some young fellow, generally supposed to be fond of pretty women, would soon be after her. If that offends your morals, you must have become very strict of late." There was something in the explanation which, though very bad and vulgar, it was almost impossible not to accept. Such at least was the feeling of those who stood around Phineas Finn. He himself knew that Mr. Bonteen had intended to assert that he would be after the woman's money and not her beauty, but he had taste enough to perceive that he could not descend to any such detail as that. "There are reasons, Mr. Bonteen," he said, "why I think you should abstain from mentioning my name in public. Your playful references should be made to your friends, and not to those who, to say the least of it, are not your friends." When the matter was discussed afterwards, it was thought that Phineas Finn should have abstained from making that last speech. It was certainly evidence of great anger on his part. And he was very angry. He knew that he had been insulted, and insulted by the man whom of all men he would feel most disposed to punish for any offence. He could not allow Mr. Bonteen to have the last word, especially as a certain amount of success had seemed to attend them. Fate at the moment was so far propitious to Phineas that outward circumstances saved him from any immediate reply, and thus left him in some degree triumphant. Expected royalty arrived, and cast its salutary oil upon the troubled waters. The Prince, with some well-known popular attendant, entered the room, and for a moment every gentleman rose from his chair. It was but for a moment, and then the Prince became as any other gentleman, talking to his friends. One or two there present, who had perhaps peculiarly royal instincts, had crept up towards him so as to make him the centre of a little knot. But otherwise conversation went on much as it had done before the unfortunate arrival of Phineas. That quarrel, however, had been very distinctly trodden under foot by the Prince, for Mr. Bonteen had found himself quite incapacitated from throwing back any missile in reply to the last that had been hurled at him. Phineas took a vacant seat next to Mr. Monk, who was deficient perhaps in royal instincts, and asked him in a whisper his opinion of what had taken place. "Do not think any more of it," said Mr. Monk. "That is so much more easily said than done. How am I not to think of it?" "Of course I mean that you are to act as though you had forgotten it." "Did you ever know a more gratuitous insult? Of course he was talking of that Lady Eustace." I had not been listening to him before, but no doubt he was. I need not tell you now what I think of Mr. Bonteen. He is not more gracious in my eyes than he is in yours. To-night I fancy he has been drinking, which has not improved him. You may be sure of this, Phineas, that the less of resentful anger you show in such a wretched affair as took place just now, the more will be the blame attached to him, and the less to you." "Why should any blame be attached to me?" "I don't say that any will, unless you allow yourself to become loud and resentful. The thing is not worth your anger." "I am angry." "Then go to bed at once and sleep it off. Come with me. We'll walk home together." "It isn't the proper thing, I fancy, to leave the room while the Prince is here." "Then I must do the improper thing," said Mr. Monk. "I haven't a key, and I mustn't keep my servant up any longer. A quiet man like me can creep out without notice. Good night, Phineas, and take my advice about this. If you can't forget it, act and speak and look as though you had forgotten it." Then Mr. Monk, without much creeping, left the room. The club was very full, and there was a clatter of voices, and the clatter round the Prince was the noisiest and merriest. Mr. Bonteen was there, of course, and Phineas, as he sat alone, could hear him as he edged his words in upon the royal ears. Every now and again there was a royal joke, and then Mr. Bonteen's laughter was conspicuous. As far as Phineas could distinguish the sounds, no special amount of the royal attention was devoted to Mr. Bonteen. That very able editor, and one of the academicians, and the poet, seemed to be the most honoured, and when the Prince went, which he did when his cigar was finished, Phineas observed with inward satisfaction that the royal hand, which was given to the poet, to the editor, and to the painter, was not extended to the President of the Board of Trade. And then, having taken delight in this, he accused himself of meanness in having even observed a matter so trivial. Soon after this a ruck of men left the club, and then Phineas rose to go. As he went down the stairs, Barrington Erle followed him, with Lawrence Fitzgibbon, and the three stood for a moment at the door in the street, talking to each other. Finn's way lay eastward from the club, whereas both Erle and Fitzgibbon would go westward towards their homes. "How well the Prince behaves at these sort of places," said Erle. "Princes ought to behave well," said Phineas. "Somebody else didn't behave very well, eh, Finn, my boy?" said Lawrence. "Somebody else, as you call him," replied Phineas, "is very unlike a prince, and never does behave well. To-night, however, he surpassed himself." "Don't bother your mind about it, old fellow," said Barrington. "I tell you what it is, Erle," said Phineas. "I don't think that I'm a vindictive man by nature, but with that man I mean to make it even some of these days. You know as well as I do what it is he has done to me, and you know also whether I have deserved it, Wretched reptile that he is! He has pretty nearly been able to ruin me, and all from some petty feelings of jealousy." "Finn, me boy, don't talk like that," said Lawrence. "You shouldn't show your hand," said Barrington. "I know what you mean, and it's all very well. After your different fashions, you two have been true to me, and I don't care how much you see of my hand. That man's insolence angers me to such an extent that I cannot refrain from speaking out. He hasn't spirit enough to go out with me, or I would shoot him." "Blankenberg, eh?" said Lawrence, alluding to the now notorious duel which had once been fought in that place between Phineas and Lord Chiltern. "I would," continued the angry man. "There are times in which one is driven to regret that there has come an end to duelling, and there is left to one no immediate means of resenting an injury." As they were speaking, Mr. Bonteen came out from the front door alone, and seeing the three men standing, passed on to the left, eastwards. "Good night, Earl," he said. "Good night, Fitzgibbon." The two men answered him, and Phineas stood back in the gloom. It was about 1 o'clock, and the night was very dark. "By George, I do dislike that man," said Phineas. Then, with a laugh, he took a life-preserver out of his pocket, and made an action with it as though he were striking some enemy over the head. In those days there had been much garrotting in the streets, and writers in the press had advised those who walked about at night to go armed with sticks. Phineas Finn had himself been once engaged with garrotters, as has been told in a former chronicle, and had since armed himself, thinking more probably of the thing which he had happened to see than men do who have only heard of it. As soon as he had spoken, he followed Mr. Bonteen down the street, at the distance of perhaps a couple of 100 yards. "They won't have a row, will they?" said Earl. "Oh dear no. Finn won't think of speaking to him, and you may be sure that Bonteen won't say a word to Finn. Between you and me, Barrington, I wish Master Phineas would give him a thorough good hiding." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 47. What Came of the Quarrel. On the next morning at 7 o'clock, a superintendent of police called at the house of Mr. Gresham and informed the Prime Minister that Mr. Bonteen, the President of the Board of Trade, had been murdered during the night. There was no doubt of the fact. The body had been recognized, and information had been taken to the unfortunate widow at the house Mr. Bonteen had occupied in St. James's Place. The superintendent had already found out that Mr. Bonteen had been attacked as he was returning from his club late at night, or rather early in the morning, and expressed no doubt that he had been murdered close to the spot on which his body was found. There is a dark, uncanny-looking passage running from the end of Bolton Row in Mayfair, between the gardens of two great noblemen, coming out among the mews in Berkeley Street, at the corner of Berkeley Square, just opposite to the bottom of Hay Hill. It was on the steps leading up from the passage to the level of the ground above that the body was found. The passage was almost as near a way as any from the club to Mr. Bonteen's house in St. James's Place, but the superintendent declared that the gentleman but seldom used the passage after dark, and he was disposed to think that the unfortunate man must have been forced down the steps by the ruffian who had attacked him from the level above. The murderer, so thought the superintendent, must have been cognizant of the way usually taken by Mr. Bonteen, and must have lain in wait for him in the darkness of the mouth of the passage. The superintendent had been at work on his inquiries since 4 in the morning, and had heard from Lady Eustace, and from Mrs. Bonteen, as far as that poor distracted woman had been able to tell her story. some account of the cause of quarrel between the respective husbands of those two ladies. The officer, who had not as yet heard a word of the late disturbance between Mr. Bonteen and Phineas Finn, was strongly of the opinion that the Reverend Mr. Emilius had been the murderer. Mr. Gresham, of course, coincided in that opinion. What steps had been taken as to the arrest of Mr. Emilius? The superintendent was of the opinion that Mr. Emilius was already in custody. He was known to be lodging close to the Marylebone workhouse in Northumberland Street, having removed to that somewhat obscure neighbourhood as soon as his house in Lowndes Square had been broken up by the running away of his wife and his consequent want of means. Such was the story as told to the Prime Minister at 7 o'clock in the morning. At 11 o'clock, at his private room at the Treasury Chambers, Mr. Gresham heard much more. At that time there were present with him 2 officers of the police force, his colleagues in the Cabinet, Lord Cantrip and the Duke of Omnium, 3 of his junior colleagues in the Government, Lord Fawn, Barrington Erle, and Lawrence Fitzgibbon, and Major Mackintosh, the chief of the London police. It was not exactly part of the duty of Mr. Gresham to investigate the circumstances of this murder, but there was so much in it that brought it closely home to him and his government that it became impossible for him not to concern himself in the business. There had been so much talk about Mr. Bonteen lately, his name had been so common in the newspapers, the ill usage which he had been supposed by some to have suffered had been so freely discussed, and his quarrel, not only with Phineas Finn, but subsequently with the Duke of Omnium, had been so widely known, that his sudden death created more momentary excitement than might probably have followed that of a greater man. And now, too, the facts of the past night, as they became known, seemed to make the crime more wonderful, more exciting, more momentous than it would have been, had it been brought clearly home to such a wretch as the Bohemian Jew, Joseph Emilius, who had contrived to cheat that wretched Lizzie Eustace into marrying him. As regarded Joseph Emilius, the story now told respecting him was this. He was already in custody. He had been found in bed at his lodgings between 7 and 8, and had, of course, given himself up without difficulty. He had seemed to be horror-struck when he heard of the man's death, but had openly expressed his joy. "He has endeavoured to ruin me, and has done me a world of harm. Why should I sorrow for him?" he said to the policeman when rebuked for his inhumanity. But nothing had been found tending to implicate him in the crime. The servant declared that he had gone to bed before 11 o'clock, to her knowledge, for she had seen him there, and that he had not left the house afterwards. Was he in possession of a latch-key? It appeared that he did usually carry a latch-key, but that it was often borrowed from him by members of the family when it was known that he would not want it himself, and that it had been so lent on this night. It was considered certain by those in the house that he had not gone out after he went to bed. Nobody, in fact, had left the house after 10, but in accordance with his usual custom, Mr. Emilius had sent down the key as soon as he had found that he would not want it, and it had been all night in the custody of the mistress of the establishment. Nevertheless, his clothes were examined minutely, but without affording any evidence against him. That Mr. Bonteen had been killed with some blunt weapon, such as a life-preserver, was assumed by the police, but no such weapon was in the possession of Mr. Emilius, nor had any such weapon yet been found. He was, however, in custody, with no evidence against him except that which was afforded by his known and acknowledged enmity to Mr. Bonteen. So far, Major Mackintosh and the 2 officers had told their story. Then came the united story of the other gentlemen assembled, from hearing which, however, the 2 police officers were debarred. The Duke and Barrington Erle had both dined in company with Phineas Finn at Madame Goesler's, and the Duke was undoubtedly aware that ill blood had existed between Finn and Mr. Bonteen. Both Erle and Fitzgibbon described the quarrel at the club, and described also the anger which Finn had expressed against the wretched man as he stood talking at the club door. His gesture of vengeance was remembered and repeated, though both the men who heard it expressed their strongest conviction that the murder had not been committed by him. As Earl remarked, the very expression of such a threat was almost proof that he had not at that moment any intention on his mind of doing such a deed as had been done. But they told also of the life-preserver which Finn had shown them, as he took it from the pocket of his outside coat, and they marvelled at the coincidences of the night. Then Lord Fawn gave further evidence, which seemed to tell very hardly upon Phineas Finn. He also had been at the club, and had left it just before Finn and the two other men had clustered at the door. He had walked very slowly, having turned down to Curzon Street and Bolton Row, from whence he made his way into Piccadilly by Clarges Street. He had seen nothing of Mr. Bonteen, but as he crossed over to Clarges Street, he was passed at a very rapid pace by a man muffled in a top coat, who made his way straight along Bolton Row toward the passage which has been described. At the moment he had not connected the person of the man who passed him with any acquaintance of his own, but now he felt sure, after what he had heard, that the man was Mr. Finn. As he passed out of the club, Finn was putting on his overcoat, and Lord Fawn had observed the peculiarity of the grey colour. It was exactly a similar coat, only with its collar raised, that had passed him in the street. The man, too, was of Mr. Finn's height and build. He had known Mr. Finn well, and the man stepped with Mr. Finn's step. Major Mackintosh thought that Lord Fawn's evidence was very unfortunate as regarded Mr. Finn. If that idiot won't hang poor Finny," said Fitzgibbon afterwards to Earl, "and yet I don't believe a word of it." "Fawn wouldn't lie for the sake of hanging Phineas Finn," said Earl. "No, I don't suppose he's given to lying at all. He believes it all, but he's such a muddle-headed fellow that he can get himself to believe anything. He's one of those men who always unconsciously exaggerate what they have to say for the sake of the importance it gives them." It might be possible that a jury would look at Lord Fawn's evidence in this light, otherwise it would bear very heavily indeed against Phineas Finn. Then a question arose as to the road which Mr. Bonteen usually took from the club. All the members who were there present had walked home with him at various times, and by various routes, but never by the way through the passage. It was supposed that on this occasion he must have gone by Berkeley Square, because he had certainly not turned down by the first street to the right, which he would have taken had he intended to avoid the square. He had been seen by Barrington Erle and Fitzgibbon to pass that turning. Otherwise they would have made no remark as to the possibility of a renewed quarrel between him and Phineas, should Phineas chance to overtake him, for Phineas would certainly go by the square unless taken out of his way by some special purpose. The most direct way of all for Mr. Bonteen would have been that followed by Lord Fawn, but as he had not turned down this street, and had not been seen by Lord Fawn, who was known to walk very slowly, and had often been seen to go by Berkeley Square, it was presumed that he had now taken that road. In this case he would certainly pass the end of the passage, towards which Lord Fawn declared that he had seen the man hurrying, whom he now supposed to have been Phineas Finn. Finn's direct road home would, as has already been said, have been through the square, cutting off the corner of the square towards Bruton Street, and thence across Bond Street by Conduit Street to Regent Street, and so to Great Marlborough Street, where he lived. But it had been, no doubt, possible for him to have been on the spot on which Lord Fawn had seen the man, for, although in his natural course thither from the club he would have at once gone down the street to the right, a course which both Earl and Fitzgibbon were able to say that he did not take, as they had seen him go beyond the turning, nevertheless there had been ample time for him to have retraced his steps to it in time to have caught Lord Fawn, and thus to have deceived Fitzgibbon and Earl as to the route he had taken. When they had got thus far, Lord Cantrip was standing close to the window of the room at Mr. Gresham's elbow. "Don't allow yourself to be hurried into believing it," said Lord Cantrip. "I do not know that we need believe it, or the reverse. It is a case for the police." "Of course it is, but your belief and mine will have a weight. Nothing that I have ever heard makes me for a moment think it possible. I know the man." He was very angry. "Had he struck him in the club, I should not have been much surprised, but he never attacked his enemy with a bludgeon in a dark alley. I know him well." "What do you think of Fawn's story?" "He was mistaken in his man. Remember, it was a dark night." "I do not see that you and I can do anything," said Mr. Gresham. "I shall have to say something in the House as to the poor fellow's death, but I certainly shall not express a suspicion. Why should I?" Up to this moment nothing had been done as to Phineas Finn. It was known that he would, in his natural course of business, be in his place in Parliament at 4, and Major Mackintosh was of the opinion that he certainly should be taken before a magistrate in time to prevent the necessity of arresting him in the House. It was decided that Lord Fawn, with Fitzgibbon and Earl, should accompany the police officer to Bow Street, and that a magistrate should be applied to for a warrant if he thought the evidence was sufficient. Major Mackintosh was of the opinion that, although by no possibility could the two men suspected have been jointly guilty of the murder, still the circumstances were such as to justify the immediate arrest of both. Were Joseph Emilius really guilty, and to be allowed to slip from their hands, no doubt it might be very difficult to catch him. Facts did not at present seem to prevail against him, but, as the Major observed, facts are apt to alter considerably when they are minutely sifted. His character was half sufficient to condemn him, and then with him there was an adequate motive, and what Lord Cantrip regarded as a possibility. It was not to be conceived that from mere rage Phineas Finn would lay a plot for murdering a man in the street. "It is on the cards, my lord," said the Major, "that he may have chosen to attack Mr. Bonteen without intending to murder him. The murder may afterwards have been an accident." It was impossible after this for even a Prime Minister and 2 Cabinet Ministers to go about their work calmly. The men concerned had been too well known to them to allow their minds to become clear of the subject. When Major Mackintosh went off to Bow Street with Earl and Lawrence, it was certainly the opinion of the majority of those who had been present that the blow had been struck by the hand of Phineas Finn. And perhaps the worst aspect of it all was that there had been not simply a blow, but blows. The constables had declared that the murdered man had been struck thrice about the head, and that the fatal stroke had been given on the side of his head after the man's hat had been knocked off. That Finn should have followed his enemy through the street, after such words as he had spoken, with the view of having the quarrel out in some shape, did not seem to be very improbable to any of them except Lord Cantrip. And then, had there been a scuffle, out in the open path, at the spot at which the angry man might have overtaken his adversary, it was not incredible to them that he should have drawn even such a weapon as a life-preserver from his pocket. But, in the case as it had occurred, a spot peculiarly traitorous had been selected, and the attack had too probably been made from behind. As yet there was no evidence that the murderer had himself encountered any ill usage, and Finn, if he was the murderer, must, from the time he was standing at the club door, have contemplated a traitorous, dastardly attack. He must have counted his moments, have returned slyly in the dark to the corner of the street which he had once passed, have muffled his face in his coat, and have then laid in wait in a spot to which an honest man at night would hardly trust himself with honest purposes. "I look upon it as quite out of the question," said Lord Cantrip, when the 3 ministers were left alone. Now, Lord Cantrip had served for many months in the same office as Phineas Finn. "You are simply putting your own opinion of the man against the facts," said Mr. Gresham. "But facts always convince, and another man's opinion rarely convinces. "I'm not sure that we know the facts yet," said the Duke. "Of course we are speaking of them as far as they have been told to us. As far as they go, unless they can be upset and shown not to be facts, I fear they would be conclusive to me on a jury." "Do you mean that you have heard enough to condemn him?" asked Lord Cantrip. "Remember what we have heard. The murdered man had 2 enemies." "He may have had a third." "Or 10, but we have heard of but 2. "He may have been attacked for his money," said the Duke. "But neither his money nor his watch were touched," continued Mr. Gresham. "Anger, or the desire of putting the man out of the way, has caused the murder. Of the 2 enemies, one, according to the facts as we now have them, could not have been there. Nor is it probable that he could have known that his enemy would be on that spot. The other not only could have been there, but was certainly near the place at the moment, so near that did he not do the deed himself, it is almost wonderful that it should not have been interrupted in its doing by his nearness. He certainly knew that the victim would be there. He was burning with anger against him at the moment. He had just threatened him. He had with him such an instrument as was afterwards used. A man believed to be him is seen hurrying to the spot by a witness whose credibility is beyond doubt. These are the facts such as we have them at present. Unless they can be upset, I fear they would convince a jury, as they have already convinced those officers of the police." "Officers of the police always believe men to be guilty," said Lord Cantrip. "They don't believe the Jew clergyman to be guilty," said Mr. Gresham. "I fear that there will be enough to send Mr. Finn to trial," said the Duke. "Not a doubt of it," said Mr. Gresham. "And yet I feel as convinced of his innocence as I do of my own," said Lord Cantrip. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Naomi. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 48. Mr. Maule's Attempt. About 3 o'clock in the day, the first tidings of what had taken place reached Madame Goesler in the following perturbed note from her friend the Duchess. "Have you heard what took place last night? Mr. Bonteen was murdered as he came home from his club, and they say that it was done by Phineas Finn. Plantagenet has just come in from Downing Street, where everybody is talking about it. I can't get from him what he believes. One never can get anything from him, but I never will believe it, nor will you, I'm sure. I vote we stick to him to the last. He is to be put in prison and tried. I can hardly believe that Mr. Bonteen has been murdered, though I don't know why he shouldn't as well as anybody else. Plantagenet talks about the great loss. I know which would be the greatest loss, and so do you. I'm going out now to try and find out something. Barrington Erle was there, and if I can find him he will tell me. I shall be home by 5:30. Do come, there's a dear woman. There is no one else I can talk to about it. If I'm not back, go in all the same, and tell them to bring you tea. Only think of Lady Laura, with one mad and the other in Newgate. G.P. This letter gave Madame Goesler such a blow that for a few minutes it altogether knocked her down. After reading it once, she hardly knew what it contained beyond a statement that Phineas Finn was in Newgate. She sat for a while with it in her hands, almost swooning, and then with an effort she recovered herself and read the letter again. Mr. Bonteen murdered, and Phineas Finn, who had dined with her only yesterday evening, with whom she had been talking of all the sins of the murdered man, who was her special friend, of whom she thought more than of any other human being, of whom she could not bring herself to cease to think, accused of the murder? Believe it? The Duchess had declared with that sort of enthusiasm which was common to her, that she never would believe it. No, indeed. What judge of character would anyone be who could believe that Phineas Finn could be guilty of a midnight murder? I vote we stick to him. Stick to him? Madame Goesler said, repeating the words to herself. What is the use of sticking to a man who does not want you? How can a woman cling to a man who, having said that he did not want her, yet comes again within her influence, but does not unsay what he had said before? Nevertheless, if it should be that the man was in real distress, in absolutely dire sorrow, she would cling to him with a consistency which, as she thought, her friend the Duchess would hardly understand. That they should hang him, she would bathe his body with her tears, and live as a woman should live, who had loved a murderer to the last. But she swore to herself that she would not believe it. Nay, she did not believe it. Believe it indeed. It was simply impossible. That he might have killed the wretch in some struggle brought on by the man's own fault was possible. Had the man attacked Phineas Finn, it was only too probable that there might have been such result. But murder, secret midnight murder, could not have been committed by the man she had chosen as her friend. And yet, through it all, there was a resolve that even though he should have committed murder, she would be true to him. If it should come to the very worst, then would she declare the intensity of the affection with which she regarded the murderer. As to Mr. Bonteen, what the Duchess said was true enough. Why should not he be killed as well as another? In her present state of mind, she felt very little pity for Mr. Bonteen. After a fashion, a verdict of "served him right" crossed her mind, as it had doubtless crossed that of the Duchess when she was writing her letter. The man had made himself so obnoxious that it was well that he should be out of the way, but not on that account would she believe that Phineas Finn had murdered him. Could it be true that the man after all was dead? Marvellous reports, and reports marvellously false, do spread themselves about the world every day. But this report had come from the Duke, and he was not a man given to absurd rumours. He had heard the story in Downing Street, and if so, it must be true. Of course she would go down to the Duchess at the hour fixed. It was now a little after 3, and she ordered the carriage to be ready for her at 5:15. Then she told the servant at first to admit no one who might call, and then to come up and let her know, if anyone should come, without sending the visitor away. It might be that someone would come to her expressly from Phineas, or at least with tidings about this affair. Then she read the letter again, and those few last words in it stuck to her thoughts like a burr. Think of Lady Laura, with one mad and the other in Newgate. Was this man, the only man whom she had ever loved, more to Lady Laura Kennedy than to her? Or rather, was Lady Laura more to him than was she herself? If so, why should she fret herself for his sake? She was ready enough to own that she could sacrifice everything for him, even though he should be standing as a murderer in the dock, if such sacrifice would be valued by him. He had himself told her that his feelings towards Lady Laura were simply those of an affectionate friend, but how could she believe that statement when all the world were saying the reverse? Lady Laura was a married woman, a woman whose husband was still living, and of course he was bound to make such an assertion when he and she were named together. And then it was certain, Madame Goesler believed it to be certain, that there had been a time in which Phineas had asked for the love of Lady Laura Standish. But he had never asked for her love. It had been tendered to him, and he had rejected it. And now the Duchess, who with all her inaccuracies had that sharpness of vision which enables some men and women to see into facts, spoke as though Lady Laura were to be pitied more than all others because of the evil that had befallen Phineas Finn. Had not Lady Laura chosen her own husband, and was not the man, let him be ever so mad, still her husband? Madame Goesler was sore of heart, as well as broken down with sorrow, till at last, hiding her face on the pillow of the sofa, still holding the Duchess's letter in her hand, she burst into a fit of hysteric sobs. Few of those who knew Madame Max Goesler well, as she lived in town and in country, would have believed that such could have been the effect upon her of the news which she had heard. Credit was given to her everywhere for good nature, discretion, affability, and a certain grace of demeanour which always made her charming. She was known to be generous, wise, and of high spirit. Something of her conduct to the old Duke had crept into general notice, and had been told here and there to her honour. She had conquered the good opinion of many, and was a popular woman. But there was not one among her friends who supposed her capable of becoming a victim to a strong passion, or would have suspected her of a reckless weeping for any sorrow. The Duchess, who thought that she knew Madame Goesler well, would not have believed it to be true even if she had seen it. "You like people, but I don't think you ever love anyone," the Duchess had once said to her. Madame Goesler had smiled, and had seemed to assent. To enjoy the world, and to know that the best enjoyment must come from witnessing the satisfaction of others, had apparently been her philosophy. But now she was prostrate because this man was in trouble, and because she had been told that his trouble was more than another woman could bear. She was still sobbing and crushing the letter in her hand, when the servant came up to tell her that Mr. Maule had called. He was below, waiting to know whether she would see him. She remembered at once that Mr. Maule had met Phineas at a table on the previous evening, and, thinking that he must have come with tidings respecting this great event, desired that he might be shown up to her. But as it happened, Mr. Maule had not yet heard of the death of Mr. Bonteen. He had remained at home till nearly 4, having a great object in view, which made him deem it expedient that he should go direct from his own rooms to Madame Goesler's house, and had not even looked in at his club. The reader will perhaps divine the great object. On this day he proposed to ask Madame Goesler to make him the happiest of men, as he certainly would have thought himself for a time, had she consented to put him in possession of her large income. He had, therefore, padded himself with more than ordinary care, reduced but not obliterated the greyness of his locks, looked carefully to the fitting of his trousers, and spared himself those ordinary labours of the morning which might have robbed him of any remaining spark of his juvenility. Madame Goesler met him more than half across the room as he entered it. "What have you heard?" said she. Mr. Maule wore his sweetest smile, but he had heard nothing. He could only press her hand and look blank, understanding that there was something which he ought to have heard. She thought nothing of the pressure of her hand. Apt as she was to be conscious, at any instant, of all that was going on around her, she thought of nothing now but that man's peril, and of the truth or falsehood of the story that had been sent to her. "You have heard nothing of Mr. Finn?" "Not a word," said Mr. Maule, withdrawing his hand. "What has happened to Mr. Finn?" Had Mr. Finn broken his neck, it would have been nothing to Mr. Maule, but the lady's solicitude was something to him. "Mr. Bonteen has been murdered." "Mr. Bonteen?" "So I hear. I thought you had come to tell me of it." "Mr. Bonteen murdered? No, I have heard nothing. I do not know the gentleman. I thought you said Mr. Finn. It is not known about London, then?" "I cannot say, Madame Goesler. I have just come from home, and have not been out all the morning. Who has murdered him? Ah, I do not know. That is what I wanted you to tell me." "But what of Mr. Finn?" "I also have not been out, Mr. Maule, and can give you no information. I thought you had called because you knew that Mr. Finn had dined here." "Has Mr. Finn been murdered?" "Mr. Bonteen. I said that the report was that Mr. Bonteen had been murdered." Madame Goesler was now waxing angry, most unreasonably. "But I know nothing about it, and am just going out to make inquiry. The carriage is ordered." Then she stood, expecting him to go, and he knew that he was expected to go. It was at any rate clear to him that he could not carry out his great design on the present occasion. "This has so upset me that I can think of nothing else at present, and you must, if you please, excuse me. I would not have let you take the trouble of coming up, had not I thought that you were the bearer of some news." Then she bowed, and Mr. Maule bowed, and as he left the room she forgot to ring the bell. What the deuce could she have meant about that fellow Finn, he said to himself. They cannot both have been murdered. He went to his club, and there he soon learned the truth. The information was given to him with clear and undoubting words. Phineas Finn and Mr. Bonteen had quarrelled at the Universe. Mr. Bonteen, as far as words went, had got the best of his adversary. This had taken place in the presence of the Prince, who had expressed himself as greatly annoyed by Mr. Finn's conduct. And afterwards Phineas Finn had waylaid Mr. Bonteen in the passage between Bolton Row and Berkeley Street, and had there murdered him. As it happened, no one who had been at the Universe was at that moment present, but the whole affair was quite well known and spoken of without a doubt. "I hope he'll be hung with all my heart," said Mr. Maule, who thought that he could read the riddle which had been so unintelligible in Park Lane. When Madame Goesler reached Carlton Terrace, which she did before the time named by the Duchess, her friend had not yet returned. But she went upstairs as she had been desired, and they brought her tea. But the teapot remained untouched till 6:30, and then the Duchess returned. "Oh, my dear, I am so sorry for being late. Why haven't you had tea?" "What is the truth of it all?" asked Madame Goesler, standing up with her fists clenched as they hung by her side. "I don't seem to know nearly as much as I did when I wrote to you. Has the man been murdered?" "Oh, dear, yes. There's no doubt about that. I was quite sure of that when I sent the letter. I have had such a hunt, but at last I went up to the door of the House of Commons and got Barrington Erle to come out to me." "Well?" "2 men have been arrested." "Not Phineas Finn?" "Yes, Mr. Finn is one of them. Is it not awful? So much more dreadful to me than the other poor man's death. One oughtn't to say so, of course. And who is the other man? Of course he did it, that horrid Jew preaching man that married Lizzie Eustace. Mr. Bonteen had been persecuting him, and making out that he had another wife at home in Hungary or Bohemia or somewhere. Of course he did it. That's what I say. Of course the Jew did it. But then all the evidence goes to show that he didn't do it. He was in bed at the time, and the door of the house was locked up, so that he couldn't get out. And the man who did the murder hadn't got on his coat, but had got on Phineas Finn's coat." "Was there blood?" asked Madame Goesler, shaking from head to foot. "Not that I know of. I don't suppose they've looked yet, but Lord Fawn saw the man and swears to the coat." "Lord Fawn! How I have always hated that man. I wouldn't believe a word he would say. Barrington doesn't think so much of the coat, but Phineas had a club in his pocket, and the man was killed by a club. There hasn't been any other club found, but Phineas Finn took his home with him. A murderer would not have done that. Barrington says that the head policeman says that it is just what a very clever murderer would do." "Do you believe it, Duchess?" "Certainly not though Lord Fawn swore that he had seen it. I never will believe what I don't like to believe, and nothing shall ever make me." "He couldn't have done it." "Well, for the matter of that, I suppose he could. No, Duchess, he could not have done it. He is strong enough and brave enough." "But not enough of a coward. There is nothing cowardly about him. If Phineas Finn could have struck an enemy with a club in a dark passage behind his back, I will never care to speak to any man again. Nothing shall make me believe it. If I did, I could never again believe in anyone. If they told you that your husband had murdered a man, what would you say?" "But he isn't your husband, Madame Max." "No, certainly not. I cannot fly at them when they say so, as you would do. But I can be just as sure. If 20 Lord Fawns swore that they had seen it, I would not believe them. Oh, what will they do with him?" The Duchess behaved very well to her friend, saying not a single word to twit her with the love which she betrayed. She seemed to take it as a matter of course that Madame Goesler's interest in Phineas Finn should be as it was. The Duke, she said, could not come home to dinner, and Madame Goesler should stay with her. Both houses were in such a ferment about the murder that nobody liked to be away. Everybody had been struck with amazement, not simply, not chiefly, by the fact of the murder, but by the double destruction of the two men whose ill will to each other had been of late so often the subject of conversation. So Madame Goesler remained at Carlton Terrace till late in the evening, and during the whole visit there was nothing mentioned but the murder of Mr. Bonteen and the peril of Phineas Finn. "Some one will go and see him, I suppose," said Madame Goesler. "Lord Cantrip has been already, and Mr. Monk. Could not I go?" "Well, it would be rather strong." "If we both went together?" suggested Madame Goesler. And before she left Carlton Terrace, she had almost extracted a promise from the Duchess that they would together proceed to the prison and endeavour to see Phineas Finn. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 49, Showing what Mrs. Bunce said to the Policeman. We have left Adelaide Palliser down at the Hall. We are up here only for a couple of days to see Laura and to try to find out what had better be done about Kennedy. This was said to Phineas Finn in his own room in Great Marlborough Street by Lord Chiltern on the morning after the murder, between 10 and 11 o'clock. Phineas had not as yet heard of the death of the man with whom he had quarrelled. Lord Chiltern had now come to him with some proposition which he as yet did not understand, and which Lord Chiltern certainly did not know how to explain. Looked at simply, the proposition was one for providing Phineas Finn with an income out of the wealth belonging, or that would belong, to the Standish family. Lady Laura's fortune would, it was thought, soon be at her own disposal. They who acted for her husband had assured the Earl that the yearly interest of the money should be at her ladyship's command as soon as the law would allow them so to plan it. Of Robert Kennedy's inability to act for himself there was no longer any doubt whatsoever, and there was, they said, no desire to embarrass the estate with so small a disputed matter as the income derived from £40,000. There was great pride of purse in the manner in which the information was conveyed, but not the less on that account was it satisfactory to the Earl. Lady Laura's first thought about it referred to the imminent wants of Phineas Finn. How might it be possible for her to place a portion of her income at the command of the man she loved, so that he should not feel disgraced by receiving it from her hand? She conceived some plan as to a loan to be made nominally by her brother, a plan as to which it may at once be said that it could not be made to hold water for a minute. But she did succeed in inducing her brother to undertake the embassy, with the view of explaining to Phineas that there would be money for him when he wanted it. "If I make it over to Papa, Papa can leave it to him in his will, and if he wants it at once, there can be no harm in your advancing to him what he must have at Papa's death." Her brother had frowned angrily and had shaken his head. "Think how he has been thrown over by all the party," said Lady Laura. Lord Chiltern had disliked the whole affair, had felt with dismay that his sister's name would become subject of reproach if it should be known that this young man was supported by her bounty. She, however, had persisted, and he had consented to see the young man, feeling sure that Phineas would refuse to bear the burden of the obligation. But he had not touched the disagreeable subject when they were interrupted. A knocking of the door had been heard, and now Mrs. Bunce came upstairs, bringing Mr. Lowe with her. Mrs. Bunce had not heard of the tragedy, but she had at once perceived from the barrister's manner that there was some serious matter forward, some matter that was probably not only serious but also calamitous. The expression of her countenance announced as much to the two men, and the countenance of Mr. Lowe, when he followed her into the room, told the same story still more plainly. "Is anything the matter?" said Phineas, jumping up. "Indeed, yes," said Mr. Lowe, who then looked at Lord Chiltern and was silent. "Shall I go?" said Lord Chiltern. Mr. Lowe did not know him, and of course was still silent. "This is my friend, Mr. Lowe. This is my friend, Lord Chiltern," said Phineas, aware that each was well acquainted with the other's name. "I do not know of any reason why you should go. What is it, Lowe?" Lord Chiltern had come there about money, and it occurred to him that the impecunious young barrister might already be in some scrape on that head. In 19 cases out of 20, when a man is in a scrape, he simply wants money. "Perhaps I can be of help," he said. "Have you heard, my lord, what happened last night?" said Mr. Lowe, with his eyes fixed on Phineas Finn. "I have heard nothing," said Lord Chiltern. "What has happened?" asked Phineas, looking aghast. He knew Mr. Lowe well enough to be sure that the thing referred to was of great and distressing moment. "You too have heard nothing?" "Not a word that I know of." "You were at the Universe last night?" "Certainly I was." "Did anything occur?" "The Prince was there." "Nothing has happened to the Prince," said Chiltern. "His name has not been mentioned to me," said Mr. Lowe. "Was there not a quarrel?" "Yes," said Phineas. "I quarrelled with Mr. Bonteen." "What then?" "He behaved like a brute, as he always does. Thrashing a brute hardly answers nowadays, but if ever a man deserved a thrashing, he does." "He has been murdered," said Mr. Lowe. The reader need hardly be told, as regards this great offence, Phineas Finn was as white as snow. The maintenance of any doubt on that matter, were it even desirable to maintain a doubt, would be altogether beyond the power of the present writer. The reader has probably perceived, from the first moment of the discovery of the body on the steps at the end of the passage, that Mr. Bonteen had been killed by that ingenious gentleman, the Reverend Mr. Emilius, who found it to be worth his while to take the step with the view of suppressing his enemy's evidence as to his former marriage. But Mr. Lowe, when he entered the room, had been inclined to think that his friend had done the deed. Lawrence Fitzgibbon, who had been one of the first to hear the story, and who had summoned Earl to go with him and Major Mackintosh to Downing Street, had in the first place gone to the house in Carey Street, in which Bunce was wont to work, and had sent him to Mr. Lowe. He, Fitzgibbon, had not thought it safe that he himself should warn his countrymen, but he could not bear to think that the hare should be knocked over on its form, or that his friend should be taken by policemen without notice. So he had sent Bunce to Mr. Lowe, and Mr. Lowe had now come with his tidings. "Murdered!" exclaimed Phineas. "Who has murdered him?" said Lord Chiltern, looking first at Mr. Lowe and then at Phineas. "That is what the police are now endeavouring to find out." Then there was a pause, and Phineas stood up with his hand on his forehead, looking savagely from one to the other. A glimmer of an idea of the truth was beginning to cross his brain. Mr. Lowe was there with the object of asking him whether he had murdered the man. "Mr. Fitzgibbon was with you last night?" continued Mr. Lowe. "Of course he was." "It was he who sent me to you." "What does it all mean?" asked Lord Chiltern. "I suppose they do not intend to say that our friend here murdered the man?" "I begin to suppose that is what they intend to say," rejoined Phineas scornfully. Mr. Lowe had entered the room, doubting indeed, but still inclined to believe, as Bunce had very clearly believed, that the hands of Phineas Finn were red with the blood of this man who had been killed. And had he been questioned on such a matter, when no special case was before his mind, he would have declared of himself that a few tones from the voice, or a few glances from the eye of a suspected man, would certainly not suffice to eradicate suspicion. But now he was quite sure, almost quite sure, that Phineas was as innocent as himself. To Lord Chiltern, who had heard none of the details, the suspicion was so monstrous as to fill him with wrath. "You don't mean to tell us, Mr. Lowe, that anyone says that Finn killed the man?" "I have come as his friend," said Lowe, "to put him on his guard. The accusation will be made against him." To Phineas, not clearly looking at it, not knowing very accurately what had happened, not being in truth quite sure that Mr. Bonteen was actually dead, this seemed to be a continuation of the persecution which he believed himself to have suffered from that man's hand. "I can believe anything from that quarter," he said. "From what quarter?" asked Lord Chiltern. "We had better let Mr. Lowe tell us what really has happened." Then Mr. Lowe told the story as well as he knew it, describing the spot on which the body had been found. "Often as I go to the club," said Phineas, "I never was through that passage in my life." Mr. Lowe went on with his tale, telling how the man had been killed with some short bludgeon. "I had that in my pocket," said Finn, producing the life-preserver. "I have almost always had something of the kind when I have been in London since that affair of Kennedy's." Mr. Lowe cast one glance at it, to see whether it had been washed or scraped, or in any way cleansed. Phineas saw the glance and was angry. "There it is, as it is. You can make the most of it. I shall not touch it again till the policeman comes. Don't put your hand on it, Chiltern. Leave it there." And the instrument was left lying on the table untouched. Mr. Lowe went on with his story. He had heard nothing of Joseph Emilius as connected with the murder, but some indistinct reference to Lord Fawn and the top-coat had been made to him. "There's the coat, too," said Phineas, taking it from the sofa on which he had flung it when he came home the previous night. It was a very light coat, fitted for May use, lined with silk, and by no means suited for enveloping the face or person, but it had a collar which might be made to stand up. "That at any rate was the coat I wore," said Finn, in answer to some observation from the barrister. "The man that Lord Fawn saw," said Mr. Lowe, "was, as I understand, enveloped in a heavy great coat." "So Fawn has got his finger in the pie," said Lord Chiltern. Mr. Lowe had been there an hour, Lord Chiltern remaining also in the room, when there came 3 men belonging to the police, a superintendent, and with him 2 constables. When the men were shown up into the room, neither the bludgeon or the coat had been moved from the small table, as Phineas had himself placed them there. Both Phineas and Chiltern had lit cigars, and they were all there sitting in silence. Phineas had entertained the idea that Mr. Lowe believed the charge, and that the barrister was therefore an enemy. Mr. Lowe had perceived this, but had not felt it to be his duty to declare his opinion of his friend's innocence. What he could do for his friend he would do, but, as he thought, he could serve him better now by silent observation than by protestation. Lord Chiltern, who had been implored by Phineas not to leave him, continued to pour forth unabating execrations on the monstrous malignity of the accusers. "I do not know that there are any accusers," said Mr. Lowe, "except the circumstances which the police must, of course, investigate." Then the men came, and the nature of their duty was soon explained. They must request Mr. Finn to go with them to Bow Street. They took possession of many articles besides the 2 which had been prepared for them, the dress coat and shirt which Phineas had worn, and the boots. He had gone out to dinner with a gibus hat, and they took that. They took his umbrella and his latchkey. They asked even as to his purse and money, but abstained from taking the purse when Mr. Lowe suggested that they could have no concern with that. As it happened, Phineas was at the moment wearing the shirt in which he had dined out on the previous day, and the men asked him whether he had any objection to change it in their presence, as might be necessary after the examination, that it should be detained as evidence. He did so, in the presence of all the men assembled, but the humiliation of doing it almost broke his heart. Then they searched among his linen, clean and dirty, and asked questions of Mrs. Bunce in audible whispers behind the door. Whatever Mrs. Bunce could do to injure the cause of her favourite lodger by severity of manner, snubbing the policeman, and determination to give no information, she did so. Had a shirt washed? How do you suppose a gentleman's shirts are washed? You were brought up near enough to a wash-tub yourself to know more than I can tell you. But the very respectable constable did not seem to be in the least annoyed by the landlady's amenities. He was taken to Bow Street, going thither in a cab with the two policemen, and the superintendent followed them with Lord Chiltern and Mr. Lowe. "You don't mean to say that you believe it?" said Lord Chiltern to the officer. "We never believe and we never disbelieve anything, my lord," replied the man. Nevertheless, the superintendent did most firmly believe that Phineas Finn had murdered Mr. Bonteen. At the police office, Phineas was met by Lord Cantrip and Barrington Erle, and soon became aware that both Lord Fawn and Fitzgibbon were present. It seemed that everything else was made to give way to this inquiry, as he was at once confronted by the magistrate. Everybody was personally very civil to him, and he was asked whether he would not wish to have professional advice while the charge was being made against him. But this he declined. He would tell the magistrate, he said, all he knew, but at any rate for the present he would have no need of advice. He was at last allowed to tell his own story, after repeated cautions. There had been some words between him and Mr. Bonteen in the club, after which, standing at the door of the club with his friends, Mr. Erle and Mr. Fitzgibbon, who were now in court, he had seen Mr. Bonteen walk away towards Berkeley Square. He had soon followed, but had never overtaken Mr. Bonteen. When reaching the square, he had crossed over to the fountain, standing there on the south side, and from thence had taken the shortest way up Bruton Street. He had seen Mr. Bonteen for the last time dimly, by the gas-light at the corner of the square. As far as he could remember, he himself had at the moment passed the fountain. He had not heard the sound of any struggle or of any words round the corner towards Piccadilly. By the time that Mr. Bonteen would have reached the head of the steps leading into the passage, he would have been near Bruton Street, with his back completely turned to the scene of the murder. He had walked faster than Mr. Bonteen, having gradually drawn near to him, but he had determined in his own mind that he would not pass the man or get so near him as to attract attention, nor had he done so. He had certainly worn the grey coat which was now produced. The collar of it had not been turned up. The coat was nearly new, and to the best of his belief the collar had never been turned up. He had carried the life-preserver, now produced, with him, because it had once before been necessary for him to attack garrotters in the street. The life-preserver had never been used, and as it happened was quite new. It had been bought about a month since, in consequence of some commotion about garrotters which had just then taken place. But before the purchase of the life-preserver he had been accustomed to carry some stick or bludgeon at night. Undoubtedly he had quarrelled with Mr. Bonteen before this occasion, and had bought this instrument since the commencement of the quarrel. He had not seen any one on his way from the square to his own house with sufficient observation to enable him to describe such person. He could not remember that he had passed a policeman on his way home. This took place after the hearing of such evidence as was then given. The statements made both by Erle and Fitzgibbon as to what had taken place in the club and afterwards at the door tallied exactly with that afterwards given by Phineas. An accurate measurement of the streets and ways concerned was already furnished. Taking the duration of time, as surmised by Erle and Fitzgibbon, to have passed after they had turned their back on Phineas, a constable proved that the prisoner would have had time to hurry back to the corner of the street he had passed, and to be in the place where Lord Fawn saw the man, supposing that Lord Fawn had walked at the rate of 3 miles an hour, and that Phineas had walked or run at twice that pace. Lord Fawn stated that he was walking very slow, less, he thought, than 3 miles an hour, and that the man was hurrying very fast, not absolutely running, but going, as he thought, at quite double his own pace. The 2 coats were shown to his lordship. Finn knew nothing of the other coat, which had in truth been taken from the Reverend Mr. Emilius, a rough, thick, brown coat which had belonged to the preacher for the last 2 years. Finn's coat was grey in colour. Lord Fawn looked at the coats very attentively, and then said that the man he had seen had certainly not worn the brown coat. The night had been dark, but still he was sure that the coat had been grey. The collar had certainly been turned up. Then a tailor was produced, who gave it as his opinion that Finn's coat had lately been worn with the collar raised. It was considered that the evidence given was sufficient to make a remand imperative, and Phineas Finn was committed to Newgate. He was assured that every attention should be paid to his comfort, and was treated with great consideration. Lord Cantrip, who still believed in him, discussed the subject both with the magistrate and with Major Mackintosh. Of course the strictest search would be made for a second life-preserver, or any such weapon as might have been used. Search had already been made, and no such weapon had been as yet found. Emilius had never been seen with any such weapon. No one about Curzon Street or Mayfair could be found who had seen the man with the quick step and raised collar, who doubtless had been the murderer, except Lord Fawn, so that no evidence was forthcoming tending to show that Phineas Finn could not have been that man. The evidence adduced to prove that Mr. Emilius, or Mealyus as he was henceforth called, could not have been on the spot was so very strong that the magistrate told the constables that the man must be released on the next examination unless something could be adduced against him. The magistrate, with the profoundest regret, was unable to agree with Lord Cantrip in his opinion that the evidence adduced was not sufficient to demand the temporary committal of Mr. Finn. End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 50. What the Lords and Commons said about the murder. When the House met on that Thursday at 4 o'clock, everybody was talking about the murder, and certainly 4/5 of the members had made up their mind that Phineas Finn was the murderer. To have known a murdered man is something, but to have been intimate with a murderer is certainly much more. There were many there who were really sorry for poor Bonteen, of whom without a doubt the end had come in a very horrible manner, and there were more there who were personally fond of Phineas Finn, to whom the future of the young member was very sad, and the fact that he should have become a murderer very awful. But nevertheless the occasion was not without its consolations. The business of the House is not always exciting or even interesting. On this afternoon there was not a member who did not feel that something had occurred which added an interest to parliamentary life. Very soon after prayers Mr. Gresham entered the House, and men who had hitherto been behaving themselves after a most unparliamentary fashion, standing about in knots, talking by no means in whispers, moving in and out of the House rapidly, all crowded into their places. Whatever pretence of business had been going on was stopped in a moment, and Mr. Gresham rose to make his statement. It was with the deepest regret, nay, with the most profound sorrow, that he was called upon to inform the House that his right honourable friend and colleague, Mr. Bonteen, had been basely and cruelly murdered during the past night. It was odd, then, to see how the name of the man, who while he was alive and a member of that House could not have been pronounced in that assembly without disorder, struck the members almost with dismay. Yes, his friend Mr. Bonteen, who had so lately filled the office of President of the Board of Trade, and whose loss the country and that House could so ill bear, had been beaten to death in one of the streets of the metropolis by the arm of a dastardly ruffian during the silent watches of the night. Then Mr. Gresham paused, and everyone expected that some further statement would be made. He did not know that he had any further communication to make on the subject. Some little time must elapse before he could fill the office. As for adequately supplying the loss, that would be impossible. Mr. Bonteen's services to the country, especially in reference to decimal coinage, were too well known to the House to allow of his holding out any such hope. Then he sat down, without having as yet made an allusion to Phineas Finn. But the allusion was soon made. Mr. Daubeny rose, and with much graceful and mysterious circumlocution asked the Prime Minister whether it was true that a member of the House had been arrested, and was now in confinement on the charge of having been concerned in the murder of the late much lamented President of the Board of Trade. He, Mr. Daubeny, had been given to understand that such a charge had been made against an honourable member of that House, who had once been a colleague of Mr. Bonteen's, and who had always supported the right honourable gentleman opposite. Then Mr. Gresham rose again. He regretted to say that the honourable member for Tankerville was in custody on that charge. The House would of course understand that he only made that statement as a fact, and that he was offering no opinion as to who was the perpetrator of the murder. The case seemed to be shrouded in great mystery. The two gentlemen had unfortunately differed, but he did not at all think that the House would, on that account, be disposed to attribute guilt so black and damning to a gentleman they had all known so well as the honourable member for Tankerville. So much and no more was spoken publicly to the reporters, but members continued to talk about the affair the whole evening. There was nothing perhaps more astonishing than the absence of rancour or abhorrence with which the name of Phineas was mentioned, even by those who felt most certain of his guilt. All those who had been present at the club acknowledged that Bonteen had been the sinner in reference to the transaction there, and it was acknowledged to have been almost a public misfortune that such a man as Bonteen should have been able to prevail against such a one as Phineas Finn in regard to the presence of the latter in the government. Stories which were exaggerated, accounts worse even than the truth, were bandied about as to the perseverance with which the murdered man had destroyed the prospects of the supposed murderer and robbed the country of the services of a good workman. Mr. Gresham, in the official statement which he had made, had, as a matter of course, said many fine things about Mr. Bonteen. A man can always have fine things said about him for a few hours after his death, but in the small private conferences which were held, the fine things said all referred to Phineas Finn. Mr. Gresham had spoken of a dastardly ruffian in the silent watches, but one would have almost thought from overhearing what was said by various gentlemen in different parts of the House, that upon the whole Phineas Finn was thought to have done rather a good thing in putting poor Mr. Bonteen out of the way. And another pleasant feature of excitement was added by the prevalent idea that the Prince had seen and heard the row. Those who had been at the club at the time of course knew that this was not the case. But the presence of the Prince at the Universe, between the row and the murder, had really been a fact, and therefore it was only natural that men should allow themselves the delight of mixing the Prince with the whole concern. In remote circles, the Prince was undoubtedly supposed to have had a great deal to do with the matter, though whether as abettor of the murdered or of the murderer was never plainly declared. A great deal was said about the Prince that evening in the House, so that many members were able to enjoy themselves thoroughly. "What a godsend for Gresham," said one gentleman to Mr. Rattler, very shortly after the strong eulogium which had been uttered on poor Mr. Bonteen by the Prime Minister. "Well, yes, I was afraid that poor fellow would never have got on with us." "Got on? He'd have been a thorn in Gresham's side as long as he held office. If Finn should be acquitted, you ought to do something handsome for him." Whereupon Mr. Rattler laughed heartily. "It will pretty nearly break them up," said Sir Orlando Drought, one of Mr. Daubeny's late Secretaries of State, to Mr. Roby, Mr. Daubeny's late patronage secretary. "I don't quite see that. They'll be able to drop their decimal coinage with a good excuse, and that will be a great comfort. They are talking of getting Monk to go back to the Board of Trade." "Will that strengthen them?" "Bonteen would have weakened them. The man had got beyond himself and lost his head. They are better without him." "I suppose Finn did it?" asked Sir Orlando. "Not a doubt about it, I'm told. The queer thing is that he should have declared his purpose beforehand to Earl. Gresham says that all that must have been part of his plan, so that as to make men think afterwards that he couldn't have done it. Grogram's idea is that he had planned the murder before he went to the club." "Will the Prince have to give evidence?" "No, no," said Mr. Roby. "That's all wrong. The Prince had left the club before the row commenced. Confucius Putt says that the Prince didn't hear a word of it. He was talking to the Prince all the time." Confucius Putt was the distinguished artist with whom the Prince had shaken hands on leaving the club. Lord Drummond was in the Peers' Gallery, and Mr. Boffin was talking to him over the railings. It may be remembered that those two gentlemen had conscientiously left Mr. Daubeny's cabinet because they had been unable to support him in his views about the church. After such sacrifice on their parts, their minds were of course intent on church matters. "There doesn't seem to be a doubt about it," said Mr. Boffin. "Cantrip won't believe it," said the peer. "He was at the colonies with Cantrip, and Cantrip found him very agreeable. Everybody says that he was one of the pleasantest fellows going. This makes it out of the question that they should bring in any church bill this session." "Do you think so?" "Oh, yes, certainly. There will be nothing else thought of now till the trial." "So much the better," said his lordship. "It's an ill wind that blows no one any good. Will they have evidence for a conviction?" "Oh dear, yes, not a doubt about it. Fawn can swear to him," said Mr. Boffin. Barrington Erle was telling his story for the 10th time when he was summoned out of the library to the Duchess of Omnium, who had made her way up into the lobby. "Oh, Mr. Erle, do tell me what you really think," said the Duchess. "That is just what I can't do." "Why not?" "Because I don't know what to think." "He can't have done it, Mr. Erle." "That's just what I say to myself, Duchess." "But they do say that the evidence is so very strong against him." "Very strong. I wish we could get that Lord Fawn out of the way." "Ah, but we can't." "And will they hang him?" "If they convict him, they will." "A man we all knew so well, and just when we had made up our minds to do everything for him. Do you know, I'm not a bit surprised. I've felt before now as though I should like to have done it myself." "He could be very nasty, Duchess." "I did so hate that man, but I'd I don't know what I'd give to bring him to life again this minute. What will Lady Laura do?" In answer to this, Barrington Erle only shrugged his shoulders. Lady Laura was his cousin. "We mustn't give him up, you know, Mr. Erle." "What can we do?" "Surely we can do something. Can't we get it in the papers that he must be innocent, so that everybody should be made to think so? And if we could get hold of the lawyers, and make them not want to destroy him, there's nothing I wouldn't do. There's no getting hold of a judge, I know." "No, Duchess, the judges are stone." "Not that they are a bit better than anybody else, only they like to be safe." "They do like to be safe." "I'm sure we could do it if we put our shoulders to the wheel. I don't believe, you know, for a moment that he murdered him. It was done by Lizzie Eustace's Jew." "It will be sifted, of course." "But what's the use of sifting if Mr. Finn is to be hung while it's being done? I don't think anything of the police. Do you remember how they bungled about that woman's necklace? I don't mean to give him up, Mr. Erle, and I expect you to help me." Then the Duchess returned home, and, as we know, found Madame Goesler at her house. Nothing whatever was done that night, either in the Lords or Commons. A statement about Mr. Bonteen was made in the upper as well as in the lower house, and after that statement any real work was out of the question. Had Mr. Bonteen absolutely been Chancellor of the Exchequer and in the Cabinet when he was murdered, and had Phineas Finn been once more an Under Secretary of State, the commotion and excitement could hardly have been greater. Even the Duke of St. Bungay had visited the spot, well known to him, as there the urban domains meet of two great Whig peers, with whom and whose predecessors he had long been familiar. He also had known Phineas Finn, and not long since had said civil words to him and of him. He too had, of late days, especially disliked Mr. Bonteen, and had almost insisted that the man now murdered should not be admitted into the Cabinet. He had heard what was the nature of the evidence, had heard of the quarrel, the life-preserver, and the grey coat. "I suppose he must have done it," said the Duke of St. Bungay to himself as he walked away up Hay Hill. End of Chapter 50. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Chapter 51 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 51. You Think It Shameful. The tidings of what had taken place first reached Lady Laura Kennedy from her brother on his return to Portman Square after the scene in the police court. The object of his visit to Finn's lodgings has been explained, but the nature of Lady Laura's vehemence in urging upon her brother the performance of a very disagreeable task has not been sufficiently described. No brother would willingly go on such a mission from a married sister to a man who had been publicly named as that sister's lover, and no brother could be less likely to do so than Lord Chiltern. But Lady Laura had been very stout in her arguments and very strong-willed in her purpose. The income arising from this money, which had been absolutely her own, would again be exclusively her own should the claim to it on behalf of her husband's estate be abandoned. Surely she might do what she liked with her own. If her brother would not assist her in making this arrangement, it must be done by other means. She was quite willing that it should appear to come to Mr. Finn from her father, and not from herself. Did her brother think any ill of her? Did he believe in the calumnies of the newspapers? Did he or his wife for a moment conceive that she had a lover? When he looked at her, worn out, withered, an old woman before her time, was it possible that he should so believe? She herself asked him these questions. Lord Chiltern, of course, declared that he had no suspicion of the kind. "No, indeed," said Lady Laura. "I defy anyone to suspect me who knows me. And if so, why am not I as much entitled to help a friend as you might be? You need not even mention my name." He endeavoured to make her understand that her name would be mentioned, and others would believe and would say evil things. "They cannot say worse than they have said," she continued. "And yet what harm have they done to me, or you?" Then he demanded why she desired to go so far out of her way with the view of spending her money upon one who was in no way connected with her. "Because I like him better than anyone else," she answered boldly. "There is very little left for which I care at all, but I do care for his prosperity. He was once in love with me and told me so, but I had chosen to give my hand to Mr. Kennedy. He is not in love with me now, nor I with him, but I choose to regard him as my friend." He assured her over and over again that Phineas Finn would certainly refuse to touch her money, but this she declined to believe. At any rate, the trial might be made. He would not refuse money left to him by will, and why should he not now enjoy that which was intended for him? Then she explained how certain it was that he must speedily vanish out of the world altogether, unless some assurance of an income were made to him. So Lord Chiltern went on his mission, hardly meaning to make the offer, and confident that it would be refused if made. We know the nature of the new trouble in which he found Phineas Finn enveloped. It was such that Lord Chiltern did not open his mouth about money, and now, having witnessed the scene at the police office, he had come back to tell his tale to his sister. She was sitting with his wife when he entered the room. "Have you heard anything?" he asked at once. "Heard what?" said his wife. "Then you have not heard it. A man has been murdered." "What man?" said Lady Laura, jumping suddenly from her seat. "Not Robert?" Lord Chiltern shook his head. "You do not mean that Mr. Finn has been killed?" Again he shook his head, and then she sat down as though the asking of the two questions had exhausted her. "Speak, Oswald," said his wife. "Why do you not tell us? Is it one whom we knew?" "I think that Laura used to know him. Mr. Bonteen was murdered last night in the streets." "Mr. Bonteen, the man who was Mr. Finn's enemy?" said Lady Chiltern. "Mr. Bonteen," said Lady Laura, as though the murder of 20 Mr. Bonteens were nothing to her. "Yes, the man whom you talk of as Finn's enemy. It would be better if there were no such talk." "And who killed him?" said Lady Laura, again getting up and coming close to her brother. "Who was it, Oswald?" asked his wife, and she also was now too deeply interested to keep her seat. "They have arrested 2 men," said Lord Chiltern. "That Jew who married Lady Eustace, and—" but there he paused. He had determined beforehand that he would tell his sister the double arrest, that the doubt this implied might lessen the weight of the blow, but now he found it almost impossible to mention the name. "Who is the other, Oswald?" said his wife. "Not Phineas!" screamed Lady Laura. "Yes, indeed. They have arrested him, and I have just come from the court." He had no time to go on, for his sister was crouching prostrate on the floor before him. She had not fainted. Women do not faint under such shocks. But in her agony she had crouched down rather than fallen, as though it were vain to attempt to stand upright with so crushing a weight of sorrow on her back. She uttered one loud shriek, then, covering her face with her hands, burst out into a wail of sobs. Lady Chiltern and her brother both tried to raise her, but she would not be lifted. "Why will you not hear me through, Laura?" said he. "You do not think he did it?" said his wife. "I'm sure he did not," replied Lord Chiltern. The poor woman, half lying, half seated on the floor, still hiding her face with her hands, still bursting with half-suppressed sobs, heard and understood both the question and the answer. But the fact was not altered to her, nor the condition of the man she loved. She had not yet begun to think whether it were possible that he should have been guilty of such a crime. She had heard none of the circumstances, and knew nothing of the manner of the man's death. It might be that Phineas had killed the man, bringing himself within the reach of the law, and that yet he should have done nothing to merit her reproaches, hardly even her reprobation. Hitherto she felt only the sorrow, the annihilation of the blow, but not the shame with which it would overwhelm the man for whom she so much coveted the good opinion of the world. "You hear what he says, Laura." "They are determined to destroy him," she sobbed out through her tears. "They are not determined to destroy him at all," said Lord Chiltern. "It will have to go by evidence. You had better sit up and let me tell you all. I will tell you nothing till you are seated again. You disgrace yourself by sprawling there." "Do not be hard to her, Oswald." "I am disgraced," said Lady Laura, slowly rising and placing herself again on the sofa. "If there is anything more to tell, you can tell it. I do not care what happens to me now, or who knows it. They cannot make my life worse than it is." Then he told all the story, of the quarrel and the position of the streets, of the coat and the bludgeon, and the 3 blows, each on the head, by which the man had been killed. And he told them also how the Jew was said never to have been out of his bed, and how the Jew's coat was not the coat Lord Fawn had seen, and how no stain of blood had been found about the raiment of either of the men. "It was the Jew who did it, Oswald, surely," said Lady Chiltern. "It was not Phineas Finn who did it," he replied. "And they will let him go again?" "They will let him go when they find out the truth, I suppose. But those fellows blunder so, I would never trust them. He will get some sharp lawyer to look into it, and then perhaps everything will come out. I shall go and see him tomorrow, but there is nothing further to be done." "And I must see him," said Lady Laura slowly. Lady Chiltern looked at her husband, and his face became redder than usual with an angry flush. When his sister had pressed him to take her message about the money, he had assured her that he suspected her of no evil, nor had he ever thought evil of her. Since her marriage with Mr. Kennedy, he had seen but little of her, or of her ways of life. When she had separated herself from her husband, he had approved of the separation, and had even offered to assist her should she be in difficulty. While she had been living a sad, lonely life at Dresden, he had simply pitied her, declaring to himself and his wife that her lot in life had been very hard. When these calumnies about her and Phineas Finn had reached his ears, or his eyes, as such calumnies always will reach the ears and eyes of those whom they are most capable of hurting, he had simply felt a desire to crush some Quintus Slide or the like into powder for the offence. He had received Phineas in his own house with all his old friendship. He had even this morning been with the accused man as almost his closest friend. But nevertheless there was creeping into his heart a sense of the shame with which he would be afflicted should the world really be taught to believe that the man had been his sister's lover. Lady Laura's distress on the present occasion was such as a wife might show, or a girl weeping for her lover, or a mother for her son, or a sister for a brother, but was extravagant and exaggerated in regard to such friendship as might be presumed to exist between the wife of Mr. Robert Kennedy and the member for Tankerville. He could see that his wife felt this as he did, and he thought it necessary to say something at once that might force his sister to moderate, at any rate, her language, if not her feelings. 2 expressions of face were natural to him, one eloquent of good humour, in which the reader of countenances would find some promise of coming frolic, and the other replete with anger, sometimes to the extent almost of savagery. All those who were dependent on him were wont to watch his face with care and sometimes with fear. When he was angry, it would almost seem that he was about to use personal violence on the object of his wrath. At the present moment he was rather grieved than enraged, but there came over his face that look of wrath with which all who knew him were so well acquainted. "You cannot see him," he said. "Why not I as well as you?" If you do not understand, I cannot tell you, but you must not see him, and you shall not. Who will hinder me? If you put me to it, I will see that you are hindered. What is the man to you, that you should run the risk of evil tongues for the sake of visiting him in jail? You cannot save his life, though it may be that you might endanger it. Oswald, she said very slowly, I do not know that I am in any way under your charge, or bound to submit to your orders. You are my sister, and I have loved you as a sister. How should it be possible that my seeing him should endanger his life? It will make people think that the things are true which have been said. And they will hang him because I love him? I do love him. Violet knows how well I have always loved him. Lord Chiltern turned his angry face upon his wife. Lady Chiltern put her arm round her sister-in-law's waist, and whispered some words into her ear. "What is that to me?" continued the half-frantic woman. "I do love him. I have always loved him. I shall love him to the end. He is all my life to me." "Shame should prevent your telling it," said Lord Chiltern. "I feel no shame. There is no disgrace in love. I did disgrace myself when I gave the hand for which he asked to another man, because... But she was too noble to tell her brother even then that at the moment of her life to which she was alluding she had married the rich man, rejecting the poor man's hand, because she had given up all her fortune to the payment of her brother's debts. And he, though he had well known what he had owed to her, and had never been easy till he had paid the debt, remembered nothing of all this now. No lending and paying back of money could alter the nature either of his feelings or his duty in such an emergency as this. "And mind you," she continued, turning to her sister-in-law, "there is no place for the shame of which he is thinking," and she pointed her finger out at her brother. "I love him as a mother might love her child, I fancy, but he has no love for me. None. None. When I am with him, I am only a trouble to him. He comes to me because he is good, but he would sooner be with you. He did love me once, but then I could not afford to be so loved." "You can do no good by seeing him," said her brother. "But I will see him. You need not scowl at me as though you wished to strike me. I have gone through that which makes me different from other women, and I care not what they say of me. Violet understands it all, but you understand nothing." "Be calm, Laura," said her sister-in-law, "and Oswald will do all that can be done." "But they will hang him." "Nonsense," said her brother. "He has not been as yet committed for his trial. Heaven knows how much has to be done. It is as likely as not that in 3 days' time he will be out at large, and all the world will be running after him just because he has been in Newgate." "But who will look after him?" "He has plenty of friends. I will see that he is not left without everything he wants." "But he will want money." "He has plenty of money for that. Do you take it quietly, and not make a fool of yourself. If the worst comes to the worst—" "Oh, heavens!" "Listen to me, if you can listen. Should the worst come to the worst, which I believe to be altogether impossible, mind, I think it next to impossible, for I have never for a moment believed him to be guilty, we will visit him together. Good-bye now. I am going to see that friend of his, Mr. Lowe." So saying, Lord Chiltern went, leaving the two women together. "Why should he be so savage with me?" said Lady Laura. "He does not mean to be savage." "Does he speak to you like that? What right has he to tell me of shame? Has my life been so bad and his so good? Do you think it shameful that I should love this man?" She sat looking into her friend's face, but her friend for a while hesitated to answer. "You shall tell me, Violet. We have known each other so well that I can bear to be told by you. Do not you love him?" "I love him? Certainly not." "But you did." "Not as you mean. Who can define love and say what it is? There are so many kinds of love. We say that we love the Queen." "Pshaw!" "And we are to love all our neighbours. But as men and women talk of love, I never at any moment of my life loved any man but my husband. Mr. Finn was a great favourite with me, always." "Indeed he was." "As any other man might be, or any woman. He is so still, and with all my heart I hope that this may be untrue." "It is false as the devil. It must be false. Can you think of the man, his sweetness, the gentle nature of him? his open, free speech and courage, and believe that he would go behind his enemy and knock his brains out in the dark? I can conceive it of myself that I should do it much easier than of him. Oswald says it is false, but he says it as partly believing that it is true. If it be true, I will hang myself. There will be nothing left among men or women fit to live for. You think it shameful that I should love him. I have not said so. But you do. I think there is cause for shame in your confessing it. I do confess it. You ask me and press me, and because we have loved one another so well, I must answer you. If a woman, a married woman, be oppressed by such a feeling, she should lay it down at the bottom of her heart, out of sight, never mentioning it, even to herself. You talk of the heart as though we could control it. The heart will follow the thoughts, and they may be controlled. I am not passionate, perhaps, as you are, and I think I can control my heart, but my fortune has been kind to me, and I have never been tempted. Laura, do not think I am preaching to you. Oh, no, but your husband, think of him, and think of mine. You have babies. May God make me thankful. I have every good thing on earth that God can give. And what have I? To see that man prosper in life who they tell me is a murderer, that man who is now in a felon's jail, whom they will hang for aught we know, to see him go forward and justify my thoughts of him. That yesterday was all I had. Today I have nothing, except the shame with which you and Oswald say that I have covered myself. Laura, I have never said so. I saw it in your eye when he accused me, and I know that it is shameful. I do know that I am covered with shame, but I can bear my own disgrace better than his danger. After a long pause, a silence of probably some 15 minutes, she spoke again. If Robert should die, what would happen then? It would be a release, I suppose, said Lady Chiltern in a voice so low that it was almost a whisper. A release indeed, and I would become that man's wife the next day at the foot of the gallows, if he would have me. But he would not have me. End of Chapter 51. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Chapter 52 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 52. Mr. Kennedy's Will. Mr. Kennedy had fired a pistol at Phineas Finn in Macpherson's hotel, with the manifest intention of blowing out the brains of his presumed enemy, and no public notice had been taken of the occurrence. Phineas himself had been only too willing to pass the thing by as a trifling accident, if he might be allowed to do so, and the Macphersons had been by far too true to their great friend to think of giving him in charge to the police. The affair had been talked about, and had come to the knowledge of reporters and editors. Most of the newspapers had contained paragraphs giving various accounts of the matter, and one or two had followed the example of the People's Banner in demanding that the police should investigate the matter. But the matter had not been investigated. The police were supposed to know nothing about it. As how should they, no one having seen or heard the shot but they who were determined to be silent? Mr. Quintus Slide had been indignant all in vain so far as Mr. Kennedy and his offence had been concerned. As soon as the pistol had been fired, and Phineas had escaped from the room, the unfortunate man had sunk back in his chair, conscious of what he had done, knowing that he had made himself subject to the law, and expecting every minute that constables would enter the room to seize him. He had seen his enemy's hat lying on the floor, and when nobody would come to fetch it, had thrown it down the stairs. After that, he sat waiting for the police, with the pistol still loaded in every barrel but one, lying by his side, hardly repenting the attempt, but trembling for the result, till Macpherson the landlord, who had been brought home from chapel, knocked at his door. There was very little said between them, and no positive allusion was made to the shot that had been fired. but Macpherson succeeded in getting the pistol into his possession, as to which the unfortunate man put no impediment in his way, and he managed to have it understood that Mr. Kennedy's cousin should be summoned on the following morning. "Is anybody else coming?" Robert Kennedy asked when the landlord was about to leave the room. "Naebody as I kenna yet, laird," said Macpherson, "but likes they will." Nobody, however, did come, and the laird had spent the evening by himself in very wretched solitude. On the following day the cousin had come, and to him the whole story was told. After that, no difficulty was found in taking the miserable man back to Loughlinter, and there he had been for the last 2 months in the custody of his more wretched mother and of his cousin. No legal steps had been taken to deprive him of the management either of himself or of his property, so that he was in truth his own master, and he exercised his mastery in acts of petty tyranny about his domain, becoming more and more close-fisted in regard to money, and desirous, as it appeared, of starving all living things about the place, cattle, sheep, and horses, so that the value of their food might be saved. But every member of the establishment knew that the laird was nae just himself, and consequently his orders were not obeyed. And the laird knew the same of himself, and though he would give the orders, not only resolutely, but with imperious threats of penalties to follow disobedience, still he did not seem to expect compliance. While he was in this state, letters addressed to him came for a while into his own hands, and thus more than one reached him from Lord Brentford's lawyer, demanding that restitution should be made of the interest arising from Lady Laura's fortune. Then he would fly out into bitter wrath, calling his wife foul names, and swearing that she should never have a farthing of his money to spend upon her paramour. Of course it was his money, and his only. All the world knew that. Had she not left his roof, breaking her marriage vows, throwing aside every duty, and bringing him down to his present state of abject misery? Her own fortune! If she wanted the interest of her wretched money, let her come to Loughlinter and receive it there. In spite of all her wickedness, her cruelty, her misconduct, which had brought him, as he now said, to the verge of the grave, he would still give her shelter and room for repentance. He recognized his vows, though she did not. She should still be his wife, though she had utterly disgraced both herself and him. She should still be his wife, though she had so lived as to make it impossible that there should be any happiness in their household. It was thus spoke, when first one and then another letter came from the Earl's lawyer, pointing out to him the injustice to which Lady Laura was subjected by the loss of her fortune. No doubt these letters would not have been written in the line assumed, had not Mr. Kennedy proved himself to be unfit to have the custody of his wife by attempting to shoot the man whom he accused of being his wife's lover. An act had been done, said the lawyer, which made it quite out of the question that Lady Laura should return to her husband. To this, when speaking of the matter to those around him, which he did with an energy which seemed to be foreign to his character, Mr. Kennedy made no direct allusion, but he swore most positively that not a shilling should be given up. The fear of policemen coming down to Loughlinter to take account of that angry shot had passed away, and though he knew, with an uncertain knowledge, that he was not in all respects obeyed as he used to be, that his orders were disobeyed by stewards and servants, in spite of his threats of dismissal, he still felt that he was sufficiently his own master to defy the Earl's attorney, and to maintain his claim upon his wife's person. Let her return to him first of all. But after a while the cousin interfered still further, and Robert Kennedy, who so short a time since had been a member of the government, graced by permission to sit in the cabinet, was not allowed to open his own post-bag. He had written a letter to one person, and then again to another, which had induced those who received them to return answers to the cousin. To Lord Brentford's lawyer he had used a few very strong words. Mr. Forster had replied to the cousin, stating how grieved Lord Brentford would be, how much grieved would be Lady Laura, to find themselves driven to take steps in reference to what they conceived to be the unfortunate condition of Mr. Robert Kennedy, but that such steps must be taken unless some arrangement could be made which should be at any rate reasonable. Then Mr. Kennedy's post-bag was taken from him. The letters which he wrote were not sent. and he took to his bed. It was during this condition of affairs that the cousin took upon himself to intimate to Mr. Forster that the managers of Mr. Kennedy's estate were by no means anxious of embarrassing their charge by so trumpery an additional matter as the income derived from Lady Laura's £40,000. But things were in a terrible confusion at Loughlinter. Rents were paid as heretofore on receipts given by Robert Kennedy's agent, but the agent could only pay the money to Robert Kennedy's credit at his bank. Robert Kennedy's cheques would, no doubt, have drawn the money out again, but it was almost impossible to induce Robert Kennedy to sign a cheque. Even in bed he inquired daily about his money, and knew accurately the sum lying at his bankers, but he could be persuaded to disgorge nothing. He postponed from day to day the signing of certain cheques that were brought to him, and alleged very freely that an attempt was being made to rob him. During all his life he had been very generous in subscribing to public charities, but now he stopped all his subscriptions. The cousin had to provide even for the payment of wages, and things went very badly at Loughlinter. Then there arose the question whether legal steps should be taken for placing the management of the estate in other hands, on the ground of the owner's insanity, but the wretched old mother begged that this might not be done, and Dr. Macnuthrie, from Callander, was of opinion that no steps should be taken at present. Mr. Kennedy was very ill indeed, would take no nourishment, and seemed to be sinking under the pressure of his misfortunes. Any steps such as those suggested would probably send their friend out of the world at once. In fact, Robert Kennedy was dying, and in the first week of May, when the beauty of the spring was beginning to show itself on the braes of Loughlinter, he did die. The old woman, his mother, was seated by his bedside, and into her ears he murmured his last wailing complaint. "If she had the fear of God before her eyes, she would come back to me." "Let us pray that he may soften her heart," said the old lady. "Hey, mother, nothing can soften the heart Satan has hardened till it be hard as the nether millstone." And in that faith he died, believing, as he had ever believed, that the spirit of evil was stronger than the spirit of good. For some time past there had been perturbation in the mind of that cousin, and of all the other Kennedys of that ilk, as to the nature of the will of the head of the family. It was feared lest he should have been generous to the wife who was believed by them all to have been so wicked and treacherous to her husband, and so it was found to be when the will was read. During the last few months no one near him had dared to speak to him of his will, for it had been known that his condition of mind rendered him unfit to alter it, nor had he ever alluded to it himself. As a matter of course there had been a settlement, and it was supposed that Lady Laura's own money would revert to her, but when it was found that in addition to this the Loughlinter estate became hers for life in the event of Mr. Kennedy dying without a child, there was great consternation among the Kennedys generally. There were but 2 or 3 of them concerned, and for those there was money enough. But it seemed to them now that the bad wife, who had utterly refused to acclimatize herself to the soil to which she had been transplanted, was to be rewarded for her wicked stubbornness. Lady Laura would become mistress of her own fortune and all of Loughlinter, and would be once more a free woman, with all the power that wealth and fashion can give. Alas, alas! It was too late now for the taking of any steps to sever her from her rich inheritance. "And the false harlot will come and play havoc here in my son's mansion," said the old woman with extremest bitterness. The tidings were conveyed to Lady Laura through her lawyer, but did not reach her in full till some 8 or 10 days after the news of her husband's death. The telegram announcing that event had come to her at her father's house in Portman Square, on the day after that on which Phineas had been arrested, and the Earl had of course known that his great longing for the recovery of his wife's fortune had now been realized. To him there was no sorrow in the news. He had only known Robert Kennedy as one who had been thoroughly disagreeable to himself, and who had persecuted his daughter throughout their married life. There had come no happiness, not even prosperity, through the marriage. His daughter had been forced to leave the man's house, and had been forced also to leave her money behind her. Then she had been driven abroad, fearing persecution, and had only dared to return when the man's madness became so notorious as to annul his power of annoying her. Now by his death, A portion of the injury which he had inflicted on the great family of Standish would be remedied. The money would come back, together with the stipulated jointure, and there could no longer be any question of return. The news delighted the old lord, and he was almost angry with his daughter because she also would not confess her delight. "Oh, papa, he was my husband." "Yes, yes, no doubt. I was always against it, you will remember." "Pray do not talk in that way now, papa. I know that I was not to him what I should have been." "You used to say it was all his fault." "We will not talk of it now, papa. He is gone, and I remember his past goodness to me." She clothed herself in the deepest of mourning, and made herself a thing of sorrow by the sacrificial uncouthness of her garments. And she tried to think of him, and not to think of Phineas Finn. She remembered with real sorrow the words she had spoken to her sister-in-law, in which she had declared, while still the wife of another man, that she would willingly marry Phineas at the foot even of the gallows if she were free. She was free now, but she did not repeat her assertion. It was impossible not to think of Phineas in his present strait, but she abstained from speaking of him as far as she could, and for the present never alluded to her former purpose of visiting him in his prison. From day to day, for the first few days of her widowhood, she heard what was going on. The evidence against him became stronger and stronger, whereas the other man, Emilius, had been already liberated. There were still many who felt sure that Emilius had been the murderer, among whom were all those who had been ranked among the staunch friends of our hero. The Chilterns so believed, and Lady Laura. The Duchess so believed, and Madame Goesler. Mr. Lowe felt sure of it, and Mr. Monk and Lord Cantrip, and nobody was more sure than Mrs. Bunce. There were many who professed that they doubted, men such as Barrington Erle, Lawrence Fitzgibbon, the two dukes, though the younger duke never expressed such doubt at home, and Mr. Gresham himself. Indeed, the feeling of Parliament in general was one of great doubt. Mr. Daubeny never expressed an opinion one way or the other, feeling that the fate of two second-class Liberals could not be matter of concern to him. But Sir Orlando Drought, and Mr. Roby, and Mr. Boffin were as eager as though they had not been Conservatives, and were full of doubt. Surely, if Phineas Finn were not the murderer, he had been more ill-used by fate than had been any man since fate first began to be unjust. But there was also a very strong party by whom no doubt whatever was entertained as to his guilt, at the head of which, as in duty bound, was the poor widow Mrs. Bonteen. She had no doubt as to the hand by which her husband had fallen, and clamoured loudly for the vengeance of the law. All the world, she said, knew how bitter against her husband had been this wretch, whose villainy had been exposed by her dear gracious lord, and now the evidence against him was, to her thinking, complete. She was supported strongly by Lady Eustace, who, much as she wished not to be the wife of the Bohemian Jew, thought even that preferable to being known as the widow of a murderer who had been hung. Mr. Ratler, with one or two others in the house, was certain of Finn's guilt. The People's Banner, though it prefaced each one of its daily paragraphs on the subject with a statement as to the manifest duty of an influential newspaper to abstain from the expression of any opinion on such a subject till the question had been decided by a jury, nevertheless, from day to day, recapitulated the evidence against the member for Tankerville, and showed how strong were the motives which had existed for such a deed. But among those who were sure of Finn's guilt, there was no one more sure than Lord Fawn, who had seen the coat and the height of the man, and the step. He declared among his intimate friends that of course he could not swear to the person. He could not venture, when upon his oath, to give an opinion. But the man who had passed him at so quick a pace had been half a foot higher than Emilius. Of that there could be no doubt, nor could there be any doubt as to the grey coat. Of course there might be other men with grey coats besides Mr. Phineas Finn, and other men half a foot taller than Emilius, and there might be other men with that peculiarly energetic step, and the man who hurried by him might not have been the man who murdered Mr. Bonteen. Of all that Lord Fawn could say nothing, but what he did say, of that he was sure. And all those who knew him were well aware that in his own mind he was convinced of the guilt of Phineas Finn. And there was another man equally convinced, Mr. Maule senior remembered well the manner in which Madame Goesler spoke of Phineas Finn in reference to the murder, and was quite sure that Phineas was the murderer. For a couple of days Lord Chiltern was constantly with the poor prisoner, but after that he was obliged to return to Harrington Hall. This he did a day after the news arrived of the death of his brother-in-law. Both he and Lady Chiltern had promised to return home, having left Adelaide Palliser alone in the house, and already they had overstayed their time. "Of course I will remain with you," Lady Chiltern had said to her sister-in-law, but the widow had preferred to be left alone. For these first few days, when she must make pretence of sorrow because her husband had died, and had such real cause for sorrow in the miserable condition of the man she loved, she preferred to be alone. Who could sympathize with her now, or with whom could she speak of her grief? Her father was talking to her always of her money, but from him she could endure it. She was used to him, and could remember when he spoke to her of her £40,000 and of her 1,200 a year of jointure, that it had not always been with him like that. As yet nothing had been heard of the will, and the Earl did not in the least anticipate any further accession of wealth from the estate of the man whom they had all hated. But his daughter would now be a rich woman, and was yet young, and there might still be splendour. "I suppose you won't care to buy land," he said. "Oh, papa, do not talk of buying anything yet." "But, my dear Laura, you must put your money into something. You can get very nearly 5% from Indian stock." "Not yet, papa," she said. But he proceeded to explain to her how very important an affair money is, and that persons who have got money cannot be excused for not considering what they had better do with it. No doubt she could get 4% on her money by buying up certain existing mortgages on the Salisbury property, which would no doubt be very convenient if, hereafter, the money should go to her brother's child. "Not yet, papa," she said again, having, however, already made up her mind that her money should have a different destination. She could not interest her father at all in the fate of Phineas Finn. When the story of the murder had first been told to him, he had been amazed, and no doubt somewhat gratified, as we all are, at tragic occurrences which do not concern ourselves. But he could not be made to tremble for the fate of Phineas Finn, and yet he had known the man during the last few years most intimately, and had had much in common with him. He had trusted Phineas in respect to his son, and had trusted him also in respect to his daughter. Phineas had been his guest at Dresden, and on his return to London had been the first friend he had seen with the exception of his lawyer, and yet he could hardly be induced to express the slightest interest as to the fate of this friend who was to be tried for murder. "Oh, he's committed, is he? I think I remember that Prothero once told me that in 39 cases out of 40 men committed for serious offences have been guilty of them." The Prothero here spoken of as an authority on criminal matters was at present Lord Weaseling, the Lord Chancellor. "But Mr. Finn has not been guilty, papa." "There is always the one chance out of 40, but as I was saying, if you like to take up the Salisbury mortgages, Mr. Forster can't be told too soon." "Papa, I shall do nothing of the kind," said Lady Laura, and then she rose and walked out of the room. At the end of 10 days from the death of Mr. Kennedy, there came the tidings of the will. Lady Laura had written to Mrs. Kennedy a letter which had taken her much time in composition, expressing her deep sorrow and condoling with the old woman. And the old woman had answered, "Madam, I am too old now to express either grief or anger. My dear son's death, caused by domestic wrong, has robbed me of any remaining comfort which the undeserved sorrows of his latter years had not already dispelled. Your obedient servant, Sarah Kennedy." From which it may be inferred that she had also taken considerable trouble in composition of her letter. Other communications between Loughlinter and Portman Square there were none, but there came through the lawyers a statement of Mr. Kennedy's will, as far as the interests of Lady Laura were concerned. This reached Mr. Forster first, and he brought it personally to Portman Square. He asked for Lady Laura, and saw her alone. "He has bequeathed to you the use of Loughlinter for your life, Lady Laura." "To me?" "Yes, Lady Laura. The will is dated in the first year of his marriage, and has not been altered since. What can I do with Loughlinter? I will give it back to them." Then Mr. Forster explained that the legacy referred not only to the house and immediate grounds, but to the whole estate known as the domain of Loughlinter. There could be no reason why she should give it up, but very many why she should not do so. Circumstanced as Mr. Kennedy had been, with no one nearer to him than a first cousin, with a property purchased with money saved by his father, a property to which no cousin could by inheritance have any claim, he could not have done better with it than to leave it to his widow in fault of any issue of his own. Then the lawyer explained that were she to give it up, the world would of course say that she had done so from a feeling of her own unworthiness. "Why should I feel myself to be unworthy?" she asked. The lawyer smiled and told her that of course she would retain Loughlinter. Then at her request he was taken to the Earl's room, and there repeated the good news. Lady Laura preferred not to hear her father's first exultations. But while this was being done, she also exulted. Might it not still be possible that there should be before her a happy evening to her days, and that she might stand once more beside the Falls of Linter, contented, hopeful, nay, almost glorious, with her hand in his, to whom she had once refused her own, on that very spot. End of chapter 52. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Chapter 53 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 53. None but the brave deserve the fair. Though Mr. Robert Kennedy was lying dead at Loughlinter, and though Phineas Finn, a member of Parliament, was in prison, accused of murdering another member of Parliament, still the world went on with its old ways, down in the neighbourhood of Harrington Hall and Spoon Hall as at other places. The hunting with the brake hounds was now over for the season, had indeed been brought to an auspicious end 3 weeks since, and such gentlemen as Thomas Spooner had time on their hands to look about at their other concerns. When a man hunts 5 days a week, regardless of distances, and devotes a due proportion of his energies to the necessary circumstances of hunting, the preservation of foxes, the maintenance of good humour with the farmers, the proper compensation for poultry really killed by four-legged favourites, the growth and arrangement of coverts, the lying in of vixens, and the subsequent guardianship of nurseries, the persecution of enemies, and the warm protection of friends, when he follows the sport, accomplishing all the concomitant duties of a true sportsman, he has not much time left for anything. Such a one as Mr. Spooner of Spoon Hall finds that his off day is occupied from breakfast to dinner with grooms, keepers, old women with turkeys' heads, and gentlemen in velveteens with information about wires and unknown earths. His letters fall naturally to the Sunday afternoon, and are hardly written before sleep overpowers him. Many a large fortune has been made with less of true devotion to the work than is given to hunting by so genuine a sportsman as Mr. Spooner. Our friend had some inkling of this himself, and felt that many of the less important affairs of his life were neglected because he was so true to the one great object of his existence. He had wisely endeavoured to prevent rack and ruin among the affairs of Spoon Hall, and had thoroughly succeeded by joining his cousin Ned with himself in the administration of his estate. But there were things which Ned, with all his zeal and all his cleverness, could not do for him. He was conscious that had he been as remiss in the matter of hunting as that hard-riding but otherwise idle young scamp, Gerard Maule, he might have succeeded much better than he had done hitherto with Adelaide Palliser. "Hanging about and philandering, that's what they want," he said to his cousin Ned. "I suppose it is," said Ned. "I was fond of a girl once myself, and I hung about a good deal, but we hadn't sixpence between us." "That was Polly Maxwell, I remember." You behaved very badly then." "Very badly, Tom. About as bad as a man could behave. And she was as bad. I loved her with all my heart, and I told her so, and she told me the same. There was never anything worse. We just had nothing between us, and nobody to give us anything." "It doesn't pay, does it, Ned, that kind of thing?" "It doesn't pay at all. I wouldn't give her up, nor she me. She was about as pretty a girl as I remember to have seen." "I suppose you were a decent-looking fellow in those days yourself. They say so, but I never quite believed it." "There wasn't much in that," said Ned. "Girls don't want a man to be good-looking, but that he should speak up and not be afraid of them. There were lots of fellows came after her. You remember Blinks of the Carabineers? He was full of money, and he asked her 3 times. She's an old maid to this day, and is living as companion to some crusty, crotchety countess." "I think you did behave badly, Ned. Why didn't you set her free?" "Of course I behaved badly. And why didn't she set me free, if you come to that? I might have found a female Blinks on my own, only for her. I wonder whether it will come against us when we die, and whether we shall be brought up together to receive punishment." "Not if you repent, I suppose," said Tom Spooner very seriously. "I sometimes ask myself whether she has repented. I made her swear that she'd never give me up. She might have broken her word a score of times, and I wish she had." "I think she was a fool, Ned." "Of course she was a fool. She knows that now, I dare say. And perhaps she has repented. Do you mean to try it again with that girl at Harrington Hall?" Mr. Thomas Spooner did mean to try it again with the girl at Harrington Hall. He had never quite trusted the note which he had got from his friend Chiltern, and had made up his mind that, to say the least of it, there had been very little friendship shown in the letter. Had Chiltern meant to have stood to him like a brick, as he ought to have stood by his right-hand man in the Brake country, at any rate a fair chance might have been given him. "Where the devil would he be in such a country as this without me?" Tom had said to his cousin. "Not knowing a soul, and with all the shooting men against him? I might have had the hounds myself, and might have 'em now if I cared to take 'em. It's not standing by a fellow as he ought to do. He writes to me, by George, just as he might do to some fellow who never had a fox about his place." "I suppose he didn't put the 2 things together," said Ned Spooner. "I hate a fellow that can't put 2 things together. If I stand to you, you've a right to stand to me. That's what you mean by putting 2 things together. I mean to have another shy at her. She has quarrelled with that fellow Maule altogether. I've learned that from the gardener's girl at Harrington." Yes, he would make another attempt. All history, all romance, all poetry, and all prose taught him that perseverance in love was generally crowned with success, that true love rarely was crowned with success except by perseverance. Such a simple little tale of boy's passion as that told him by his cousin had no attraction for him. A wife would hardly be worth having, and worth keeping, so one. And all proverbs were on his side. "None but the brave deserve the fair," said his cousin. "I shall stick to it," said Tom Spooner. "Labor omnia vincit," said his cousin. But what should be his next step? Gerard Maule had been sent away with a flea in his ear. So, at least, Mr. Spooner asserted, and expressed an undoubting opinion that this imperative dismissal had come from the fact that Gerard Maule, when put through his facings about income, was not able to show the money. "She's not one of your Polly Maxwells, Ned." Ned said he supposed she was not one of that sort. "Heaven knows I couldn't show the money," said Ned, "but that didn't make her any wiser." Then Tom gave it as his opinion that Miss Palliser was one of those young women who won't go anywhere without having everything about them. She could have her own carriage with me, and her own horses, and her own maid, and everything. "Her own way into the bargain," said Ned, whereupon Tom Spooner winked, and suggested that that might be as things turned out after the marriage. He was quite willing to run his chance for that. But how was he to get at her to prosecute his suit? As to writing her direct, he didn't much believe in that. It looks as though one were afraid of her, you know, which I ain't the least. I stood up to her before, and I wasn't a bit more nervous than I am at this moment. Were you nervous in that affair with Miss Maxwell?" "Ah, it's a long time ago. There wasn't much nervousness there." "A sort of milkmaid affair?" "Just that." "That is different, you know. I tell you what I'll do. I'll just drive slap over to Harrington and chance it. I'll take the 2 bays and the phaeton. Who's afraid?" "There's nothing to be afraid of," said Ned. "Old Chiltern is such a cantankerous fellow, and perhaps Lady C. may say that I oughtn't to have taken advantage of her absence. But what's the odds? If she takes me, there'll be an end of it. If she don't, they can't eat me. The only thing is whether they'll let you in." "I'll try, at any rate," said Tom, "and you shall go over with me. You won't mind trotting about the grounds while I'm carrying on the war inside. I'll take the 2 bays, and Dick Farron behind, and I don't think there's a prettier got-up trap in the county. We'll go tomorrow." And on the morrow they did start, having heard on that very morning of the arrest of Phineas Finn. "By George, don't it feel odd," said Tom, just as they started. "A fellow that we used to know down here, having him out hunting and all that, and now he's a murderer. Isn't it a coincidence?" "It startles one," said Ned. "That's what I mean. It's such a strange thing that it should be the man we know ourselves. These things always are happening to me. Do you remember when poor Fred Fallows got his bad fall and died the next year? You weren't here then." "I've heard you speak of it." "I was in the very same field, and should have been the man to pick him up, only the hounds had just turned to the left. It's very odd that these coincidences always are happening to some men, and never do happen to others. It makes one feel that he's marked out, you know." "I hope you'll be marked out by victory today." "Well, yes. That's more important just now than Mr. Bonteen's murder. Do you know, I wish you'd drive. These horses are pulling, and I don't want to be all in a flurry when I get to Harrington." Now it was a fact very well known to all concerned with Spoon Hall that there was nothing as to which the squire was so jealous as the driving of his own horses. He would never trust the reins to a friend, and even Ned had hardly ever been allowed the honour of the whip when sitting with his cousin. "I'm apt to get red in the face when I'm overheated," said Tom, as he made himself comfortable and easy in the left-hand seat. There were not many more words spoken during the journey. The lover was probably justified in feeling some trepidation. He had been quite correct in suggesting that the matter between him and Miss Palliser bore no resemblance at all to that old affair between his cousin Ned and Polly Maxwell. There had been as little trepidation as money in that case. Simply love and kisses, parting, despair, and a broken heart. Here things were more august. There was plenty of money, and, let affairs go as they might, there would be no broken heart. But that perseverance in love of which Mr. Spooner intended to make himself so bright an example does require some courage. The Adelaide Pallisers of the world have a way of making themselves uncommonly unpleasant to a man when they refuse him for the 3rd or 4th time. They allow themselves sometimes to express a contempt which is almost akin to disgust, and to speak to a lover as though he were no better than a footman. And then the lover is bound to bear it all, and when he has borne it, finds it so very difficult to get out of the room. Mr. Spooner had some idea of all this, as his cousin drove him up to the door at what he then thought a very fast pace. "It all," he said. "You needn't have brought them up so confoundedly hot." But it was not of the horses that he was really thinking, but of the colour of his own nose. There was something working within him which had flurried him, in spite of the tranquillity of his idle seat. Not the less did he spring out of the phaeton with a quite youthful jump. It was well that every one about Harrington Hall should know how alert he was on his legs. A little weather-beaten about the face he might be, but he could get in and out of his saddle as quickly as Gerard Maule even yet, and for a short distance would run Gerard Maule for a 10-pound note. He dashed briskly up to the door and rang the bell, as though he feared neither Adelaide nor Lord Chiltern any more than he did his own servants at Spoon Hall. Was Miss Palliser at home? The maidservant who opened the door told him that Miss Palliser was at home, with a celerity which he certainly had not expected. The male members of the establishment were probably disporting themselves in the absence of their master and mistress, and Adelaide Palliser was thus left to the insufficient guardianship of young women who were altogether without discretion. "Yes, sir, Miss Palliser is at home." So said the indiscreet female, and Mr. Spooner was for the moment confounded by his own success. He had hardly told himself what reception he had expected, or whether, in the event of the servant informing him at the front door that the young lady was not at home, he would make any further immediate effort to prolong the siege so as to force an entry. But now, when he had carried the very fortress by surprise, his heart almost misgave him. He certainly had not thought, when he descended from his chariot like a young Bacchus in quest of his Ariadne, that he should so soon be enabled to repeat the tale of his love. But there he was, confronted with Ariadne before he had had a moment to shake his godlike locks or arrange the divinity of his thoughts. "Mr. Spooner," said the maid, opening the door. "Oh, dear!" exclaimed Ariadne, feeling the vainness of her wish to fly from the god. "You know, Mary, that Lady Chiltern is up in London." "But he didn't ask for Lady Chiltern, miss." Then there was a pause, during which the maid-servant managed to shut the door and to escape. "Lord Chiltern is up in London," said Miss Palliser, rising from her chair, "and Lady Chiltern is with him. They will be at home, I think, to-morrow, but I am not quite sure." She looked at him rather as Diana might have looked at poor Orion than as any Ariadne at any Bacchus. And for a moment Mr. Spooner felt that the pale chillness of the moon was entering in upon his very heart and freezing the blood in his veins. "Miss Palliser," he began. But Adelaide was for the moment an unmitigated Diana. "Mr. Spooner," she said, "I cannot for an instant suppose that you wish to say anything to me." "But I do," he said, laying his hand upon his heart. "Then I must declare that you ought not to. And I hope you won't. Lady Chiltern is not in the house, and I think that you ought to go away. I do indeed." But Mr. Spooner, though the interview had been commenced with unexpected and almost painful suddenness, was too much a man to be driven off by the first angry word. He remembered that this Diana was but mortal, and he remembered, too, that though he had entered in upon her privacy, he had done so in a manner recognized by the world as lawful. There was no reason why he should allow himself to be congealed, or even banished out of the grotto of the nymph, without speaking a word on his own behalf. Were he to fly now, he must fly for ever. Whereas if he fought now, fought well, even though not successfully at the moment, he might fight again. While Miss Palliser was scowling at him, he resolved upon fighting. "Miss Palliser," he said, "I did not come to see Lady Chiltern. I came to see you. And now that I have been happy enough to find you, I hope you will listen to me for a minute. I shan't do you any harm." "I'm not afraid of any harm, but I cannot think that you have anything to say that can do anybody any good." She sat down, however, and so far yielded. "Of course I cannot make you go away, Mr. Spooner, but I should have thought when I asked you—" Mr. Spooner also seated himself and uttered a sigh. Making love to a sweet, soft, blushing, willing, though silent girl is a pleasant employment, but the task of declaring love to a stony-hearted, obdurate, ill-conditioned Diana is very disagreeable for any gentleman. And it is the more so when the gentleman really loves, or thinks that he loves, his Diana. Mr. Spooner did believe himself to be verily in love. Having sighed, he began, "Miss Palliser, this opportunity of declaring to you the state of my heart is too valuable to allow me to give it up without using it." "It can't be of any use." Oh, Miss Palliser, if you knew my feelings!" "But I know my own." "They may change, Miss Palliser." "No, they can't." "Don't say that, Miss Palliser." "But I do say it. I say it over and over again. I don't know what any gentleman can gain by persecuting a lady. You oughtn't have been shown up here at all." Mr. Spooner knew well that women have been won even at the 10th time of asking, and this with him was only the 3rd. "I think if you knew my heart," he commenced. "I don't want to know your heart." "You might listen to a man at any rate." "I don't want to listen. It can't do any good. I only want you to leave me alone and go away." "I don't know what you take me for," said Mr. Spooner, beginning to wax angry. "I haven't taken you for anything at all. This is very disagreeable and very foolish. A lady has a right to know her own mind, and she has a right not to be persecuted." She would have referred to Lord Chiltern's letter, had not all the hopes of her heart been so terribly crushed since that letter had been written. In it he had openly declared that she was already engaged to be married to Mr. Maule, thinking that he would thus put an end to Mr. Spooner's little adventure. But since the writing of Lord Chiltern's letter, that unfortunate reference had been made to Boulogne, and every particle of her happiness had been destroyed. She was a miserable, blighted young woman, who had quarrelled irretrievably with her lover, feeling greatly angry with herself because she had made the quarrel, and yet conscious that her own self-respect had demanded the quarrel. She was full of regret, declaring to herself from morning to night that in spite of all his manifest wickedness in having talked of Boulogne, she never could care at all for any other man. And now there was this aggravation to her misery, this horrid suitor, who disgraced her by making those around her suppose it to be possible that she should ever accept him, who had probably heard of her quarrel, and had been mean enough to suppose that therefore there might be a chance for himself. She did despise him, and wanted him to understand that she despised him. "I believe I am in a condition to offer my hand and fortune to any young lady without impropriety," said Mr. Spooner. "I don't know anything about your condition." "But I will tell you everything." "I don't want to know anything about it." "I have an estate of—" "I don't want to know about your estate. I won't hear about your estate. It can be nothing to me." "It is generally considered to be a matter of some importance." "It is of no importance to me at all, Mr. Spooner, and I won't hear anything about it. If all the parish belonged to you, it would not make any difference." "All the parish does belong to me, and nearly all the next," replied Mr. Spooner with great dignity. "Then you'd better find some lady who would like to have 2 parishes. They haven't any weight with me at all." At that moment she told herself how much she would prefer even Boulogne to Mr. Spooner's 2 parishes. "What is it you find so wrong about me?" asked the unhappy suitor. Adelaide looked at him, and longed to tell him that his nose was red, and though she would not do quite that, she could not bring herself to spare him. What right had he to come to her, a nasty, red-nosed old man, who knew nothing about anything but foxes and horses, to her, who had never given him the encouragement of a single smile? She could not allude to his nose, but in regard to his other defects she would not spare him. "Our tastes are not the same, Mr. Spooner." "You are very fond of hunting." "And our ages are not the same." "I always thought there should be a difference of age," said Mr. Spooner, becoming very red. And, it's altogether quite preposterous. I don't believe that you can really think it yourself." "But I do." "Then you must unthink it. And indeed, Mr. Spooner, since you drive me to say so, I consider it to be very unmanly of you, after what Lord Chiltern told you in his letter." "But I believe that is all over." Then her anger flashed up very high. "And if you do believe it, what a mean man you must be to come to me when you must know how miserable I am, and to think that I should be driven to accept you after losing him. You never could have been anything to me. If you wanted to get married at all, you should have done it before I was born." This was hard upon the man, as at the time he could not have been much more than 20. "But you don't know anything of the difference in people if you think that any girl would look at you after having been loved by Mr. Maule. Now, as you do not seem inclined to go away, I shall leave you." So saying, she walked off with stately step out of the room, leaving the door open behind her to facilitate her escape. She had certainly been very rude to him, and had treated him very badly, of that he was sure. He had conferred upon her what is commonly called the highest compliment which a gentleman can pay a lady, and she had insulted him, had doubly insulted him. She had referred to his age, greatly exaggerating his misfortune in that respect, and she had compared him to that poor beggar Maule in language most offensive. When she left him, he put his hand beneath his waistcoat and turned with an air almost majestic towards the window. But in an instant he remembered that there was nobody there to see how he bore his punishment, and he sank down into human nature. "Damnation," he said, as he put his hands into his trousers pockets. Slowly he made his way down the hall, and slowly he opened for himself the front door, and escaped from the house onto the gravel drive. There he found his cousin Ned still seated in the phaeton, and slowly driving round the circle in front of the hall door. The squire succeeded in gaining such command over his own gait and countenance that his cousin divined nothing of the truth as he clambered up into his seat. But he soon showed his temper. "What the devil have you got the reins in this way for?" "The reins are all right," said Ned. "No, they ain't. They're all wrong." And then he drove down the avenue to Spoon Hall as quickly as he could make the horses trot. "Did you see her?" said Ned, as soon as they were beyond the gates. "See your grandmother." "Do you mean to say that I'm not to ask?" "There's nothing I hate so much as a fellow that's always asking questions," said Tom Spooner. "There are some men so thick-headed that they never know when they ought to hold their tongue." For a minute or two Ned bore the reproof in silence, and then he spoke. "If you are unhappy, Tom, I can bear a good deal, but don't overdo it, unless you want me to leave you." "She's the vixen that ever had a tongue in her head," said Tom Spooner, lifting his whip and striking the poor off-horse in his agony. Then Ned forgave him. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele Carson. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 54. The Duchess takes counsel. Phineas Finn, when he had been thrice remanded before the Bow Street magistrate and 4 times examined, was at last committed to be tried for the murder of Mr. Bonteen. This took place on Wednesday, May 19th, a fortnight after the murder. But during those 14 days little was learned or even surmised by the police, in addition to the circumstances which had transpired at once. Indeed, the delay, slight as it was, had arisen from a desire to find evidence that might affect Mr. Emilius, rather than with a view to strengthen that which did affect Phineas Finn. But no circumstance could be found tending in any way to add to the suspicion to which the converted Jew was made subject by his own character, and by the supposition that he would have been glad to get rid of Mr. Bonteen. He did not even attempt to run away, for which attempt certain pseudo-facilities were put in his way by police ingenuity. But Mr. Emilius stood his ground and courted inquiry. Mr. Bonteen had been to him, he said, a very bitter, unjust, and cruel enemy. Mr. Bonteen had endeavored to rob him of his dearest wife, had charged him with bigamy, had got up false evidence in the hope of ruining him. He had undoubtedly hated Mr. Bonteen, and might probably have said so. But, as it happened, through God's mercy, he was enabled to prove that he could not possibly have been at the scene of the murder when the murder was committed. During that hour of the night he had been in his own bed, and had he been out, could not have re-entered the house without calling up the inmates. But independently of his alibi, Emilius was able to rely on the absolute absence of any evidence against him. No grey coat could be traced to his hands even for an hour. His height was very much less than that attributed by Lord Fawn to the man whom he had seen hurrying to the spot. No weapon was found in his possession by which the deed could have been done. Inquiry was made as to the purchase of life-preservers, and the reverend gentleman was taken to half a dozen shops at which such instruments had lately been sold. But there had been a run upon life-preservers, in consequence of recommendations as to their use given by certain newspapers, and it was found as impossible to trace one particular purchase as it would have been that of a loaf of bread. At none of the half-dozen shops to which he was taken was Mr. Emilius remembered, and then all further inquiry in that direction was abandoned, and Mr. Emilius was set at liberty. "I forgive my persecutors from the bottom of my heart," he said, "but God will requite it to them." In the meantime, Phineas was taken to Newgate, and was there confined, almost with the glory and attendance of a state prisoner. This was no common murder, and no common murderer. Nor were they who interested themselves in the matter the ordinary rag, tag, and bobtail of the people, the mere wives and children, or perhaps fathers and mothers, or brothers and sisters of the slayer or the slain. Dukes and earls, duchesses and countesses, members of the cabinet, great statesmen, judges, bishops, and queen's counsellors, beautiful women, and women of highest fashion seemed for a while to think of but little else than the fate of Mr. Bonteen and the fate of Phineas Finn. People became intimately acquainted with each other through similar sympathies in this matter, who had never before spoken or seen each other. On the day after the full committal of the man, Mr. Lowe received a most courteous letter from the Duchess of Omnium, begging him to call at Carlton Terrace, if his engagements would permit him to do so. The Duchess had heard that Mr. Lowe was devoting all his energies to the protection of Phineas Finn, and as a certain friend of hers, a lady, was doing the same, she was anxious to bring them together. Indeed, she herself was equally prepared to devote her energies for the present to the same object. She had declared to all her friends, especially to her husband, and to the Duke of St. Bungay, her absolute conviction of the innocence of the accused man, and had called upon them to defend him. "My dear," said the elder Duke, "I do not think that in my time any innocent man has ever lost his life upon the scaffold." "Is that a reason why our friend should be the first instance?" said the Duchess. "He must be tried according to the laws of his country," said the younger Duke. "Plantagenet, you always speak as if everything were perfect, whereas you know very well that everything is imperfect. If that man is hung, "Glencora," said her husband, "do not connect yourself with the fate of a stranger from any misdirected enthusiasm." "I do connect myself. If that man be hung, I shall go into mourning for him. You had better look to it." Mr. Lowe obeyed the summons and called on the Duchess, but in truth the invitation had been planned by Madame Goesler, who was present when the lawyer, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, was shown into the presence of the Duchess. Tea was immediately ordered, and Mr. Lowe was almost embraced. He was introduced to Madame Goesler, of whom he did not before remember that he had heard the name, and was at once given to understand that the fate of Phineas was now in question. "We know so well," said the Duchess, "how true you are to him." "He is an old friend of mine," said the lawyer, "and I cannot believe him to have been guilty of a murder." "Guilty? He is no more guilty than I am. We are as sure of that as we are of the sun. We know that he is innocent, do we not, Madame Goesler? And we, too, are very dear friends of his. That is, I am." "And so am I," said Madame Goesler, in a voice very low and sweet, but yet so energetic as to make Mr. Lowe almost rivet his attention upon her. "You must understand, Mr. Lowe, that Mr. Finn is a man horribly hated by certain enemies. That wretched Mr. Bonteen hated his very name. But there are other people who think very differently of him. He must be saved." "Indeed, I hope that he may," said Mr. Lowe. "We wanted to see you for ever so many reasons. Of course you understand that any sum of money can be spent that the case may want." "Nothing will be spared on that account, certainly," said the lawyer. "But money will do a great many things. We would send all round the world if we could get evidence against that other man, Lady Eustace's husband, you know." "Can any good be done by sending all around the world?" "He went back to his own home not long ago. "In Poland, I think," said Madame Goesler. "Perhaps he got the instrument there and brought it with him." Mr. Lowe shook his head. "Of course we are very ignorant, but it would be a pity that everything should not be tried." "He might have got in and out of the window, you know," said the Duchess. Still Mr. Lowe shook his head. "I believe things can always be found out, if only you take trouble enough, and trouble means money, does it not? We wouldn't mind how many £1,000 it cost, would we, Marie?" "I fear that the spending of thousands can do no good," said Mr. Lowe. "But something must be done. You don't mean to say that Mr. Finn is to be hung because Lord Fawn says he saw a man running along the street in a grey coat?" "Certainly not." "There is nothing else against him. Nobody else saw him." "If there be nothing else against him, he will be acquitted." "You think, then," said Madame Goesler, "that there will be no use in tracing what the man Emilius did when he was out of England? He might have bought a grey coat then and have hidden it till this night, and then have thrown it away." Mr. Lowe listened to her with close attention, but again shook his head. "If it could be shown that the man had a grey coat at the time, it would certainly weaken the effect of Mr. Finn's grey coat." "And if he bought a bludgeon there, it would weaken the effect of Mr. Finn's bludgeon, and if he bought rope to make a ladder, it would show that he had got out. It was a dark night, you know, and nobody would have seen it. We have been talking it all over, Mr. Lowe, and we really think you ought to send somebody." "I will mention what you say to the gentlemen who are employed on Mr. Finn's defence." "But will you not be employed?" Then Mr. Lowe explained that the gentlemen to whom he referred were the attorneys who would get up the case on their friend's behalf, and that as he himself practised in the courts of equity only, he could not defend Mr. Finn on his trial. "He must have the very best men," said the Duchess. "He must have good men, certainly." "And a great many. Couldn't we get Sir Gregory Grogram?" Mr. Lowe shook his head. "I know very well that if you get men who are really, really swells, for that is what it is, Mr. Lowe, and pay them well enough, and so make it really an important thing, they can browbeat any judge and hoodwink any jury. I dare say it is very dreadful to say so, Mr. Lowe, but nevertheless I believe it, and as this man is certainly innocent, it ought to be done. I dare say it's very shocking, but I do think that £20,000 spent among the lawyers would get him off." "I hope we can get him off without expending £20,000, Duchess." "But you can have the money and welcome, cannot he, Madame Goesler?" "He could have double that, if double were necessary." "I would fill the courts with lawyers for him," continued the Duchess. "I would cross-examine the witnesses off their legs. I would rake up every wicked thing that horrid Jew has done since he was born. I would make witnesses speak. I would give a carriage and pair of horses to every one of the jurors' wives, if that would do any good. You may shake your head, Mr. Lowe, but I would. You may shake your head, Mr. Lowe, but I would. And I'd carry Lord Fawn off to the Antipodes, too, and I shouldn't care if you left him there. I know that this man is innocent, and I'd do anything to save him. A woman, I know, can't do much, but she has this privilege, that she can speak out what men only think. I'd give them 2 carriages and 2 pairs of horses apiece if I could do it that way." Mr. Lowe did his best to explain to the Duchess that the desired object could hardly be effected after the fashion she proposed, and he endeavoured to persuade her that justice was sure to be done in an English court of law. "Then why are people so very anxious to get this lawyer or that to bamboozle the witnesses?" said the Duchess. Mr. Lowe declared it to be his opinion that the poorest man in England was not more likely to be hung for a murder he had not committed than the richest. "Then why would you, if you were accused, have ever so many lawyers to defend you?" Mr. Lowe went on to explain. "The more money you spend," said the Duchess, "the more fuss you make, and the longer a trial is about and the greater the interest, the more chance a man has to escape. If a man is tried for 3 days, you always think he'll get off, but if it lasts 10 minutes, he is sure to be convicted and hung. I'd have Mr. Finn's trial made so long that they never could convict him. I'd tire out all the judges and juries in London. If you get lawyers enough, they may speak for ever." Mr. Lowe endeavoured to explain that this might prejudice the prisoner. "And I'd examine every member of the House of Commons and all the Cabinet and all their wives, and I'd ask them all what Mr. Bonteen had been saying. I'd do it in such a way as a trial was never done before, and I'd take care that they should know what was coming." "And if he were convicted afterwards?" "I'd buy up the Home Secretary. It's very horrid to say so, of course, Mr. Lowe, and I dare say there is nothing wrong ever done in Chancery, but I know what Cabinet ministers are. If they could get a majority by granting a pardon, they'd do it quick enough." "You are speaking of a Liberal government, of course, Duchess." "There isn't 2 pence to choose between them in that respect. Just at this moment I believe Mr. Finn is the most popular member of the House of Commons, and I'd bring all that to bear. You can't but know that if everything of that kind is done, it will have an effect. I believe you could make him so popular that the people would pull down the prison rather than have him hung, so that a jury would not dare to say he was guilty." "Would that be justice, ladies?" asked the just man. "It would be success, Mr. Lowe, which is a great deal the better thing of the two." "If Mr. Finn were found guilty, I could not in my heart believe that that would be justice," said Madame Goesler. Mr. Lowe did his best to make them understand that the plan of pulling down Newgate by the instrumentality of Phineas Finn's popularity, or of buying up the Home Secretary by threats of parliamentary defection, would hardly answer their purpose. He would, he assured them, suggest to the attorneys employed the idea of searching for evidence against the man Emilius in his own country, and would certainly take care that nothing was omitted from want of means. "You had better let us put a cheque in your hands," said the Duchess. But to this he would not assent. He did admit that it would be well to leave no stone unturned, and that the turning of such stones must cost money, but the money, he said, would be forthcoming. "He's not a rich man himself," said the Duchess. Mr. Lowe assured her that if money were really wanting, he would ask for it. "And now," said the Duchess, "there is one other thing that we want." "Can we see him?" "You yourself?" "Yes, I myself and Madame Goesler." "You look as if it would be very wicked." Mr. Lowe thought that it would be wicked, that the Duke would not like it, and that such a visit would occasion ill-natured remarks. "People do visit him, I suppose. He's not locked up like a criminal." "I visit him," said Mr. Lowe, "and one or two other friends have done so. Lord Chiltern has been with him, and Mr. Earl." "Has no lady seen him?" asked the Duchess. "Not to my knowledge." "Then it's time some lady should do so. I suppose we could be admitted. If we were his sisters, they'd let us in." "You must excuse me, Duchess, but—" "Of course I will excuse you, but what?" "You're not his sisters." "If I were engaged to him, to be his wife," said Madame Goesler, standing up. "I am not so. There is nothing of that kind. You must not misunderstand me. But if I were—" "On that plea, I presume you could be admitted?" "Why not as a friend? Lord Chiltern is admitted as his friend." "Because of the prudery of a prison," said the Duchess. "All things are wrong to the lookers-after wickedness, my dear. If it would comfort him to see us, why should he not have that comfort?" "Would you have gone to him in his own lodgings?" asked Mr. Lowe. "I would, if he had been ill," said Madame Goesler. "Madam," said Mr. Lowe, speaking with a gravity which for a moment had its effect upon even the Duchess of Omnium, "I think at any rate that if you visit Mr. Finn in prison, you should do so through the instrumentality of his Grace, your husband." "Of course you suspect me of all manner of evil." "I suspect nothing, but I am sure that it should be so." "It shall be so," said the Duchess. "Thank you, sir. We are much obliged to you for your wise counsel." "I am obliged to you," said Madame Goesler, "because I know that you have his safety at heart." "And so am I," said the Duchess, relenting and giving him her hand. "We are really ever so much obliged to you. You don't quite understand about the Duke, and how should you? I never do anything without telling him, but he hasn't time to attend to things." "I hope I have not offended you." "Oh, dear me, no. You can't offend me unless you mean it. Good-bye, and remember to have a great many lawyers, and all with new wigs, and let them all get in a great rage that anybody should suppose it possible that Mr. Finn is a murderer. I'm sure I am. Good-bye, Mr. Lowe." "You'll never be able to get to him," said the Duchess as soon as they were alone. "I suppose not." "And what good could you do? Of course I'd go with you if we could get in, but what would be the use?" "To let him know that people do not think him guilty." "Mr. Lowe will tell him that. I suppose, too, we can write to him. Would you mind writing?" "I would rather go." "You might as well tell the truth when you're about it. You're breaking your heart for him." "If he were to be condemned and executed, I should break my heart. I could never appear bright before the world again." "That is just what I told Plantagenet. I said I would go into mourning." "And I should really mourn. And yet were he free tomorrow, he would be no more to me than any other friend." "Do you mean you would not marry him?" "No, I would not, nor would he ask me. I will tell you what will be his lot in life, if he escapes from the present danger." "Of course he will escape. They don't really hang innocent men." "Then he will become the husband of Lady Laura Kennedy." "Poor fellow! If I believed that, I should think it cruel to help him escape from Newgate." End of chapter 54. Recording by Adele Carson. Himby.biz
Chapter 55 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stacey Carson. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 55. Phineas in Prison. Phineas Finn himself, during the fortnight in which he was carried backwards and forwards between his prison and the Bow Street police office, was able to maintain some outward show of manly dignity, as though he felt that the terrible accusation and great material inconvenience to which he was subjected were only and could only be temporary in their nature, and that the truth would soon prevail. During this period he had friends constantly with him, either Mr. Lowe or Lord Chiltern, or Barrington Erle or his landlord, Mr. Bunce, who in these days was very true to him. And he was very frequently visited by the attorney, Mr. Wickerby, who had been expressly recommended to him for this occasion. If anybody could be counted upon to see him through his difficulty, it was Wickerby. But the company of Mr. Wickerby was not pleasant to him because, as far as he could judge, Mr. Wickerby did not believe in his innocence. Mr. Wickerby was willing to do his best for him, was, so to speak, moving heaven and earth on his behalf, was fully conscious that this case was a great affair, and in no respect similar to those which were constantly placed in his hands. But there never fell from him a sympathetic expression of assurance of his client's absolute freedom from all taint of guilt in the matter. From day to day, and 10 times a day, Phineas would express his indignant surprise that anyone should think it possible that he had done this deed, but to all these expressions Mr. Wickerby would make no answer whatever. At last, Phineas asked him the direct question. "I never suspect anybody of anything," said Mr. Wickerby. "Do you believe in my innocence?" demanded Phineas. "Everybody is entitled to be believed innocent till he has been proved to be guilty," said Mr. Wickerby. Then Phineas appealed to his friend Mr. Lowe, asking whether he might not be allowed to employ some lawyer whose feelings would be more in unison with his own. But Mr. Lowe adjured him to make no change. Mr. Wickerby understood the work and was a most zealous man. His client was entitled to his services, but to nothing more than his services. And so Mr. Wickerby carried on the work, fully believing that Phineas Finn had in truth murdered Mr. Bonteen. But the prisoner was not without sympathy and confidence. Mr. Lowe, Lord Chiltern, and Lady Chiltern, who on one occasion came to visit him with her husband, entertained no doubts prejudicial to his honor. They told him perhaps almost more than was quite true of the feelings of the world in his favor. He heard of the friendship and faith of the Duchess of Omnium, of Madame Goesler, and of Lady Laura Kennedy, hearing also that Lady Laura was now a widow. And then at length his 2 sisters came over to him from Ireland, and wept and sobbed and fell into hysterics in his presence. They were sure that he was innocent, as was everyone, they said, throughout the length and breadth of Ireland. And Mrs. Bunce, who came to see Phineas in his prison, swore that she would tear the judge from his bench if he did not at once pronounce a verdict in favor of her darling without waiting for any nonsense of a jury. And Bunce, her husband, having convinced himself that his lodger had not committed the murder, was zealous in another way, taking delight in the case, and proving that no jury could find a verdict of guilty. During that week Phineas, buoyed up by the sympathy of his friends, and in some measure supported by the excitement of the occasion, carried himself well, and bore bravely the terrible misfortune to which he had been subjected by untoward circumstances. But when the magistrate fully committed him, giving the first public decision on the matter from the bench, declaring to the world at large that, on the evidence as given prima facie, he, Phineas Finn, must be regarded as the murderer of Mr. Bonteen, our hero's courage almost gave way. If such was now the judicial opinion of the magistrate, how could he expect a different verdict from a jury in 2 months' time, when he would be tried before a final court? As far as he could understand, nothing more could be learned on the matter. All the facts were known that could be known, as far as he, or rather his friends on his behalf, were able to search for facts. It seemed to him that there was no tittle whatever of evidence against him. He had walked straight home from his club with a life-preserver in his pocket, and had never turned to the right or to the left. Till he found himself committed, He would not believe that any serious and prolonged impediment could be thrown in the way of his liberty. He would not believe that a man altogether innocent could be in danger of the gallows on a false accusation. It had seemed to him that the police had kept their hold on him with a rabid ferocity, straining every point with the view of showing that it was possible that he should have been the murderer. Every policeman who had been near him, carrying him backward and forward from his prison, or giving evidence as to the circumstances of the locality and of his walk home on that fatal night, had seemed to him to be an enemy. But he had looked for impartiality from the magistrate, and now the magistrate had failed him. He had seen in court the faces of men well known to him, men known in the world, with whom he had been on pleasant terms in Parliament, who had sat upon the bench while he was standing as a culprit between two constables, and they who had been his familiar friends had appeared at once to have been removed from him by some unmeasurable distance. But all that he had, as it were, discounted, believing that a few hours, at the very longest a few days, would remove the distance. But now he was sent back to his prison, there to await his trial for the murder. And it seemed to him that his committal startled no one but himself. Could it be that even his dearest friends thought it possible that he had been guilty? When that day came, and he was taken back to Newgate on his last journey there from Bow Street, Lord Chiltern had returned for a while to Harrington Hall, having promised that he would be back in London as soon as his business would permit. But Mr. Lowe came to him almost immediately to his prison room. "This is a pleasant state of things," said Phineas with a forced laugh. But as he laughed he also sobbed, with a low, irrepressible, convulsive movement in his throat. "Phineas, the time has come in which you must show yourself to be a man." "A man? Oh, yes, I can be a man. A murderer, you mean? I shall have to be hung, I suppose." "May God in his mercy forbid." "No, not in his mercy, in his justice. There can be no need for mercy here, not even from heaven. When they take my life, may he forgive my sins through the merits of my Saviour. But for this there can be no mercy. Why do you not speak? Do you mean to say that I am guilty?" "I am sure that you are innocent." "And yet look here. What more can be done to prove that it has been done? That blundering fool will swear my life away." Then he threw himself on his bed and gave way to his sobs. That evening he was alone, as indeed most of his evenings had been spent, and the minutes were minutes of agony to him. The external circumstances of his position were as comfortable as circumstances would allow. He had a room to himself, looking out through the heavy iron bars into one of the courts of the prison. The chamber was carpeted, and was furnished with bed and chairs and 2 tables. Books were allowed him as he pleased, and pen and ink. It was May, and no fire was necessary. At certain periods of the day he could walk alone in the court below, the restriction on such liberty being that at other certain hours the place was wanted for other prisoners. As far as he knew, no friend who called was denied to him, though he was by no means certain that his privilege in that respect would not be curtailed, now that he had been committed for trial. His food had been plentiful and well cooked, and even luxuries, such as fish and wine and fruit, had been supplied to him. That the fruit had come from the hothouses of the Duchess of Omnium, and the wine from Mr. Lowe's cellar, and the fish and lamb and spring vegetables, the cream and coffee and fresh butter from the unrestricted orders of another friend, that Lord Chiltern had sent him champagne and cigars, and that Lady Chiltern had given directions about the books and stationery, he did not know. But as far as he could be consoled by such comforts, there had been the consolation. If lamb and salad could make him happy, he might have enjoyed his sojourn in Newgate. Now, this evening, he was past all enjoyment. It was impossible that he should read. How could a man fix his attention on any book, with the charge of murder against himself affirmed by the deliberate decision of a judge? And he knew himself to be as innocent as the magistrate himself. Every now and then he would rise from his bed, and almost rush across the room, as though he would dash his head against the wall. Murder! They really believed that he had deliberately murdered the man. He, Phineas Finn, who had served his country with repute, who had sat in Parliament. who had prided himself on living with the best of his fellow creatures, who had been the friend of Mr. Monk and of Lord Cantrip, the trusted intimate of such women as Lady Laura and Lady Chiltern, who had never put his hand to a mean action, or allowed his tongue to speak a mean word. He laughed in his wrath, and then almost howled in his agony. He thought of the young, loving wife who had lived with him little more than for one fleeting year, and wondered whether she was looking down upon him from heaven, and how her spirit would bear this accusation against the man upon whose bosom she had slept, and in whose arms she had gone to her long rest. "They can't believe it," he said aloud. "It is impossible. Why should I have murdered him?" And then he remembered an example in Latin from some rule of grammar, and repeated it to himself over and over again. "No one at an instant, of a sudden, becomes most base." It seemed to him that there was such a want of knowledge of human nature in the supposition that it was possible that he should have committed such a crime. And yet there he was, committed to take his trial for the murder of Mr. Bonteen. The days were long, and it was daylight till nearly 9. Indeed, the twilight lingered, even through those iron bars, till after 9. He had once asked for candles, but had been told that they could not be allowed him without an attendant in the room, and he had dispensed with them. He had been treated doubtless with great respect, but nevertheless he had been treated as a prisoner. They hardly denied him anything that he asked, but when he asked for that which they did not choose to grant, they would annex conditions which induced him to withdraw his request. He understood their ways now, and did not rebel against them. On a sudden he heard the key in the door, and the man who attended him entered the room with a candle in his hand. A lady had come to call, and the governor had given permission for her entrance. He would return for the light, and for the lady, in half an hour. He had said all this before Phineas could see who the lady was, and when he did see the form of her who followed the jailer, and who stood with hesitating steps behind him in the doorway, he knew her by her sombre, solemn raiment, and not by her countenance. She was dressed from head to foot in the deepest weeds of widowhood, and a heavy veil fell from her bonnet over her face. "Lady Laura, is it you?" said Phineas, putting out his hand. Of course it was Lady Laura. While the Duchess of Omnium and Madame Goesler were talking about such a visit, allowing themselves to be deterred by the wisdom of Mr. Lowe, she had made her way through bolts and bars, and was now with him in his prison. "Oh, Phineas!" She slowly raised her veil and stood gazing at him. "Of all my troubles, to see you here is the heaviest." "And of all my consolations, to see you here is the greatest." He should not have so spoken. Could he have thought of things as they were, and restrained himself, he should not have uttered words to her which were pleasant, but not true. There came a gleam of sunshine across her face as she listened to him, and then she threw herself into his arms, and wept upon his shoulder. "I did not expect that you would have found me," he said. She took the chair opposite to that on which he usually sat, and then began her tale. Her cousin, Barrington Erle, had brought her there, and was below, waiting for her, in the governor's house. He had procured an order for her admission that evening, direct from Sir Harry Coldfoot, the Home Secretary, which, however, as she admitted, had been given under the idea that she and Erle were to see him together. "But I would not let him come with me," she said. "I could not have spoken to you had he been here, could I?" "It would not have been the same, Lady Laura." He had thought much of his mode of addressing her on occasions before this, at Dresden and at Portman Square, and had determined that he would always give her her title. Once or twice he had lacked the courage to be so hard to her. Now, as she heard the name, the gleam of sunshine passed from her altogether. "We hardly expected that we should ever meet in such a place as this," he said. "I cannot understand it. They cannot really think you killed him." He smiled and shook his head. Then she spoke of her own condition. "You have heard what has happened? You know that I am a widow?" "Yes, I had heard." And then he smiled again. "You will have understood why I could not come to you, as I should have done but for this little accident." He died on the day that they arrested you. Was it not strange that such a double blow should fall together? Oswald, no doubt, told you all. He told me of your husband's death. But not of his will? Perhaps he has not seen you since he heard it. Lord Chiltern had heard of the will before his last visit to Phineas in Newgate, but had not chosen then to speak of his sister's wealth. I have heard nothing of Mr. Kennedy's will. It was made immediately after our marriage, and he never changed it, though he had so much cause of anger against me. He has not injured you, then, as regards money? Injured me, no. Indeed, I am a rich woman, very rich. All Loughlinter is my own for life. But of what use can it be to me? He in his present state could tell her of no uses for such a property. I suppose, Phineas, it cannot be that you are really in danger. In the greatest danger, I fancy. Do you mean that they will say you are guilty? The magistrates have said so already. But surely that is nothing. If I thought so, I should die. If I believed it, they should never take me out of the prison while you are here. Barrington says it cannot be. Oswald and Violet are sure that such a thing can never happen. It was that Jew who did it. I cannot say who did it. I did not. You! Oh, Phineas, the world must be mad when any man can believe it. But they do believe it? This he said, meaning to ask a question as to that outside world. We do not. Barrington says— What does Barrington say? That there are some who do. Just a few who are Mr. Bonteen's special friends. The police believe it. That is what I cannot understand. Men who ought to be keen-eyed and quick-witted. That magistrate believes it. I saw men in the court who used to know me well, and I could see that they believed it. Mr. Monk was here yesterday. Does he believe it? I asked him, and he told me, no, but I did not quite trust him as he told me. There are 2 or 3 who believe me innocent. Who are they? Lowe, and Chiltern and his wife, and that man Bunce and his wife. If I escape from this, if they do not hang me, I will remember them. And there are 2 other women who know me well enough not to think me a murderer. Who are they, Phineas? Madame Gessler and the Duchess of Omnium. Have they been here? She asked with jealous eagerness. Oh, no, but I hear that it is so, and I know it. One learns to feel even from hearsay what is in the minds of people. And what do I believe, Phineas? Can you read my thoughts? I know them of old, without reading them now. Then he put forth his hand and took hers. Had I murdered him in real truth, you would not have believed it. Because I love you, Phineas. Then the key was again heard in the door, and Barrington Erle appeared with the jailers. The time was up, he said, and he had come to redeem his promise. He spoke cordially to his old friend, and grasped the prisoner's hand cordially. But not the less did he believe that there was blood on it. And Phineas knew that such was his belief. It appeared on his arrival that Lady Laura had not at all accomplished the chief object of her visit. She had brought with her various cheques, all drawn by Barrington Erle on his banker, amounting altogether to many hundreds of pounds, which it was intended that Phineas should use from time to time for the necessities of his trial. Barrington Erle explained that the money was in fact to be a loan from Lady Laura's father, and was simply passed through his banker's account. But Phineas knew that the loan must come from Lady Laura, and he positively refused to touch it. His friend, Mr. Lowe, was managing all that for him, and he would not embarrass the matter by a fresh account. He was very obstinate, and at last the cheques were taken away in Barrington Erle's pocket. "Good night, old fellow," said Erle affectionately. "I'll see you again before long. May God send you through it all." "Good night, Barrington. It was kind of you to come to me." Then Lady Laura, watching to see whether her cousin would leave her alone for a moment with the object of her idolatry, paused before she gave him her hand. "Good night, Lady Laura," he said. "Good night." Barrington Erle was now just outside the door. "I shall not forget your coming here to me." "How should we either of us forget it?" "Come, Laura," said Barrington Erle. We had better make an end of it." "But if I should never see him again?" "Of course you'll see him again." "When? And where? Oh God, if they should murder him!" Then she threw herself into his arms, and covered him with kisses, though her cousin had returned into the room, and stood over her as she embraced him. "Laura," said he, "you are doing him an injury. How should he support himself if you behave like this? Come away." "Oh, my God! If they should kill him!" she exclaimed. But she allowed her cousin to take her in his arms, and Phineas Finn was left alone, without having spoken another word to either of them. End of chapter 55. Recording by Stacey Carson. Himby.biz.
Chapter 56 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 56. The Meager Family. On the day after the committal, a lady, who had got out of a cab at the corner of Northumberland Street and the Marylebone Road, walked up that very uninviting street, and knocked at a door just opposite to the deadest part of the dead wall of the Marylebone workhouse. Here lived Mrs. and Miss Meager, and also on occasions Mr. Meager, who, however, was simply a trouble and annoyance in the world, going about to race-courses and occasionally perhaps to worse places, and being of no slightest use to the two poor hard-worked women, mother and daughter, who endeavoured to get their living by letting lodgings. The task was difficult, for it is not everybody who likes to look out upon the dead wall of a workhouse, and they who do are disposed to think that their willingness that way should be considered in the rent. But Mr. Emilius, when the cruelty of his wife's friends deprived him of the short-lived luxury of his mansion in Lowndes Square, had found in Northumberland Street a congenial retreat, and had for a while trusted to Mrs. and Miss Meager for all his domestic comforts. Mr. Emilius was always a favourite with new friends, and had not as yet had his Northumberland Street gloss rubbed altogether off him when Mr. Bonteen was murdered. As it happened, on that night, or rather early in the day, for Meager had returned to the bosom of his family after a somewhat prolonged absence in the provinces, and therefore the date had become specially remarkable in the Meager family from the double event, Mr. Meager had declared that unless his wife could supply him with a £5 note he must cut his throat instantly. His wife and daughter had regretted the necessity, but had declared the alternative to be out of the question, whereupon Mr. Meager had endeavoured to force the lock of an old bureau with a carving-knife, and there had been some slight personal encounter, after which he had had some gin and had gone to bed. Mrs. Meager remembered the day very well indeed, and Miss Meager, when the police came the next morning, had accounted for her black eye by a tragical account of a fall she had had against the bedpost in the dark. Up to that period Mr. Emilius had been everything that was sweet and good, an excellent, eloquent clergyman, who was being ill-treated by his wife's wealthy relations, who was soft in his manners and civil in his words, and never gave more trouble than was necessary. The period, too, would have been one of comparative prosperity to the Meager ladies, but for that inopportune return of the head of the family, as two other lodgers had been inclined to look out upon the dead wall, or else into the cheerful backyard, which circumstance came to have some bearing upon our story, as Mrs. Meager had been driven by the press of her increased household to let that good-natured Mr. Emilius know that if he didn't mind it, the latchkey might be an accommodation on occasions. To give him his due, indeed, he had, when first taking the rooms, offered to give up the key when not intending to be out at night. After the murder, Mr. Emilius had been arrested, and had been kept in durance for a week. Miss Meager had been sure that he was innocent. Mrs. Meager had trusted the policeman, who evidently thought that the clergyman was guilty. Of the policemen who were concerned on the occasion, it may be said in a general way that they believed that both the gentlemen had committed the murder. So anxious were they not to be foiled in the attempts at discovery which their duty called upon them to make. Mr. Meager had left the house on the morning of the arrest, having arranged that little matter of the £5 note by a compromise. When the policeman came for Mr. Emilius, Mr. Meager was gone. For a day or two the lodgers' rooms were kept vacant for the clergyman, till Mrs. Meager became quite convinced that he had committed the murder, and then all his things were packed up and placed in the passage. When he was liberated he returned to the house, and expressed unbounded anger at what had been done. He took his 2 boxes away in a cab, and was seen no more by the ladies of Northumberland Street. But a further gleam of prosperity fell upon them in consequence of the tragedy which had been so interesting to them. Hitherto the inquiries made at their house had had reference solely to the habits and doings of their lodger during the last few days, but now there came to them a visitor who made a more extended investigation, and this was one of their own sex. It was Madame Goesler, who got out of the cab at the workhouse corner and walked from thence to Mrs. Meager's house. This was her 3rd appearance in Northumberland Street, and at each coming she had spoken kind words, and had left behind her liberal recompense for the trouble which she gave. She had no scruples as to paying for the evidence which she desired to obtain, no fear of any questions which might afterwards be asked in cross-examination. She dealt out sovereigns, womanfully, and had had Mrs. and Miss Meager at her feet. Before the second visit was completed, they were both certain that the Bohemian converted Jew had murdered Mr. Bonteen, and were quite willing to assist in hanging him. "Yes, ma'am," said Mrs. Meager, "he did take the key with him. Amelia remembers we were a key short at the time he was away." The absence here alluded to was that occasioned by the journey which Mr. Emilius took to Prague, when he heard that evidence of his former marriage was being sought against him in his own country. "That he did," said Amelia, "because we were put out ever so, and he had no business, for he was not paying for the room." "You have only 1 key?" "There is 3, ma'am. The front attic has 1 regular because he's on a daily paper, and of course he doesn't get to bed till morning. Meager always takes another, and we can't get it from him ever so." "And Mr. Emilius took the other away with him?" asked Madame Goesler. "That he did, ma'am. When he came back he said it had been in a drawer, but it wasn't in the drawer. We always knows what's in the drawers." "The drawer wasn't left locked, then?" "Yes, it was, ma'am, and he took that key, unbeknownst to us," said Mrs. Meager. "But there is other keys that open the drawers. We are obliged in our line to know about the lodgers, ma'am." This was certainly no time for Madame Goesler to express disapprobation of the practices which were thus divulged. She smiled and nodded her head, and was quite sympathetic with Mrs. Meager. She had learned that Mr. Emilius had taken the latch-key with him to Bohemia, and was convinced that a dozen other latch-keys might have been made after the pattern without any apparent detection by the London police. "And now about the coat, Mrs. Meager." "Well, ma'am?" "Mr. Meager has not been here since?" "No, ma'am. Mr. Meager, ma'am, isn't what he ought to be. I never do own it up, only when I'm driven. He hasn't been home." "I suppose he still has the coat?" "Well, ma'am, no. We sent a young man after him, as you said, and the young man found him at the Newmarket Spring." "Some water cure?" asked Madame Goesler. "No, ma'am. It ain't a water cure, but the races. He hadn't got the coat. He does always manage a tidy great coat when November is coming on, because it covers everything, and is respectable, but he mostly parts with it in April. He gets short, and then he just pawns it." "But he had it the night of the murder?" "Yes, ma'am, he had. Amelia and I remembered it especial. When we went to bed, which we did soon after 10, it was left in this room, lying there on the sofa." They were now sitting in the little back parlour in which Mrs. and Miss Meager were accustomed to live. "And it was there in the morning?" "Father had it on when he went out," said Amelia. "If we paid him he would get it out of the pawn-shop and bring it to us, would he not?" asked the lady. To this Mrs. Meager suggested that it was quite on the cards that Mr. Meager might have been able to do better with his coat by selling it, and if so, it certainly would have been sold, as no prudent idea of redeeming his garment for the next winter's wear would ever enter his mind. And Mrs. Meager seemed to think that such a sale would not have taken place between her husband and any old friend. "He wouldn't know where he sold it," said Mrs. Meager. "Anyways, he'd tell us so," said Amelia. "But if we paid him to be more accurate?" said Madame Goesler. "They is so afraid of being took up themselves," said Mrs. Meager. There was, however, ample evidence that Mr. Meager had possessed a grey greatcoat, which during the night of the murder had been left in the little sitting-room, in which they had supposed to have lain there all night. To this coat Mr. Emilius might have had easy access. "But then it was the big man that was seen, and Emilius isn't noways a big man. Meager's coat would be too long for him, ever so much." "Nevertheless, we must try and get the coat," said Madame Goesler. "I'll speak to a friend about it. I suppose we can find your husband when we want him?" "I don't know, ma'am. We never can find him, but then we never do want him, not now. The police know him at the races, no doubt. You won't go and get him into trouble, ma'am, worse than he is? He's always been in trouble, but I wouldn't like to be means of making it worse on him than it is." Madame Goesler, as she again paid the woman for her services, assured her that she would do no injury to Mr. Meager. All that she wanted of Mr. Meager was his grey coat, and that not with any view that could be detrimental either to his honour or to his safety, and she was willing to pay any reasonable price, or almost any unreasonable price, for the coat. But the coat must be made to be forthcoming if it were still in existence, and had not been as yet torn to pieces by the shoddy makers. "It ain't near come to that yet," said Amelia. "I don't know that I ever see father more respectable, that is, in the way of a greatcoat." End of chapter 56. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 57 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 57. The Beginning of the Search for the Key and the Coat. When Madame Goesler revealed her plans and ideas to Mr. Wickerby, the attorney, who had been employed to bring Phineas Finn through his troubles, that gentleman evidently did not think much of the unprofessional assistance which the lady proposed to give him. "I'm afraid it is far-fetched, ma'am, if you understand what I mean," said Mr. Wickerby. Madame Goesler declared that she understood very well what Mr. Wickerby meant, but that she could hardly agree with him. "According to that, the gentleman must have plotted the murder more than a month before he committed it," said Mr. Wickerby. "And why not?" "Murder plots are generally the work of a few hours at the longest, Madame Goesler. Anger, combined with an indifference to self-sacrifice, does not endure the wear of many days, and the object here was insufficient. I don't think we can ask to have the trial put off in order to find out whether a false key may have been made in Prague." "And you will not look for the coat?" "We can look for it, and probably get it, if the woman has not lied to you, but I don't think it will do us any good. The woman probably is lying. You have been paying her very liberally, so that she has been making an excellent livelihood out of the murder. No jury would believe her. And a grey coat is a very common thing. After all, it would prove nothing. It would only let the jury know that Mr. Meager had a grey coat as well as Mr. Finn. That Mr. Finn wore a grey coat on that night is a fact which we can't upset. If you got hold of Meager's coat, you wouldn't be a bit nearer to proof that Emilius had worn it." "There would be the fact that he might have worn it." "Madame Goesler, indeed it would not help our client. You see what are the difficulties in our way. Mr. Finn was on the spot at the moment, or so near it as to make it certainly possible that he might have been there. There is no such evidence as to Emilius, even if he could be shown to have had a latch-key. The man was killed by such an instrument as Mr. Finn had about him. There is no evidence that Mr. Emilius had such an instrument in his hand. A tall man in a grey coat was seen hurrying to the spot at the exact hour. Mr. Finn is a tall man and wore a grey coat at the time. Emilius is not a tall man, and, even though Meager had a grey coat, there is no evidence to show that Emilius ever wore it. Mr. Finn had quarrelled violently with Mr. Bonteen within the hour. It does not appear that Emilius ever quarrelled with Mr. Bonteen, though Mr. Bonteen had exerted himself in opposition to Emilius. "Is there to be no defence, then?" "Certainly there will be a defence, and such a defence as I think will prevent any jury from being unanimous in convicting my client. Though there is a great deal of evidence against him, it is all what we call circumstantial." "I understand, Mr. Wickerby." "Nobody saw him commit the murder." "Indeed, no," said Madame Goesler. "Although there is personal similarity, there is no personal identity. There is no positive proof of anything illegal on his part, or of anything that would have been suspicious had no murder been committed, such as the purchase of poison or carrying of a revolver. The life preserver, had no such instrument been unfortunately used, might have been regarded as a thing of custom." "But I am sure that Bohemian did murder Mr. Bonteen," said Madame Goesler with enthusiasm. "Madame," said Mr. Wickerby, holding up both his hands, "I can only wish that you could be upon the jury." "And you won't try to show that the other man might have done it?" "I think not. Next to an alibi that breaks down—you know what an alibi is, Madame Goesler?" "Yes, Mr. Wickerby, I know what an alibi is." "Next to an alibi that breaks down, an unsuccessful attempt to affix the fault on another party is the most fatal blow which a prisoner's counsel can inflict upon him. It is always taken by the jury as so much evidence against him. We must depend altogether on a different line of defence." "What line, Mr. Wickerby?" "Juries are always unwilling to hang." Madame Goesler shuddered as the horrid word was broadly pronounced. "And are apt to think that simply circumstantial evidence cannot be suffered to demand so disagreeable a duty. They are peculiarly averse to hanging a gentleman, and will hardly be induced to hang a member of Parliament. Then Mr. Finn is very good-looking, and has been popular, which is all in his favour. And we shall have such evidence on the score of character as was never before brought into one of our courts. We shall have half the cabinet. There will be 2 dukes." Madame Goesler, as she listened to the admiring enthusiasm of the attorney while he went on with his list, acknowledged to herself that her dear friend the Duchess had not been idle. "There will be 3 Secretaries of State. The Secretary of State for the Home Department himself will be examined. I am not quite sure that we mayn't get the Lord Chancellor. There will be Mr. Monk, about the most popular man in England, who will speak of the prisoner as his particular friend. I don't think any jury would hang a particular friend of Mr. Monk's. And there will be ever so many ladies. That has never been done before, but we mean to try it." Madame Goesler had heard all this, and had herself assisted in the work. "I rather think we shall get 4 or 5 leading members of the opposition, for they all disliked Mr. Bonteen. If we could manage Mr. Daubeny and Mr. Gresham, I think we might reckon ourselves quite safe. I forgot to say that the Bishop of Barchester has promised." "All that won't prove his innocence, Mr. Wickerby." Mr. Wickerby shrugged his shoulders. "If he be acquitted after that fashion, men then will say that he was guilty." "We must think of his life first, Madame Goesler," said the attorney. Madame Goesler, when she left the attorney's room, was very ill-satisfied with him. She desired some adherent to her cause who would with affectionate zeal resolve upon washing Phineas Finn white as snow in reference to the charge now made against him. But no man would so resolve who did not believe in his innocence, as Madame Goesler believed herself. She herself knew that her own belief was romantic and unpractical. Nevertheless, the conviction of the guilt of that other man, towards which she still thought that much could be done if that coat were found, and the making of a secret key were proved, was so strong upon her that she would not allow herself to drop it. It would not be sufficient for her that Phineas Finn should be acquitted. She desired that the real murderer should be hung for the murder, so that all the world might be sure, as she was sure, that her hero had been wrongfully accused. "Do you mean that you are going to start yourself?" the Duchess said to her that same afternoon. "Yes, I am." "Then you must be very far gone in love indeed." "You would do as much, Duchess, if you were free as I am. It isn't a matter of love at all. It's womanly enthusiasm for the cause one has taken up." "I'm quite as enthusiastic, only I shouldn't like to go to Prague in June." "I'd go to Siberia in January if I could find out that that horrid man really committed the murder." "Who are going with you?" "We shall be quite a company. We have got a detective policeman, and an interpreter who understands Czech and German to go about with the policeman, and a lawyer's clerk, and there will be my own maid." "Everybody will know all about it before you get there." "We are not to go quite together. The policeman and the interpreter are to form one party, and I and my maid another. The poor clerk is to be alone. If they get the coat, of course, you'll telegraph to me." "Who is to have the coat?" "I suppose they'll take it to Mr. Wickerby. He says he doesn't want it, that it would do no good, but I think that if we could show that the man might very easily have been out of the house, that he had certainly provided himself with means of getting out of the house secretly, the coat would be of service. I am going at any rate, and shall be in Paris tomorrow morning." "I think it very grand of you, my dear, and for your sake I hope he may live to be Prime Minister. Perhaps, after all, he may give Plantagenet his garter." When the old Duke died, a garter became vacant, and had of course fallen to the gift of Mr. Gresham. The Duchess had expected that it would be continued in the family, as had been the lieutenancy of Barsetshire, which also had been held by the old Duke. But the garter had been given to Lord Cantrip, and the Duchess was sore. With all her radical propensities and inclination to laugh at dukes and marquises, she thought very much of garters and lieutenancies. But her husband would not think of them at all, and hence there were words between them. The Duchess had declared that the Duke should insist on having the garter. "These are things that men do not ask for," the Duke had said. "Don't tell me, Plantagenet, about not asking. Everybody asks for everything nowadays." "Your everybody is not correct, Glencora. I never yet asked for anything, and never shall. No honour has any value in my eyes unless it comes unasked." Thereupon it was that the Duchess now suggested that Phineas Finn, when Prime Minister, might perhaps bestow a garter upon her husband. And so Madame Goesler started for Prague with the determination of being back, if possible, before the trial began. It was to be commenced at the Old Bailey towards the end of June, and people already began to foretell that it would extend over a very long period. The circumstances seemed to be simple, but they who understood such matters declared that the duration of a trial depended a great deal more on the public interest felt in the matter than upon its own nature. Now it was already perceived that no trial of modern days had ever been so interesting as would be this trial. It was already known that the Attorney General, Sir Gregory Grogram, was to lead the case for the prosecution, and that the Solicitor General, Sir Simon Slope, was to act with him. It had been thought to be due to the memory and character of Mr. Bonteen, who, when he was murdered, had held the office of President of the Board of Trade, and who had very nearly been Chancellor of the Exchequer, that so unusual a task should be imposed on these two high legal officers of the government. No doubt there would be a crowd of juniors with them, but it was understood that Sir Gregory Grogram would himself take the burden of the task upon his own shoulders. It was declared everywhere that Sir Gregory did believe Phineas Finn to be guilty, but it was also declared that Sir Simon Slope was convinced he was innocent. The defence was to be entrusted to the well-practised but now aged hands of that most experienced practitioner, Mr. Chaffanbrass, than whom no barrister living or dead ever rescued more culprits from the fangs of the law. With Mr. Chaffanbrass, who quite late in life had consented to take a silk gown, was to be associated Mr. Sergeant Birdbolt, who was said to be employed in order that the case might be in safe hands should the strength of Mr. Chaffanbrass fail him at the last moment; and Mr. Snow, who was supposed to handle a witness more judiciously than any of the rising men, and that subtle, courageous, eloquent, and painstaking youth, Mr. Golightly, who now, with no more than 10 or 15 years' practice, was already known to be earning his bread and supporting a wife and family. But the glory of this trial would not depend chiefly on the array of counsel, nor on the fact that the Lord Chief Justice himself would be the judge, so much as on the social position of the murdered man and of the murderer. Noble lords and great statesmen would throng the bench of the court to see Phineas Finn tried, and all the world who could find an entrance would do the same to see the great statesmen and the noble lords. The importance of such an affair increases like a snowball as it is rolled on. Many people talk much, and then very many people talk very much more. The under-sheriffs of the city, praiseworthy gentlemen not hitherto widely known to fame, became suddenly conspicuous and popular, as being the dispensers of admissions to seats in the court. It had been already admitted by judges and counsel that sundry other cases must be postponed, because it was known that the Bonteen murder would occupy at least a week. It was supposed that Mr. Chaffanbrass would consume a whole day at the beginning of the trial in getting a jury to his mind, a matter on which he was known to be very particular, and another whole day at the end of the trial in submitting to the jury the particulars of all the great cases on record in which circumstantial evidence was known to have led to improper verdicts. It was therefore understood that the last week in June would be devoted to the trial, to the exclusion of all other matters of interest. When Mr. Gresham, hard pressed by Mr. Turnbull for a convenient day, offered that gentleman Thursday the 24th of June, for suggesting to the House a little proposition of his own with reference to the English Church establishment, Mr. Turnbull openly repudiated the offer, because on that day the trial of Phineas Finn would be commenced. "I hope," said Mr. Gresham, "that the work of the country will not be impeded by that unfortunate affair." "I am afraid," said Mr. Turnbull, "that the right honourable gentleman will find that the member for Tankerville will on that day monopolise the attention of this House." The remark was thought to have been made in very bad taste, but nobody doubted its truth. Perhaps the interest was enhanced among politicians by the existence very generally of an opinion that though Phineas Finn had murdered Mr. Bonteen, he would certainly be acquitted. Nothing could then prevent the acquitted murderer from resuming his seat in the House, and gentlemen were already beginning to ask themselves after what fashion it would become them to treat him. Would the Speaker catch his eye when he rose to speak? Would he still be Phineas to the very large number of men with whom his general popularity had made him intimate? Would he be cold-shouldered at the clubs, and treated as one whose hands were red with blood? Or would he become more popular than ever, and receive an ovation after his acquittal? In the meantime, Madame Goesler started on her journey for Prague. End of chapter 57. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 58 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 58. The Two Dukes. It was necessary that the country should be governed, even though Mr. Bonteen had been murdered, and in order that it should be duly governed, it was necessary that Mr. Bonteen's late place at the Board of Trade should be filled. There was some hesitation as to the filling it, and when the arrangement was completed, people were very much surprised indeed. Mr. Bonteen had been appointed chiefly because it was thought that he might, in that office, act as a quasi-House of Commons deputy to the Duke of Omnium in carrying out his great scheme of a 5-farthinged penny and a 10-pennied shilling. The Duke, in spite of his wealth and rank and honour, was determined to go on with his great task. Life would be nothing to him now unless he could at least hope to arrange the 5 farthings. When his wife had bullied him about the Garter he had declared to her, and with perfect truth, that he had never asked for anything. He had gone on to say that he never would ask for anything, and he certainly did not think that he was betraying himself with reference to that assurance when he suggested to Mr. Gresham that he would himself take the place left vacant by Mr. Bonteen, of course retaining his seat in the Cabinet. "I should hardly have ventured to suggest such an arrangement to your Grace," said the Prime Minister. "Feeling that it might be so, I thought that I would venture to ask," said the Duke. "I am sure you know that I am the last man to interfere as to place or the disposition of power." "Quite the last man," said Mr. Gresham. "But it has always been held that the Board of Trade is not incompatible with the peerage." "Oh dear, yes." "And I can feel myself nearer to this affair of mine there than I can elsewhere." Mr. Gresham, of course, had no objection to urge. This great nobleman, who was now asking for Mr. Bonteen's shoes, had been Chancellor of the Exchequer, and would have remained Chancellor of the Exchequer had not the mantle of his nobility fallen upon him. At the present moment he held an office in which peers are often temporarily shelved, or put away perhaps out of harm's way for the time, so that they may be brought down and used when wanted, without having received crack or detriment from that independent action into which a politician is likely to fall when his party is "in," but he is still "out." He was Lord Privy Seal, a lordship of state which does carry with it a status and a seat in the Cabinet, but does not necessarily entail any work. But the present lord, who cared nothing for status, and who was much more intent on his work than he was even on his seat in the Cabinet, was possessed by what many of his brother politicians regarded as a morbid dislike to pretences. He had not been happy during his few weeks of the Privy Seal, and had almost envied Mr. Bonteen the realities of the Board of Trade. "I think upon the whole it will be best to make the change," he said to Mr. Gresham, and Mr. Gresham was delighted. But there were one or two men of mark, one or two who were older than Mr. Gresham probably, and less perfect in their liberal sympathies, who thought that the Duke of Omnium was derogating from his proper position in the step which he was now taking. Chief among these was his friend the Duke of St. Bungay, who alone perhaps could venture to argue the matter with him. "I almost wish that you had spoken to me first," said the elder Duke. "I feared that I should find you so strongly opposed to my resolution." "If it was a resolution." "I think it was," said the younger. "It was a great misfortune to me that I should have been obliged to leave the House of Commons." "You should not feel it so." "My whole life was there," said he, who, as Plantagenet Palliser, had been so good a commoner. "But your whole life should certainly not be there now, nor your whole heart. On you the circumstances of your birth have imposed duties quite as high, and I will say quite as useful, as any which a career in the House of Commons can put within the reach of a man." "Do you think so, Duke?" "Certainly I do. I do think that the England which we know could not be the England that she is, but for the maintenance of a high-minded, proud, and self-denying nobility. And though with us there is no line dividing our very broad aristocracy into two parts, a higher and a lower, or a greater and a smaller, or a richer and a poorer, nevertheless we all feel that the success of our order depends chiefly on the conduct of those whose rank is the highest, and whose means are the greatest. To some few, among whom you are conspicuously one, wealth has been given so great and rank so high that much of the welfare of your country depends on the manner in which you bear yourself as the Duke of Omnium." "I would not wish to think so." "Your uncle so thought, and though he was a man very different from you, not inured to work in his early life, with fewer attainments, probably a slower intellect, and whose general conduct was inferior to your own, I speak freely because the subject is important, he was a man who understood his position and the requirements of his order very thoroughly. A retinue almost royal, together with an expenditure which royalty could not rival, secured for him the respect of the nation." "Your life has not been as was his, and you have won a higher respect." "I think not. The greater part of my life was spent in the House of Commons, and my fortune was never much more than the 10th of his, but I wish to make no such comparison." "I must make it, if I am to judge which I would follow." "Pray understand me, my friend," said the old man energetically. "I am not advising you to abandon public life in order that you may live in repose as a great nobleman. It would not be in your nature to do so, nor could the country afford to lose your services. But you need not therefore take your place in the arena of politics as though you were still Plantagenet Palliser, with no other duties than those of a politician, as you might so well have done had your uncle's titles and wealth descended to a son." "I wish they had," said the regretful Duke. "It cannot be so. Your brother perhaps wishes that he were a duke, but it has been arranged otherwise. It is vain to repine. Your wife is unhappy because your uncle's garter was not at once given to you." "Glencora is like other women, of course." "I share her feelings. Had Mr. Gresham consulted me, I should not have scrupled to tell him that it would have been for the welfare of his party that the Duke of Omnium should be graced with any and every honour in his power to bestow. Lord Cantrip is my friend, almost as warmly as are you, but the country would not have missed the ribbon from the breast of Lord Cantrip. Had you been more the Duke and less the slave of your country, it would have been sent to you. Do I make you angry by speaking so?" "Not in the least. I have but one ambition." "And that is?" "To be the serviceable slave of my country." "A master is more serviceable than a slave," said the old man. "No, no, I deny it. I can admit much from you, but I cannot admit that. The politician who becomes the master of his country sinks from the statesman to the tyrant." "We misunderstand each other, my friend. Pitt and Peel and Palmerston were not tyrants, though each assumed and held for himself to the last the mastery of which I speak. Smaller men who have been slaves have been as patriotic as they, but less useful. I regret that you should follow Mr. Bonteen in his office." "Because he was Mr. Bonteen." "All the circumstances of the transfer of office occasioned by your uncle's death seem to me to make it undesirable. I would not have you make yourself too common. This very murder adds to the feeling. Because Mr. Bonteen has been lost to us, the Minister has recourse to you." "It was my own suggestion." "But who knows that it was so? You and I and Mr. Gresham, and perhaps one or two others." "It is too late now, Duke, and to tell the truth of myself, not even you can make me other than I am. My uncle's life to me was always a problem which I could not understand. Were I to attempt to walk in his ways I should fail utterly, and become absurd. I do not feel the disgrace of following Mr. Bonteen." "I trust you may at least be less unfortunate." "Well, yes. I need not expect to be murdered in the streets because I am going to the Board of Trade. I shall have made no enemy by my political success." "You think that Mr. Finn did do that deed?" asked the elder Duke. "I hardly know what I think. My wife is sure that he is innocent." "The Duchess is enthusiastic always." "Many others think the same. Lord and Lady Chiltern are sure of that." "They were always his best friends." "I am told that many of the lawyers are sure that it will be impossible to convict him. If he be acquitted I shall strive to think him innocent. He will come back to the House, of course." "I should think he would apply for the hundreds," said the Duke of St. Bungay. "I do not see why he should. I would not in his place. If he be innocent, why should he admit himself unfit for a seat in Parliament? I tell you what he might do. Resign, and then throw himself again upon his constituency." The other Duke shook his head, thereby declaring his opinion that Phineas Finn was in truth the man who had murdered Mr. Bonteen. When it was publicly known that the Duke of Omnium had stepped into Mr. Bonteen's shoes, the general opinion certainly coincided with that given by the Duke of St. Bungay. It was not only that the late Chancellor of the Exchequer should not have consented to fill so low an office, or that the Duke of Omnium should have better known his own place, or that he should not have succeeded a man so insignificant as Mr. Bonteen. These things no doubt were said, but more was said also. It was thought that he should not have gone to an office which had been rendered vacant by the murder of a man who had been placed there merely to assist himself. If the present arrangement was good, why should it not have been made independently of Mr. Bonteen? Questions were asked about it in both houses, and the transfer, no doubt, did have the effect of lowering the man in the estimation of the political world. He himself felt that he did not stand so high with his colleagues as when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer, not even so high as when he held the Privy Seal. In the printed lists of those who attended the cabinets his name generally was placed last, and an opponent on one occasion thought, or pretended to think, that he was no more than Postmaster General. He determined to bear all this without wincing, but he did wince. He would not own to himself that he had been wrong, but he was sore, as a man is sore who doubts about his own conduct, and he was not the less so because he strove to bear his wife's sarcasms without showing that they pained him. "They say that poor Lord Fawn is losing his mind," she said to him. "Lord Fawn? I haven't heard anything about it." "He was engaged to Lady Eustace once, you remember. They say that he'll be made to declare why he didn't marry her if this bigamy case goes on. And then it's so unfortunate that he should have seen the man in the grey coat. I hope he won't have to resign." "I hope not, indeed." "Because, of course, you'd have to take his place as Under-Secretary." This was very awkward, but the husband only smiled and expressed a hope that if he did so he might himself be equal to his new duties. "By the by, Plantagenet, what do you mean to do about the jewels?" "I haven't thought about them. Madame Goesler had better take them." "But she won't." "I suppose they had better be sold." "By auction?" "That would be the proper way." "I shouldn't like that at all. Couldn't we buy them ourselves and let the money stand till she choose to take it? It's an affair of trade, I suppose, and you're at the head of all that now." Then again she asked him some question about the Home Secretary, with reference to Phineas Finn, and when he told her that it would be highly improper for him to speak to that officer on such a subject, she pretended to suppose that the impropriety would consist in the interference of a man holding so low a position as he was. "Of course it is not the same now," she said, "as it used to be when you were at the Exchequer." All which he took without uttering a word of anger or showing a sign of annoyance. "You only get 2,000 a year, do you, at the Board of Trade, Plantagenet?" "Upon my word, I forget. I think it's 2,500. "How nice! It was 5 at the Exchequer, wasn't it?" "Yes, 5,000 at the Exchequer." "When you're a Lord of the Treasury it will only be 1, will it?" "What a goose you are, Glencora! If it suited me to be a Lord of the Treasury, what difference would the salary make?" "Not the least. Nor yet the rank, or the influence, or the prestige, or the general fitness of things. You are above all such sublunary ideas. You would clean Mr. Gresham's shoes for him if the service of your country required it." These last words she added in a tone of voice very similar to that which her husband himself used on occasions. "I would even allow you to clean them, if the service of the country required it," said the Duke. But though he was magnanimous, he was not happy, and perhaps the intense anxiety which his wife displayed as to the fate of Phineas Finn added to his discomfort. The Duchess, as the Duke of St. Bungay had said, was enthusiastic, and he never for a moment dreamed of teaching her to change her nature. But it would have been as well if her enthusiasm at the present moment could have been brought to display itself on some other subject. He had been brought to feel that Phineas Finn had been treated badly when the good things of government were being given away, and that this had been caused by the jealous prejudices of the man who had been since murdered. But an expectant Under-Secretary of State, let him have been ever so cruelly left out in the cold, should not murder the man by whom he has been ill-treated. Looking at all the evidence as best he could, and listening to the opinions of others, the Duke did think that Phineas had been guilty. The murder had clearly been committed by a personal enemy, not by a robber. 2 men were known to have entertained feelings of enmity against Mr. Bonteen, as to one of whom he was assured that it was impossible that he should have been on the spot. As to the other, it seemed equally manifest that he must have been there. If it were so, it would have been much better that his wife should not display her interest publicly in the murderer's favour. But the Duchess, wherever she went, spoke of the trial as a persecution, and seemed to think that the prisoner should already be treated as a hero and a martyr. "Glencora," he said to her, "I wish that you could drop the subject of this trial till it be over." "But I can't." "Surely you can avoid speaking of it." "No more than you can avoid your decimals. Out of the full heart the mouth speaks, and my heart is very full. What harm do I do?" "You set people talking of you." "They have been doing that ever since we were married. But I do not know that they have made out much against me. We must go after our nature, Plantagenet. Your nature is decimals. I run after units." He did not deem it wise to say anything further, knowing that to this evil also of Phineas Finn the gods would at last vouchsafe an ending. End of chapter 58. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 59 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 59. Mrs. Bonteen. At the time of the murder, Lady Eustace, whom we must regard as the wife of Mr. Emilius till it be proved that he had another wife when he married her, was living as the guest of Mr. Bonteen. Mr. Bonteen had pledged himself to prove the bigamy, and Mrs. Bonteen had opened her house and her heart to the injured lady. Lizzie Eustace, as she had always been called, was clever, rich, and pretty, and knew well how to ingratiate herself with the friend of the hour. She was a greedy, grasping little woman, but when she had before her a sufficient object, she could appear to pour all that she had into her friend's lap with all the prodigality of a child. Perhaps Mrs. Bonteen had liked to have things poured into her lap. Perhaps Mr. Bonteen had enjoyed the confidential tears of a pretty woman. It may be that the wrongs of a woman doomed to live with Mr. Emilius as his wife had touched their hearts. Be that as it might, they had become the acknowledged friends and supporters of Lady Eustace, and she was living with them in their little house in St. James's Place on that fatal night. Lizzie behaved herself very well when the terrible tidings were brought home. Mr. Bonteen was so often late at the house or at his club that his wife rarely sat up for him, and when the servants were disturbed between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, no surprise had as yet been felt at his absence. The sergeant of police who had brought the news sent for the maid of the unfortunate lady, and the maid, in her panic, told her story to Lady Eustace before daring to communicate it to her mistress. Lizzie Eustace, who in former days had known something of Policeman, saw the man, and learned from him all that there was to learn. Then, while the sergeant remained on the landing-place outside, to support her if necessary, with the maid by her side to help her, kneeling by the bed, she told the wretched woman what had happened. We need not witness the paroxysms of the widow's misery, but we may understand that Lizzie Eustace was from that moment more strongly fixed than ever in her friendship with Mrs. Bonteen. When the first 3 or 4 days of agony and despair had passed by, and the mind of the bereaved woman was able to turn itself from the loss to the cause of the loss, Mrs. Bonteen became fixed in her certainty that Phineas Finn had murdered her husband, and seemed to think that it was the first and paramount duty of the present government to have the murderer hung, almost without a trial. When she found that, at the best, the execution of the man she so vehemently hated could not take place for 2 months after the doing of the deed, even if then, she became almost frantic in her anger. Surely they would not let him escape! What more proof could be needed? Had not the miscreant quarrelled with her husband, and behaved abominably to him but a few minutes before the murder? Had he not been on the spot with the murderous instrument in his pocket? Had he not been seen by Lord Fawn hastening on the steps of her dear and doomed husband? Mrs. Bonteen, as she sat enveloped in her new weeds, thirsting for blood, could not understand that further evidence should be needed, or that a rational doubt should remain in the mind of any one who knew the circumstances. It was to her as though she had seen the dastard blow struck, and with such conviction as this on her mind did she insist on talking of the coming trial to her inmate, Lady Eustace. But Lizzie had her own opinion, though she was forced to leave it unexpressed in the presence of Mrs. Bonteen. She knew the man who claimed her as his wife, and did not think that Phineas Finn was guilty of the murder. Her Emilius, her Joseph Mealyus, as she had delighted to call him since she had separated herself from him, was, as she thought, the very man to commit a murder. He was by no means degraded in her opinion by the feeling. To commit great crimes is the line of life that comes naturally to some men, and was, as she thought, a line less objectionable than that which confines itself to small crimes. She almost felt that the audacity of her husband in doing such a deed redeemed her from some of the ignominy in which she had subjected herself by her marriage with a runaway who had another wife living. There was a dash of adventure about it which was almost gratifying. But these feelings she was obliged, at any rate for the present, to keep to herself. Not only must she acknowledge the undoubted guilt of Phineas Finn for the sake of her friend Mrs. Bonteen, but she must consider carefully whether she would gain or lose more by having a murderer for her husband. She did not relish the idea of being made a widow by the gallows. She was still urgent as to the charge of bigamy, and should she succeed in proving that the man had never been her husband, then she did not care how soon they might hang him. But for the present it was better for all reasons that she should cling to the Phineas Finn theory, feeling certain that it was the bold hand of her own Emilius who had struck the blow. She was by no means free from the solicitations of her husband, who knew well where she was, and who still adhered to his purpose of reclaiming his wife and his wife's property. When he was released by the magistrate's order, and had recovered his goods from Mr. Meager's house, and was once more established in lodgings, humbler indeed than those in Northumberland Street, he wrote the following letter to her, who had been for one blessed year the partner of his joys, and his bosom's mistress. 5 Jellybag Street, Edgware Road, May 26, 1800 . Dearest wife, you will have heard to what additional sorrows and disgrace I have been subjected through the malice of my enemies, but all in vain. Though princes and potentates have been arrayed against me, the princes and potentates had no doubt been Lord Chiltern and Mr. Lowe, innocence has prevailed, and I have come out from the ordeal white as bleached linen or unsullied snow. The murderer is in the hands of justice, and though he be the friend of kings and princes, Mr. Emilius had probably heard that the Prince had been at the club with Phineas, yet shall justice be done upon him, and the truth of the Lord shall be made to prevail. Mr. Bonteen has been very hostile to me, believing evil things of me, and instigating you, my beloved, to believe evil of me. Nevertheless, I grieve for his death. I lament bitterly that he should have been cut off in his sins, and hurried before the judgment seat of the great Judge, without an hour given to him for repentance. Let us pray that the mercy of the Lord may be extended even to him. I beg that you will express my deepest commiseration to his widow, and assure her that she has my prayers. And now, my dearest wife, let me approach my own affairs. As I have come out unscorched from the last fiery furnace which has been heated for me by my enemies 7 times hot, so shall I escape from that other fire with which the poor man who is gone from us endeavoured to envelop me. If they have made you believe that I have any wife but yourself, they have made you believe a falsehood. You, and you only, have my hand. You, and you only, have my heart. I know well what attempts are being made to suborn false evidence in my old country, and how the follies of my youth are being pressed against me. How anxious are proud Englishmen that the poor Bohemian should be robbed of the beauty and wit and wealth which he had won for himself. But the Lord fights on my side, and I shall certainly prevail. If you will come back to me, all shall be forgiven. My heart is as it ever was. Come and let us leave this cold and ungenial country, and go to the sunny south, to the islands of the blessed. Mr. Emilius, during his married life, had not quite fathomed the depths of his wife's character, though no doubt he had caught some points of it with sufficient accuracy. Where we may forget these blood-stained sorrows and mutually forgive each other. What happiness, what joys can you expect in your present mode of life? Even your income, which in truth is my income, you cannot obtain, because the tenants will not dare to pay it in opposition to my legal claims. But of what use is gold? What can purple do for us, and fine linen, and rich jewels, without love and a contented heart? Come, dearest, once more to your own one, who will never remember aught of the sad rupture which enemies have made, and we will hurry to the setting sun, and recline on mossy banks, and give up our souls to Elysium. As Lizzie read this, she uttered an exclamation of disgust. Did the man, after all, know so little of her as to suppose that she, with all her experiences, did not know how to keep her own life and her own pocket separate from her romance? She despised him for this, almost as much as she respected him for the murder. If you will only say that you will see me, I will be at your feet in a moment. Till the solemnity with which the late tragical event must have filled you shall have left you leisure to think of all this, I will not force myself into your presence, or seek to secure by law rights which will be much dearer to me if they are accorded by your own sweet good will. And in the meantime I will agree that the income shall be drawn, provided that it be equally divided between us. I have been sorely straitened in my circumstances by these last events. My congregation is of course dispersed. Though my innocence has been triumphantly displayed, my name has been tarnished. It is with difficulty that I find a spot where to lay my weary head. I am a-hungered and athirst, and my very garments are parting from me in my need. Can it be that you willingly doom me to such misery because of my love for you? Had I been less true to you, it might have been otherwise. Let me have an answer at once, and I will instantly take steps about the money if you will agree. Your truly most loving husband, Joseph Emilius. To Lady Eustace, wife of the Reverend Joseph Emilius. When Lizzie had read the letter twice through, she resolved that she would show it to her friend. "I know it will reopen the floodgates of your grief," she said, "but unless you see it, how can I ask from you the advice which is so necessary to me?" But Mrs. Bonteen was a woman sincere at any rate in this, that the loss of her husband had been to her so crushing a calamity that there could be no reopening of the floodgates. The grief that cannot bear allusion to its causes has generally something of affectation in its composition. The floodgates with this widowed one had never yet been for a moment closed. It was not that her tears were ever flowing, but that her heart had never yet for a moment ceased to feel that its misery was incapable of alleviation. No utterances concerning her husband could make her more wretched than she was. She took the letter and read it through. "I dare say he is a bad man," said Mrs. Bonteen. "Indeed he is," said the bad man's wife. "But he was not guilty of this crime." "Oh no, I am sure of that," said Lady Eustace, feeling certain at the same time that Mr. Bonteen had fallen by her husband's hands. "And therefore I am glad they have given him up. There can be no doubt now about it." "Everybody knows who did it now," said Lady Eustace. "Infamous ruffian! My poor dear lost one always knew what he was. Oh, that such a creature should have been allowed to come among us!" "Of course he'll be hung, Mrs. Bonteen." "Hung! I should think so! What other end would be fit for him? Oh yes, they must hang him. But it makes one think that the world is too hard a place to live in, when such a one as he can cause so great a ruin." "It has been very terrible." "Think what the country has lost. They tell me that the Duke of Omnium is to take my husband's place, but the Duke cannot do what he did. Everyone knows that for real work there was no one like him. Nothing was more certain than that he would have been Prime Minister. Oh, very soon. They ought to pinch him to death with red-hot tweezers." But Lady Eustace was anxious at the present moment to talk about her own troubles. "Of course, Mr. Emilius did not commit the murder." "Phineas Finn committed it," said the half-maddened woman, rising from her chair, "and Phineas Finn shall hang by his neck till he is dead." "But Emilius has certainly got another wife in Prague." "I suppose you know. He said it was so, and he was always right." "I am sure of it. Just as you are sure of this horrid Mr. Finn." "The two things can't be named together, Lady Eustace." "Certainly not. I wouldn't think of being so unfeeling. But he has written me this letter, and what must I do? It is very dreadful about the money, you know." "He cannot touch your money. My dear one always said that he could not touch it." "But he prevents me from touching it. What they give me only comes by a sort of favour from the lawyer. I almost wish that I had compromised." "You would not be rid of him that way?" "No, not quite rid of him. You see, I never had to take that horrid name because of the title. I suppose I'd better send the letter to the lawyer." "Send it to the lawyer, of course. That is what he would have done. They tell me that the trial is to be on the 24th of June. Why should they postpone it so long? They know all about it. They always postpone everything. If he had lived, there would be an end of that before long." Lady Eustace was tired of the virtues of her friend's martyred lord, and was very anxious to talk of her own affairs. She was still holding her husband's letter open in her hand, and was thinking how she could force her friend's dead lion to give place for a while to her own live dog, when a servant announced that Mr. Camperdown, the attorney, was below. In former days there had been an old Mr. Camperdown, who was vehemently hostile to poor Lizzie Eustace. But now, in her new troubles, the firm that had ever been true to her first husband had taken up her case for the sake of the family and her property, and for the sake of the heir, Lizzie Eustace's little boy. And Mr. Camperdown's firm had, next to Mr. Bonteen, been the depository of her trust. He had sent clerks out to Prague, one who had returned ill, and some had said poisoned, though the poison had probably been nothing more than the diet natural to Bohemians. And then another had been sent. This, of course, had all been previous to Madame Goesler's self-imposed mission, which, though it was occasioned altogether by the suspected wickedness of Mr. Emilius, had no special reference to his matrimonial escapades. And now Mr. Camperdown was downstairs. "Shall I go down to him, dear Mrs. Bonteen?" "He may come here if you please." "Perhaps I had better go down. He will disturb you." "My darling lost one always thought that there should be two present to hear such matters. He said it was safer." Mr. Camperdown junior was therefore shown upstairs to Mrs. Bonteen's drawing-room. "We have found it all out, Lady Eustace," said Mr. Camperdown. "Found out what?" "We've got Madame Emilius over here." "No!" said Mrs. Bonteen, with her hands raised. Lady Eustace sat silent, with her mouth open. "Yes, indeed, and photographs of the registry of the marriage from the books of the synagogue at Cracow. His signature was Joseph Emilius, and his handwriting isn't a bit altered. I think we could have proved it without the lady, but of course it was better to bring her if possible." "Where is she?" asked Lizzie, thinking that she would like to see her own predecessor. "We have her safe, Lady Eustace. She's not in custody, but as she can't speak a word of English or French, she finds it more comfortable to be kept in private. We're afraid it will cost a little money." "Will she swear that she is his wife?" asked Mrs. Bonteen. "Oh, yes. There'll be no difficulty about that. But her swearing alone mightn't be enough." "Surely that settles it all," said Lady Eustace. "For the money that we shall have to pay," said Mr. Camperdown, "we might probably have got a dozen Bohemian ladies to come and swear that they were married to Joseph Emilius at Cracow. The difficulty has been to bring over documentary evidence which will satisfy a jury that this is the woman she says she is, but I think we've got it." "And I shall be free," said Lady Eustace, clasping her hands together. "It will cost a good deal, I fear," said Mr. Camperdown. "But I shall be free. Oh, Mr. Camperdown, there is not a woman in all the world who cares so little for money as I do. But I shall be free from the power of that horrid man who has entangled me in the meshes of his sinful life." Mr. Camperdown told her that he thought that she would be free, and went on to say that Joseph Emilius had already been arrested, and was again in prison. The unfortunate man had not therefore long enjoyed that humbler apartment which he had found for himself in Jellybag Street. When Mr. Camperdown went, Mrs. Bonteen followed him out to the top of the stairs. "You have heard about the trial, Mr. Camperdown?" He said that he knew that it was to take place at the Central Criminal Court in June. "Yes, I don't know why they have put it off so long. People know that he did it, eh?" Mr. Camperdown, with funereal sadness, declared that he had never looked into the matter. "I cannot understand that everybody should not know it," said Mrs. Bonteen. End of chapter 59. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 60 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 60. 2 days before the trial. There was a scene in the private room of Mr. Wickerby, the attorney in Hatton Garden, which was very distressing indeed to the feelings of Lord Fawn, and which induced his lordship to think that he was being treated without that respect which was due to him as a peer and a member of the government. There were present at this scene Mr. Chaffanbrass, the old barrister, Mr. Wickerby himself, Mr. Wickerby's confidential clerk, Lord Fawn, Lord Fawn's solicitor, that same Mr. Camperdown whom we saw in the last chapter calling upon Lady Eustace, and a policeman. Lord Fawn had been invited to attend, with many protestations of regret as to the trouble thus imposed upon him, because the very important nature of the evidence about to be given by him at the forthcoming trial seemed to render it expedient that some questions should be asked. This was on Tuesday, the 22nd June, and the trial was to be commenced on the following Thursday. And there was present in the room very conspicuously an old heavy grey greatcoat, as to which Mr. Wickerby had instructed Mr. Chaffanbrass that evidence was forthcoming if needed, to prove that that coat was lying on the night of the murder in a downstairs room in the house in which Joseph Emilius was then lodging. The reader will remember the history of the coat. Instigated by Madame Goesler, who was still absent from England, Mr. Wickerby had traced the coat and had purchased the coat, and was in a position to prove that this very coat was the coat which Mr. Meager had brought home with him to Northumberland Street on that day. But Mr. Wickerby was of opinion that the coat had better not be used. "It does not go far enough," said Mr. Wickerby. "It don't go very far, certainly," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. "And if you try to show that another man has done it and he hasn't," said Mr. Wickerby, "it always tells against you with a jury." To this Mr. Chaffanbrass made no reply, preferring to form his own opinion, and to keep it to himself when formed. But in obedience to his instructions, Lord Fawn was asked to attend at Mr. Wickerby's chambers in the cause of truth, and the coat was brought out on the occasion. "Was that the sort of coat the man wore, my lord?" said Mr. Chaffanbrass, as Mr. Wickerby held up the coat to view. Lord Fawn walked round and round the coat, and looked at it very carefully before he would vouchsafe a reply. "You see it is a grey coat," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, not speaking at all in the tone which Mr. Wickerby's note had induced Lord Fawn to expect. "It is grey," said Lord Fawn. "Perhaps it's not the same shade of grey, Lord Fawn. You see, my lord, we are most anxious not to impute guilt where guilt doesn't lie. You are a witness for the Crown, and of course you will tell the Crown lawyers all that passes here. Were it possible, we would make this little preliminary inquiry in their presence, but we can hardly do that. Mr. Finn's coat was a very much smaller coat." "I should think it was," said his lordship, who did not like being questioned about coats. "You don't think the coat the man wore when you saw him was a big coat like that? You think he wore a little coat?" "He wore a grey coat," said Lord Fawn. "This is grey. A coat shouldn't be greyer than that." "I don't think Lord Fawn should be asked any more questions on the matter till he gives his evidence in court," said Mr. Camperdown. "A man's life depends on it, Mr. Camperdown," said the barrister. "It isn't a matter of cross-examination. If I bring that coat into court, I must make a charge against another man by the very act of doing so, and I will not do so unless I believe that other man to be guilty. It's an inquiry I can't postpone till we are before the jury. It isn't that I want to trump up a case against another man for the sake of extricating my client on a false issue. Lord Fawn doesn't want to hang Mr. Finn if Mr. Finn be not guilty." "God forbid," said his lordship. "Mr. Finn couldn't have worn that coat, or a coat at all like it." "What is it you do want to learn, Mr. Chaffanbrass?" asked Mr. Camperdown. "Just put on the coat, Mr. Scruby." Then, at the order of the barrister, Mr. Scruby, the attorney's clerk, did put on Mr. Meager's old greatcoat, and walked about the room in it. "Walk quick," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, and the clerk did walk quick. He was a stout, thick-set little man, nearly half a foot shorter than Phineas Finn. "Is that at all like the figure?" asked Mr. Chaffanbrass. "I think it is like the figure," said Lord Fawn. "And like the coat?" "It is the same colour as the coat." "You wouldn't swear it was not the coat?" "I am not on my oath at all, Mr. Chaffanbrass." "No, my lord, but to me your word is as good as your oath. If you think it possible that was the coat, I don't think anything about it at all. When Mr. Scruby hurries down the room in that way, he looks as the man looked when he was hurrying under the lamp-post. I am not disposed to say any more at present." "It's a matter of regret to me that Lord Fawn should have come here at all," said Mr. Camperdown, who had been summoned to meet his client at the chambers, but had come with him. "I suppose his lordship wishes us to know all that he knew, seeing that it's a question of hanging the right man or the wrong one. I never heard such trash in my life. Take it off, Mr. Scruby, and let the policeman keep it. I understand Lord Fawn to say that the man's figure was about the same as yours. My client, I believe, stands about 12 inches taller." "Thank you, my lord. We shall get at the truth at last, I don't doubt." It was afterwards said that Mr. Chaffanbrass's conduct had been very improper in enticing Lord Fawn to Mr. Wickerby's chambers, but Mr. Chaffanbrass never cared what anyone said. "I don't know that we can make much of it," he said, when he and Mr. Wickerby were alone, "but it may be as well to bring it into court. It would prove nothing against the Jew even if that fellow," he meant Lord Fawn, "could be made to swear that the coat worn was exactly similar to this. I am thinking now about the height." "I don't doubt but you'll get him off." "Well, I may do so. They ought not to hang any man on such evidence as there is against him, even though there were no moral doubt of his guilt. There is nothing really to connect Mr. Phineas Finn with the murder, nothing tangible, but there is no saying nowadays what a jury will do. Juries depend a great deal more on the judge than they used to do. If I were on trial for my life, I don't think I'd have counsel at all." "No one could defend you as well as yourself, Mr. Chaffanbrass." "I didn't mean that. No, I shouldn't defend myself. I should say to the judge, 'My lord, I don't doubt the jury will do just as you tell them, and you'll form your own opinion quite independent of the arguments.'" "You'd be hung, Mr. Chaffanbrass." "No, I don't think that I should," said Mr. Chaffanbrass slowly. I don't think I could affront a judge of the present day into hanging me. They've too much of what I call thick-skinned honesty for that. It's the temper of the time to resent nothing, to be mealy-mouthed and mealy-hearted. Jurymen are afraid of having their own opinion, and almost always shirk a verdict when they can. But we do get verdicts. Yes, the judge gives them, and they are mealy-mouthed verdicts, tending to equalize crime and innocence, and to make men think that after all it may be a question whether fraud is violence, which after all is manly, and to feel that we cannot afford to hate dishonesty. It was a bad day for the commercial world, Mr. Wickerby, when forgery ceased to be capital. It was a horrid thing to hang a man for writing another man's name to a receipt for 30 shillings. We didn't do it, but the fact that the law held certain frauds to be hanging matters operated on the minds of men in regard to all fraud. What with the joint stock working of companies, and the confusion between directors who know nothing and managers who know everything, and the dislike of juries to tread upon people's corns, you can't punish dishonest trading. Caveat emptor is the only motto going, and the worst proverb that ever came from dishonest, stony-hearted Rome. With such a motto as that to guide us, no man dare trust his brother. Caveat lex, and let the man who cheats cheat at his peril. You'd give the law a great deal to do, much less than at present. What does your caveat emptor come to? That every seller tries to pick the eyes out of the head of the purchaser. Sooner or later the law must interfere, and caveat emptor falls to the ground. I bought a horse the other day. My daughter wanted something to look pretty, and like an old ass as I am, I gave £150 for the brute. When he came home, he wasn't worth a feed of corn. You had a warranty, I suppose? No, indeed. Did you ever hear of such an old fool? I should have thought any dealer would have taken him back for the sake of his character. Any dealer would, but I bought him of a gentleman. Mr. Chaffanbrass! I ought to have known better, oughtn't I? Caveat emptor. It was just giving away your money, you know. A great deal worse than that. I could have given the gentleman £150 and not have minded it much. I ought to have had the horse killed and gone to a dealer for another. Instead of that, I went to an attorney. Oh, Mr. Chaffanbrass, the idea of your going to an attorney! I did then. I never had so much honest truth told me in my life. By an attorney? He said that he did think I'd been born long enough to have known better than that. I pleaded on my own behalf that the gentleman said the horse was all right. Gentleman, exclaimed my friend. You go to a gentleman for a horse. You buy a horse from a gentleman without a warranty. And then you come to me? Didn't you ever hear of caveat emptor, Mr. Chaffanbrass? What can I do for you? That's what my friend the attorney said to me. And what came of it, Mr. Chaffanbrass? Arbitration, I should say. Just that, with the horse eating his head off every meal at ever so much per week, till at last I fairly gave in from sheer vexation. So the gentleman got my money, and I added something to my stock of experience. Of course, that's only my story, and it may be that the gentleman could tell it another way. But I say that if my story be right, the doctrine of caveat emptor does not encourage trade. I don't know how we got to all this from Mr. Finn. I'm to see him tomorrow. Yes, he is very anxious to speak to you. What's the use of it, Wickerby? I hate seeing a client. What comes of it? Of course he wants to tell his own story. But I don't want to hear his own story. What good will his own story do me? He'll tell me either one of two things. He'll swear he didn't murder the man. That's what he'll say. Which can have no effect upon me one way or the other. Or else he'll say that he did, which would cripple me altogether. He won't say that, Mr. Chaffanbrass. There's no knowing what they'll say. A man will go on swearing by his God that he is innocent, till at last, in a moment of emotion, he breaks down and out comes the truth. In such a case as this, I do not in the least want to know the truth about the murder. That is what the public wants to know, because the public is ignorant. The public should not wish to know anything of the kind. What we should all wish to get at is the truth of the evidence about the murder. The man is to be hung not because he committed the murder, as to which no positive knowledge is attainable, but because he has been proved to have committed the murder, as to which proof, though it be enough for hanging, there must always be attached some shadow of doubt. We were delighted to hang Palmer, but we don't know that he killed Cook. A learned man who knew more about it than we can know seemed to think that he didn't. Now the last man to give us any useful insight into the evidence is the prisoner himself. In 19 cases out of 20, a man tried for murder in this country committed the murder for which he is tried. There really seems to be a doubt in this case. I dare say. If there be only 19 guilty out of 20, there must be one innocent. And why not Mr. Phineas Finn? But if it be so, he, burning with a sense of injustice, thinks that everybody should see it as he sees it. He is to be tried because, on investigation, everybody sees it just in a different light. In such case he is unfortunate, but he can't assist me in liberating him from his misfortune. He sees what is patent and clear to him, that he walked home on that night without meddling with anyone. But I can't see that, or make others see it, because he sees it. His manner of telling you may do something. If it do, Mr. Wickerby, it is because I am unfit for my business. If he have the gift of protesting well, I am to think him innocent, and therefore to think him guilty if he be unprovided with such eloquence. I will neither believe or disbelieve anything that a client says to me, unless he confesses his guilt, in which case my services can be but of little avail. Of course I shall see him, as he asks it. We had better meet there, say at 10:30. Whereupon Mr. Wickerby wrote a note to the governor of the prison begging that Phineas Finn might be informed of the visit. Phineas had now been in jail between 6 and 7 weeks, and the very fact of his incarceration had nearly broken his spirits. 2 of his sisters, who had come from Ireland to be near him, saw him every day, and his 2 friends, Mr. Lowe and Lord Chiltern, were very frequently with him. Lady Laura Kennedy had not come to him again, but he heard from her frequently through Barrington Erle. Lord Chiltern rarely spoke of his sister, alluding to her merely in connection with her father and her late husband. Presents still came to him from various quarters, as to which he hardly knew whence they came, but the Duchess and Lady Chiltern and Lady Laura all catered for him, while Mrs. Bunce looked after his wardrobe and saw that he was not cut down to prison allowance of clean shirts and socks. But the only friend whom he recognized as such was the friend who would freely declare a conviction of his innocence. They allowed him books and pens and paper, and even cards if he chose to play at patience with them or build castles. The paper and pens he could use because he could write about himself. From day to day he composed a diary in which he was never tired of expatiating on the terrible injustice of his position. But he could not read. He found it impossible to fix his attention on matters outside himself. He assured himself from hour to hour that it was not death he feared, not even death from the hangman's hand. It was the condemnation of those who had known him that was so terrible to him, the feeling that they, with whom he had aspired to work and live, the leading men and women of his day, ministers of the government and their wives, statesmen and their daughters, peers and members of the House in which he himself had sat, that these should think that, after all, he had been a base adventurer unworthy of their society. That was the sorrow that broke him down and drew him to confess that his whole life had been a failure. Mr. Lowe had advised him not to see Mr. Chaffanbrass, but he had persisted in declaring that there were instructions which no one but himself could give the counsellor whose duty it would be to defend him at the trial. Mr. Chaffanbrass came at the hour fixed, and with him came Mr. Wickerby. The old barrister bowed courteously as he entered the prison room, and the attorney introduced the 2 gentlemen with more than all the courtesy of the outer world. "I am sorry to see you here, Mr. Finn," said the barrister. "It's a bad lodging, Mr. Chaffanbrass, but the term will soon be over. I am thinking a good deal more of my next abode." "It has to be thought of, certainly," said the barrister. "Let us hope that it may be all that you would wish it to be. My services shall not be wanting to make it so." "We are doing all we can, Mr. Finn," said Mr. Wickerby. "Mr. Chaffanbrass," said Phineas, "there is one special thing that I want you to do." The old man, having his own idea as to what was coming, laid one of his hands over the other, bowed his head, and looked meek. "I want you to make men believe that I am innocent of this crime." This was better than Mr. Chaffanbrass expected. "I trust that we may succeed in making 12 men believe it," said he. "Comparatively, I do not care a straw for the 12 men. It is not to them especially that I am anxious that you should address yourself." "But that will be my bounden duty, Mr. Finn." "I can well believe, sir, that though I have myself been bred a lawyer, I may not altogether understand the nature of an advocate's duty to his client, but I would wish something more to be done than what you intimate." The duty of an advocate defending a prisoner is to get a verdict of acquittal if he can, and to use his own discretion in making the attempt. But I want something more to be attempted, even if in the struggle something less be achieved. I have known men to be so acquitted that every man in court believed them to be guilty. No doubt, and such men probably owed much to their advocates. It is not such a debt that I wish to owe. I know my own innocence. Mr. Chaffanbrass takes that for granted, said Mr. Wickerby. To me it is a matter of astonishment that any human being should believe me to have committed this murder. I am lost in surprise when I remember that I am here simply because I walked home from my club with a loaded stick in my pocket. The magistrate, I suppose, thought me guilty. He did not think about it, Mr. Finn. He went by the evidence. The quarrel, your position in the streets at the time, the color of the coat you wore, and that of the coat worn by the man whom Lord Fawn saw in the street, the doctor's evidence as to the blows by which the man was killed, and the nature of the weapon which you carried. He put these things together, and they were enough to entitle the public to demand that a jury should decide. He didn't say you were guilty. He only said that the circumstances were sufficient to justify a trial. If he thought me innocent, he would not have sent me here. Yes, he would, if the evidence required that he should do so. We will not argue about that, Mr. Chaffanbrass. Certainly not, Mr. Finn. Here I am, and tomorrow I shall be tried for my life. My life will be nothing to me unless it can be made clear to all the world that I am innocent. I would be sooner hung for this, with the certainty at my heart that all England on the next day would ring with the assurance of my innocence, than be acquitted, and afterwards be looked upon as a murderer. Phineas, when he was thus speaking, had stepped out into the middle of the room, and stood with his head thrown back and his right hand forward. Mr. Chaffanbrass, who was himself an ugly, dirty old man, who had always piqued himself on being indifferent to appearance, found himself struck by the beauty and grace of the man whom he now saw for the first time. And he was struck, too, by his client's eloquence, though he had expressly declared to the attorney that it was his duty to be superior to any such influence. "Oh, Mr. Chaffanbrass, for the love of heaven, let there be no quibbling." "We never quibble, I hope, Mr. Finn." "No subterfuges, no escaping by a side wind, no advantage taken of little forms, no objection taken to this and that as though delay would avail us anything. Character will go a great way, we hope. It should go for nothing. Though no one would speak a word for me, still am I innocent. Of course the truth will be known some day." "I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Finn." "It will certainly be known some day. That it should not be known as yet is my misfortune. But in defending me, I would have you hurl defiance at my accusers. I had the stick in my pocket, having heretofore been concerned with ruffians in the street. I did quarrel with the man, having been insulted by him at the club. The coat which I wore was such as they say. But does that make a murderer of me? Somebody did the deed, and that somebody could probably say all that you say. No, sir. He, when he is known, will be found to have been skulking in the streets. He will have thrown away his weapon. He will have been secret in his movements. He will have hidden his face, and have been a murderer in more than the deed. When they came to me in the morning, did it seem to them that I was a murderer? Has my life been like that? They who have really known me cannot believe that I have been guilty. They who have not known me and do believe will live to learn their error." He then sat down and listened patiently while the old lawyer described to him the nature of the case, wherein lay his danger, and wherein what hope there was of safety. There was no evidence against him other than circumstantial evidence, and both judges and jury were wont to be unwilling to accept such, when uncorroborated, as sufficient in cases of life and death. Unfortunately, in this case, the circumstantial evidence was very strong against him. But on the other hand, his character, as to which men of great mark would speak with enthusiasm, would be made to stand very high. "I would not have it made to stand higher than it is," said Phineas. As to the opinion of the world afterwards, Mr. Chaffanbrass went on to say, of that he must take his chance. But surely he himself might fight better for it living than any friend could do for him after his death. "You must believe me in this, Mr. Finn, that a verdict of acquittal from the jury is the one object that we must have before us." "The one object that I shall have before me is the verdict of the public," said Phineas. "I am treated with so much injustice in being thought a murderer that they can hardly add anything to it by hanging me." When Mr. Chaffanbrass left the prison, he walked back with Mr. Wickerby to the attorney's chambers in Hatton Garden, and he lingered for a while on the viaduct, expressing his opinion of his client. "He's not a bad fellow, Wickerby." "A very good sort of fellow, Mr. Chaffanbrass. I never did, and I never will, express an opinion of my own as to the guilt or innocence of a client till after the trial is over. But I have sometimes felt as though I would give the blood out of my veins to save a man. I never felt in that way more strongly than I do now." "It'll make me very unhappy, I know, if it goes against him," said Mr. Wickerby. "People think that the special branch of the profession into which I have chanced to fall is a very low one, and I do not know whether, if the world were before me again, I would allow myself to drift into an exclusive practice in criminal courts. Yours has been a very useful life, Mr. Chaffanbrass." "But I often feel," continued the barrister, paying no attention to the attorney's last remark, "that my work touches the heart more nearly than does that of gentlemen who have to deal with matters of property and of high social claims. People think I am savage to witnesses. You can frighten a witness, Mr. Chaffanbrass. It's just the trick of the trade that you learn, as a girl learns the notes of her piano. There's nothing in it. You forget it all the next hour. But when a man has been hung whom you have striven to save, you do remember that. Good morning, Mr. Wickerby. I'll be there a little before 10. Perhaps you may have to speak to me." End of Chapter 60. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Chapter 61 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 61. The Beginning of the Trial. The task of seeing an important trial at the Old Bailey is by no means a pleasant business, unless you be what the citizens of the court would call one of the swells, so as to enjoy the privilege of being a bench fellow with the judge on the seat of judgment. And even in that case, the pleasure is not unalloyed. You have indeed the gratification of seeing the man whom all the world has been talking about for the last 9 days face to face, and of being seen in a position which causes you to be acknowledged as a man of mark. But the intolerable stenches of the court and its horrid heat come up to you there, no doubt, as powerfully as they fall on those below. And then the tedium of a prolonged trial, in which the points of interest are apt to be few and far between, grows upon you till you begin to feel that though the Prime Minister who is out and should murder the Prime Minister who is in, and all the members of the 2 cabinets were to be called in evidence, you would not attend the trial, though the seat of honor next to the judge were accorded to you. Those bewigged ones who are the performers are so insufferably long in their parts, so arrogant in their bearing, so it strikes you, though doubtless the fashion of working has been found to be efficient for the purposes they have in hand, and so uninteresting in their repetition that you first admire, and then question, and at last execrate the imperturbable patience of the judge, who might, as you think, force the thing through in a quarter of the time without any injury to justice. And it will probably strike you that the length of the trial is proportionate not to the complicity, but to the importance, or rather to the public interest of the case, so that the trial which has been suggested of a disappointed and bloody-minded ex-Prime Minister would certainly take at least a fortnight, even though the Speaker of the House of Commons and the Lord Chancellor had seen the blow struck, whereas a collier might knock his wife's brains out in the dark and be sent to the gallows with a trial that shall not last 3 hours. Yet the collier has to be hung if found guilty, and no one thinks that his life is improperly endangered by reckless haste. Whether lives may not be improperly saved by the more lengthened process is another question. But the honors of such bench fellowship can be accorded but to few, and the task becomes very tiresome when the spectator has to enter the court as an ordinary mortal. There are 2 modes open to him, either of which is subject to grievous penalties. If he be the possessor of a decent coat and hat, he can scrape any acquaintance with any one concerned. He may get introduced to that overworked and greatly perplexed official, the under-sheriff, who will stave him off if possible, knowing that even an under-sheriff cannot make space elastic. but if the introduction has been acknowledged as good, we'll probably find a seat for him if he persevere to the end. But the seat, when obtained, must be kept in possession from morning to evening, and the fight must be renewed from day to day. And the benches are hard, and the space is narrow, and you feel that the under-sheriff would prod you with his sword if you were ventured to sneeze, or to put to your lips the flask which you have in your pocket. And then, when all the bench fellows go out to lunch at 1:30, and you are left to eat your dry sandwich without room for your elbows, a feeling of unsatisfied ambition will pervade you. It is all very well to be the friend of an under-sheriff, but if you could but have known the judge, or have been a cousin of the real sheriff, how different it might have been with you. But you may be altogether independent, and as a matter of right walk into an open English court of law as one of the British public. You will have to stand, of course, and to commence standing very early in the morning if you intend to succeed in witnessing any portion of the performance. And when you have made once good your entrance as one of the British public, you are apt to be a good deal knocked about, not only by your public brethren, but also by those who have to keep the avenues free for witnesses, and who will regard you from first to last as a disagreeable excrescence on the officialities of the work at hand. Upon the whole, it may be better for you, perhaps, to stay at home and read the record of the affair as given in the next day's Times. Impartial reporters, judicious readers, and able editors between them will preserve for you all the kernel, and will save you from the necessity of having to deal with the shell. At this trial there were among the crowd who succeeded in entering the court 3 persons of our acquaintance, who had resolved to overcome the various difficulties. Mr. Monk, who had formerly been a cabinet minister, was seated on the bench, subject indeed to the heat and stenches, but privileged to eat the lunch. Mr. Quintus Slide, of the People's Banner, who knew the court well, for in former days he had worked many an hour in it as a reporter, had obtained the good graces of the under-sheriff. And Mr. Bunce, with all the energy of the British public, had forced his way in among the crowd, and had managed to wedge himself near to the dock, so that he might be able by a hoist of the neck to see his lodger as he stood at the bar. Of these 3 men, Bunce was assured that the prisoner was innocent, led to such assurance partly by the belief in the man, and partly by an innate spirit of opposition to all exercise of restricted power. Mr. Quintus Slide was certain of the prisoner's guilt, and gave himself considerable credit for having assisted in running down the criminal. It seemed to be natural to Mr. Quintus Slide that a man who had openly quarrelled with the editor of the People's Banner should come to the gallows. Mr. Monk, as Phineas himself well knew, had doubted. He had received the suspected murderer into his warmest friendship, and was made miserable even by his doubts. Since the circumstances of the case had come to his knowledge, they had weighed upon his mind so as to sadden his whole life. But he was a man who could not make his reason subordinate to his feelings. If the evidence against his friend was strong enough to send his friend for trial, how should he dare to discredit the evidence because the man was his friend? He had visited Phineas in prison, and Phineas had accused him of doubting. "You need not answer me," the unhappy man had said, "but do not come unless you are able to tell me from your heart that you are sure of my innocence. There is no person living who could comfort me by such assurance as you could do." Mr. Monk had thought about it very much, but he had not repeated his visit. At 10:15, the Chief Justice was on the bench, with a second judge to help him, and with lords and distinguished commoners and great city magnates crowded the long seat between him and the doorway. The court was full, so that you would say that another head could not be made to appear. And Phineas Finn, the member for Tankerville, was in the dock. Barrington Erle, who was there to see, as one of the great ones of course, told the Duchess of Omnium that night that Phineas was thin and pale, and in many respects an altered man, but handsomer than ever. "He bore himself well?" asked the Duchess. Very well indeed. We were there for 6 hours, and he maintained the same demeanour throughout. He never spoke but once, and that was when Chaffanbrass began his fight about the jury." "What did he say?" "He addressed the judge, interrupting Slope, who was arguing that some man would make a very good juryman, and declare that it was not by his wish that any objection was raised against any gentleman." "What did the judge say?" "Told him to abide by his counsel. The Chief Justice was very civil to him, indeed better than civil." "We'll have him down to Matching, and make ever so much of him," said the Duchess. "Don't go too fast, Duchess, for he may have to hang poor Phineas yet." "Oh dear, I wish you wouldn't use that word. But what did he say?" "He told Phineas that as he had thought fit to employ counsel for his defence, in doing which he had undoubtedly acted wisely, he must leave the case to the direction of his counsel. And then poor Phineas was silent. He spoke another word. "My lord," said he, "I, for my part, wished that the first 12 men of the list might be taken." But old Chaffanbrass went on just the same. It took them 2 hours and a half before they could swear a jury. But, Mr. Earl, taking it all together, which way is it going? Nobody can even guess as yet. There was ever so much delay besides that about the jury. It seemed that somebody had called him Phineas instead of Phineas, and that took half an hour. They begin with the quarrel at the club, and are to call the first witness tomorrow morning. They are to examine Rattler about the quarrel, and Fitzgibbon and Monk, and I believe old Bouncer, the man who writes, you know. They all heard what took place. So did you. I've managed to escape that. They can't very well examine all the club, but I should be called afterwards as to what took place at the door. They will begin with Rattler. Everybody knows there was a quarrel, and that Mr. Bonteen had been drinking, and that he behaved as badly as a man could behave. It must all be proved, Duchess. I'll tell you what, Mr. Earl, if this ends badly for Mr. Finn, I'll wear mourning to the day of my death. I'll go to the drawing-room in mourning, to show what I think of it. Lord Chiltern, who was also on the bench, took his account of the trial home to his wife and sister in Portman Square. At this time Miss Palliser was staying with them, and the 3 ladies were together when the account was brought to them. In that house it was taken as doctrine that Phineas was innocent. In the presence of her brother and before her sister-in-law's visitor, Lady Laura had learned to be silent on the subject, and she now contented herself with listening, knowing that she could relieve herself by speech when alone with Lady Chiltern. "I never knew anything so tedious in my life," said the master of the Breakhounds. "They have not done anything yet." "I suppose they have made their speeches," said his wife. Sir Gregory Grogram opened the case, as they call it, and a very strong case he made of it. I never believe anything that a lawyer says when he has a wig on his head and a fee in his hand. I prepare myself beforehand to regard it all as mere words, supplied at so much the thousand. I know he'll say whatever he thinks most likely to forward his own views. But upon my word, he put it very strongly. He brought it all within so very short a space of time. Bonteen and Finn left the club within a minute each other. Bonteen must have been at the top of the passage 5 minutes afterwards, and Phineas at that moment could not have been above 200 yards from him. There can be no doubt of that. "Oswald, you don't mean to say that it's going against him," exclaimed Lady Chiltern. "It's not going any way at present. The witnesses have not been examined, but so far I suppose the Attorney General was right. He has got to prove it all, but so much, no doubt, he can prove. He can prove that the man was killed with some blunt weapon, such as Finn had. And he can prove that exactly at the same time a man was running to the spot, very like to Finn, and that by a route which would not have been his route, but by using which he could have placed himself at that moment where the man was seen." "How very dreadful," said Miss Palliser. "And yet I feel that I know it was that other man," said Lady Chiltern. Lady Laura sat silent through it all, listening with her eyes intent on her brother's face, and with her elbow on the table, and her brow on her hand. She did not speak a word till she found herself alone with her sister-in-law, and then it was hardly more than a word. "Violet, they will murder him." Lady Chiltern endeavoured to comfort her, telling her that as yet they had heard but one side of the case, but the wretched woman only shook her head. "I know they will murder him," she said, "and then when it is too late they will find out what they have done." On the following day the crowd in court was, if possible, greater, so that the benchfellows were very much squeezed indeed. But it was impossible to exclude from the high seat such men as Mr. Rattler and Lord Fawn when they were required in the court as witnesses. And not a man who had obtained a seat on the first day was willing to be excluded on the second. And even then the witnesses were not called at once. Sir Gregory Grogram began the work of the day by saying that he had heard that morning for the first time that one of the witnesses had been tampered with, was the word that he unfortunately used, by his learned friend on the other side. He alluded, of course, to Lord Fawn, and poor Lord Fawn, sitting up there in the seat of honour, visible to all the world, became very hot and very uncomfortable. Then there arose a vehement dispute between Sir Gregory, assisted by Sir Simon, and old Mr. Chaffanbrass, who rejected with disdain any assistance from the gentler men who were with him. Tampered with! That word should be recalled by the honourable gentleman who was at the head of the bar. And Mr. Chaffanbrass declared that as an alternative he would pull the court about the ears. It would have been no more than he meant. Lord Fawn had been invited, not summoned to attend, and why? In order that no suspicion of guilt might be thrown on another man, unless the knowledge that was in Lord Fawn's bosom, and there alone, would justify such a line of defence. Lord Fawn had been attended by his own solicitor, and might have brought the Attorney General with him, had he so pleased. There was a great deal said on both sides, and something said also by the judge. At last Sir Gregory withdrew the objectionable word, and substituted in lieu of it an assertion that his witness had been indiscreetly questioned. Mr. Chaffanbrass would not for a moment admit the indiscretion, but bounced about in his place, tearing his wig almost off his head, and defying every one in the court. The judge submitted to Mr. Chaffanbrass that he had been indiscreet. "I never contradicted the bench yet, my lord," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, at which there was a general titter throughout the bar. "But I must claim the privilege of conducting my own practice according to my own views. In this court I am subject to the bench. In my own chamber I am subject only to the law of the land." The judge, looking over his spectacles, said a mild word about the profession at large. Mr. Chaffanbrass, twisting his wig quite on one side, so that it nearly fell on Mr. Sergeant Birdbolt's face, muttered something as to having seen more work done in that court than any other living lawyer, let his rank be what it might. When the little affair was over, everybody felt that Sir Gregory had been vanquished. Mr. Rattler and Lawrence Fitzgibbon and Mr. Monk and Mr. Bouncer were examined about the quarrel at the club, and proved that the quarrel had been a very bitter quarrel. They all agreed that Mr. Bonteen had been wrong, and that the prisoner had had cause for anger. Of the three distinguished legislators and statesmen above named, Mr. Chaffanbrass refused to take the slightest notice. "I have no question to put to you," he said to Mr. Rattler. "Of course there was a quarrel. We all know that." But he did ask a question or two of Mr. Bouncer. "You write books, I think, Mr. Bouncer." "I do," said Mr. Bouncer, with dignity. Now there was no peculiarity in a witness to which Mr. Chaffanbrass was so much opposed as an assumption of dignity. "What sorts of books, Mr. Bouncer?" "I write novels," said Bouncer, feeling that Mr. Chaffanbrass must have been ignorant indeed of the polite literature of the day to make such a question necessary. "You mean fiction?" "Well, yes, fiction, if you like that word better." "I don't like either particularly. You have to find plots, haven't you?" Mr. Bouncer paused a moment. Yes, he said. "In writing a novel it is necessary to construct a plot." "Where do you get them from?" "Where do I get them from?" "Yes, where do you find them? You take them from the French mostly, don't you?" Mr. Bouncer became very red. "Isn't that the way our English writers get their plots?" "Sometimes, perhaps." "Yours ain't French, then?" "Well, no. That is, I won't undertake to say that. You won't undertake to say that they're not French?" "Is this relevant to the case before us, Mr. Chaffanbrass?" asked the judge. "Quite so, my lord. We have a highly distinguished novelist before us, my lord, who, as I have reason to believe, is intimately acquainted with the French system of the construction of plots. It is a business which the French carry to perfection. The plot of a novel should, I imagine, be constructed in accordance with human nature." "Certainly," said Mr. Bouncer. "You have murders in novels?" "Sometimes," said Mr. Bouncer, who had himself done many murders in his time. "Did you ever know a French novelist have premeditated murder committed by a man who could not have conceived the murder 10 minutes before he committed it, with whom the cause of the murder anteceded the murder no more than 10 minutes? Mr. Bouncer stood thinking for a while. "We will give you your time, because an answer to the question from you will be an important testimony." I don't think I do," said Mr. Bouncer, who in his confusion had been quite unable to think of the plot of a single novel. "And if there were such a French plot, that would not be to the plot that you would borrow?" "Certainly not," said Mr. Bouncer. "Did you ever read poetry, Mr. Bouncer?" "Oh yes, I read a great deal of poetry." "Shakespeare, perhaps?" Mr. Bouncer did not condescend to do more than nod his head. "There is a murder described in Hamlet. Was that supposed by the poet to have been devised suddenly?" "I should say not." "So should I, Mr. Bouncer. Do you remember the arrangements for the murder in Macbeth? That took a little time in concocting, didn't it?" "No doubt it did. And when Othello murdered Desdemona, creeping up to her in her sleep, he had been thinking of it for some time." "I suppose he had." "Do you ever read English novels as well as French, Mr. Bouncer?" The unfortunate author again nodded his head. "When Amy Robsart was lured to her death, there was some time given to the preparation, eh?" "Of course there was." Of course there was. And Eugene Aram, when he murdered a man in Bulwer's novel, turned the matter over in his mind before he did it. He was thinking a long time about it, I believe. Thinking about it a long time, I rather think he was. Those great masters of human nature, those men who knew the human heart, did not venture to describe a secret murder as coming from a man's brain without premeditation. Not that I can remember. Such also is my impression. But now I bethink me of a murder that was almost as sudden as this is supposed to have been. Didn't a Dutch smuggler murder a Scotch lawyer, all in a moment, as it were? Dirk Hedderich did murder Glossop in The Antiquary, very suddenly, but he did it from passion. Just so, Mr. Bouncer. There was no plot there, was there? No arrangement, no secret creeping up to his victim, no escape even. He was chained. So he was, chained like a dog, and like a dog he flew at his enemy. If I understand you then, Mr. Bouncer, you would not dare to violate probability in a novel as to produce a murderer to the public who should contrive a secret hidden murder, contrive it and execute it, all within a quarter of an hour. Mr. Bouncer, after another minute's consideration, said that he thought he would not do so. Mr. Bouncer, said Mr. Chaffanbrass, I am uncommonly obliged to our excellent friend Sir Gregory for having given us the advantage of your evidence. End of chapter 61.
Chapter 62 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 62. Lord Fawn's Evidence. A crowd of witnesses were heard on the second day after Mr. Chaffanbrass had done with Mr. Bouncer, but none of them were of much interest to the public. The three doctors were examined as to the state of the dead man's head when he was picked up, and as to the nature of the instrument with which he had probably been killed, and the fact that Phineas Finn's life-preserver was proved, in the middle of which he begged the court would save itself some little trouble, as he was quite ready to acknowledge that he had walked home with a short bludgeon, which was then produced in his pocket. "We would acknowledge a great deal if they would let us," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. "We acknowledge the quarrel. We acknowledge the walk home at night. We acknowledge the bludgeon, and we acknowledge a grey coat." But that happened towards the close of the second day, and they had not then reached the grey coat. The question of the grey coat was commenced on the third morning, on the Saturday, which day, as was well known, would be opened with the examination of Lord Fawn. The anxiety to hear Lord Fawn undergo his penance was intense, and had been greatly increased by the conviction that Mr. Chaffanbrass would resent upon him the charge made by the Attorney General as to tampering with a witness. "I'll tamper with him by and by," Mr. Chaffanbrass had whispered to Mr. Wickerby, and the whispered threat had been spread abroad. On the table before Mr. Chaffanbrass, when he took his place in the court on the Saturday, was laid a heavy grey coat, and on the opposite side of the table, just before the Solicitor General, was laid another grey coat, of much lighter material. When Lord Fawn saw the two coats as he took a seat on the bench, his heart failed him. He was hardly allowed to seat himself before he was called upon to be sworn. Sir Simon Slope, who was to examine him, took it for granted that his lordship could give his evidence from his place on the bench, but to this Mr. Chaffanbrass objected. He was very well aware, he said, that such a practice was usual. He did not doubt that, in his time, he had examined some hundreds of witnesses from the bench. In 19 cases out of 20 there could be no objection to such a practice. But in this case the noble lord would have to give evidence, not only to what he had seen, but as to what he then saw. It would be expedient that he should see colours as nearly as possible, in the same light as the jury, which he would do if he stood in the witness box. And there might arise questions of identity, in speaking of which it would be well that the noble lord should be as near as possible to the thing or person to be identified. He was afraid that he must trouble the noble lord to come down from the Elysium on the bench. Whereupon Lord Fawn descended and was sworn in at the witness box. His treatment from Sir Slope was all that was due from a Solicitor General to a distinguished peer who was a member of the same government as himself. Sir Simon put his questions so as almost to reassure the witness, and very quickly, only too quickly, obtained from him all the information that was needed on the side of the prosecution. Lord Fawn, when he had left the club, had seen both Mr. Bonteen and Mr. Finn preparing to follow him, but he had gone alone, and had never seen Mr. Bonteen since. He walked very slowly down into Curzon Street and Bolton Row, and when there, as he was about to cross the road at the top of Clarges Street, as he believed, just as he was crossing the street, he saw a man come at a very fast pace out of the mews which runs into Bolton Row, opposite to Clarges Street, and from thence hurry very quickly toward the passage which separates the gardens of Devonshire and Lansdowne houses. It had already been proved that had Phineas Finn retraced his steps after Earl and Fitzgibbon had turned their backs upon him, his shortest and certainly most private way to the spot on which Lord Fawn had seen the man would have been by the mews in question. Lord Fawn went on to say that the man wore a grey coat. As far as he could judge, it was such a coat as Sir Simon now showed him. He could not at all identify the prisoner. He could not say whether the man he had seen was as tall as the prisoner. He thought that as far as he could judge, there was not much difference in the height. He had not thought of Mr. Finn when he saw the man hurrying along, nor had he troubled his mind about the man. That was the end of Lord Fawn's evidence in chief, which he would gladly have prolonged to the close of the day, could he thereby have postponed the coming horrors of his cross-examination. But there he was, in the clutches of the odious, dirty, little man, hating that little man, despising him because he was dirty, and nothing better than an Old Bailey barrister, and yet fearing him with so intense a fear. Mr. Chaffanbrass smiled at his victim, and for a moment was quite soft with him, as a cat is soft with a mouse. The reporters could hardly hear his first question. "I believe you are an Under-Secretary of State." Lord Fawn acknowledged the fact. Now it was the case that in the palmy days of our hero's former career, he had filled the very office which Lord Fawn now occupied, and that Lord Fawn had, at the time, filled a similar position in another department. These facts Mr. Chaffanbrass extracted from his witness, not without an appearance of unwillingness, which was produced, however, altogether by the natural antagonism of the victim to his persecutor. For Mr. Chaffanbrass, even when asking the simplest questions in the simplest words, even when abstaining from the sarcasm of tone under which witnesses were wont to feel that they were being flayed alive, could so look at a man as to create an antagonism which no witness could conceal. In asking a man his name and age and calling, he could produce an impression that the man was unwilling to tell anything, and that therefore the jury were entitled to regard his evidence with suspicion. "Then," continued Mr. Chaffanbrass, "you must have met him frequently in the intercourse of your business." "I suppose I did, sometimes." "Sometimes you belonged to the same party." "We didn't sit in the same house." "I know that, my lord. I know very well what house you sat in, but I suppose you would condescend to be acquainted with even a commoner who held the very office which you hold now. You belonged to the same club with him." "I didn't go much to the clubs," said Lord Fawn. "But the quarrel of which we have heard so much took place at a club in your presence." Lord Fawn assented. "In fact, you cannot but have been intimately and accurately acquainted with the personal appearance of the gentleman who is now on trial. Is that so?" "I was never intimate with him." Mr. Chaffanbrass looked up at the jury and shook his head sadly. "I am not presuming, Lord Fawn, that you so far derogated as to be intimate with this gentleman, as to whom, however, I shall be able to show by and by that he was the chosen friend of the very man under whose mastership you now serve. I ask whether his appearance is not familiar to you." Lord Fawn at last said that it was. "Do you know his height?" "What should you say was his height?" Lord Fawn altogether refused to give an opinion on such a subject, but acknowledged that he should not be surprised if he were told that Mr. Finn was over 6 feet high. "In fact, you considered him a tall man, my lord. There he is. You can look at him. Is he a tall man?" Lord Fawn did look, but wouldn't give an answer. "I'll undertake to say, my lord, that there isn't a person in the court at this moment, except yourself, who wouldn't be ready to express an opinion, on his oath, that Mr. Finn is a tall man. Mr. Chief Constable, just let the prisoner step out from the dock for a moment. He won't run away. I must have his lordship's opinion as to Mr. Fawn's height." Poor Phineas, when this was said, clutched hold of the front of the dock as though determined that nothing but main force should make him exhibit himself to the court in the manner proposed. But the need for exhibition passed away. "I know that he is a very tall man," said Lord Fawn. "You know that he is a very tall man. We all know it. There can be no doubt about it. He is, as you say, a very tall man, with whose personal appearance you have long been familiar. I ask again, my lord, whether you have not been long familiar with his personal appearance." After some further agonizing delay, Lord Fawn at last acknowledged that it had been so. "Now we shall get on like a house on fire," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. But still the old house did not burn very quickly. A string of questions was then asked as to the attitude of the man who had been seen coming out of the mews wearing a grey coat, as to his attitude, and as to his general likeness to Phineas Finn. In answer to these, Lord Fawn would only say that he had not observed the man's attitude, and had certainly not thought of the prisoner when he saw the man. "My lord," said Mr. Chaffanbrass very solemnly, "look at your late friend and colleague, and remember that his life depends probably on the accuracy of your memory. The man you saw murdered Mr. Bonteen. With all my experience in such matters, which is great, and with all my skill, which is something, I cannot stand against that fact. It is for me to show that that man and my client were not one and the same person, and I must do so by means of your evidence. By sifting what you say today, and by comparing it with what you have already said on other occasions, I understand you now to say that there is nothing in your remembrance of the man you saw, independently of the color of that coat, to guide you to an opinion whether that man was or was not one and the same with the prisoner." In all the crowd then assembled there was no man more thoroughly under the influence of conscience as to his conduct than was Lord Fawn in reference to the evidence which he was called upon to give. Not only would the idea of endangering the life of a human being have been horrible to him, but the sanctity of an oath was imperative to him. He was essentially a truth-speaking man, if only he knew how to speak the truth. He would have sacrificed much to establish the innocence of Phineas Finn, not for the love of Phineas, but for the love of innocence. But not even to do that would he have lied. He was a bad witness, and by his slowness, and by a certain unsustained pomposity which was natural to him, had already taught the jury to think that he was anxious to convict the prisoner. 2 men in the court, and 2 only, thoroughly understood his condition. Mr. Chaffanbrass saw it all, and intended without the slightest scruple to take advantage of it. And the Chief Justice saw it all, and was already resolving how he could set the witness right with the jury. "I didn't think of Mr. Finn at the time," said Lord Fawn in answer to the last question. "So I understand the man didn't strike you as being tall. I don't think that he did. But yet in the evidence you gave before the magistrate in Bow Street, I think you expressed a very strong opinion that the man you saw running out of the mews was Mr. Finn." Lord Fawn was again silent. "I am asking your lordship a question as to which I must request an answer. Here is the Times report of the examination, which you can refresh your memory. And you are of course aware that it was mainly on your evidence as to here reported that my client stands there in jeopardy of his life." "I am not aware of anything of the kind," said the witness. "Very well, we will drop that then, but such was your evidence, whether important or not important. Of course your lordship can take what time you please for recollection." Lord Fawn tried very hard to recollect, but would not look at the newspaper which had been handed to him. "I cannot remember what words I used. It seems to me that I thought it must have been Mr. Finn because I had been told that Mr. Finn could have been there by running around." "Surely, my lord, that would not have sufficed to induce you to give such evidence as it is there reported." "And the colour of the coat?" said Lord Fawn. "In fact, you went by the colour of the coat, and that only. Then there had been the quarrel. My lord, is not that begging the question? Mr. Bonteen quarrelled with Mr. Finn. Mr. Bonteen was murdered by a man, as we all believe, whom you saw at a certain spot. Therefore you identified the man whom you saw as Mr. Finn. Was that so?" "I did not identify him. At any rate, you do not do so now. Putting aside the grey coat, there is nothing to make you now think that that man and Mr. Finn one and the same. Come, my lord, on behalf of that man's life, which is in great jeopardy because of evidence given by you before the magistrate, do not be ashamed to speak the truth openly, though it be at variance with what you may have said before with ill-advised haste." "My lord, is it proper that I should be treated in this way?" said the witness, appealing to the bench. "Mr. Chaffanbrass," said the judge, again looking at the barrister over his spectacles, "I think you are stretching the privilege of your position too far." I shall have to stretch it further yet, my lord. His lordship, in his evidence before the magistrate, gave, on his oath, a decided opinion that the man he saw was Mr. Finn, and on that evidence Mr. Finn was committed for murder. Let him say openly now to the jury, when Mr. Finn is on his trial for his life before the court, and for all his hopes in life before the country, whether he thinks as then he thought, and on what grounds he thinks so. I think so because of the quarrel and because of the grey coat. For no other reasons? No, for no other reasons. Your only ground for suggesting identity is the grey coat. And the quarrel, said Lord Fawn. My lord, in giving evidence as to identity, I fear that you do not understand the meaning of the word. Lord Fawn looked up at the judge, but the judge on this occasion said nothing. At any rate, we have it from you at present that there was nothing in the appearance of the man you saw like to that of Mr. Finn, except the colour of the coat. I don't think there was, said Lord Fawn slowly. Then there occurred a scene in the court which no doubt was gratifying to the spectators, and may in part have repaid them for the weariness of the whole proceeding. Mr. Chaffanbrass, while Lord Fawn was still in the witness box, requested permission for a certain man to stand forward and put on the coat which was lying on the table before him. This coat being in truth the identical garment which Mr. Meager had brought home with him on the morning of the murder. This man was Mr. Wickerby's clerk, Mr. Scrooby, and he put on the coat, which seemed to fit him well. Mr. Chaffanbrass then asked permission to examine Mr. Scrooby, explaining that much time might be saved, and declaring that he had but one question to ask. After some difficulty this permission was given, and Mr. Scrooby was asked his height. Mr. Scrooby was 5 feet 8 inches, and had been accurately measured on the previous day with reference to the question. Then the examination of Lord Fawn was resumed, and Mr. Chaffanbrass referred to that very irregular interview to which he had so improperly enticed the witness in Mr. Wickerby's chambers. For a long time Sir Gregory Grogram declared that he would not permit any allusion to what had taken place at a most improper conference, a conference which he could not stigmatize in sufficiently strong language. But Mr. Chaffanbrass, smiling very blandly for him, suggested that the impropriety of the conference, let it have been ever so abominable, did not prevent the fact of the conference, that he was manifestly within his right in alluding to it. Suppose, my lord, that Lord Fawn had confessed in Mr. Wickerby's chambers that he had murdered Mr. Finn himself, and had since repented of that confession. Would Mr. Camperdown and Mr. Wickerby, who were present, and would I be now debarred from stating that confession in evidence, because, in deference to some fanciful rules of etiquette, Lord Fawn should not have been there? Mr. Chaffanbrass at last prevailed, and the evidence was resumed. You saw Mr. Scrooby wear that coat in Mr. Wickerby's chambers. Lord Fawn said that he could not identify the coat. We'll take care to have it identified. We shall get a great deal out of that coat yet. You saw that man wear a coat like that. Yes, I did. And you see him now. Yes, I do. Does he remind you of the figure of the man you saw come out of the mews? Lord Fawn paused. We can't make him move about here as we did in Mr. Wickerby's room, but remembering that, as you must do now, does he look like the man? I don't remember what the man looked like. Did you not tell us in Mr. Wickerby's room that Mr. Scrooby with the grey coat on was like the figure of the man? Questions of this nature were prolonged for nearly half an hour, during which Sir Gregory made more than one attempt to defend his witness from the weapons of their joint enemies. But Lord Fawn at last admitted that he had acknowledged a resemblance, and did, in some faint, ambiguous fashion, acknowledge it in his present evidence. My lord, said Mr. Chaffanbrass, as he allowed Lord Fawn to go down, you have no doubt taken a note of Mr. Scrooby's height, whereupon the judge nodded his head. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 63. Mr. Chaffanbrass for the defense. The case for the prosecution was completed on Saturday evening, Mrs. Bunce having been examined as the last witness on that side. She was only called upon to say that her lodger had been in the habit of letting himself in and out of her house at all hours with a latchkey. But she insisted on saying more, and told the judge and the jury and the barristers that if they thought that Mr. Finn had murdered anybody, they didn't know anything about the world in general. Whereupon Mr. Chaffanbrass said that he would like to ask her a question or two, and with consummate flattery extracted from her opinion of her lodger. She had known him for years, and thought that, of all the gentlemen that ever were born, he was the least likely to do such a bloody-minded action. Mr. Chaffanbrass was, perhaps, right in thinking that her evidence might be as serviceable as that of the lords and countesses. During Sunday, the trial was, as a matter of course, the talk of the town. Poor Lord Fawn shut himself up and was seen by no one, but his conduct and evidence were discussed everywhere. At the clubs it was thought that he had escaped as well as could be expected, but he himself felt that he had been disgraced forever. There was a very common opinion that Mr. Chaffanbrass had admitted too much when he had declared that the man whom Lord Fawn had seen was doubtless the murderer. To the minds of men generally it seemed to be less evident that the man so seen should have done the deed, than that Phineas Finn should have been that man. Was it probable that there should be two men going about in grey coats in the exact same vicinity and at the exact same hour of the night? And then the evidence which Lord Fawn had given before the magistrates was to the world at large, at any rate, as convincing as that given in the court. The jury would, of course, be instructed to regard only the latter, whereas the general public would naturally be guided by the two combined. At the club it was certainly believed that the case was going against the prisoner. "You have read it all, of course," said the Duchess of Omnium to her husband, as she sat with the Observer in her hand on that Sunday morning. The Sunday papers were full of the report, and were enjoying a very extended circulation. "I wish you would not think so much about it," said the Duke. "That's very easily said, but how is one to help thinking about it? Of course I'm thinking about it. You know all about the coat. It belonged to the man where Emilius was lodging." "I will not talk about the coat, Glencora. If Mr. Finn did commit the murder, it is right that he should be convicted." "But if he didn't?" "It would be doubly right that he should be acquitted. But the jury will have means of arriving at a conclusion without prejudice, which you and I cannot have, and therefore we should be prepared to take their verdict as correct." "If they find him guilty, their verdict will be damnable and false," said the Duchess, whereupon the Duke turned away in anger, and resolved that he would say nothing more about the trial, which resolution, however, he was compelled to break before the trial was over. "What do you think about it, Mr. Earl?" asked the other Duke. "I don't know what to think. I only hope." "That he may be acquitted?" "Of course. Whether guilty or innocent?" "Well, yes, but if he's acquitted, I shall believe him to have been innocent. Your Grace thinks—" "I am willing to think as you are, Mr. Earl. It was thus that people spoke of it, with the exception of some very few. All those who had known Phineas were anxious for an acquittal, though they could not bring themselves to believe that an innocent man had been put in peril of his life. On the Monday morning the trial was recommenced, and the whole day was taken up by the address which Mr. Chaffanbrass made to the jury. He began by telling them the history of the coat which lay before them, promising to prove by evidence all the details which he stated. It was not his intention, he said, to accuse anyone of the murder. It was his business to defend the prisoner, not to accuse others. But, as he should prove to them, 2 persons had been arrested as soon as the murder had been discovered, 2 persons totally unknown to each other, and who were never for a moment supposed to have acted together, and the suspicion of the police had in the first instance pointed, not to his client, but to the other man. That other man had also quarrelled with Mr. Bonteen, and that other man was now in custody on a charge of bigamy, chiefly through the instrumentality of Mr. Bonteen, who had been the friend of the victim of the supposed bigamist. With the accusation of bigamy they would have nothing to do, but he must ask them to take cognizance of that quarrel as well as of the quarrel at the club. He then named that formerly popular preacher, the Reverend Mr. Emilius, and explained that he would prove that this man, who had incurred the suspicion of the police in the first instance, had, during the night of the murder, been so circumstanced as to have been able to use the coat produced. He would prove also that Mr. Emilius was of precisely the same height as the man who they had seen wearing the coat. God forbid that he should bring an accusation of murder against a man on such slight testimony. But if the evidence, as grounded on the coat, was slight against Emilius, how could it prevail at all against his client? The 2 coats were as different as chalk from cheese, the one being what would be called a gentleman's fashionable walking coat, and the other the rap rascal of such a fellow as Mr. Meager. And yet Lord Fawn, who attempted to identify the prisoner only by his coat, could give them no opinion as to which was the coat he had seen. But Lord Fawn, who had found himself to be debarred by his conscience from repeating the opinion he had given before the magistrate as to the identity of Phineas Finn with the man he had seen, did tell them that the figure of that man was similar to the figure of him who had worn the coat on Saturday in presence of them all. This man in the street had therefore been like Mr. Emilius, and could not in the least have resembled the prisoner. Mr. Chaffanbrass would not tell the jury that this point bore strongly against Mr. Emilius, but he took upon himself to assert that it was quite sufficient to snap asunder the thin thread of circumstantial evidence by which his client was connected with the murder. A great deal more was said about Lord Fawn, which was not complimentary to that nobleman. His lordship is an honest, slow man, who has doubtless meant to tell you the truth, but who does not understand the meaning of what he himself says. When he swore before the magistrate that he thought he could identify my client with the man in the street, he really meant that he thought that there must be identity, because he believed from other reasons that Mr. Finn was the man in the street. Mr. Bonteen had been murdered, according to Lord Fawn's thinking, had probably been murdered by Mr. Finn, and it was also probable to him that Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by the man in the street. He came thus to the conclusion that the prisoner was the man in the street. In fact, as far as the process of identifying is concerned, his lordship's evidence is altogether in favor of the prisoner. The figure seen by him we must suppose was the figure of a short man, and not of one tall and commanding in presence, as is that of the prisoner. There were many other points on which Mr. Chaffanbrass insisted at great length, but chiefly perhaps on the improbability, he might say impossibility, that the plot for a murder so contrived should have entered into a man's head, have been completed and executed all within a few minutes. But under no hypothesis compatible with the allegation of the prosecution can it be conceived that the murder should have been contemplated by my client before the quarrel at the club. No, gentlemen, the murderer had been at his work for days. He had examined the spot and measured the distances. He dodged the steps of his victim on previous nights, in the shade of some dark doorway. He had watched him from his club, and had hurried by secret path to the spot which he had appointed for the deed. Can any man doubt that the murder has thus been committed? Let who will have been the murderer. But if so, then my client could not have done the deed. Much had been made of the words spoken at the club door. Was it probable, was it possible, that a man intending to commit a murder should declare how easily he could do it, and display the weapon he intended to use? The evidence given as to that part of the night's work was, he contended, altogether in the prisoner's favor. Then he spoke of the life-preserver and gave a rather long account of the manner in which Phineas Finn had once taken 2 garroters prisoner in the street. All this lasted till the great men on the bench trooped out to lunch. And then Mr. Chaffanbrass, who had been speaking for nearly 4 hours, retired to a small room, and there drank a pint of port wine. While he was doing so, Mr. Sergeant Birdbolt spoke a word to him, but he only shook his head and snarled. He was telling himself at the moment how quick may be the resolves of the eager mind, for he was convinced that the idea of attacking Mr. Bonteen had occurred to Phineas Finn after he had displayed the life-preserver at the club door, and he was telling himself also how impossible it is for a dull, conscientious man to give accurate evidence as to what he had himself seen, for he was convinced that Lord Fawn had seen Phineas Finn in the street. But to no human being had he expressed this opinion, nor would he express it unless his client should be hung. After lunch he occupied nearly 3 hours in giving to the jury, and of course to the whole assembled court, the details of about 24 cases in which apparently strong circumstantial evidence had been wrong in its tendency. In some of the cases quoted, the persons tried had been acquitted. In some, convicted and afterwards pardoned. In one, pardoned after many years of punishment, and in one the poor victim had been hung. On this he insisted with a pathetic eloquence which certainly would not have been expected from his appearance, and spoke with tears in his eyes, real, unaffected tears, of the misery of those wretched jurymen who, in the performance of their duty, had been led into so frightful an error. Through the whole of this long recital he seemed to feel no fatigue, and when he had done with his list of judicial mistakes, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, went on to make what he called the very few remarks necessary as to the evidence which, on the next day, he proposed to produce as to the prisoner's character. He ventured to think that evidence as to the character of such a nature, so strong, so convincing, so complete, and so free from all objection, had never yet been given in a criminal court. At 6 o'clock he completed his speech, and it was computed that the old man had been on his legs very nearly 7 hours. It was said of him afterwards that he was taken home speechless by one of his daughters and immediately put to bed, that he roused himself about 8 and ate his dinner and drank a bottle of port in his bedroom, that he then slept, refusing to stir even when he was waked till 9:30 in the morning, and that he then scrambled into clothes, breakfasted, and got down to the court in half an hour. At 10 o'clock he was in his place, and nobody knew that he was any worse for the previous day's exertion. This was on a Tuesday, the 5th day of the trial, and upon the whole perhaps the most interesting. A long array of distinguished persons, of women as well as men, was brought up to give to the jury their opinion as to the character of Mr. Finn. Mr. Lowe was the first, who, having been his tutor when he was studying at the bar, knew him longer than any other Londoner. Then came his countrymen Lorne Fitzgibbon and Barrington Erle, and others of his own party who had been intimate with him, and men too from the opposite side of the house were brought up, Sir Orlando Drought among the number, all of whom said that they had known the prisoner well, and from their knowledge would have considered it impossible that he should have become a murderer. The two last called were Lord Cantrip and Mr. Monk, one of whom was, and the other had been, a cabinet minister. But before them came Lady Cantrip and Lady Chiltern, whom we once knew as Violet Effingham, whom this very prisoner had in early days fondly hoped to make his wife, who was still young and beautiful, and who had never before entered a public court. There had of course been much question as to the witnesses to be selected. The Duchess of Omnium had been anxious to be one, but the Duke had forbidden it, telling his wife that she really did not know the man, and that she was carried away by a foolish enthusiasm. Lady Cantrip, when asked, had at once consented. She had known Phineas Finn when he had served under her husband and had liked him much. Then what other woman's tongue should be brought to speak of the man's softness and tender bearing? It was out of the question that Lady Laura Kennedy should appear. She did not even propose it when her brother, with unnecessary sternness, told her it could not be so. Then his wife looked at him. "You shall go," said Lord Chiltern, "if you feel equal to it. It seems to be nonsense, but they say it is important." "I will go," said Violet, with her eyes full of tears. Afterwards, when her sister-in-law besought her to be generous in her testimony, she only smiled as she assented. Could generosity go beyond hers? Lord Chiltern preceded his wife. "I have," he said, "known Mr. Finn well, and have loved him dearly. I have eaten with him and drank with him, have ridden with him, have lived with him, have quarrelled with him, and I know him as I do my own right hand." Then he stretched forth his arm with palm extended. "Irrespectively of the evidence in this case, you would not have thought him to be a man likely to commit such a crime?" asked Sergeant Birdbolt. "I am quite sure from a knowledge of the man that he could not commit a murder," said Lord Chiltern, "and I don't care what the evidence is." Then came his wife, and it certainly was a pretty sight to see her as her husband led her up to the box and stood close beside her as she gave her evidence. There were many there who knew much of the history of her life, who knew that passage in it of her early love, for the tale had of course been told when it was whispered about that Lady Chiltern was to be examined as a witness. Every ear was at first strained to hear her words, but they were audible in every corner of the court without any effort. It need hardly be said that she was treated with the greatest deference on every side. She answered the questions very quietly, but apparently without nervousness. Yes, she had known Mr. Finn long and intimately, and had very greatly valued his friendship. She did so still, as much as ever. Yes, she had known him for some years, and in circumstances which she thought justified her in saying that she understood his character. She regarded him as a man who was brave and tender-hearted, soft in feeling, and manly in disposition. To her it was quite incredible that he should have committed a crime such as this. She knew him to be a man prone to forgive offences and of a sweet nature, and it was pretty too to watch the unwonted gentleness of old Chaffanbrass as he asked the questions and carefully abstained from putting anyone that could pain her. Sir Gregory said that he had heard her evidence with great pleasure, but that he had no question to ask her himself. Then she stepped down, again took her husband's arm, and left the court amidst a hum of almost affectionate greeting. And what must have he thought as he stood there within the dock, looking at her and listening to her? There had been months in his life when he had almost trusted that he would succeed in winning that fair, highly born, and wealthy woman for his wife. And though he had failed, and now knew that he had never really touched her heart, that she had always loved the man whom, though she had rejected him time after time because of danger of his ways, she had at last married, yet it must have been pleasant to him, even to his peril, to hear from her own lips how well she had esteemed him. She left the court with her veil down, and he could not catch her eye. But Lord Chiltern nodded to him in his old pleasant familiar way, as though to bid him take courage, and to tell him that all the things would yet be well with him. The evidence given by Lady Cantrip and her husband, and by Mr. Monk were equally favourable. She had always regarded him as a perfect gentleman. Lord Cantrip had found him to be devoted to the service of the country, modest, intelligent, and high-spirited. Perhaps the few words which fell from Mr. Monk were as strong as any that were spoken. He is a man whom I have delighted to call my friend, and I have been happy to think that his services have been at the disposal of his country. Sir Gregory Grogram replied. It seemed to him that the evidence was as he had left it. It would be for the jury to decide, under such directions as his lordship might be pleased to give them, how far that evidence brought the guilt home to the prisoner. He would use no rhetoric in pushing the case against the prisoner, but he must submit to them that his learned friend had not shown that acquaintance with human nature which the gentleman undoubtedly possessed in arguing that there had lacked time for the conception and execution of the crime. Then, at considerable length, he strove to show that Mr. Chaffanbrass had been unjustly severe upon Lord Fawn. It was late in the afternoon when Sir Gregory had finished his speech, and the judge's charge was reserved for a 6th day. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 64, Confusion in the Court. On the following morning it was observed that before the judges took their seats, Mr. Chaffanbrass entered the court with a manner much more brisk than was expected from him, now that his own work was done. As a matter of course he would be there to hear the charge, but, almost equally as a matter of course, he would be languid, silent, cross, and unenergetic. They who knew him were sure, when they saw his bearing on this morning, that he intended to do something more before the charge was given. The judges entered the court nearly half an hour later than usual, and it was observed with surprise that they were followed by the Duke of Omnium. Mr. Chaffanbrass was on his feet before the Chief Justice had taken his seat, but the judge was the first to speak. It was observed that he held the scrap of paper in his hand, and that the barrister held the similar scrap. Then every man in the court knew that some message had come suddenly by the wires. I am informed, Mr. Chaffanbrass, that you wish to address the court before I begin my charge. Yes, my lord. I'm afraid, my lord, that I shall have to ask your lordship to delay the charge for some days, and to subject the jury to the very great inconvenience of prolonged incarceration for another week. Either to do that or to call upon the jury to acquit the prisoner. I venture to assert, on my own peril, that no jury can convict the prisoner after hearing me read that which I hold in my hand. Then Mr. Chaffanbrass paused, as though expecting the judge would speak, but the judge said not a word, but sat looking at the old barrister over his spectacles. Every eye was turned upon Phineas Finn, who up to this moment had heard nothing of these new tidings, who did not in the least know on what was grounded the singularly confident, almost insolently confident assertion which Mr. Chaffanbrass had made in his favour. On him the effect was altogether distressing. He had borne the trying week with singular fortitude, having stood there, in the place of shame, hour after hour, and day after day, expecting his doom. It had been to him as a lifetime of torture. He had become almost numb from the weariness of his position, and the agonizing strain upon his mind. The jailer had offered him a seat from day to day, but he had always refused it, preferring to lean upon the rail and gaze upon the court. He had almost ceased to hope for anything except the end of it. He had lost count of the days and had begun to feel that the trial was an eternity of torture in itself. At nights he could not sleep, but during the Sunday, after Mass, he had slept all day. Then it had begun again, and when Tuesday came, he hardly knew how long it had been since that vacant Sunday. And now he heard the advocate declare, without knowing on what ground the declaration was grounded, that the trial must be postponed, or that the jury must be instructed to acquit him. This telegram has reached us only this morning, continued Mr. Chaffanbrass. Emilius had a house door key made in Prague. We have the mould in our possession, and will bring the man who made the key to England. Now, my lord, the case in the hands of the police, as against this man Emilius, or Emilius, as he has chosen to call himself, broke down altogether on the assumption that he could not have let himself in and out of the house in which he had put himself to bed on the night of the murder. We now propose to prove that he had prepared himself with the means of doing so, and had done so after a fashion which is conclusive as to his having required the key for some guilty purpose. We assert that your lordship cannot allow this case to go to the jury without taking cognizance of this telegram. And we go further and say that those 12 men, as 12 human beings with hearts in their bosoms and ordinary intelligence at their command, cannot ignore the message, even should your lordship insist that they're doing so with all energy at your disposal. Then there was a scene in court, and it appeared that no less than 4 messages had been received from Prague, all to the same effect. One had been addressed by Madame Goesler to her friend the Duchess, and that message had caused the Duke's appearance on the scene. He had brought his telegram direct to the Old Bailey, and the Chief Justice now held it in his hand. The lawyer's clerk, who had accompanied Madame Goesler, had telephoned to the governor of the jail, to Mr. Wickerby, and to the Attorney General. Sir Gregory, rising with the telegram in his hand, stated that he had received the same information. I do not see, he said, that it at all alters the evidence as against the prisoner. Let your evidence go to the jury, then, said Mr. Chaffanbrass, with such observations as his lordship may choose to make on the telegram. I shall be contented. You have already got your other man in prison on a charge of bigamy. I could not take notice of the message in charging the jury, Mr. Chaffanbrass, said the judge. It has come, as far as we know, from the energy of a warm friend, from that hearty friendship with which it seemed yesterday that this gentleman, this prisoner at the bar, has inspired so many men and women of high character. But it proves nothing. It is an assertion. And where should we all be, Mr. Chaffanbrass, if it should appear hereafter that the assertion is fictitious, prepared purposely to aid the escape of a criminal? I defy you to ignore it, my lord. I can only suggest, Mr. Chaffanbrass, continued the judge, that you should obtain the consent of the gentleman on the other side to a postponement of my charge. Then spoke out the foreman of the jury. Was it proposed that they should be locked up till somebody should come from Prague, and that then the trial should be recommenced? The system, said the foreman, under which Middlesex juries were chosen for service in the city was known to be most horribly cruel. But cruelty to jurymen such as this had never even been heard of. Then a most irregular word was spoken. One of the jurymen declared that he was quite willing to believe the telegram. Everyone believes it, said Mr. Chaffanbrass. Then the Chief Justice scolded the juryman, and Sir Gregory Grogram scolded Mr. Chaffanbrass. It seemed as though all the rules of the court were to be set at defiance. Will my learned friend say that he doesn't believe it? Asked Mr. Chaffanbrass. I neither believe nor disbelieve it, but it cannot affect the evidence, said Sir Gregory. Then send the case to the jury, said Mr. Chaffanbrass. It seemed that everybody was talking, and Mr. Wickerby, the attorney, tried to explain it all to the prisoner, over the bar of the dock, not in the lowest possible tone. The Chief Justice became angry, and the guardian of silence of the court bestirred himself energetically. My lord, said Mr. Chaffanbrass, I maintain that it is proper that the prisoner should be informed of the purport of these telegrams. Mercy demands it, and justice as well. Phineas Finn, however, did not understand, as he had known nothing about the latchkey of the house in Northumberland Street. Something, however, must be done. The Chief Justice was of opinion that, although the preparation of a latchkey in Prague could not really affect the evidence against the prisoner, although the facts against the prisoner would not be altered, let the manufacture of that special key be ever so clearly proved. Nevertheless, the jury were entitled to have before them the facts now tendered in evidence before they could be called upon to give a verdict, and that therefore they should submit themselves, in the service of their country, to the very serious additional inconvenience which they would be called upon to endure. Sundry of the jury altogether disagreed with this, and became loud in their anger. They had already been locked up for a week, and we are quite prepared to give a verdict, said one. The judge again scolded him very severely, and as the Attorney General did at last assent, and as the unfortunate juryman had no power in the matter, so it was at last arranged. The trial should be postponed till time should be given for Madame Goesler and the blacksmith to reach London from Prague. If the matter was interesting to the public before, it became doubly interesting now. It was of course known to everybody that Madame Goesler had undertaken a journey to Bohemia, and, as many supposed, a roving tour through all the wilder parts of unknown Europe, Poland, Hungary, and the Principalities, for instance, with the object of looking for evidence to save the life of Phineas Finn, and grandly romantic tales were told of her wit, her wealth, and her beauty. The story was published of the Duke of Omnium's will, only not exactly the true story. The late Duke had left her everything at his disposal, and it was hinted that they had been privately married just before the Duke's death. Of course, Madame Goesler became very popular, and the blacksmith from Prague who had made the keys was expected with an enthusiasm which almost led to preparation for a public reception. And yet, let the blacksmith come from Prague be ever so minute in his evidence as to the key, let it be made as clear as running water that Emilius had caused to be constructed for him in Prague a key that would open the door of the house in Northumberland Street. The facts as proved at the trial would not be at all changed. The lawyers were much at variance with their opinions on the matter, some thinking that the judge had been altogether wrong in delaying his charge. According to them, he should not have allowed Mr. Chaffanbrass to have read the telegram in court. The charge should have been given, and the sentence of the court should have been pronounced if a verdict of guilty were given. The Home Secretary should then have granted a respite till the coming of the blacksmith, and have extended this respite to a pardon if advised that the circumstances of the latchkey rendered doubtful the propriety of the verdict. Others, however, maintained that in this way a grievous penalty would be inflicted on a man who, by general consent, was now held to be innocent. Not only would he, by such an arrangement of circumstances, have been left for some prolonged period under the agony of a condemnation, but by the necessity of the case he would lose his seat for Tankerville. It would be imperative upon the House to declare vacant by its own action a seat held by a man condemned to death for murder, and no pardon from the Queen or from the Home Secretary would absolve the House from that duty. The House, as a House of Parliament, could only recognize the verdict of the jury as to the man's guilt. The Queen, of course, might pardon whom she pleased, but no pardon from the Queen would remove the guilt implied by the sentence. Many went much further than this, and were prepared to prove that were he once condemned, he could not afterwards sit in the House, even if re-elected. Now there was unquestionably an intense desire, since the arrival of these telegrams, that Phineas Finn should retain his seat. It may be a question whether he would not have been the most popular man in the House could he have sat there on the day after the telegrams arrived. The Attorney General had declared, and many others had declared with him, that this information about the latchkey did not in the least affect the evidence as given against Mr. Finn. Could it have been possible to convict the other man merely because he had surreptitiously caused the door key of the house in which he lived to be made for him? And how would this new information have been received had Lord Fawn sworn unreservedly that the man he had seen running out of the mews had been Phineas Finn? It was acknowledged that the latchkey could not be accepted as sufficient evidence against Emilius. But nevertheless, the information conveyed by the telegrams altogether changed the opinion of the public as to the guilt or innocence of Phineas Finn. His life now might have been insured, as against the gallows, at a very low rate. It was felt that no jury could convict him, and he was much more pitied in being subjected to a prolonged incarceration than even those 12 unfortunate men who had felt sure that the Wednesday would have been the last day of their unmerited martyrdom. Phineas, in his prison, was materially circumstanced precisely as he had been before the trial. He was supplied with a profusion of luxuries, could they have comforted him, and was allowed to receive visitors. But he would see no one but his sisters, except that he had one interview with Mr. Lowe. Even Mr. Lowe found it difficult to make him comprehend the exact condition of the affair, and could not induce him to be comforted when he did understand it. What had he to do, how could his innocence or guilt be concerned, with the manufacture of a paltry key by such a one as Emilius? How would it have been with him and with his name forever if this fact had not been discovered? I was to be hung or saved from hanging according to the chances of such a thing as this? I do not care for my life in a country where such injustice can be done. His friend endeavoured to assure him that even had nothing been heard of the key, the jury would have acquitted him. But Phineas would not believe him. It had seemed to him that as he had listened to the whole proceeding, that the court had been against him. The Attorney and Solicitor General had appeared to resolve upon hanging him. Men who had been at any rate his intimate acquaintances, with whom he had sat on the same bench, who ought to have known him, and the judge had taken the part of Lord Fawn, who had seemed to Phineas to be bent on swearing away his life. He had borne himself very gallantly during that week, having in all his intercourse with his attorney spoken without a quaver in his voice, and without a flaw in the perspicuity of his intelligence. But now, when Mr. Lowe came to him, explaining to him that it was impossible that a verdict should be found against him, he was quite broken down. "There is nothing left of me," he said at the end of the interview. "I feel that I had better take to my bed and die. Even when I think of all that friends have done for me, it fails to cheer me. In this matter, I should not have had to depend on friends. Had not she gone for me to that place, everyone would have believed me to be a murderer." And yet, in his solitude, he thought very much of the marvellous love shown to him by his friends. Word had been spoken which had been very sweet to him in all his misery. Words such as neither men nor women can say to each other in ordinary intercourse of life, much as they may wish that their purport should be understood. Lord Chiltern, Lord Cantrip, and Mr. Monk had alluded to him as a man, specially singled out by them for their friendship. Lady Cantrip, than whom no woman in London was more discreet, had been equally enthusiastic. Then how gracious, how tender, how inexpressibly sweet had been the words of her who had been Violet Effingham. And now the news had reached him of Madame Goesler's journey to the Continent. It is a wonderful thing for her to do, Mr. Lowe had said. Yes, indeed, remembering all that had passed between them, he acknowledged to himself that it was very wonderful. Were it not that his back was now broken, that he was prostrate and must remain so, a man utterly crushed by what he had endured, it might have been possible that she should do more for him even than she had yet done. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Bertolini. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 65. I Hate Her. Lady Laura Kennedy had been allowed to take no active part in the manifestations of friendship which at this time were made on behalf of Phineas Finn. She had indeed gone to him in his prison, and made daily efforts to minister to his comfort, but she could not go into the courts and speak for him. And now this other woman, whom she hated, would have the glory of his deliverance. She already began to see a fate before her, which would make even her past misery as nothing to that which was to come. She was a widow, not yet 2 months a widow, and though she did not and could not mourn the death of a husband, as do other widows, though she could not sorrow in her heart for a man whom she had never loved, and from whom she had been separated during half of her married life, yet the fact of her widowhood and the circumstances of her weeds were heavy on her. That she loved this man, Phineas Finn, with a passionate devotion to which the other woman could know nothing, she was quite sure. Love him! Had she not been true to him and his interests from the very first day in which he had come among them in London, with almost more than a woman's truth? She knew and recalled to her memory over and over again her own one great sin, the fault of her life. When she was, as regarded her own means, a poor woman, she had refused to be this poor man's wife, and had given her hand to a rich suitor. But she had done this with a conviction that she could so best serve the interests of the man in regard to whom she had promised herself that her feeling should henceforth be one of simple and purest friendship. She had made a great effort to carry out that intention, but the effort had been futile. She had striven to do her duty to a husband whom she had disliked, but even in that she had failed. At one time she had been persistent in her intercourse with Phineas Finn, and at another had resolved that she would not see him. She had been madly angry with him when he came to her with the story of his love for another woman, and had madly shown her anger. But yet she had striven to get for him the wife he wanted, though in doing so she would have abandoned one of the dearest purposes of her life. She had moved heaven and earth for him, her heaven and earth, when there was danger that he would lose his seat in Parliament. She had encountered the jealousy of her husband with scorn, and had then deserted him because he was jealous. And all this she did with a consciousness of her own virtue, which was almost as sublime as it was ill-founded. She had been wrong. She confessed so much to herself with bitter tears. She had marred the happiness of 3 persons by the mistake she had made in early life. But it had not yet occurred to her that she had sinned. To her thinking, the jealousy of her husband had been preposterous and abominable, because she had known, or felt that he should have known, that she would never disgrace him by that which the world calls falsehood in a wife. She had married him without loving him, but it seemed to her that he was in fault for that. They had become wretched, but she had never pitied his wretchedness. She had left him, and thought herself to be ill-used because he had ventured to reclaim his wife. Through it all, she had been true in her regard to the one man she had ever loved. And, though she had admitted her own folly and knew her own shipwreck, yet she had always drawn some woman's consolation from the conviction of her own constancy. He had vanished from her sight for a while with a young wife, never from her mind. And then he had returned a widower. Through silence, absence, and distance she had been true to him. On his return to his old ways, she had at once welcomed him and strove to aid him. Everything that was hers should be his, if only he would open his hands to take it. And she would tell it him all, let him know every corner of her heart. She was a married woman and could not be his wife. She was a woman of virtue and would not be his mistress. But she would be to him a friend so tender that no wife, no mistress should ever have been fonder. She did tell him everything as they stood together on the ramparts of the old Saxon castle. Then he had kissed her and pressed her to his heart, not because he loved her, but because he was generous. She had partly understood it all, but yet had not understood it thoroughly. He did not assure her of his love. But then she was a wife, and would have admitted no love that was sinful. When she returned to Dresden that night, she stood gazing at herself in the glass, and saw that there was nothing there to attract the love of such a man as Phineas Finn, of one who was himself glorious with manly beauty. But yet for her sadness there was some cure, some possibility of consolation in the fact that she was a wife. Why speak of love at all when marriage was so far out of the question? But now she was a widow, and as free as he was, a widow endowed with ample wealth, and she was the woman to whom he had sworn his love when they had stood together, both young, by the falls of the Linter. How often might they stand there again, if only his constancy would equal hers? She had seen him once since fate had made her a widow, but then she had been but a few days a widow, and his life had at the moment been in strange jeopardy. There had certainly been no time then for other love than that which the circumstances of the sorrow of the hour demanded from their mutual friendship. From that day, from the first moment in which she had heard of his arrest, every thought, every effort of her mind had been devoted to his affairs. So great was his peril and so strange that it almost wiped out from her mind the remembrance of her own condition. Should they hang him, undoubtedly she would die. Such a termination to all her aspirations for him whom she had selected as her God upon earth would utterly crush her. She had borne much, but she could never bear that. Should he escape, but escape ingloriously? Ah, then he should know what the devotion of a woman could do for a man. But if he should leave his prison with flying colors and come forth a hero to the world, how would it be with her then? She could foresee and understand of what nature would be the ovation with which he would be greeted. She had already heard what the Duchess was doing and saying. She knew how eager on his behalf were Lord and Lady Cantrip. She discussed the matter daily with her sister-in-law, and knew what her brother thought. If the acquittal were perfect, there would certainly be an ovation, in which was it not certain to her that she would be forgotten? And she heard much, too, of Madame Goesler. And now there came the news. Madame Goesler had gone to Prague, to Krakow, and where not, spending her wealth, employing her wits, bearing fatigue, openly before the world on this man's behalf, and had done so successfully. She had found this evidence of the key, and now because the tracings of the key had been discovered by a woman, people were ready to believe that he was innocent, as to whose innocence she, Laura Kennedy, would have been willing to stake her own life from the beginning of the affair. Why had it not been her lot to go to Prague? Would she not have drunk up Esel, or allowed a crocodile against any she-Laertes that would have thought to rival and to parallel her great love? Would not she have piled up a new Osas, had the opportunity been given her? Womanlike, she had gone to him in her trouble, and burst through his prison doors, and thrown herself on his breast, and had wept at his feet. But of what avail had been that? This strange female, this Moabitish woman, had gone to Prague and found a key, and everybody said that the thing was done. How she hated the strange woman and remembered all of the evil things that had been said of the intruder. She told herself over and over again that had it been anyone else other than this half-foreigner, this German Jewess, this intriguing, unfeminine upstart, she could have borne it. Did not all the world know that the woman for the last 2 years had been the mistress of that old doting duke who was now dead? Had one ever heard who was her father or who was her mother? Had it not always been declared of her that she was a pushing, dangerous, scheming creature? And then she was old enough to be his mother, though by some Median tricks known to such women she was able to postpone, not the ravages of age, but the manifestations of them to the eyes of the world. In all of which charges poor Lady Laura wronged her rival, foully, in that matter of age especially. For as it happened, Madame Goesler was by some months the younger of the two. But Lady Laura was a blonde, and trouble had told upon her outwardly, as it is wont to do upon those who are fair-skinned, and at the same time high-hearted. But Madame Goesler was a brunette, swarthy, Lady Laura would have called her, with bright eyes and glossy hair and thin cheeks, and now being somewhat over 30, she was at her best. Lady Laura hated her, as a fair woman who has lost her beauty can hate the dark woman who keeps it. "What made her think of the key?" said Lady Chiltern. "I don't believe she did think of it. It was an accident." "Then why did she go?" "Oh, Violet, do not talk to me about that woman any more, or I shall be mad." "She has done him good service." "Very well, so be it. Let him have the service. I know they would have acquitted him if she had never stirred from London. Oswald says so. But no matter. Let her have the triumph. Only do not talk to me about her. You know what I have thought about her ever since she first came up in London. Nothing ever surprised me so much as that you should take her by the hand." "I do not know that I took her specially by the hand." "You had her down at Harrington." "Yes, I did, and I do like her. And I know nothing against her. I think you are prejudiced against her, Laura." "Very well, of course you think and can say what you please. I hate her, and that is sufficient." Then after a pause she added, "Of course he will marry her. I know that well enough. It is nothing to me whom he marries, only after all that it has passed, it seems so hard upon me that his wife should be the only woman in London that I could not visit." "Dear Laura, you should control your thoughts about this young man." "Of course I should, but I don't. You mean that I am disgracing myself?" "No." "Yes, you do. Oswald is more candid and tells me so openly. And yet what have I done? The world has been so hard upon me, and I have suffered. Do I desire anything except that he shall be happy and respectable? Do I hope for anything? I will go back and linger out my life at Dresden, where my disgrace can hurt no one." Her sister-in-law, with all imaginable tenderness, said what she could to console the miserable woman. But there was no consolation possible. They both knew that Phineas Finn would never renew the offer which he had once made. End of Chapter 65. Recording by Diana Bertolini.
Chapter 66 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 66, The Foreign Bludgeon. In the meantime, Madame Goesler, having accomplished the journey from Prague in considerably less than a week, reached London with the blacksmith, the attorney's clerk, and the model of the key. The trial had been adjourned on Wednesday, the 24th of June, and it had been suggested that the jury should again be put in the box on that day week. All manner of inconvenience was to be endured by various members of the legal profession, and sundry irregularities were of necessity sanctioned on this great occasion. The sitting of the court should have been concluded, and everybody concerned should have been somewhere else, but the matter was sufficient to justify almost any departure from routine. A member of the House of Commons was in custody, and it had already been suggested that some action should be taken by the House as to his speedy deliverance. Unless a jury could find him guilty, let him be at once restored to his duties and his privileges. The case was involved in difficulties, but in the meantime the jury, who had been taken down by train every day to have a walk in the country in the company of 2 sheriff's officers, and who had been allowed to dine at Greenwich one day and at Richmond on another, in the hope that whitebait with lamb and salad might in some degree console them from their loss of liberty, were informed that they would be once again put into their box on Wednesday. But Madame Goesler reached London on the Sunday morning, and on the Monday the whole affair respecting the keys was unravelled in the presence of the Attorney General, and with the personal assistance of our old friend Major Mackintosh. Without a doubt the man Emilius had caused to be made for him in Prague a key which would open the door of the house in Northumberland Street. A key was made in London from the model now brought, which did open the door. The Attorney General seemed to think that it would be his duty to ask the judge to call upon the jury to acquit Phineas Finn, and that then the matter must rest forever unless further evidence could be obtained against Eustace Emilius. It would not be possible to hang a man for murder simply because he had fabricated a key, even though he might possibly have obtained the use of a grey coat for a few hours. There was no tittle of evidence to show that he had ever had the great coat on his shoulders, or that he had been out of the house on the night. Lord Fawn, to his infinite disgust, was taken to the prison in which Emilius was detained, and was confronted with the man, but he could say nothing. Emilius, at his own suggestion, put on the coat, and stalked about the room in it, but Lord Fawn would not say a word. The person whom he now saw might have been the man in the street, or Mr. Finn might have been the man, or any other man might have been the man. Lord Fawn was very dignified, very reserved, and very unhappy. To his thinking, he was the great martyr of this trial. Phineas Finn was becoming a hero. Against the 12 jurymen the finger of scorn would never be pointed, but his sufferings must endure for his life, might probably embitter his life to the very end. Looking into his own future from his present point of view, he did not see how he could ever again appear before the eye of the public. And yet with what persistency of conscience had he struggled to be true and honest. On the present condition he would say nothing. He had seen a man in a grey coat, and for the future would confine himself to that. "You did not see me, my lord," said Mr. Emilius, with touching simplicity. So the matter stood on Monday afternoon, and the jury had already been told that they might be released on the following Tuesday. Might, at any rate, hear the judge's charge on that day, when another discovery was made more wonderful than that of the key, and this was made without any journey to Prague, and might no doubt have been made on any day since the murder had been committed. And it was a discovery for not having made which the police force generally was subjected to heavy censure. A beautiful little boy was seen playing in one of those gardens through which the passage runs with a short, loaded bludgeon in his hand. He came into the house with the weapon, and the maid who was with him having asked the little lord no question on the subject. But luckily it attracted attention, and his little lordship took 2 gardeners and a coachman and all the nurses to the very spot at which he found it. Before an hour was over he was standing at his father's knee, detailing the fact with great open eyes to 2 policemen, having by this time become immensely proud of his adventure. This occurred late on the Monday afternoon, when the noble family were at dinner, and the noble family was considerably disturbed, and at the same time very much interested by the occurrence. But on the Tuesday morning there was the additional fact established that a bludgeon loaded with lead had been found among the thick grass and undergrowth of shrubs in a spot to which it might easily have been thrown by anyone attempting to pitch it over the wall. The news flew about the town like wildfire, and it was now considered certain that the real murderer would be discovered. But the renewal of the trial was again postponed till the Wednesday, as it was necessary that the entire day should be devoted to the bludgeon. The instrument was submitted to the eyes and hands of persons experienced in such matters, and it was declared on all sides that the thing was not of English manufacture. It was about 1 foot long, with a leathern thong to the handle, with something of a spring in the shaft, and with the oval loaded knot at the end cased with leathern thongs very minutely and skilfully cut. They who understood modern work in leather gave it as their opinion that the weapon had been made in Paris. It was considered that Emilius had brought it with him, and concealed it in preparation for this occasion. If the police could succeed in tracing the bludgeon into his hands, or in proving that he had purchased any such instrument, then, so it was thought, there would be evidence to justify a police magistrate in sending Mr. Emilius to occupy the place so lately and so long held by poor Phineas Finn. But till that had been done, there could be nothing to connect the preacher with the murder. All who had heard the circumstances of the case were convinced that Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by the weapon lately discovered, and not by that which Phineas had carried in his pocket. But no one could adduce proof that this was so. The second bludgeon would, no doubt, help to remove the difficulty in regard to Phineas, but would not give atonement to the shade of Mr. Bonteen. Emilius was confronted with the weapon in the presence of Major Mackintosh, and was told its story. How it was found in the nobleman's garden by the little boy at the first moment. With instant readiness he took the thing in his hand, and looked at it with feigned curiosity. He must have studied the conduct so as to have it ready for such an occasion, thinking that it might some day occur. But with all his presence of mind, he could not keep the telltale blood from mounting. "You don't know anything about it, Mr. Emilius?" said one of the policemen present, looking closely into his face. "Of course, you need not incriminate yourself." "What should I know about it? No, I don't know nothing about the stick. I never had such a stick, or, as I believe, saw one before." He did it very well, but he could not keep the blood from rising to his cheeks. The policemen were sure that he was the murderer, but what could they do? "You saved his life, certainly," said the Duchess to her friend on the Sunday afternoon. That had been before the bludgeon was found. "I do not believe that they could have touched a hair on his head," said Madame Goesler. "Would they not? Everybody felt sure that he would be hung. Would it not have been awful? I do not see how you are to help becoming man and wife now, for all the world are talking about you." Madame Goesler smiled and said that she was quite indifferent to the world's talk. On the Tuesday after the bludgeon was found, the two ladies met again. "Now it was known that it was the clergyman," said the Duchess. "I never doubted it. He must have been a brave man for a foreigner to have attacked Mr. Bonteen all alone in the street, when anyone might have seen him. I don't feel to hate him so very much after all. As for that little wife of his, she has got no more than she deserved. Mr. Finn will surely be acquitted now. Of course he'll be acquitted, nobody doubts about it. That is all settled, and it is a shame that he should be kept in prison, even over today. I should think they'll make him appear and give him a pension, or at the very least appoint him secretary to something. I do wish Plantagenet hadn't been in such a hurry about the nasty Board of Trade, and then he might have gone there. He couldn't very well be Privy Seal unless they do make him appear. You wouldn't mind, would you, my dear? I think you'll find that they will console Mr. Finn with something less gorgeous than that. You have succeeded in seeing him, of course." "Plantagenet wouldn't let me, but I know who did. Some lady." "Oh, yes, a lady. Half the men about the clubs went to him, I believe." "Who was she? You won't be ill-natured." "I'll endeavour at any rate to keep my temper, Duchess." "It was Lady Laura." "I suppose so." "They say she is frantic about him, my dear." "I never believe those things. Women do not get frantic about men in these days. They have been very old friends, and have known each other over many years. Her brother, Lord Chiltern, was his particular friend. I do not wonder that she should have seen him. Of course you know that she is a widow." "Oh, yes. Mr. Kennedy had died long before I left England." "And she is very rich. She has got all Lowlinter for her, and her own fortune back again. I will bet you anything you like that she offers to share it with him." "It may be so," said Madame Goesler, while the slightest blush in the world suffused her cheek. "And I'll make you another bet, and give you any odds." "What is that?" "That he refuses her. It is quite a common thing nowadays for ladies to make the offer, and for gentlemen to refuse. Indeed, it was felt to be so inconvenient, while it was thought that gentlemen had not the alternative, that some men became afraid of going into society. It is better to understand now." "Such things have been done, I do not doubt," said Madame Goesler, who had contrived to avert her face without making the motion apparent to her friend. "When this is all over, we'll get him down to Matching, and manage better than that. I should think they'll hardly go on with the session, as nobody has done anything since the arrest. While Mr. Finn has been in prison, legislation has come to a standstill altogether. Even Plantagenet doesn't work above 12 hours a day, and I'm told that poor Lord Fawn hasn't been near his office for the last fortnight. When the excitement is over, they'll never be able to get back to their business before the House. There'll be a few dinners, of course, just as a compliment to the great man, but London will break up after that, I should think. You won't come in for so much of the glory as you would have done if they hadn't found the stick. Little Lord Frederick must have his share, you know." "It's the most singular case I ever knew," said Sir Simon Slope that night to one of his friends. "We certainly should have hanged him but for the 2 accidents, and yet neither of them brings us a bit nearer to hanging anyone else. What a pity. It shows the danger of circumstantial evidence, and yet without it one never could get any murder. I'm very glad, you know, that the key and the stick did turn up. I never thought much about the coat." End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 67, The Verdict. On the Wednesday morning, Phineas Finn was again brought into court and again placed in the dock. There was a general feeling that he should not again have been so disgraced, but he was still a prisoner under a charge of murder, and it was explained to him that the circumstances of the case and the stringency of the law did not admit of his being seated elsewhere during his trial. He treated the apology with courteous scorn. He should not have chosen, he said, to have made any change till after the trial was over, even had any change been permitted. When he was brought up the steps into the dock after the judges had taken their seats, there was almost a shout of applause. The crier was very angry, and gave it to be understood that everybody would be arrested unless everybody was silent. But the Chief Justice said not a word, nor did those great men, the Attorney and Solicitor General, express any displeasure. The bench was again crowded with members of Parliament from both houses, and on this occasion Mr. Gresham himself had accompanied Lord Cantrip. The two dukes were there, and men no bigger than Lawrence Fitzgibbon were forced to subject themselves to the benevolence of the under-sheriff. Phineas Finn himself was pale and haggard. It was observed that he leaned forward on the rail of the dock all the day, not standing upright as he had done before, and they who watched him closely said that he never once raised his eyes on this day to meet those of the men opposite to him on the bench, although heretofore, throughout the trial, he had stood with his face raised so as to look directly at those who were there seated. On this occasion he kept his eyes fixed upon the speaker, but the whole bearing of the man, his gestures, his gait, and his countenance were changed. During the first long week of this trial, his uprightness, the manly beauty of his countenance, and the general courage and tranquillity of his deportment had been conspicuous. Whatever had been his fatigue, he had managed not to show the outward signs of weariness. Whatever had been his fears, no mark of fear had disfigured his countenance. He had never once condescended to the exhibition of any outward show of effrontery. Through 6 weary days he had stood there, supported by a manhood sufficient for the terrible emergency. But now it seemed that, at any rate, the outward grace of his demeanor had deserted him. But it was known that he had been ill during the last few days, and it had been whispered through the court that he had not slept at nights. Since the adjournment of the court there had been bulletins as to his health, and everybody knew that the confinement was beginning to tell upon him. On the present occasion, the proceedings of the day were opened by the Attorney General, who began by apologizing to the jury. Apologies to the jury had been very frequent during the trial, and each apology had called forth fresh grumbling. On this occasion, the foreman expressed a hope that the legislature would consider the condition of things which made it possible that 12 gentlemen, all concerned extensively in business, should be confined for 14 days because a mistake had been made in the evidence as to a murder. Then the Chief Justice, bowing down his head and looking at them over the rim of his spectacles with an expression of wisdom that almost convinced them, told them that he was aware of no mistake in the evidence. It might become their duty, on the evidence which they had heard, and the further evidence which they would hear, to acquit the prisoner at the bar. But not on that account would there have been any mistake or erroneous procedure in the court, other than such error on the part of the prosecution in regard to the alleged guilt of the prisoner as it was the general and special duty of jurors to remedy. Then he endeavored to reconcile them to their sacrifice by describing the importance and glorious British nature of their position. "My lord," said one of the jurors, "if you was a salesman and hadn't got no partner, only a very young un, you'd know what it was to be kept out of your business for a fortnight." Then that salesman wagged his head and put his handkerchief up to his eyes, and there was pity also for him in the court. After that the Attorney General went on. His learned friend on the other side, and he nodded to Mr. Chaffanbrass, had got some further evidence to submit to them on behalf of the prisoner who was still on his trial before them. He now addressed them with the view of explaining to them that if that evidence should be such as he believed, it would become his duty on behalf of the Crown to join with his learned friend in requesting the court to direct the jury to acquit the prisoner. Not the less on that account would it be the duty of the jury to form their own opinion as to the credibility of the fresh evidence which would be brought before them. "There won't be much doubt about the credibility," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, rising in his place. "I am not a bit afraid about the credibility, gentlemen, and I don't think that you need be afraid either. You must understand, gentlemen, that I am now going on calling evidence for the defense. My last witness was the Right Honourable Mr. Monk, who spoke as to character. My next will be a Bohemian blacksmith named Proska, Peter Proska, who naturally can't speak a word of English, and unfortunately can't speak a word of German either. But we've got an interpreter, and I dare say we shall find out without much delay what Peter Proska has to tell us." Then Peter Proska was handed up to the rostrum for the witness, and the man, learned in Czech and also in English, was placed close to him and sworn to give a true interpretation. Emilius, the unfortunate one, was also in court, brought in between the two policemen, and the Bohemian blacksmith swore that he had made a certain key on the instructions of the man he now saw. The reader need not be further troubled with all the details of the evidence about the key. It was clearly proved that in a village near to Prague a key had been made, such as would open Mr. Meager's door in Northumberland Street, and it was also proved that it was made from a mould supplied by Emilius. This was done by the joint evidence of Mr. Meager and the blacksmith. "And if I lose my key," said the reverend gentleman, "why should I not have another made? Did I ever deny it? This, I think, is very strange." But Mr. Emilius was very quickly walked back out of the court between the two policemen, as his presence would not be required in regard to the further evidence regarding the bludgeon. Mr. Chaffanbrass, having finished his business with the key, at once began with the bludgeon. The bludgeon was produced and was handed up to the bench and inspected by the Chief Justice. The instrument excited great interest. Men rose on tiptoe to look at it even from a distance, and the Prime Minister was envied because for a moment it was placed in his hands. As the large-eyed little boy who had found it was not 6 years old, there was a difficulty in perfecting the thread of evidence. It was not held to be proper to administer an oath to an infant. But in a roundabout way it was proved that the identical bludgeon had been picked up in the garden. There was an elaborate surveyor's plan produced of the passage, the garden, and the wall, with the steps on which it was supposed that the blow had been struck, and the spot was indicated on which the child had said that he found the weapon. Then certain workers in leather were questioned who agreed in asserting that no such instrument as that handed to them had ever been made in England. After that, 2 scientific chemists told the jury that they had minutely examined the knob of the instrument with reference to the discovery of human blood, but in vain. They were, however, of opinion that the man might very readily have been killed by the instrument without any effusion of blood at the moment of the blows. This seemed to the jury to be the less necessary, as 3 or 4 surgeons who had examined the murdered man's head had already told them that in all probability there had been no such effusion. When the judges went out to lunch at 2 o'clock, the jury were trembling as to their fate for another night. The fresh evidence, however, had been completed, and on the return of the court, Mr. Chaffanbrass said that he should only speak a very few words. For a few words he must ask indulgent, though he knew them to be irregular. But it was the specialty of this trial that everything in it was irregular, and he did not think that his learned friend, the Attorney General, would dispute the privilege. The Attorney General said nothing, and Mr. Chaffanbrass went on with his little speech, with which he took up the greatest part of an hour. It was thought to have been unnecessary, as nearly all that he said was said again, and was sure to have been said so by the judge. It was not his business, the business of him, Mr. Chaffanbrass, to accuse another man of the murder of Mr. Bonteen. It was not for him to tell the jury whether there was or was not evidence on which any other man should be sent to trial. But it was his bounden duty in defense of his client to explain to them that a collection of facts tending to criminate another man, which, when taken together, made a fair probability that another man had committed the crime, rendered it quite out of the question that they should declare his client to be guilty. He did not believe that there was a single person in the court who was not now convinced of the innocence of his client, but it was not permitted to him to trust himself solely to that belief. It was his duty to show them that of necessity they must acquit his client. When Mr. Chaffanbrass sat down, the Attorney General waived any right he might have of further reply. It was 3:30 when the judge began his charge. He would, he said, do his best to enable the jury to complete their tedious duty so as to return to their families on that night. Indeed, he would certainly finish his charge before he rose from the seat, let the hour be what it might. And though time might be occupied by him in going through the evidence and explaining the circumstances of this very singular trial, it might not be improbable that the jury would be able to find their verdict without any great delay among themselves. "There won't be any delay at all, my lord," said the suffering and very irrational salesman. The poor man was again rebuked, mildly, and the Chief Justice continued his charge. As it occupied 4 hours in the delivery, of which by far the greater part was taken up in recapitulating and sifting evidence, with which the careful reader, if such there be, has already been made too intimately acquainted, the account of it here shall be very short. The nature of circumstantial evidence was explained, and the truth of much that had been said in regard to such evidence by Mr. Chaffanbrass admitted, but nevertheless it would be impossible, so said his lordship, to administer justice if guilt could never be held to have been proved by circumstantial evidence alone. In this case it might not improbably seem to them that the gentleman who had so long stood before them as a prisoner at the bar had been the victim of a most singularly untoward chain of circumstances, from which he would have to be liberated, should he be at last liberated, by another chain of circumstances as singular. But it was his duty to inform them now, after they had heard what he might call the double evidence, that he could not have given it to them as his opinion that the charge had been brought home against the prisoner, even had those circumstances of the Bohemian key and the foreign bludgeon never been brought to light. He did not mean to say that the evidence had not justified the trial. He thought that the trial had been fully justified. Nevertheless, had nothing arisen to point to the possibility of guilt in another man, he should not the less have found himself bound in duty to explain to them that the thread of evidence against Mr. Finn had been incomplete, or he would rather say the weight of it had been, to his judgment, insufficient. He was the more intent on saying so much as he was desirous of making it understood that even had the bludgeon still remained buried beneath the leaves, had the manufacture of that key never been discovered, the great evil would not, he thought, have fallen upon them of punishing the innocent instead of the guilty, that most awful evil of taking innocent blood in their just attempt to punish a murder by death. As far as he knew, to the best of his belief, that calamity had never fallen upon the country in his time. The administration of the law was so careful of life that the opposite evil was fortunately more common. He said so much because he would not wish that this case should be quoted hereafter as showing the possible danger of circumstantial evidence. It had been a case in which the evidence given as to character alone had been sufficient to make him feel that the circumstances which seemed to affect the prisoner injuriously could not be taken as establishing his guilt. But now another and imposing circumstance had been brought to light, and he was sure that the jury would have no difficulty with their verdict. A most frightful murder had no doubt been committed in the dead of night. A gentleman coming home from his club had been killed, probably by the hand of one who had himself moved in the company of gentlemen. A plot had been made, had probably been thought of for days and weeks before, and had been executed with extreme audacity in order that an enemy might be removed. There could, he thought, be but little doubt that Mr. Bonteen had been killed by the instrument found in the garden, and if so, he certainly had not been killed by the prisoner, who could not be supposed to have carried 2 bludgeons in his pocket, and whose quarrel with the murdered man had been so recent as to have admitted of no preparation. They had heard the story of Mr. Meager's grey coat, and of the construction of the duplicate key for Mr. Meager's house door. It was not for him to tell them on the present occasion whether these stories, and the evidence by which they had been supported, tended to affix guilt elsewhere. It was beyond his province to advert to such probability or possibility, but undoubtedly the circumstances might be taken by them as an assistance, if assistance were needed, in coming to a conclusion on the charge against the prisoner. "Gentlemen," he said at last, "I think you will find no difficulty in acquitting the prisoner of the murder laid to his charge." Whereupon the jurymen put their heads together, and the foreman, without half a minute's delay, declared that they were unanimous, and that they found the prisoner not guilty. "And we are of opinion," said the foreman, "that Mr. Finn should not have been put upon his trial on such evidence as has been brought before us." The necessity of liberating poor Phineas from the horrors of his position was too urgent to allow much attention being given at the moment to this protest. "Mr. Finn," said the judge, oppressing the poor broken wretch, "you have been acquitted of the odious and abominable charge brought against you, with the concurrence, I am sure, not only of those who have heard this trial, but of all your countrymen and countrywomen. I need not say that you will leave that dock with no stain on your character. It has, I hope, been some consolation to you in your misfortune to hear the terms in which you have been spoken of by such friends as they who came here to give their testimony on your behalf. It is, and it has been, a great sorrow to me to see such a one as you subjected to so unmerited an ignominy. But a man educated in the laws of his country as you have been, and understanding its constitution fundamentally as you do, will probably have acknowledged that great as has been the misfortune to you personally, nothing more than a proper attempt has been made to execute justice. I trust that you may speedily find yourself able to resume your place among the legislators of this country. Thus Phineas Finn was acquitted, and the judges, collecting up their robes, trooped off from the bench, following the long line of their assessors who had remained even to that hour to hear the last word of the trial. Mr. Chaffanbrass collected his papers, with the assistance of Mr. Wickerby, totally disregardful of his junior counsel, and the attorney and solicitor general congratulated each other on the successful termination of a very disagreeable piece of business. And Phineas was discharged. According to the ordinary meaning of the words, he was now to go about his business as he pleased, the law having no further need of his person. We can understand how in common cases the prisoner discharged on his acquittal, who probably in 9 cases out of 10 is conscious of his own guilt, may feel the sweetness of his freedom and enjoy his immunity from danger with a light heart. He is received probably by his wife or young woman, or perhaps having no wife or young woman to receive him, betakes himself to his usual haunts. The interest which has been felt in his career is over, and he is no longer the hero of an hour, but he is a free man and may drink his gin and water where he pleases. Perhaps a small admiring crowd may welcome him as he passes out into the street, but he has become nobody before he reaches the corner. But it could not be so with the discharged prisoner, either as regarded himself and his own feelings, or as regarded his friends. When the moment came, he had hardly as yet thought about the immediate future, had not considered how he would live, or where, during the next few months. The sensations of the moment had been so full, sometimes of agony and at others of anticipated triumph, that he had not attempted as yet to make for himself any schemes. The Duchess of Omnium had suggested that he would be received back into society with an elaborate course of fashionable dinners, but that view of his return to the world had certainly not occurred to him. When he was led down from the dock, he hardly knew whither he was being taken, and when he found himself in a small room attached to the court, clasped on one arm by Mr. Lowe, and on the other by Lord Chiltern, he did not know what they would propose to him, nor had he considered what answer he would make to any proposition. At last, "You are safe," said Mr. Lowe. "But think what he has suffered," said Lord Chiltern. Phineas looked round to see if there was any other friend present. Certainly among all his friends he had thought most of her who had travelled half across Europe for evidence to save him. He had seen Madame Goesler last on the evening preceding the night of the murder, and had not even heard from her since, but he had been told what she had done for him, and now he had almost fancied that he would have found her waiting for him. He smiled at first at the one man and then at the other, and made an effort to carry himself with his ordinary tranquillity. "They will be all right now, I dare say," he said. "I wonder whether I could have a glass of water." He sat down while the water was brought to him, and his 2 friends stood over him, hardly knowing how to do more than support him by their presence. Then Lord Cantrip made his way into the room. He had sat on the bench to the last, whereas the other 2 had gone down to receive the prisoner when acquitted, and with him came Sir Harry Coldfoot, the Home Secretary. "My friend," said the former, "the bitter day has passed over you, and I hope that this bitterness will soon pass away also." Phineas again attempted to smile as he held the hand of the man with whom he had formerly been associated in office. "I should not intrude, Mr. Finn," said Sir Harry, "did I not feel myself bound in a special manner to express my regret at the great trouble to which you have been subjected." Phineas rose and bowed stiffly. He had conceived that every one connected with the administration of the law had believed him to be guilty, and none in his present mood could be dear to him but they who from the beginning trusted in his innocence. "I am requested by Mr. Gresham," continued Sir Harry, to express to you his entire sympathy and his joy that all this is at last over." Phineas tried to make some little speech, but utterly failed. Then Sir Harry left him, and he burst out into tears. "Who can be surprised?" said Lord Cantrip. "The marvel is that he should have been able to bear it so long." "It would have crushed me utterly long since," said the other lord. Then there was a question as to what he would do, and Mr. Lowe proposed that he should be allowed to take Phineas to his own house for a few days. His wife, he said, had known their friend so long and so intimately that she might perhaps be able to make herself more serviceable than any other lady, and at their house Phineas could receive his sisters just as he would at his own. His sisters had been lodging near the prison almost ever since the committal, and it had been thought well to remove them to Mr. Lowe's house in order that they might meet their brother there. "I think I'll go to my own room in Marlborough Street." These were the first intelligible words he had uttered since he had been led out of the dock, and to that resolution he adhered. Lord Cantrip offered the retirements of a country house belonging to himself within an hour's journey of London, and Lord Chiltern declared that Harrington Hall, which Phineas knew, was altogether at his service. But Phineas decided in favour of Mrs. Bunce, and to Great Marlborough Street he was taken by Mr. Lowe. "I'll come too tomorrow with my wife," said Lord Chiltern as he was going. "Not tomorrow, Chiltern, but tell your wife how deeply I value her friendship." Lord Cantrip also offered to come, but was asked to wait a while. "I'm afraid I'm hardly fit for visitors yet. All the strength seems to have been knocked out of me this last week." Mr. Lowe accompanied him to his lodgings, and then handed him over to Mrs. Bunce, promising that his two sisters should come to him early on the following morning. On that evening he would prefer to be quite alone. He would not allow the barrister even to go upstairs with him, and when he had entered his room, almost rudely begged his weeping landlady to leave him. "Oh, Mr. Phineas, let me do something for you," said the poor woman. "You have not had a bit of anything all day. Let me get you just a cup of tea and a chop." In truth, he had dined when the judges went out to their lunch, dined as he had been wont to dine since the trial had been commenced, and wanted nothing. She might bring him tea, he said, if she would leave him for an hour. And then at last he was alone. He stood up in the middle of the room, stretching forth his hands, and putting one first to his breast and then to his brow, feeling himself as though doubting his own identity. Could it be that the last week had been real, that everything had not been a dream? Had he in truth been suspected of a murder and tried for his life? And then he thought of him who had been murdered, of Mr. Bonteen, his enemy. Was he really gone? The man who was the other day to have been Chancellor of the Exchequer? The scornful, arrogant, loud, boastful man? He had hardly thought of Mr. Bonteen before during these weeks of his own incarceration. He had heard all the details of the murder with a fullness that had been at last complete. The man who had oppressed him, and whom he had at times almost envied, was indeed gone. And the world for a while had believed that he, Phineas Finn, had been the man's murderer. And now what should be his own future life? One thing seemed certain to him. He could never again go into the House of Commons and sit there, an ordinary man of business, with other ordinary men. He had been so hacked and hewed about, so exposed to the gaze of the vulgar, so mauled by the public, that he could never more be anything but the wretched being who had been tried for the murder of his enemy. The pith had been taken out of him, and he was no longer a man fit for use. He could never more enjoy that freedom from self-consciousness, that inner tranquillity of spirit, which are essential to public utility. Then he remembered certain lines which had long been familiar to him, and he repeated them aloud with some conceit that they were apposite to him. The true gods sigh for the cost and pain, for the reed that grows never more again, as a reed with the reeds in the river. He sat drinking his tea, still thinking of himself, knowing how infinitely better it would be for him that he should indulge in no such thought, till an idea struck him, and he got up, and, drawing back the blinds from the open window, looked out into the night. It was the last day of June, and the weather was very sultry, but the night was dark, and it was now near midnight. On a sudden he took his hat, and feeling with a smile for the latchkey which he always carried in his pocket, thinking of the latchkey which had been made at Prague for the lock of a house in Northumberland Street, New Road, he went down to the front door. "You'll be back soon, Mr. Finn, won't you now?" said Mrs. Bunce, who had heard him step, and had remained up, thinking it better this, the first night of his return, not to rest till he had gone to his bed. "Why should I be back soon?" he said, turning upon her. But then he remembered that she had been one of those who were true to him, and he took her hand and was gracious to her. "I will be back soon, Mrs. Bunce, and you need fear nothing. But recollect how little I have had of liberty lately. I have not even had a walk for 6 weeks. You cannot wonder that I should wish to roam about a little." Nevertheless, she would have preferred that he should not have gone out all alone on that night. He had taken off the black morning coat which he had worn during the trial, and had put on that very grey garment by which it had been sought to identify him with the murderer. So clad, he crossed Regent Street into Hanover Square, and from thence went a short way down Bond Street, and by Bruton Street into Berkeley Square. He took exactly the reverse of the route by which he had returned home from the club on the night of the murder. Every now and then he trembled as he passed some figure which might be that of a man who would recognize him. But he walked fast, and went on till he came to the spot at which the steps descend from the street into the passage, the very spot at which the murder had been committed. He looked down it with an awful dread, and stood there as though he were fascinated, thinking of all the details which he had heard throughout the trial. Then he looked around him, and listened whether there were any steps approaching through the passage. Hearing none, and seeing no one, he at last descended, and for the first time in his life passed through that way into Bolton Row. Here it was that the wretch of whom he had now heard so much had waited for his enemy, the wretch for whom, during the last 6 weeks, he had been mistaken. Heavens! That man who had known him should have believed him to have done such a deed as that. He remembered well having shown the life-preserver to Earl and Fitzgibbon at the door of the club, and it had been thought that after having so shown it he had used it for the purpose to which in his joke he had alluded. Were men so blind, so ignorant of nature, so little capable of discerning the truth as this? Then he went on till he came to the end of Clarges Street, and took up the mews opposite to it, the mews from which the man had been seen to hurry. The place was altogether unknown to him. He had never thought whither it had led when passing it on his way up from Piccadilly to the club. But now he entered the mews so as to test the evidence that had been given, and found that it brought him by a turn close up to the spot at which he had been described as having been last seen by Earl and Fitzgibbon. When there he went on and crossed the street, and looking back saw the club was lighted up. Then it struck him for the first time that it was the night of the week on which the members were wont to assemble. Should he pluck up courage and walk in among them? He had not lost his right of entry there because he had been accused of murder. He was the same now as heretofore, if he could only fancy himself to be the same. Why not go in and have done with all this? He would be the wonder of the club for 20 minutes, and then it would all be over. He stood close under the shade of a heavy building as he thought of this, but he found that he could not do it. He had known from the beginning that he could not do it. How callous, how hard, how heartless must have he been, had such a course been possible to him. He again repeated the lines to himself. The reed that grows, never more again, as a reed with the reeds in the river. He felt sure that never again would he enter that room, in which no doubt all those assembled were now talking about him. As he returned home, he tried to make out for himself some plan for his future life, but interspersed with any idea that he could weave were the figures of 2 women, Lady Laura Kennedy and Madame Max Goesler. The former could be nothing to him but a friend, and though no other friend would love him as she loved him, yet she could not influence his life. She was very wealthy, but her wealth could be nothing to him. She would heap it all upon him if he would take it. He understood and knew that. Taking no pride to himself that it was so, feeling no conceit in her love, he was conscious of her devotion to him. He was poor, broken in spirit, and almost without a future, and yet could her devotion avail him nothing. How might it be with that other woman? Were she, after all that had passed between them, to consent to be his wife, and it might be that she would consent, how would the world be with him then? He would be known as Madame Max Goesler's husband, and have to sit at the bottom of her table, and be talked of as the man who had been tried for the murder of Mr. Bonteen. Look at it in which way he might, He thought that no life could any longer be possible to him in London. End of chapter 67.
Of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 68. Phineas after the trial. 10 days passed by, and Phineas Finn had not been out of his lodgings till after daylight, and then he only prowled about in the manner described in the last chapter. His sisters had returned to Ireland, and he saw no one, even in his own room, but 2 or 3 of his most intimate friends. Among those, Mr. Lowe and Lord Chiltern were the most frequently with him, but Fitzgibbon, Barrington Erle, and Mr. Monk had also been admitted. People had called by the hundred, till Mrs. Bunce was becoming almost tired of her lodger's popularity, but they came only to inquire, because it had been reported that Mr. Finn was not well after his imprisonment. The Duchess of Omnium had written to him various notes, asking when he would come to her and what she could do for him. Would he dine? Would he spend a quiet evening? Would he go to Matching? Finally, would he become her guest and the Duke's next September for the partridge shooting? They would have a few friends with them, and Madame Goesler would be one of the number. Having had this by him for a week, he had not as yet answered the invitation. He had received 2 or 3 notes from Lady Laura, who had frankly explained to him that if he were really ill, she would of course go to him, but that as matters stood, she could not do so without displeasing her brother. He had answered each note by an assurance that his first visit should be made in Portman Square. To Madame Goesler he had written a letter of thanks, a letter which had in truth cost him some pains. I know, he said, for how much I have to thank you, but I do not know in what words to do it. I ought to be with you telling you in person of my gratitude, but I must own to you that for the present what has occurred has so unmanned me that I am unfit for the interview. I should only weep in your presence like a schoolgirl, and you would despise me. It was a long letter containing many references to the circumstances of the trial and to his own condition of mind throughout its period. Her answer to him, which was very short, was as follows. Park Lane, Sunday. My dear Mr. Finn, I can well understand that for a while you should be too agitated by what has passed to see your friends. Remember, however, that you owe it to them as well as to yourself not to sink into seclusion. Send me a line when you think that you can come to me, that I may be home. My journey to Prague was nothing. You forget that I am constantly going to Vienna on business connected with my own property there. Prague lies but a few hours out of the route. Most sincerely yours, MMG. His friends who did see him urged him constantly to bestir himself, and Mr. Monk pressed him very much to come down to the house. Walk in with me tonight and take your seat as though nothing had happened, said Mr. Monk. But so much has happened. Nothing has happened to alter your outward position as a man. No doubt many will flock round you to congratulate you, and your first half hour will be disagreeable, but then the thing will have been done. You owe it to your constituents to do so. Then Phineas for the first time expressed an opinion that he would resign his seat, that he would take the Chiltern Hundreds and retire altogether from public life. Pray do nothing of the kind, said Mr. Monk. I do not think you quite understand, said Phineas, how such an ordeal as this works upon a man, how it may change a man, and knock out of him what little strength there ever was there. I fear that I am broken, past any patching up or mending. Of course it ought not to be so. A man should be made of better stuff. But one is only what one is. We'll put off the discussion for another week, said Mr. Monk. There came a letter to me when I was in prison from one of the leading men in Tankerville saying that I ought to resign. I know they all thought that I was guilty. I do not care to sit for a place where I was so judged, even if I was fit any longer for a seat in Parliament. He had never felt convinced that Mr. Monk had himself believed with confidence his innocence, and he spoke with soreness and almost with anger. A letter from one individual should never be allowed to create interference between a member and his constituents. It should simply be answered to that effect and then ignored. As to the belief of the townspeople in your innocence, what is to guide you? I believed you innocent with all my heart. Did you? but there was always sufficient possibility of her guilt to prevent a rational man from committing himself to the expression of an absolute conviction. The young member's brow became black as he heard this. I can see that I offend you by saying so, but if you will think of it, I must be right. You were on your trial, and I, as your friend, was bound to await the result, with much confidence because I knew you, but with no conviction because both you and I are human and fallible. If the electors at Tankerville, or any great proportion of them, express a belief that you are unfit to represent them because of what has occurred, I shall be the last to recommend you to keep your seat. But I shall be surprised indeed if they should do so. If there were a general election tomorrow, I should regard your seat as one of the safest in England. Both Mr. Lowe and Lord Chiltern were equally urgent with him to return to his usual mode of life, using different arguments for their purpose. Lord Chiltern told him plainly that he was weak and womanly, or rather that he would be were he to continue to dread the faces of his fellow creatures. The master of the Brakehounds himself was a man less gifted than Phineas, and therefore hardly capable of understanding the exaggerated feelings of the man who had recently been tried for his life. Lord Chiltern was affectionate, tender-hearted, and true, but there was no vacillating fibres in his composition. The balance which regulated his conduct was firmly set and went well. The clock never stopped and wanted but little looking after. But the works were somewhat rough, and the seconds were not scored. He had, however, been quite true to Phineas during the dark time, and might now say what he pleased. I am womanly, said Phineas. I begin to feel it, but I can't alter my nature. I never was so much surprised in my life, said Lord Chiltern. When I used to look at you in the dock, by heaven I envied your pluck and your strength. I was burning up the stock of coals, Chiltern. You'll come all right after a few weeks. You've been knocked out of time, that's the truth of it. Mr. Lowe treated his patient with more indulgence, but he was also surprised and hardly understood the nature of the derangement of the mechanism in the instrument which he was desirous of repairing. I should go abroad for a few months if I were you, said Mr. Lowe. I should stick at the first inn I got to, said Phineas. I think I am better here, by the by. I shall travel, I dare say, all over the world, as far as my money will last. But for the present I am only fit to sit still. Mrs. Lowe had seen him more than once, and had been very kind to him. But she also failed to understand. I always thought that he was such a manly fellow, she said to her husband. If you mean personal courage, there is no doubt that he possesses it, as completely now, probably as ever. Oh yes, he could go over to Flanders and let that lord shoot at him, and he could ride brutes of horses and not care about breaking his neck. That's not what I mean. I thought that he could face the world with dignity, but now it seems that he breaks down. He has been very roughly used, my dear. So he has, and tenderly used too. Nobody has had better friends. I thought he would have been more manly. The property of manliness in a man is a great possession, but perhaps there is none that is less understood, which is more generally accorded where it does not exist, or more frequently disallowed where it prevails. There are not many who ever make up their minds as to what constitutes manliness, or even inquire within themselves upon the subject. The woman's error, occasioned by her natural desire for a master, leads her to look for a certain outward magnificence of demeanour, a pretended indifference to stings and little torments, a would-be superiority to the bread and butter side of life, an unreal assumption of personal grandeur. But a robe of state such as this, however well the garment may be worn with practice, can never be the raiment natural to a man. And men, dressing themselves in women's eyes, have consented to walk about in buckram, a composure of the eye which has been studied, a reticence as to the little things of life, a certain slowness of speech unless the occasion call for passion, an indifference to small surroundings. These, joined of course with personal bravery, are supposed to constitute manliness. That personal bravery is required in the composition of manliness must be conceded, though of all the ingredients needed, it is the lowest in value. But the first requirement of all must be described by a negative. Manliness is not compatible with affectation. Women's virtues, all feminine attributes, may be marred by affectation, but the virtues and the vice may coexist. An affected man, too, may be honest, may be generous, may be pious, but surely he cannot be manly. The self-conscious assumption of any outward manner, the striving to add, even though it be but a tenth of a cubit to the height, is fatal, and will at once banish the all but divine attribute. Before the man can be manly, the gifts which make him so must be there, collected by him slowly, unconsciously, as are his bones, his flesh, and his blood. They cannot be put on like a garment for the nonce, as many a little learning. A man cannot become faithful to his friends, unsuspicious before the world, gentle with women, loving with children, considerate to his inferiors, kindly with servants, tender-hearted with all, and at the same time be frank, of open speech, with springing, eager energies, simply because he desires it. These things, which are the attributes of manliness, must come of training on a nature not ignoble. But they are the very opposites, the antipodes of the direct antagonism of that starring, posed, bewhiskered, and bewigged deportment, that nil admirari, self-remembering assumption of manliness, that endeavour of twopence halfpenny to look as high as threepence, which when you prod it through, has in it nothing deeper than deportment. We see the two things daily, side by side, close to each other. Let a man put his hat down, and you shall say where he has deposited it with affection or true nature. The natural man will probably be manly. The affected man cannot be so. Mrs. Lowe was wrong when she accused our hero of being unmanly. Had his imagination been less alert in looking into the minds of men, and in picturing to himself the thoughts of others in reference to the crime with which he had been charged, he would not now have shrunk from contact with his fellow creatures as he did. But he could not pretend to be other than he was. During the period of his danger, when men had thought that he would be hung, and when he himself had believed that it would be so, he had borne himself bravely without any conscious effort. When he had confronted the whole court with that steady courage which had excited Lord Chiltern's admiration, and looked the bench in the face as though he at last had no cause to quail, he had known nothing of what he was doing. His features had answered the helm from his heart, but had not been played upon by his intellect. And it was so with him now. The reaction had overcome him, and he could not bring himself to pretend that it was not so. The tears would come to his eyes, and he would shiver and shake like one struck by palsy. Mr. Monk came to him often, and was all but forgiven for the apparent defection in his face. "I have made up my mind to one thing," Phineas said to him at the end of the 10 days. "And what is the one thing?" "I will give up my seat. I do not see a shadow of a reason for it. Nevertheless, I will do it. Indeed, I have already written to Mr. Rattler for the hundreds. There may be and probably are men down at Tankerville who still think that I am guilty. There is an offensiveness in murder which degrades a man even by the accusation. I suppose it wouldn't do for you to move to the new writ. Rattler will do it, as a matter of course. No doubt there will be expressions of great regret, and my belief is that they will return you again. If so, they'll have to do it without my presence." Mr. Rattler did move for a new writ for the borough of Tankerville, and within a fortnight of his restoration to liberty, Phineas Finn was no longer a member of Parliament. It cannot be alleged that there was any reason for what he did, and yet the doing of it for the time rather increased than diminished his popularity. Both Mr. Gresham and Mr. Daubeny expressed their regret in the House, and Mr. Monk said a few words respecting his friend, which were very touching. He ended by expressing a hope that they soon might see him there again, and an opinion that he was a man peculiarly fitted by the tone of his mind and the nature of his intellect for the duties of Parliament. Then at last, when all had been settled, he went to Lord Brentford's house in Portman Square. He had promised that that should be the first house he would visit, and he was as good as his word. One evening he crept out and walked slowly along Oxford Street and knocked timidly at the door. As he did so, he longed to be told that Lady Laura was not at home. But Lady Laura was at home, and as a matter of course in those days she never went into society, and had not passed an evening away from her father's house since Mr. Kennedy's death. He was shown up into the drawing-room in which she sat, and there he found her alone. "Oh, Phineas, I'm so glad you have come. I have done as I said, you see. I could not go to you when they told me that you were ill. You will have understood all that." "Yes, I understand. People are so hard and cold and stiff and cruel that one can never do what one feels oneself to be right. So you have given up your seat." "Yes, I am no longer a member of Parliament." "Barrington says that they will certainly re-elect you." "You shall see. You may be sure at any rate of this, that I shall never ask them to do so. Things seem to be so different now from what they did then. I don't care for the seat. It all seems to be a bore and a trouble. What does it matter who sits in Parliament? The fight goes on just the same. The same falsehoods are acted. The same mock truths are spoken. The same wrong reasons are given. The same personal motives are at work. And yet of all the believers in Parliament, you used to be the most faithful. One has time to think of things, Lady Laura, when one lies in Newgate. It seems to me to be an eternity of time since they locked me up. And as for that trial, which they tell me lasted a week, I look back at it till the beginning is so distant that I can hardly remember it. But I have resolved that I will never talk of it again. Lady Chiltern is probably out. Yes, she and Oswald are dining with the Baldocks. She is well, yes, and most anxious to see you. Will you go to their place in September? He had almost made up his mind that if he were to go anywhere in September, he would go to Matching Priory, accepting the offer of the Duchess of Omnium. But he did not dare to say so to Lady Laura, because she would have known that Madame Goesler also would be there. And he had not as yet accepted the invitation, and was still in doubt whether he would not escape by himself instead of attempting to return into the grooves of society. I think not. I am hardly as yet sufficiently master of myself to know what I shall do. They will be much disappointed. And you, what will you do? I shall not go there. I am told that I ought to visit Lowlander, and I suppose I shall. Oswald has promised to go down with me before the end of the month, but he will not remain above a day or two. And your father? We shall leave him at Salisbury. I cannot look it all in the face yet. It is not possible that I should remain all alone in that great house. The people all around would hate and despise me. I think Violet will come down with me, but of course she cannot remain there. Oswald must go to Harrington because of the hunting. It has become the business of his life, and she must go with him. You will return to Salisbury? I cannot say. They seem to think that I should live at Lowlander, but I cannot live there alone. He soon took leave of her, and did so with no warmer expressions of regard on either side than have here been given. Then he crept back to his lodgings, and she sat weeping alone in her father's house. When he had come to her during her husband's lifetime at Dresden, or even when she visited him at his prison, it had been better than this. End of chapter 68.
Chapter 69 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 69, The Duke's First Cousin. Our pages have lately been taken up almost exclusively with the troubles of Phineas Finn, and indeed have so far not unfairly represented the feelings and interest of people generally at the time. Not to have talked of Phineas Finn from the middle of May to the middle of July in that year would have exhibited great ignorance or a cynical disposition. But other things went on also. Moons waxed and waned, children were born, marriages were contracted, and the hopes and fears of the little world around did not come to an end because Phineas Finn was not to be hung. Among others who had interests of their own, there was poor Adelaide Palliser, whom we last saw under the affliction of Mr. Spooner's love, but who before that had encountered the much deeper affliction of a quarrel with her own lover. She had desired him to free her, and he had gone. Indeed, as to his going at that moment, there had been no alternative, as he considered himself to have been turned out of Lord Chiltern's house. The red-headed lord, in the fierceness of his defence of Miss Palliser, had told the lover that under such and such circumstances he could not be allowed to remain at Harrington Hall. Lord Chiltern had said something about his roof. Now, when a host questions the propriety of a guest remaining under his roof, the guest is obliged to go. Gerard Maule had gone, and having offended his sweetheart by a most impolite allusion to Boulogne, had been forced to go as a rejected lover. From that day to this he had done nothing. Not because he was contented with the lot assigned to him, for every morning as he lay on his bed, which he usually did till 12, he swore to himself that nothing should separate him from Adelaide Palliser, but simply because to do nothing was customary with him. What is a man to do? He not unnaturally asked his friend, Captain Boodle, at the club. Let her out on the grass for a couple of months, said Captain Boodle, and she'll come up clean as a whistle. When they get these humours, there's nothing like giving them a run. Captain Boodle undoubtedly had the reputation of being very great in counsel on such matters, but it must not be supposed that Gerard Maule was contented to take his advice implicitly. He was unhappy, ill at ease, half conscious that he ought to do something, full of regrets, but very idle. In the meantime, Miss Palliser, who had the finer nature of the two, suffered grievously. The Spooner affair was but a small addition to her misfortune. She could get rid of Mr. Spooner, of any number of Mr. Spooners, but how should she get back to her the man she loved? When young ladies quarrel with their lovers, it is always presumed, especially in books, that they do not wish to get them back. It is to be understood that the loss to them is as nothing. Miss Smith begs that Mr. Jones may be assured that he is not to consider her at all. If he is pleased to separate, she will be at any rate quite as well pleased, probably a great deal better. No doubt she had loved him with all her heart, but that will make no difference to her if he wishes to be off. Upon the whole, Miss Smith thinks that she would prefer such an arrangement in spite of her heart. Adelaide Palliser had said something of the kind, as Gerard Maule had regarded her as a trouble, and had lamented that prospect of Boulogne which marriage had presented to his eyes. She had dismissed him with a few easily spoken words. She had assured him that no such troubles need weigh upon him. No doubt they had been engaged, but as far as she was concerned, the remembrance of that need not embarrass him. And so she and Lord Chiltern between them had sent him away. But how was she to get him back again? When she came to think it over, she acknowledged to herself that it would be all the world to her to have him back. To have him at all had been all the world to her. There had been nothing peculiarly heroic about him, nor had she ever regarded him as a hero. She had known his faults and weaknesses, and was probably aware that he was inferior to herself in character and intellect. But nevertheless she had loved him. To her he had been, though not heroic, sufficiently a man to win her heart. He was a gentleman, pleasant-mannered, pleasant to look at, pleasant to talk to, not educated in the high sense of the word, but never making himself ridiculous by ignorance. He was the very antipodes of a Spooner, and he was, or rather had been, her lover. She did not wish to change. She did not recognize the possibility of changing. Though she had told him that he might go if he pleased, to her his going would be the loss of everything. What would life be without a lover, without the prospect of marriage? And there could be no other lover. There could be no further prospects should he take her at her word. Of all this Lord Chiltern understood nothing, but Lady Chiltern understood it all. To his thinking, the young man had behaved so badly that it was incumbent on them all to send him away and so have done with him. If the young man wanted to quarrel with anyone, there was he to be quarrelled with. The thing was a trouble, and the sooner they got to the end of it, the better. But Lady Chiltern understood more than that. She could not prevent the quarrel as it came, or was coming, but she knew that the quarrel of lovers is the renewal of love. At any rate, the woman always desires that it may be so, and endeavours to reconcile the parted ones. "You'll see him in London," Lady Chiltern had said to her friend. "I do not want to see him," said Adelaide proudly. "But he'll want to see you, and then, after a time, you'll want to see him. I don't believe in quarrels, you know." "It is better that we should part, Lady Chiltern, if marrying will cause him dismay. I begin to feel that we are too poor to be married." "A great deal poorer people than you are married every day. Of course people can't be equally rich. You'll do very well if you'll only be patient and not refuse to speak to him when he comes to you." This was said at Harrington, after Lady Chiltern had returned from her first journey up to London. That visit had been very short, and Miss Palliser had been left alone at the Hall. We already know how Mr. Spooner took advantage of her solitude. After that, Miss Palliser was to accompany the Chilterns to London, and she was there with them when Phineas Finn was acquitted. By that time she had brought herself to acknowledge to her friend Lady Chiltern that it would perhaps be desirable that Mr. Maule should return. If he did not do so, and that at once, there must come an end to her life in England. She must go away to Italy, altogether beyond the reach of Gerard Maule. In such case all the world would have collapsed for her, and she would have become the martyr of a shipwreck. And yet the more that she confessed to herself that she loved the man so well that she could not part with him, the more angry she was with him for having told her that when married they must live at Boulogne. The house in Portman Square had been practically given up by Lord Brentford to his son, but nevertheless the old Earl and Lady Laura had returned to it when they reached England from Dresden. It was, however, large, and now the two families, if the Earl and his daughter can be called a family, were lodging there together. The Earl troubled them but little, living mostly in his own rooms, and Lady Laura never went out with them. But there was something in the presence of the old man and the widow which prevented the house from being gay as it might have been. There were no parties in Portman Square. Now and then a few old friends dined there, but at the present moment Gerard Maule could not be admitted as an old friend. When Adelaide had been a fortnight in London, she had not as yet seen Gerard Maule or heard a word from him. She had been to balls and concerts, to dinner parties and the play, but no one had as yet brought them together. She did know that he was in town. She was able to obtain so much information of him as that. But he never came to Portman Square, and had evidently concluded that the quarrel was to be a quarrel. Among other balls in London that July, there had been one at the Duchess of Omnium's. This had been given after the acquittal of Phineas Finn, though fixed before that great era. "Nothing on earth should have made me have it while he was in prison," the Duchess had said. But Phineas was acquitted, and cakes and ale again became permissible. The ball had been given, and it had been very grand. Phineas had been asked, but of course had not gone. Madame Goesler, who was a great heroine since her successful return from Prague, had shown herself there for a few minutes. Lady Chiltern had gone, and of course taken Adelaide. "We are first cousins," the Duke said to Miss Palliser, for the Duke did steal a moment from his work in which to walk through his wife's drawing-room. Adelaide smiled and nodded, and looked pleased as she gave her hand to her great relative. "I hope we shall see more of each other than we have done," said the Duke. "We have all been sadly divided, haven't we?" Then he said a word to his wife, expressing his opinion that Adelaide Palliser was a nice girl, and asking her to be civil to so near a relative. The Duchess had heard all about Gerard Maule and the engagement. She always did hear all about everything, and on this evening she asked a question or two from Lady Chiltern. "Do you know," she said, "I have an appointment tomorrow with your husband?" "I did not know, but I won't interfere to prevent it, now you are generous enough to tell me." "I wish you would, because I don't know what to say to him. He is to come about that horrid wood where the foxes won't get themselves born and bred as foxes ought to do. How can I help it? I'd send down a whole lying-in hospital for the foxes if I thought that would do any good. Lord Chiltern thinks it's the shooting. But where is a person to shoot if he mayn't shoot in his own woods? Not that the Duke cares about the shooting for himself. He could not hit a pheasant sitting on a haystack, and wouldn't know one if he saw it, and he'd rather that there wasn't such a thing as a pheasant in the world. He cares for nothing but farthings. But what is a man to do? Or rather, what is a woman to do? For he tells me that I must settle it." Lord Chiltern says that Mr. Fothergill has the foxes destroyed. I suppose Mr. Fothergill may do as he pleases if the Duke gives him permission." "I hate Mr. Fothergill, if that'll do any good," said the Duchess, "and we wish we could get rid of him altogether, but that, you know, is impossible. When one has an old man on one's shoulders, one can never get rid of him. He is my incubus. And then, you see, Trumpeton Wood is such a long way from us at Matching that I can't say I want the shooting for myself. And I never go to Gatherum if I can help it. Suppose we made out that the Duke wanted to let the shooting." "Lord Chiltern would take it at once." "But the Duke wouldn't really let it, you know. I'll lay awake at night and think about it. And now, tell me about Adelaide Palliser. Is she to be married?" "I hope so, sooner or later." "There's a quarrel or something, isn't there? She's the Duke's first cousin, and we should be so sorry that things shouldn't go pleasantly with her. And she's a very good-looking girl, too. Would she like to come down to Matching?" "She has some idea of going to Italy." "And leaving her lover behind her? Oh, dear, that will be very bad. She'd much better come to Matching, and then I'd ask the man to come too. Mr. Maud, isn't he?" "Gerard Maule." "Ah, yes, Maule. If it's the kind of thing that ought to be, I'd manage it in a week. If you get a young man down into a country house, and there has been anything at all between them, I don't see how he is to escape. Isn't there some trouble about money?" "They wouldn't be very rich, Duchess." "What a blessing for them! But then perhaps they'd be very poor." "They would be rather poor." "Which is not a blessing. Isn't there some proverb about going safely in the middle? I'm sure it's true about money, only perhaps you ought to be put a little beyond the middle. I don't know why Plantagenet shouldn't do something for her." As to this conversation, Lady Chiltern said very little to Adelaide, but she did mention the proposed visit to Matching. "The Duchess said nothing to me," replied Adelaide proudly. "No, I don't suppose she had time. And then she is so very odd, sometimes taking no notice of one, and at others so very loving." "I hate that." "But with her it is neither impudence nor affectation. She says exactly what she thinks at the time, and she is always as good as her word. There are worse women than the Duchess." "I am sure I wouldn't like going to Matching," said Adelaide. Lady Chiltern was right in saying that the Duchess of Omnium was always as good as her word. On the next day, after that interview with Lord Chiltern about Mr. Fothergill and the foxes, as to which no present further allusion need be made here, she went to work and did learn a good deal about Gerard Maule and Miss Palliser. Some things she learned from Lord Chiltern, without any consciousness on his lordship's part, something from Madame Goesler, and something from the Baldock people. Before she went to bed on the second night, she knew all about the quarrel and all about the money. "Plantagenet," she said the next morning, "what are you going to do about the Duke's legacy to Marie Goesler?" "I can do nothing. She must take the things, of course." "She won't." "Then the jewels must remain packed up. I suppose they'll be sold at last for legacy duty, and when that's paid the balance will belong to her." "But what about the money?" "Of course it belongs to her." "Couldn't you give it to that girl who was here last night?" "Give it to a girl?" "Yes, to your cousin. She's as poor as Job and can't get married because she hasn't got any money. It's quite true, and I must say that if the Duke had looked after his own relations, instead of leaving money to people who don't want it and won't have it, it would have been much better. Why shouldn't Adelaide Palliser have it?" "How on earth should I give Adelaide Palliser what doesn't belong to me? If you choose to make her a present, you can, but such a sum as that would, I should say, be out of the question." The Duchess had achieved quite as much as she had anticipated. She knew her husband well, and was aware that she couldn't carry her point at once. To her mind, it was all nonsense, his saying the money was not his. If Madame Goesler would not take it, it must be his, and nobody could make a woman take money if she did not choose. Adelaide Palliser was the Duke's first cousin, and it was intolerable that the Duke's first cousin should be unable to marry because she would have nothing to live upon. It became at least intolerable as soon as the Duchess had taken it into her head to like the first cousin. No doubt there were other first cousins as badly off, or perhaps worse, as to whom the Duchess would care nothing whether they were rich or poor, married or single. But then they were first cousins who had not had the advantage of interesting the Duchess. "My dear," said the Duchess to her friend, Madame Goesler, "you know all about those Maules?" "What makes you ask?" "But you do?" "I know something about one of them," said Madame Goesler. Now, as it happened, Mr. Maule senior had on that very day asked Madame Goesler to share her lot with his, and the request had been, almost indignantly, refused. The general theory that the wooing of widows should be quick had perhaps misled Mr. Maule. Perhaps he did not think that the wooing had been quick. He had visited Park Lane with the object of making his little proposition once before, and had then been stopped in his course by the consternation occasioned by the arrest of Phineas Finn. He had waited till Phineas had been acquitted, and had then resolved to try his luck. He had heard of the lady's journey to Prague, and was acquainted, of course, with those rumours which too freely connected the name of our hero with that of the lady. But rumours are often false, and a lady may go to Prague on a gentleman's behalf without intending to marry him. All the women in London were at present more or less in love with the man who had been accused of murder, and the fantasy of Madame Goesler might be only as the fantasy of others. And then rumour also said that Phineas Finn intended to marry Lady Laura Kennedy. At any rate, a man cannot have his head broken for asking a lady to marry him, unless he is very awkward in the doing of it. So Mr. Maule had made his little proposition. "Mr. Maule," said Madame, smiling, "is not this rather sudden?" Mr. Maule admitted that it was sudden, but still persisted. "I think, if you please, Mr. Maule, we will say no more about it," said the lady, with that wicked smile still on her face. Mr. Maule declared that silence on the subject had become impossible to him. "Then, Mr. Maule, I shall have to leave you to speak to the chairs and tables," said Madame Goesler. No doubt she was used to the thing, and knew how to conduct herself well. He also had been refused before by ladies of wealth, but had never been treated with so little consideration. She had risen from her chair as though about to leave the room, but was slow in her movement, showing him that she thought it was well for him to leave it instead of her. Muttering some words, half of apology and half of self-assertion, he did leave the room, and now she told the Duchess that she knew something of one of the Maules. "That is the father?" "Yes, the father." "He is one of your tribe, I know. We met him at your house just before the murder. I don't much admire your taste, my dear, because he's 150 years old, and what there is of him comes chiefly from the tailor." "He's as good as any other old man." "I dare say, and I hope Mr. Finn will like his society. But he has got a son." "So he tells me." "Who is a charming young man." "He never told me that, Duchess." "I dare say not. Men of that sort are always jealous of their sons. But he has. Now I am going to tell you something and ask you to do something." "What was it the French minister said? If it is simply difficult, it is done. If it is impossible, it shall be done. The easiest thing in the world. You saw Plantagenet's first cousin the other night, Adelaide Palliser. She is engaged to marry young Mr. Maule, and they neither of them have a shilling in the world. I want you to give them £25,000. Wouldn't that be peculiar?" "Not in the least." "At any rate, it would be inconvenient." "No, it wouldn't, my dear. It would be the most convenient thing in the world. Of course, I don't mean out of your pocket. There's the Duke's legacy." "It isn't mine, and never will be." "But Plantagenet says it can never be anybody else's. If I can get him to agree, will you? Of course there will be ever so many papers to be signed, and the biggest of all robbers, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will put his fingers into the pudding and pull out a plum, and the lawyers will take more plums. But that will be nothing to us. The pudding will be very nice for them, let ever so many plums be taken. The lawyers and people will do it all, and then it will be her fortune, just as though her uncle had left it to her. As it is now, the money will never be of any use to anybody." Madame Goesler said as the Duke consented, she also would consent. It was immaterial to her who had the money. If by signing any receipt she could facilitate the return of the money to any one of the Duke's family, she would willingly sign it. But Miss Palliser must be made to understand that the money did not come to her as a present from Madame Goesler. "But it will be a present from Madame Goesler," said the Duke. "Plantagenet, if you go and upset everything by saying that, I shall think it most ill-natured. Bother about True. Somebody must have the money. There's nothing illegal about it." And the Duchess had her own way. Lawyers were consulted, and documents were prepared, and the whole thing was arranged. Only Adelaide Palliser knew nothing about it, nor did Gerard Maule, and the quarrels of lovers had not yet become the renewal of love. Then the Duchess wrote the two following notes. "My dear Adelaide, we shall hope to see you at Matching on the 15th of August. The Duke, as head of the family, expects implicit obedience. You'll meet 15 young gentlemen from the Treasury and the Board of Trade, but they won't incommode you, as they are kept at work all day. We hope Mr. Finn will be with us, and there isn't a lady in England who wouldn't give her eyes to meet him. We shall stay ever so many weeks at Matching, so that you can do as you please as to the time of leaving us. Yours affectionately, G.O. Tell Lord Chiltern that I have my hopes of making Trumpeton Wood too hot for Mr. Fothergill, but I have to act with the greatest caution. In the meantime, I am sending down dozens of young foxes, all labelled Trumpeton Wood, so that he shall know them." The other was a card rather than a note. The Duke and Duchess of Omnium presented their compliments to Mr. Gerard Maule, and requested the honour of his company to dinner on a certain day named. When Gerard Maule received this card at his club, he was rather surprised, as he had never made the acquaintance either of the Duke or the Duchess. But the Duke was the first cousin of Adelaide Palliser, and of course he accepted the invitation. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 70. I Will Not Go to Loughlinter. The end of July came, and it was settled that Lady Laura Kennedy should go to Loughlinter. She had been a widow now for nearly 3 months, and it was thought right that she should go down and see the house, and the lands, and the dependents whom her husband had left in her charge. It was now 3 years since she had seen Loughlinter, and when last she had left it, she had made up her mind that she would never place her foot upon the place again. Her wretchedness had all come upon her there. It was there that she had first been subjected to the unendurable tedium of Sabbath-day observances. It was there she had been instructed in the unpalatable duties that had been expected from her. It was there that she had been punished with the doctor from Callendar whenever she attempted escape under the plea of a headache. And it was there, standing by the waterfall, the noise of which could be heard from the front door, that Phineas Finn had told her of his love. When she accepted the hand of Robert Kennedy, she had known that she had not loved him, but from the moment in which Phineas had spoken to her, she knew well that her heart had gone one way, whereas her hand was to go another. From that moment her whole life had quickly become a blank. She had had no period of married happiness, not a month, not an hour. From the moment in which the thing had been done, she had found that the man to whom she had bound herself was odious to her, and that the life before her was distasteful to her. Things which before had seemed worthy to her, and full at any rate of interest, became at once dull and vapid. Her husband was in Parliament, as also had been her father and many of her friends, and, by weight of his own character and her influence, was himself placed high in office. But in his house politics lost all the flavour which they had possessed for her in Portman Square. She had thought that she could at any rate do her duty as the mistress of a great household and as the benevolent lady of a great estate. But household duties under the tutelage of Mr. Kennedy had been impossible to her, and that part of a Scotch Lady Bountiful which she had intended to play seemed to be denied to her. The whole structure had fallen to the ground, and nothing had been left to her. But she would not sin. Though she could not bring herself to love her husband, she would at any rate be strong enough to get rid of that other love. Having so resolved, she became as weak as water. She at one time determined to be the guiding genius of the man she loved, a sort of devoted elder sister, intending him to be the intimate friend of her husband. Then she had told him not to come to her house, and had been weak enough to let him know why it was that she could not bear his presence. She had failed altogether to keep her secret, and her life during the struggle had become so intolerable to her that she had found herself compelled to desert her husband. He had shown her that he, too, had discovered the truth, and then she had become indignant and had left him. Every place that she had inhabited with him had become disagreeable to her. The house in London had been so odious that she had asked her intimate friends to come to her in that occupied by her father. But of all spots upon earth, Loughlinter had been the most distasteful to her. It was there that the sermons had been the longest, the lessons and accounts the most obstinate, the lectures the most persevering, the dullness the most heavy. It was there that her ears had learned the sound of the wheels of Dr. McNuttry's gig. It was there that her spirit had been nearly broken. It was there that, with spirit not broken, she had determined to face all the world might say of her, and fly from a tyranny which was insupportable. And now the place was her own, and she was told that she must go there as its owner, go there and be potential and beneficent and grandly bland with persons, all of whom knew what had been the relations between her and her husband. And though she had been indignant with her husband when at last she had left him, throwing it in his teeth as an unmanly offence that he had accused her of the truth, though she had felt him to be a tyrant and herself to be a thrall, though the sermons and the lessons and the doctor had each severally seemed to her to be horrible cruelties, yet she had known through it all that the fault had been hers and not his. He only did that which she should have expected when she married him, but she had done none of that which he was entitled to expect from her. The real fault, the deceit, the fraud, the sin had been with her, and she knew it. Her life had been destroyed, but not by him. His life had also been destroyed, and she had done it. Now he was gone, and she knew that his people, the old mother who was still left alone, his cousins, and the tenants who were now to be her tenants, all said that had she done her duty by him, he would still be alive, and they must hate her the worse, because she had never sinned after such a fashion as to liberate him from his bond to her. With a husband's perfect faith in his wife, he had, immediately after his marriage, given to her for her life the lordship over his people, should he be without a child, and should she survive him. In his hottest anger he had not altered that. His constant demand had been that she should come back to him and be his real wife, and while making that demand, with a persistency which had driven him mad, he had died. And now the place was hers, and they told her that she must go and live there. It is a very sad thing for any human being to have to say to himself, with an earnest belief in his own assertion, that all the joy of this world is over for him, and is the sadder because such conviction is apt to exclude the hope of other joy. This woman had said so to herself very often during the last 2 years, and had certainly been sincere. What was there in store for her? She was banished from the society of all those she liked. She bore a name that was hateful to her. She loved a man whom she could never see. She was troubled about money. Nothing in life had any taste for her. All the joys of the world were over, and had been lost by her own fault. Then Phineas Finn had come to her at Dresden, and now her husband was dead. Could it be that she was entitled to hope, that the sun might rise again for her once more, and another day be reopened for her with a gorgeous morning? She was now rich and still young, or young enough. She was 32, and had known many women still honoured with the name of girls, who had commenced the world successfully at that age. And this man had loved her once. He had told her so, and had afterwards kissed her when informed of her own engagement. How well she remembered it all. He, too, had gone through vicissitudes in life, had married and retired out of the world, had returned to it, and had gone through fire and water. But now everybody was saying good things of him, and all he wanted was the splendour which wealth would give him. Why should he not take it at her hands, and why should not the world begin again for both of them? But though she would dream that it might be so, she was quite sure that there was no such life in store for her. The nature of the man was too well known to her. Fickle he might be, or rather capable of change than fickle, but he was incapable of pretending to love when he did not love. She felt that in all the moments in which he had been most tender with her. When she had endeavoured to explain to him the state of her feelings at Königstein, meaning to be true in what she said, but not having been even then true throughout, she had acknowledged to herself that at every word he spoke she was wounded by his coldness. Had he then professed a passion for her, she would have rebuked him, have told him that he must go from her, but it would have warmed the blood in all her veins, and brought back to her a sense of youthful life. It had been the same when she visited him in prison, the same again when he came to her after his acquittal. She had been frank enough to him, but he would not even pretend that he loved her. His gratitude, his friendship, his services were all hers. In every respect he had behaved well to her. All his troubles had come upon him because he would not desert her cause, but he would never again say he loved her. She gazed at herself in the glass, putting aside for the moment the hideous widow's cap which she now wore, and told herself that it was natural that it should be so. Though she was young in years, her features were hard and worn with care. She had never thought herself to be a beauty, though she had been conscious of a certain aristocratic grace of manner which might stand in the place of beauty. As she examined herself, she found that that was not all gone, but she now lacked that roundness of youth which had been hers when first she knew Phineas Finn. She sat opposite the mirror, and pored over her own features with an almost skilful scrutiny, and told herself at last aloud that she had become an old woman. He was in the prime of life, but for her was left nothing but its dregs. She was to go to Loughlinter with her brother and her brother's wife, leaving her father at Salisbury on the way. The Chilterns were to remain with her for 1 week and no more. His presence was demanded in the Brake country, and it was with difficulty that he had been induced to give her so much of his time. But what was she to do when they should leave her? How could she live alone in that great house, thinking, as she ever must think, of all that had happened to her there? It seemed to her that everybody near to her was cruel in demanding from her such a sacrifice of her comfort. Her father had shuddered when she had proposed to him to accompany her to Loughlinter, but her father was one of those who insisted on the propriety of her going there. Then, in spite of that lesson which she had taught herself while sitting opposite to the glass, she allowed her fancy to revel in the idea of having him with her, as she wandered over the braes. She saw him a day or two before her journey, when she told him her plans, as she might tell them to any friend. Lady Chiltern and her father had been present, and there had been no special sign in her outward manner of the mingled tenderness and soreness of her heart within. No allusion had been made to any visit from him to the north. She would not have dared to suggest it in the presence of her brother, and was almost as much cowed by her brother's wife. But when she was alone, on the eve of her departure, she wrote him as follows. Sunday, 1st August. Dear friend, I thought that perhaps you might have come in this afternoon, and I have not left the house all day. I was so wretched that I could not go to church in the morning, and when the afternoon came I preferred the chance of seeing you to going out with Violet. We two were alone all the evening, and I did not give you up till nearly 10. I dare say you were right not to come. I should only have bored you with my complaints, and have grumbled to you of evils which you cannot cure. We start at 9 tomorrow, and get to Salisbury in the afternoon. Such a family party as we shall be! I did fancy that Oswald would escape it, but like everybody else he has changed, and has become domestic and dutiful. Not but that he is as tyrannous as ever, but his tyranny is now that of the responsible father of a family. Papa cannot understand him at all, and is dreadfully afraid of him. We stay 2 nights at Salisbury, and then go on to Scotland, leaving Papa at home. Of course it is very good in Violet and Oswald to come with me, if, as they say, it be necessary for me to go at all. As to living there by myself, it seems to me impossible. You know the place well, and can you imagine me there all alone, surrounded by Scotch men and women, who of course must hate and despise me, afraid of every face that I see, and reminded even by the chairs and tables of all that is past? I have told Papa that I know I shall be back at Salisbury before the middle of the month. He frets and says nothing, but he tells Violet, and then she lectures me in that wise way of hers which enables her to say such hard things with so much seeming tenderness. She asks me why I do not take a companion with me, as I am so much afraid of solitude. Where on earth should I find a companion who would not be worse than solitude? I do feel now that I have mistaken life in having so little used myself to the small resources of feminine companionship. I love Violet dearly, and I used to be always happy in her society. But even with her now I feel but a half sympathy. That girl that she has with her is more to her than I am, because after the first half hour I grow tired about her babies. I have never known any other woman with whom I cared to be alone. How then shall I content myself with a companion, hired by the quarter, perhaps from some advertisement in a newspaper? No companionship of any kind seems possible to me, and yet never was a human being more weary of herself. I sometimes wonder whether I could go again and sit in that cage in the House of Commons to hear you and other men speak, as I used to do. I do not believe that any eloquence in the world would make it endurable to me. I hardly care who is in or out, and do not understand the things which my cousin Barrington tells me. So long does it seem since I was in the midst of them all. Not but that I am intensely anxious that you should be back. They tell me that you will certainly be re-elected this week, and that all the House will receive you with open arms. I should have liked, had it been possible, to be once more in the cage to see that. But I am such a coward that I did not even dare to propose to stay for it. Violet would have told me that such manifestation of interest was unfit for my condition as a widow. But in truth, Phineas, there is nothing else now that does interest me. If, looking on from a distance, I can see you succeed, I shall try once more to care for the questions of the day. When you have succeeded, as I know you will, it will be some consolation to me to think that I also helped a little. I suppose I must not ask you to come to Loughlinter, but you will know best. If you will do so, I shall care nothing for what any one may say. Oswald hardly mentions your name in my hearing, and of course I know of what he is thinking. When I am with him, I am afraid of him, because it would add infinitely to my grief were I driven to quarrel with him. But I am my own mistress as much as he is his own master, and I will not regulate my conduct by his wishes. If you please to come, you will be as welcome as the flowers in May. Ah, how weak are such words in giving any idea of the joy with which I should see you. God bless you, Phineas. Your most affectionate friend, Laura Kennedy. Write to me at Loughlinter. I shall long to hear that you have taken your seat immediately on your re-election. Pray do not lose a day. I am sure that all your friends will advise you as I do. Throughout her whole letter she was struggling to tell him once again of her love, and yet to do it in some way of which she need not be ashamed. It was not till she had come to the last words that she could force her pen to speak of her affection, and then the words did not come freely as she would have had them. She knew that he would not come to Loughlinter. She felt that were he to do so, he could come only as a suitor for her hand, and that such a suit, in these early days of her widowhood, carried on in her late husband's house, would be held to be disgraceful. As regarded herself, she would have faced all that for the sake of the thing to be attained, but she knew that he would not come. He had become wise by experience, and would perceive the result of such coming, and would avoid it. His answer to her letter reached Loughlinter before she did. Great Marlborough Street, Monday night. Dear Lady Laura, I should have called in at the Square last night, only that I feel that Lady Chiltern must be weary of the woes of so doleful a person as myself. I dined and spent the evening with the Lowes, and was quite aware that I had disgraced myself with them by being perpetually lachrymose. As a rule, I do not think that I am more given than other people to talk of myself, but I am conscious of a certain incapability of getting rid of myself, what has grown upon me since those weary weeks in Newgate and those frightful days in the dock, and this makes me unfit for society. Should I again have a seat in the House, I shall be afraid to get up upon my legs, lest I should find myself talking of the time in which I stood before the judge with a halter around my neck. I sympathize with you perfectly in what you say about Loughlinter. It may be right that you should go there and show yourself, so that those who knew the Kennedys in Scotland should not say that you had not dared to visit the place. But I do not think it possible that you should live there as yet. And why should you do so? I cannot conceive that your presence there should do good unless you took delight in the place. I will not go to Loughlinter myself, although I know how warm would be my welcome. When he had got so far with his letter, he found the difficulty of going on with it to be almost insuperable. How could he give her any reasons for his not making the journey to Scotland? People would say that you and I should not be alone together after all the evil that has been spoken of us, and would be specially eager in saying so were I now to visit you, so lately made a widow, and to sojourn with you in the house that did belong to your husband. Only think how eloquent would be the indignation of the People's Banner, were it known that I were at Loughlinter. Could he have spoken the truth openly, such were the reasons that he would have given, but it was impossible that such truths should be written by him in a letter to herself. And then it was almost equally difficult for him to tell her of a visit which he had resolved to make. But the letter must be completed, and at last the words were written. I could be of no real service to you there, as will be your brother and your brother's wife, even though their stay with you is to be so short. Were I you, I would go out among the people as much as possible, even though they should not receive you cordially at first. Though we hear so much of clanship in the Highlands, I think the Highlanders are prone to cling to anyone who has territorial authority among them. They thought a great deal of Mr. Kennedy, but they had never heard his name 50 years ago. I suppose you will return to Salisbury soon, and then perhaps I may be able to see you. In the meantime, I am going to Matching. This difficulty was worse even than the other. Both the Duke and the Duchess have asked me, and I know that I am bound to make an effort to face my fellow creatures again. The horror I feel at being stared at, as the man that was not hung as a murderer, is stronger than I can describe, and I am well aware that I shall be talked to and made a wonder of on that ground. I am told that I am to be re-elected triumphantly at Tankerville without a penny of cost or the trouble of asking for a vote, simply because I didn't knock poor Mr. Bonteen on the head. This to me is abominable, but I cannot help myself unless I resolve to go away and hide myself. That I know cannot be right, and therefore I had better go through it and have done with it. Though I am to be stared at, I shall not be stared at very long. Some other monster will come up and take my place, and I shall be the only person who will not forget it all. Therefore I have accepted the Duke's invitation, and shall go to Matching some time in the end of August. All the world is to be there. This re-election, and I believe I shall be re-elected tomorrow, would be altogether distasteful to me were it not that I feel I should not allow myself to be cut to pieces by what has occurred. I shall hate to go back to the house and have somehow learned to dislike and distrust all those things that used to be so fine and lively to me. I don't think that I believe any more in the party, or rather in the men who lead it. I used to have a faith that now seems to me to be marvellous. Even 12 months ago, when I was beginning to think of standing for Tankerville, I believed that on our side the men were patriotic angels, and that Daubeny and his friends were all fiends or idiots, mostly idiots, but with a strong dash of fiendism to control them. It has all come now to one common level of poor human interest. I doubt whether patriotism can stand the wear and tear and temptation of the front benches in the House of Commons. Men are flying at each other's throats, thrusting and parrying, making false accusations and defences equally false, lying and slandering, sometimes picking and stealing, till they themselves become unaware of the magnificence of their own position and forget that they are expected to be great. Little tricks of sword play engage all their skill, and the consequence is that there is no reverence now for any man in the house, none of that feeling which we used to entertain for Mr. Mildmay. Of course I write and feel as a discontented man, and what I say to you I would not say to any other human being. I did long most anxiously for office, having made up my mind a second time to look to it as a profession. But I meant to earn my bread honestly and give it up as I did before, when I could not keep it with a clear conscience. I knew that I was hustled out of the object of my poor ambition by that unfortunate man who has been hurried to his fate. In such a position I ought to distrust, and do partly distrust, my own feelings, and I am aware that I have been soured by prison indignities, but still the conviction remains with me that parliamentary interests are not those battles of gods and giants which I used to regard them. Our Gias with the 100 hands is but a 3-fingered jack, and I sometimes think that we share our great Jove with the Strand Theatre. Nevertheless, I shall go back, and if they will make me a joint lord tomorrow, I shall be in heaven. I do not know why I should write all this to you, except that there is no one else to whom I can say it. There is no one else who would give a moment of time to such lamentations. My friends will expect me to talk to them of my experiences in the dock rather than politics, and will want to know what rations I had in Newgate. I went to call on the governor only yesterday, and visited the old room. "I could never really bring myself to think that you did it, Mr. Finn," he said. I looked at him and smiled, but I should have liked to fly at his throat. Why did he not know that the charge was a monstrous absurdity? Talking of that, not even you were truer to me than your brother. One expects it from a woman, both the truth and the discernment. I have written to you a cruelly long letter, but when one's mind is full, such relief is sometimes better than talking. Pray answer it before long, and let me know what you intend to do. Yours most affectionately, Phineas Finn. She did read the letter through, read it probably more than once, but there was only one sentence in it that had for her any enduring interest. "I will not go to Loughlinter myself." Though she had known that he would not come, her heart sank within her, as though now, at this moment, the really fatal wound had at last been inflicted. But in truth there was another sentence, as a complement to the first, which riveted the dagger in her bosom. "In the meantime I am going to Matching." Throughout his letter the name of that woman was not mentioned, but of course she would be there. The thing had all been arranged in order that they two might be brought together. She told herself that she had always hated that intriguing woman, Lady Glencora. She read the remainder of the letter and understood it, but she read it all in connection with the beauty and the wealth and the art and the cunning of Madame Max Goesler. End of chapter 70.
Chapter 71 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Lacey. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 71. Phineas Finn is re-elected. The manner in which Phineas Finn was returned a second time for the borough of Tankerville was memorable among the annals of English elections. When the news reached the town that their member was to be tried for murder, no doubt every elector believed that he was guilty. It is the natural assumption when police and magistrates and lawyers, who have been at work upon the matter carefully, have come to that conclusion, and nothing but private knowledge or personal affection will stand against such evidence. At Tankerville there was nothing of either, and our hero's guilt was taken as a certainty. There was an interest felt in the whole matter, which was full of excitement, and not altogether without delight to the Tankervillians. Of course the borough, as a borough, would never again hold up its head. There had never been known such an occurrence in the whole history of this country as the hanging of a member of the House of Commons. And this member of Parliament was to be hung for murdering another member, which, no doubt, added much to the importance of the transaction. A large party in the borough declared that it was a judgment. Tankerville had degraded itself among boroughs by sending a Roman Catholic to Parliament, and had done so at the very moment in which the Church of England was being brought into danger. This was what had come upon the borough by not sticking to honest Mr. Browborough. There was a moment, just before the trial was begun, in which a large proportion of the electors was desirous of proceeding to work at once, and of sending Mr. Browborough back to his own place. It was thought that Phineas Finn should be made to resign. And the very wise men in Tankerville were much surprised when they were told that a member of Parliament cannot resign his seat, that when once returned he is supposed to be, as long as that Parliament shall endure, the absolute slave of his constituency and his country, and that he can escape from his servitude only by accepting some office under the Crown. Now, it was held to be impossible that a man charged with murder should be appointed even to the stewardship of the Chiltern Hundreds. The House, no doubt, could expel a member, and would, as a matter of course, expel the member for Tankerville. But the House could hardly proceed to expulsion before the member's guilt could have been absolutely established. So it came to pass that there was no escape for the borough from any part of the disgrace to which it had subjected itself by its unworthy choice, and some Tankervillians of sensitive minds were of opinion that no Tankervillian ever again ought to take part in politics. Then, quite suddenly, there came into the borough the tidings that Phineas Finn was an innocent man. This happened on the morning on which the 3 telegrams from Prague reached London. The news conveyed by the telegrams was at Tankerville almost as soon as in the court at the Old Bailey, and was believed as readily. The name of the lady who had travelled all the way to Bohemia on behalf of their handsome young member was on the tongue of every woman in Tankerville, and a most delightful romance was composed. Some few Protestant spirits regretted the now assured escape of their Roman Catholic enemy, and would not even yet allow themselves to doubt that the whole murder had been arranged by divine providence to bring down the Scarlet Woman. It seemed to them to be so fitting a thing that Providence should interfere directly to punish a town in which the sins of the Scarlet Woman were not held to be abominable. But the multitude were soon convinced that their member was innocent, and as it was certain that he had been in great peril, as it was known that he was still in durance, and as it was necessary that the trial should proceed, and that he should still stand at least for another day in the dock, he became more than ever a hero. Then came the further delay, and at last the triumphant conclusion of the trial. When acquitted, Phineas Finn was still member for Tankerville, and might have walked into the house on that very night. Instead of doing so, he had at once asked for the accustomed means of escape from his servitude, and the seat for Tankerville was vacant. The most loving friends of Mr. Browborough perceived at once that there was not a chance for him. The borough was all but unanimous in resolving that it would return no one as its member but the man who had been unjustly accused of murder. Mr. Ruddles was at once dispatched to London with 2 other political spirits, so that there might be a real deputation, and waited upon Phineas 2 days after his release from prison. Ruddles was very anxious to carry his member back with him, assuring Phineas of an entry into the borough so triumphant that nothing like to it had ever been known at Tankerville. But to all this Phineas was quite deaf. At first he declined even to be put in nomination. "You can't escape from it, Mr. Finn, you can't indeed," said Ruddles. "You don't at all understand the enthusiasm of the borough. Does he, Mr. Gadmire?" "I never knew anything like it in my life before," said Gadmire. "I believe Mr. Finn would poll 2/3 of the church party tomorrow," said Mr. Troddles, a leading dissenter in Tankerville, who on this occasion was the 3rd member of the deputation. "I needn't sit for the borough unless I please, I suppose," pleaded Phineas. "Well, no, at least I don't know," said Ruddles. "It would be throwing us over a good deal, and I'm sure you are not the gentleman to do that. And then, Mr. Finn, don't you see that though you have been knocked about a little lately—" "By George, he has, most cruel," said Troddles. "You'll miss the house if you give it up. You will after a bit, Mr. Finn. You've got to come round again, Mr. Finn, if I may be so bold as to say so, and you shouldn't put yourself out of the way of coming round comfortably." Phineas knew that there was wisdom in the words of Mr. Ruddles, and consented, though at this moment he was low in heart, disgusted with the world, and sick of humanity, though every joint in his body was still sore from the rack on which he had been stretched. Yet he knew that it would not be so with him always. As others recovered, so would he, and it might be that he would live to miss the house, should he now refuse the offer made to him. He accepted the offer, but he did so with a positive assurance that no consideration should at present take him to Tankerville. "We ain't going to charge you, not 1 penny, said Mr. Gadmire with enthusiasm. "I feel all that I owe to the borough," said Phineas, "and to the warm friends there who have espoused my cause, but I am not in a condition at present, either of mind or body, to put myself forward anywhere in public. I have suffered a great deal." "Most cruel," said Troddles. "And am quite willing to confess that I am therefore unfit in my present position to serve the borough." "We can't admit that," said Gadmire, raising his left hand. "We mean to have you," said Troddles. "There isn't a doubt about your re-election, Mr. Finn," said Ruddles. "I am grateful, but I cannot be there. I must trust to one of you gentlemen to explain to the electors that in my present condition I am unable to visit the borough." Messrs. Ruddles, Gadmire, and Troddles returned to Tankerville, disappointed no doubt at not bringing with them him whose company would have made their feet glorious on the pavement of their native town, but still with a comparative sense of their own importance in having seen the great sufferer whose woes forbade that he should be beheld by common eyes. They never even expressed an idea that he ought to have come, alluding even to their past convictions as to the futility of hoping for such a blessing, but spoke of him as a personage made almost sacred by the sufferings which he had been made to endure. As to the election, that would be a matter of course. He was proposed by Mr. Ruddles himself, and was absolutely seconded by the rector of Tankerville, the staunchest Tory in the place, who on this occasion made a speech in which he declared that as an Englishman, loving justice, he could not allow any political or even any religious consideration to bias his conduct on this occasion. Mr. Finn had thrown up his seat under the pressure of a false accusation, and it was, the rector thought, for the honour of the borough that the seat should be restored to him. So Phineas Finn was re-elected for Tankerville without opposition and without expense, and for 6 weeks after the ceremony parcels were showered upon him by the ladies of the borough, who sent him work slippers, scarlet hunting waistcoats, pocket handkerchiefs with P.F. beautifully embroidered, and chains made of their own hair. In this conjunction of affairs, the editor of the People's Banner found it somewhat difficult to trim his sails. It was a rule of life with Mr. Quintus Slide to persecute an enemy. An enemy might at any time become a friend, but while an enemy was an enemy, he should be trodden on and persecuted. Mr. Slide had striven more than once to make a friend of Phineas Finn, but Phineas Finn had been conceited and stiff-necked. Phineas had been to Mr. Slide an enemy of enemies, and by all his ideas of manliness, by all the rules of his life, by every principle which guided him, he was bound to persecute Phineas to the last. During the trial, and the few weeks before the trial, he had written various short articles with the view of declaring how improper it would be should a newspaper express any opinion of the guilt or innocence of a suspected person while under trial, and he gave 2 or 3 severe blows to contemporaries for having sinned in the matter. But in all these articles he had contrived to insinuate that the member for Tankerville would, as a matter of course, be dealt with by the hands of justice. He had been very careful to recapitulate all circumstances which had induced Finn to hate the murdered man, and had more than once related the story of the firing of the pistol at Macpherson's Hotel. Then came the telegram from Prague, and for a day or 2 Mr. Slide was stricken dumb. The acquittal followed, and Quintus Slide had found himself compelled to join in the general satisfaction evinced at the escape of an innocent man. Then came the re-election for Tankerville, and Mr. Slide felt that there was opportunity for another reaction. More than enough had been done for Phineas Finn in allowing him to elude the gallows. There could certainly be no need for crowning him with a political chaplet because he had not murdered Mr. Bonteen. Among a few other remarks which Mr. Slide threw together, the following appeared in the columns of the People's Banner. We must confess that we hardly understand the principle on which Mr. Finn has been re-elected for Tankerville with so much enthusiasm, free of expense, and without that usual compliment to the constituency which is implied by the personal appearance of the candidate. We have more than once expressed our belief that he was wrongly accused in the matter of Mr. Bonteen's murder. Indeed, our readers will do us the justice to remember that, during the trial and before the trial, we were always anxious to allay the very strong feeling against Mr. Finn, with which the public mind was then imbued, not only by the facts of the murder, but also by the previous conduct of that gentleman. But we cannot understand why the late member should be thought by the electors of Tankerville to be especially worthy of their confidence because he did not murder Mr. Bonteen. He himself, instigated, we hope, by a proper feeling, retired from Parliament as soon as he was acquitted. His career during the last 12 months has not enhanced his credit, and cannot, we should think, have increased his comfort. We ventured to suggest that after the affair in Judd Street, as to which the police were so benignly inefficient, that it would not be for the welfare of the nation that a gentleman should be employed in the public service whose public life had been marked by the misfortune which had attended Mr. Finn. Great efforts were made by various ladies of the old Whig party to obtain official employment for him, but they were made in vain. Mr. Gresham was too wise, and our advice, we will not say was followed, but was found to agree with the decision of the Prime Minister. Mr. Finn was left out in the cold in spite of his great friends, and then came the murder of Mr. Bonteen. Can it be that Mr. Finn's fitness for parliamentary duties has been increased by Mr. Bonteen's unfortunate death, or by the fact that Mr. Bonteen was murdered by other hands than his own? We think not. The wretched husband, who, in the madness of jealousy, fired a pistol at this young man's head, has since died in his madness. Does that incident in the drama give Mr. Finn any special claim to consideration? We think not, and we think also that the electors of Tankerville would have done better had they allowed Mr. Finn to return to that obscurity which he seems to have desired. The electors of Tankerville, however, are responsible only to their borough, and may do as they please with the seat in Parliament which is at their disposal. We may, however, protest against the employment of an unfit person in the service of his country, simply because he has not committed a murder. We say so much now because rumors of an arrangement have reached our ears which, should it come to pass, would force upon us the extremely disagreeable duty of referring very forcibly to past circumstances, which may otherwise, perhaps, be allowed to be forgotten. End of chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 72. The end of the story of Mr. Emilius and Lady Eustace. The interest in the murder by no means came to an end when Phineas Finn was acquitted. The new facts which served so thoroughly to prove him innocent tended with almost equal weight to prove another man guilty. And the other man was already in custody on a charge which had subjected him to the peculiar ill will of the British public. He, a foreigner and a Jew by name, Eustace Emilius, as everyone was now careful to call him, had come to England and got himself to be ordained as a clergyman, had called himself Emilius, and had married a rich wife with a title, although he had a former wife still living in his own country. Had he called himself Jones, it would have been better for him, but there was something in the name of Emilius which added a peculiar sting to his iniquities. It was now known that the bigamy could certainly be proved, and that his last victim, our old friend, poor little Lizzie Eustace, would be rescued from his clutches. She would once more be a free woman, and as she had been strong enough to defend her future income from his grasp, she was perhaps as fortunate as she deserved to be. She was still young and pretty, and there might come another lover more desirable than Eustace Emilius. That that man would have to undergo the punishment of bigamy in its severest form, there was no doubt. But would law and justice and the prevailing desire for revenge be able to get at him in such a way that he might be hung? There certainly did exist a strong desire to prove Mr. Emilius to have been a murderer, so that there might come a fitting termination to his career in Great Britain. The police seemed to think that they could make but little either of the coat or of the key, unless other evidence that would be almost sufficient in itself should be found. Lord Fawn was informed that his testimony would probably be required at another trial, which intimation affected him so grievously that his friends for a week or two thought that he would altogether sink under his miseries. But he would say nothing which would seem to criminate Emilius. A man hurrying along with a grey coat was all that he could swear to now, professing himself to be altogether ignorant whether the man as seen by him had been tall or short. And then the manufacture of the key, though it was that which made everyone feel sure that Emilius was the murderer, did not, in truth, afford the slightest evidence against him. Even had it been proved that he had certainly used the false key and left Mrs. Meager's house on the night in question, that would not have suffered at all to prove that therefore he had committed a murder in Berkeley Street. No doubt Mr. Bonteen had been his enemy, and Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by an enemy, but so great had been the man's luck that no real evidence seemed to touch him. Nobody doubted, but then few had doubted before as to the guilt of Phineas Finn. There was one other fact by which the truth might, it was hoped, still be reached. Mr. Bonteen had of course been killed by a weapon which had been found in the garden. As to that, a general certainty prevailed. Mrs. Meager and Miss Meager, and the maid of all work belonging to the Meagers, and even Lady Eustace were examined as to this bludgeon. Had anything of the kind ever been seen in the possession of the clergyman? The clergyman had been so sly that nothing of the kind had been seen. Of the drawers and cupboards which he used, Mrs. Meager had always possessed duplicate keys, and Miss Meager frankly acknowledged that she had a general and fairly accurate acquaintance with the contents of these receptacles. But there had always been a big trunk with an impenetrable lock, a lock which required that even if you had the key, you should be acquainted with a certain combination of letters before you could open it, and of that trunk no one had seen the inside. As a matter of course, the weapon, when brought to London, had been kept altogether hidden in the trunk. Nothing could be easier. But a man cannot be hung because he has had a secret hiding place in which a murderous weapon may have been stowed. But might it not be possible to trace the weapon? Emilius, on his return from Prague, had certainly come through Paris. So much was learned, and it was also learned as a certainty that the article was of French and probably of Parisian manufacture. If it could be proved that the man had bought this weapon, or even such a weapon in Paris, then, so said all the police authorities, it might be worthwhile to make an attempt to hang him. Men, very skillful in unraveling such mysteries, were sent to Paris, and the police of that capital entered upon a search with most praiseworthy zeal. But the number of life-preservers which had been sold altogether baffled them. It seemed that nothing was so common as that gentlemen should walk about with bludgeons in their pockets covered with leathern thongs. As young women and old men who thought they could recollect something of a special sale were brought over, and saw the splendour of London under very favourable circumstances, but when confronted with Mr. Emilius, neither could venture to identify him. A large sum of money was expended, no doubt justified by the high position which poor Mr. Bonteen had filled in the councils of the nation, but it was expended in vain. Mr. Bonteen had been murdered in the streets at the west end of London. The murderer was known to everybody. He had been seen a minute or two before the murder. The motive which had induced the crime was apparent. The weapon with which it had been perpetrated had been found. The murderer's disguise had been discovered. The cunning with which he endeavoured to prove that he was in bed at home had been unravelled, and the criminal purpose of his cunning made altogether manifest. Every man's eye could see the whole thing from the moment in which the murderer crept out of Mrs. Meager's house with Mr. Meager's coat upon his shoulders and a life-preserver in his pocket, till he was seen by Lord Fawn hurrying out of the mews to his prey. The blows from the bludgeon could be counted. The very moment in which they had been struck had been ascertained. His very act in hurling the weapon over the wall was all but seen. And yet nothing could be done. It is a very dangerous thing hanging a man on circumstantial evidence, said Sir Gregory Grogram, who, a couple of months since, had felt almost sure that his honourable friend Phineas Finn would have to be hung on circumstantial evidence. The police and magistrates and lawyers all agreed that it would be useless, and indeed wrong, to send the case before a jury. But there had been quite sufficient evidence against Phineas Finn. In the meantime, the trial for bigamy proceeded in order that poor Lizzie Eustace might be freed from the incubus which afflicted her. Before the end of July she was made once more a free woman, and the Reverend Joseph Emilius, under which name it was thought proper that he should be tried, was convicted and sentenced to penal servitude for 5 years. A very touching appeal was made for him to the jury by a learned sergeant, who declared that his client was to lose his wife and to be punished with extreme severity as a bigamist because it was found to be impossible to bring home against him a charge of murder. There was perhaps some truth in what the learned sergeant said, but the truth had no effect upon the jury. Mr. Emilius was found guilty as quickly as Phineas had been acquitted, and was perhaps treated with a severity which the single crime would hardly have elicited. But all this happened in the middle of the efforts which were being made to trace the purpose of the bludgeon, and when men hoped 2 or 5 or 25 years of threatened incarceration might be all the same to Mr. Emilius. Could they have succeeded in discovering where he had bought the weapon, his years of penal servitude would have afflicted him but little. They did not succeed, and though it cannot be said that any mystery was attached to the Bonteen murder, it has remained one of those crimes which are unavenged by the flagging law. And so the Reverend Mr. Emilius will pass away from our story. There must be 1 or 2 words further respecting poor little Lizzie Eustace. She still had her income almost untouched, having been herself unable to squander it during her late married life, and having succeeded in saving it from the clutches of her pseudo-husband. and she had her title, of which no one could rob her, and her castle down in Ayrshire, which, however, as the place of residence she had learned to hate most thoroughly. Nor had she done anything which of itself must necessarily have put her out of the pale of society. As a married woman she had had no lovers, and when a widow, very little fault in that line had been brought home against her. But the world at large seemed to be sick of her. Mrs. Bonteen had been her best friend, and while it was still thought that Phineas Finn had committed the murder, with Mrs. Bonteen she had remained. But it was impossible that the arrangement should be continued when it became known, for it was known, that Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by the man who was still Lizzie Eustace's reputed husband. Not that Lizzie perceived this, though she was averse to the idea of her husband having been a murderer. But Mrs. Bonteen perceived it, and told her friend that she must go. It was most unwillingly that the wretched widow changed her faith as to the murderer, but at last she found herself bound to believe as the world believed, and then she hinted to the wife of Mr. Emilius that she had better find another home. "I don't believe it a bit," said Lizzie. "It is not a subject I can discuss," said the widow, "and I don't see that it makes any difference. He isn't my husband. You have said that yourself very often, Mrs. Bonteen. It is better that we shouldn't be together, Lady Eustace." "Oh, I can go, of course, Mrs. Bonteen. There needn't be the slightest trouble about that. I had thought perhaps it might be convenient, but of course you know best." She went forth into lodgings in Half Moon Street, close to the scene of the murder, and was once more alone in the world. She had a child indeed, the son of her first husband, as to whom it behoved many to be anxious, who stood high in rank and high in repute, but such had been Lizzie's manner of life that neither her own relations nor those of her husband could put up with her or endure her contact. And yet she was conscious of no special sins, and regarded herself as one who, with a tender heart of her own and a too confiding spirit, had been much injured by the cruelty of those with whom she had been thrown. Now she was alone, weeping in solitude, pitying herself with deepest compassion. But it never occurred to her that there was anything in her conduct that she need alter. She would still continue to play her game as before, would still scheme, would still lie, and might still at last land herself in that poor Elysium of life which she had been always dreaming. Poor Lizzie Eustace! Was it nature or education which had made it impossible to her to tell the truth, when a lie came to her hand? Lizzie, the liar. Poor Lizzie. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 73. Phineas Finn returns to his duties. The election at Tankerville took place during the last week in July, and as Parliament was doomed to sit that year as late as the 10th of August, there was ample time for Phineas to present himself and take the oaths before the session was finished. He had calculated that this could hardly be so when the matter of re-election was first proposed to him, and had hoped that his reappearance might be deferred till the following year. But there he was, once more member for Tankerville, while yet there was nearly a fortnight's work to be done, pressed by his friends, and told by one or two of those whom he most trusted that he would neglect his duty and show himself to be a coward if he abstained from taking his place. "Coward is a hard word," he said to Mr. Lowe, who had used it. "So men think when this or that other man is accused of running away in battle or the like. Nobody will charge you with cowardice of that kind, but there is moral cowardice as well as physical. As when a man lies, I am telling no lie." "But you are afraid to meet the eyes of your fellow creatures." "Yes, I am. You may call me a coward if you like. What matters the name if the charge be true? I have been so treated that I am afraid to meet the eyes of my fellow creatures. I am like a man who has had his knees broken, or his arms cut off. Of course I cannot be the same afterwards as I was before." Mr. Lowe said a great deal more to him on the subject, and all that Mr. Lowe said was true, but he was somewhat rough, and did not succeed. Barrington Erle and Lord Cantrip also tried their eloquence upon him, but it was Mr. Monk who at last drew from him a promise that he would go down to the House and be sworn in early on a certain Tuesday afternoon. "I am quite sure of this," Mr. Monk had said, "that the sooner you do it, the less will be the annoyance. Indeed, there will be no trouble in the doing of it. The trouble is all in the anticipation. It is therefore only increased and prolonged by delay. Of course it is your duty to go at once, Mr. Monk had said again, when his friend argued that he had never undertaken to sit before the expiration of Parliament. You did consent to be put in nomination, and you owe your immediate services just as does any other member. If a man's grandmother dies, he is held to be exempted. But your grandmother has not died, and your sorrow is not of the kind that requires, or is supposed to require, retirement. He gave way at last, and on the Tuesday afternoon Mr. Monk called for him at Mrs. Bunce's house, and went down with him to Westminster. They reached their destination somewhat too soon, and walked the length of Westminster Hall 2 or 3 times while Phineas tried to justify himself. "I don't think," said he, "that Lowe quite understands my position when he calls me a coward." "I am sure, Phineas, he did not mean to do that." "Do not suppose that I am angry with him. I owe him a great deal too much for that. He is one of the few friends I have who are entitled to say to me just what they please. But I think he mistakes the matter. When a man becomes crooked from age, it is no good telling him to be straight. He'd be straight if he could. A man can't eat his dinner with a diseased liver as he could when he was well. But he may follow advice as to getting his liver in order again. And so am I following advice. But Lowe seems to think the disease shouldn't be there. The disease is there, and I can't banish it by simply saying that it is not there. If they had hung me outright, it would be almost as reasonable to come and tell me afterwards to shake myself and be again alive. I don't think that Lowe realizes what it is to stand in the dock for a week together, with the eyes of all men fixed on you, and a conviction at your heart that every one there believes you to have been guilty of an abominable crime of which you know yourself to have been innocent. For weeks I lived under the belief that I was to be made away by the hangman, and to leave behind me a name that would make every one who has known me shudder. God in his mercy has delivered you from that." "He has, and I am thankful, but my back is not strong enough to bear the weight without bending under it. Did you see Rattler going in? There is a man I dread. He is intimate enough with me to congratulate me, but not friend enough to abstain, and he will be sure to say something about his murdered colleague. Very well, I'll follow you. Go up rather quick, and I'll come close after you." Whereupon Mr. Monk entered between the 2 lamp-posts in the hall, and hurrying along the passages soon found himself at the door of the house. Phineas, with an effort at composure, and a smile that was almost ghastly at the doorkeeper, who greeted him with some muttered word of recognition, held on his way close behind his friend, and walked up the house, hardly conscious that the benches on each side were empty. There were not a dozen members present, and the Speaker had not as yet taken the chair. Mr. Monk stood by him while he took the oath, and in 2 minutes he was on a back seat below the gangway, with his friend by him, while the members, in slowly increasing numbers, took their seats. Then there were prayers, and as yet not a single man had spoken to him. As soon as the doors were again open, gentlemen streamed in, and some few whom Phineas knew well came and sat near him. 1 or 2 shook hands with him, but no one said a word to him of the trial. No one at least did so in this early stage of the day's proceedings, and after half an hour he almost ceased to be afraid. Then up came an irregular debate on the great church question of the day, as to which there had been no cessation of the badgering with which Mr. Gresham had been attacked since he came into office. He had thrown out Mr. Daubeny by opposing that gentleman's stupendous measure for disestablishing the Church of England altogether, although, as was almost daily asserted by Mr. Daubeny and his friends, he was himself in favour of such total disestablishment. Over and over again Mr. Gresham had acknowledged that he was in favour of disestablishment, protesting that he had opposed Mr. Daubeny's bill without any reference to its merits, solely on the ground that such a measure should not be accepted from such a quarter. He had been stout enough, and, as his enemies had said, insolent enough in making these assurances. But still he was accused of keeping his own hand dark, and of omitting to say what bill he would himself propose to bring in respecting the Church in the next session. It was essentially necessary, so said Mr. Daubeny and his friends, that the country should know and discuss the proposed measure during the vacation. There was, of course, a good deal of retaliation. Mr. Daubeny had not given the country, or even his own party, much time to discuss his church bill. Mr. Gresham assured Mr. Daubeny that he would not feel himself equal to producing a measure that should change the religious position of every individual in the country, and annihilate the traditions and systems of centuries, altogether complete out of his own unaided brain. And he went on to say that were he to do so, he did not think that he should find himself supported in such an effort by the friends with whom he usually worked. On this occasion he declared that the magnitude of the subject, and the immense importance of the interests concerned, forbade him to anticipate the passing of any measure of general church reform in the next session. He was undoubtedly in favour of church reform, but was by no means sure that the question was one which required immediate settlement. Of this he was sure, that nothing in the way of legislative indiscretion could be so injurious to the country as any attempt at a hasty and ill-considered measure on this most momentous of all questions. The debate was irregular, as it originated with a question asked by one of Mr. Daubeny's supporters, but it was allowed to proceed for a while. In answer to Mr. Gresham, Mr. Daubeny himself spoke, accusing Mr. Gresham of almost every known parliamentary vice in having talked of a measure coming, like Minerva, from his, Mr. Daubeny's own brain. The plain and simple words by which such an accusation might naturally be refuted would be unparliamentary, but it would not be unparliamentary to say that it was reckless, unfounded, absurd, monstrous, and incredible. Then there were various very spirited references to church matters, which concern us chiefly because Mr. Daubeny congratulated the House upon seeing a Roman Catholic gentleman with whom they were all well acquainted, and whose presence in the House was desired by each side alike, again taking his seat for an English borough. And he hoped that he might at the same time take the liberty of congratulating that gentleman on the courage and manly dignity with which he had endured the unexampled hardships of the cruel position in which he had been placed by an untoward combination of circumstances. It was thought that Mr. Daubeny did the thing very well, and that he was right in doing it. But during the doing of it, poor Phineas winced in agony. Of course every member was looking at him, and every stranger in the galleries. He did not know at the moment whether it behoved him to rise and make some gesture to the House, or to say a word, or to keep his seat and make no sign. There was a general hum of approval, and the Prime Minister turned round and bowed graciously to the newly sworn member. As he said afterwards, it was just this which he had feared. But there must surely have been something of consolation in the general respect with which he was treated. At the moment he behaved with natural, instinctive dignity, though himself doubting the propriety of his own conduct. He said not a word, and made no sign, but sat with his eyes fixed upon the member from whom the compliment had come. Mr. Daubeny went on with his tirade, and was called violently to order. The Speaker declared that the whole debate had been irregular, but had been allowed by him in deference to what seemed to be the general will of the House. Then the two leaders of the parties composed themselves, throwing off their indignation while they covered themselves well up with their hats. And in accordance with the order of the day, an honourable member rose to propose a pet measure of his own for preventing the adulteration of beer by the publicans. He had made a calculation that the annual average mortality of England would be reduced 1.5%, or in other words, that every English subject born would live 7 months longer, if the action of the legislature could provide that the publicans should sell the beer as it came from the brewers. Immediately there was such a rush of members to the door that not a word said by the philanthropic would-be purifier of the national beverage could be heard. The quarrels of rival ministers were dear to the House, and as long as they could be continued the benches were crowded by gentlemen enthralled by the interest of the occasion. But to sink from that to private legislation about beer was to fall into a bathos which gentlemen could not endure, and so the House was emptied, and at about 7:30 there was a count-out. That gentleman, whose statistics had been procured with so much care, and who had been at work for the last 12 months on his effort to prolong the lives of his fellow countrymen, was almost broken-hearted. But he knew the world too well to complain. He would try again next year, if by dint of energetic perseverance he could procure a day. Mr. Monk and Phineas Finn, behaving no better than the others, slipped out in the crowd. It had indeed been arranged that they should leave the house early, so that they might dine together at Mr. Monk's house. Though Phineas had been released from his prison now for nearly a month, he had not as yet once dined out of his own rooms. He had not been inside a club, and hardly ventured during the day into the streets about Pall Mall and Piccadilly. He had been frequently to Portman Square, but had not even seen Madame Goesler. Now he was to dine out for the first time, but there was to be no guest but himself. "It wasn't so bad after all," said Mr. Monk, when they were seated together. "At any rate, it has been done." "Yes, and there will be no doing of it over again. I don't like Mr. Daubeny, as you know, but he is happy at that kind of thing." "I hate men who are what you call happy, but who are never in earnest," said Phineas. "He was earnest enough, I thought." "I don't mean about myself, Mr. Monk. I suppose he thought that it was suitable to the occasion that he should say something, and he said it neatly. But I hate men who can make capital out of occasions, who can be neat and appropriate at the spur of the moment, having, however, probably had the benefit of some forethought, but whose words never savour of truth. If I had happened to have been hung at this time, as was so probable, Mr. Daubeny would have devoted one of his half-hours to the composition of a dozen tragic words, which also would have been neat and appropriate. I can hear him say them now, warning young members around him to abstain from embittered words against each other, and I feel sure that the funereal grace of such an occasion would have become him even better than the generosity of his congratulations. It is rather a grim matter for joking, Phineas. Grim enough, but the grimness and the jokes are always running through my mind together. I used to spend hours in thinking what my dear friends would say about it when they found that I had been hung in mistake, how Sir Gregory Grogram would like it, and whether men would think about it as they went home from the universe at night. I had various questions to ask and answer for myself. Whether they would pull up my poor body, for instance, from what unhallowed ground is used for gallows corpses, and give it decent burial, placing M.P. for Tankerville after my name on some more or less explicit tablet. Mr. Daubeny's speech was, perhaps, preferable on the whole. Perhaps it was, though I used to feel assured that the explicit tablet would be as clear to my eyes in purgatory as Mr. Daubeny's words have been to my ears this afternoon. I never for a moment doubted that the truth would be known before long, but did doubt so very much whether it would be known in time. I'll go home now, Mr. Monk, and endeavour to get the matter off my mind. I will resolve, at any rate, that nothing shall make me talk about it any more. End of chapter 73. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.